The story begins at a large company where an employee named Lin Yi is angry, shouting loudly. He points at the manager and angrily says, "I won't do this anymore." Suddenly, a cardboard box filled with books and documents is thrown forcefully in front of him, causing Lin Yi to jump. Manager Li Yu coldly yells, "Get lost!" Lin Yi sulks, grabs his box of belongings, and walks away. As he walks, he mutters, "What a damn world! I work so hard, but because I didn't give gifts to my superiors, I'm being made life difficult." Suddenly, his phone rings. It's Liu Cixi calling. Lin Yi answers the phone in despair. "Honey, listen, today I—" From the other end of the line, a cold voice comes through. "Let's break up." Lin Yi is taken aback, his eyes wide open as he exclaims loudly, "What?" He is so flustered that he drops the cardboard box in his hands. The voice on the phone continues, "You don't need to come to my birthday party anymore. Don't contact me from now on." Lin Yi stammers, "Why are you saying we should break up? Do you have someone else now?" Liu Cixi coldly retorts, "What if I do? I've been with you for so long, and you're still a broke loser. I don't want to waste my youth on you anymore." Hearing this, Lin Yi feels a sudden fatigue wash over him, standing there in a daze as the voice on the other end continues to scold him. The elevator doors slowly closed, and the annoyed voice of Lin Yi echoed, "What the hell is today? Just got fired and now my girlfriend dumps me." Suddenly, a strange beam of light burst forth from the elevator. Lin Yi was startled to see something. Out of nowhere appeared a beautiful girl, dressed in a revealing and bold nightgown. She was the system host, Ling Wei. She smiled as she bent down to look at Lin Yi, gently saying, "Master, welcome to the Universal Career Experiment System. I am Ling Wei, your servant." Lin Yi, witnessing the scene before him, couldn't help but wonder, "The Universal Career Experiment System, huh?" Ling Wei extended her hand, and 3 cards appeared on the screen. A pink one labeled Driver, a blue one labeled Doctor, and a yellow one labeled Professor. She explained, "Master, each week you will experiment with a new profession, chosen at random. Completing all the tasks will earn you rewards. In the end, I will assist you in becoming a global figure." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately felt ecstatic, tossing all his belongings aside and laughing loudly. "Ha ha! Is this the legendary system? It's my time. Nothing can stop me." Suddenly, the system popped up with a notification congratulating him on receiving a message. A voice echoed, "We invite you to receive a gift package for registering as a blah blah driver, 10 million yuan, 100% controlling shares of the Peninsula Hotel, and a Pagani Windchild worth 30 million. Along with that is a voucher featuring an image of a white supercar and 2 options, accept or decline." Lin Yi laughed heartily. "Damn it! With this gift package, even if I'm forced to be a driver for life, it's worth it." Ling Wei, standing next to him, also danced with excitement. "Master, each profession can only be experienced for 1 week. We can't do it for life." Without hesitation, Lin Yi immediately pressed the Accept button. Isn't this more comfortable than being a newbie, changing jobs every week, and getting a lot of money too? Ling Wei suddenly pulled out a strange object from the cleavage of her sexy nightgown, winking as she said, "The Peninsula Hotel requires you to go there to receive. The Pagani Windchild has been parked at number 22, Area C, in the parking lot of the Chaoyang Group. Here's the car key, valid for 10 days. Immediately after, Lin Yi's phone displayed a notification. Your account number ending in 4255 has received 10 million yuan from Dahang Dao Bank at 0948 on April 27th. Congratulations, you have successfully registered as a blah blah driver." The elevator opened, accompanied by Lin Yi's voice. "The parking lot on the 2nd basement level is here, right?" In his mind, he thought, "This system is actually real. It's like I'm dreaming." In front of it was a beautiful girl with pink hair checking a car. Lin Yi spoke up. "Zone C is usually where the big shots park." The pink-haired girl was Ji Kyun Nian, the CEO of the Ji family. She was looking at the pile of car engines in front of her, unable to start the car for some reason. Lin Yi approached her and asked, "Miss Ji, what's wrong with your car?" Kyun Nian replied, "Ah, you are Lin Yi from the sales department, right? My car won't start." Seeing the beautiful girl in a difficult situation, Lin Yi kindly offered, "How about you take my car? I can drive you a bit." Kyun Nian cheerfully responded, "That works. I need to get to the construction bureau. I can't be late. Thank you." Suddenly, from a distance, a blond guy approached, putting his arm around Ji Kyun Nian, which startled her as she turned to look. He spoke. "Kyun Nian, he's just a lowly employee. How could he have a nice car? Why not sit in a sports car for comfort? I can drive you." Kyun Nian immediately pulled her arm away. Lin Yi fired back. "Lee Yun Hung, you are a creep. Stay away from me. I will never agree to let you pursue me." Yun Hung saw this and, not in a hurry, still smiled. "It's okay, I will wait. But Kyun Nian, could you let me wait for you? I just bought a new sports car worth 200 million yuan. Suddenly, Lin Yi entered to mediate between the two. "I won't trouble Mr. Lee. I can drive Miss Ji. My car is number 22 in the front." Yun Hung was startled and replied with a frown. "It must be a junk car. It doesn't match Miss Ji's status. She should ride in my car. My car is a genuine sports car." Kyun Nian displayed a look of disgust, angrily turning away. "Stay away from me. So what if it's an old car? I like to sit in it." Ji Kyun Nian suddenly encountered something that startled her, her eyes widening as she stopped abruptly. Yun Hung, who was chasing from behind, bumped into her. She looked at the Pagani Windchild supercar worth 30 million in front of her, shining brilliantly, and shouted, This is... Lin Yi, with a proud expression, touched the supercar and introduced, "Miss Ji, this car is mine." Lee Yun Hung was so angry that his face turned purple, shouting, "Damn it! Stop bragging! Do you know how much this costs?" Lin Yi didn't respond. He simply took out the key. He opened the car door and invited, "Miss Ji, please get in the car." Then he turned to Lee Yun Hung and said, "Brother, you want to impress our Miss Ji while driving a piece of junk? Seems like you are still lacking a lot." At this moment, Yun Hung was shocked and frozen. In his mind, he silently thought, a Pagani costing 30 million is still a limited edition. Even if I ordered it in advance, I wouldn't get a chance to buy it. In contrast to his earlier disdainful demeanor, Lee Yun Hung appeared humble, pressing his face against the window. He clung to it, tapping and trying to call the person inside. "Boss, I'm blind despite having eyes. Can you let me ride along?" Lin Yi showed a look of disgust as he glanced at him and said, "Get lost. Take you along? You don't even have the right to do that." Saying that, he sped off, leaving the guy in fear. At this moment, Ji Kyun Nian, sitting in the car, turned to Lin Yi with a sigh of admiration and said, "Lin Yi, is this car really yours? Aren't you just a sales department employee?" Lin Yi chuckled and replied, "Ha ha, it's true. Actually, I'm a rich second generation experiencing life." He laughed joyfully. "My next job is as the blah blah driver. You are my first customer." Kyun Nian, seeing this, excitedly picked up her phone and said, "All right, this is interesting. Looks like it's an honor for me." Her phone displayed a notification that the ride had been booked. The luxury car had just arrived at the construction bureau. Kyun Nian stepped out of the car, turned back to Lin Yi, and lifted her phone with a cheerful smile. "The payment has been made. Thank you, Mr. Lin." She left gracefully, waving goodbye. At that moment, Lin Yi felt the presence of Ling Wei beside him. She joyfully said, "Congratulations, Master, on completing your first ride. You earn 50,000 proficiency points, and your career completion level is now at 5%. You also receive 50 million yuan." Lin Yi gazed at his phone with overwhelming joy. OMG, completing just one blah blah ride already gives me 50 million. This feeling is so exhilarating. At the Peninsula Hotel, which looked incredibly luxurious, Yunji's voice echoed. This Peninsula Hotel is a 5-star hotel and one of the most luxurious hotels in National H. A handsome couple was affectionately embracing each other. It was Yunji and Lin Yi's ex-girlfriend, Liu Cixi. Liu Cixi said, "There are so many celebrities who hold their weddings here. I wonder if my party will be organized here too." Yunji affectionately replied, "Of course, we'll hold it here, whatever you like. Renting the whole place will only cost 70 to 80,000 at most." Hearing this, Liu Cixi joyfully hugged Yunji. She said, "Honey, it would have been great if I could meet you a little earlier." Yunji embraced Cixi, looking into the distance with a somewhat displeased expression. Cixi looked in the same direction and asked, "Look over there, is that Lin Yi?" Liu Cixi, upon seeing Lin Yi, angrily shouted, "Lin Yi, what are you doing here? Don't think that just because you come to this place, you can hold on to me." Lin Yi simply crossed his arms in annoyance and replied, "Don't be self-deluded. Can't I come here to spend some money? I think this place is just like any other small hotel." Yunji contemptuously interjected, "Small hotel? A fool like you still has the nerve to pretend to be wealthy? This is a 5-star hotel, not a place for people like you." Liu Cixi then turned around and shouted, "Security! Quickly, throw this bum out!" Immediately, a team of security rushed over. Yunji folded his arms, feeling smug. "If you don't leave, you'll be thrown out." But contrary to their expectations, the security team immediately bowed respectfully before Lin Yi, saying in unison, "Mr. Lin, you have arrived." Upon seeing the scene before them, Liu Cixi and Yunji were immediately startled and shouted loudly, "What?" Liu Cixi still couldn't believe what had just happened. She wondered, how is this possible? Isn't Lin Yi just a lowly sales employee? How could he be the owner of the Peninsula Hotel? She was taken aback when she heard the words of the security guard speaking to Lin Yi. "Mr. Lin, let's go to the meeting room upstairs first. We need to report some matters to you." Lin Yi coldly replied, "All right, let's go." At this moment, Liu Cixi's mouth fell open, thinking to herself, "Oh my God, what is happening? Did I really let a rich second generation slip away?" In the meeting room, a staff member brought in a thick stack of documents and said, "Mr. Lin, here are our financial reports. Please take a look." Lin Yi's face turned pale as he looked at the mountain of documents before him and stammered, "I won't look at these things. Everything should continue as it has been. I trust everyone." Suddenly, a knock came from outside. Lin Yi heard it and responded, "Come in." A staff member hurriedly rushed in and said, "Manager Wang, the guest in room 1704 wants to file a complaint against us, but we cannot resolve it." Manager Wang asked in confusion, "Why are we receiving complaints?" She continued, "Yesterday she registered for the car rental service of our hotel. However, the Mercedes she wanted to rent was just borrowed by a VIP guest using their privileges. Now, she refuses to switch to another car and insists on complaining about us." Lin Yi, upon hearing this, immediately left and coldly responded, "You all go do your own work. I'll go take a look." The two employees respectfully bowed their heads in greeting. Lin Yi then arrived in front of room 1704 and gently knocked on the door a few times. The person who opened the door was a beautiful girl wearing a bathrobe named Gu Jingshu. Lin Yi immediately spoke up. "Hello, I am the person in charge of the Peninsula Hotel. We will arrange everything properly regarding your issue and ensure you are satisfied." The beautiful girl Gu Jingshu was surprised by his handsome appearance. She thought to herself, "This man is just too handsome." Gu Jingshu's attitude was very gentle. "Well, it's nothing serious. You can just arrange another car for me." Lin Yi immediately smiled and replied, "If the beautiful lady doesn't mind, you could borrow my Pagani." The beautiful girl shyly tucked her hair behind her ear and said, "No thanks. With my finances, I can't afford to rent it. Besides, even if I could, I wouldn't be able to drive it. I've heard that supercars are different from other types of cars." Lin Yi heard that and immediately raised the car keys, flashing a radiant smile. "How about this? Where do you want to go? I'll drive you." Gu Gu Jingshu, upon hearing this, could not hide her excitement. "I'm so sorry. I'm in a hurry right now. Wait for me to change clothes, and then we can go." She ran inside, gently shedding her bathrobe. Lin Yi sat outside, unable to help but blush at the enticing figure of the beautiful girl in the bathroom. A moment later, a pair of legs wearing elegant shoes stepped out. Gu Jingshu emerged in a daringly cut dress, softly saying, "I'm done changing. Let's go." In the main hall, Liu Sisi was struggling with Yunji. She coldly said, "Yunji, you need to hurry up. Lin Yi will be coming out soon. I don't want him to misunderstand." Yunji, being pushed away for a moment, turned back angrily, gritting his teeth. "You idiot! Do you really think Lin Yi will still be interested in you? You're simply dreaming." Liu Sisi's friend worriedly asked her, "Earlier, you said those things to Lin Yi. Do you think he can still turn back?" Liu Sisi confidently replied, "I've shared many years with him, so there's some feelings there. As long as I pretend to be pitiful later, he will definitely forgive me." The girl immediately showed a look of admiration and said, "I really envy you. In this life, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to find a man with such good conditions." Liu Sisi smirked and said, "You don't need to regret. Once we reconcile, I will borrow the car to take you out for a ride." Suddenly, she turned her head back and saw the figures of Lin Yi and Gu Jingshu happily walking together. Liu Sisi saw her prey approaching and immediately ran towards him, her face beaming as she said, "Honey, she must be your personal secretary managing your work and life, right? From now on, just let me take care of you." Gu Jingshu looked at the woman in front of her with disgust. Lin Yi clearly showed his displeasure and said, "Who is she? I have nothing to do with her." Liu Sisi's eyes glistened with crocodile tears. Feeling wronged as she replied, "Lin Yi, after so many years of feelings, can it be that you no longer love me? Have you forgotten all the enchanting moments we shared? Even if her figure is better than mine, her skills can't compare to mine." This time, Gu Jingshu suddenly spoke up, moving closer to Lin Yi and surprising him with her confident smile. Gu Jingshu said, "How do you know my skills aren't as good as yours? He just praised me for being even more capable than his ex-girlfriend." Lin Yi directly hugged Gu Jingshu's waist, looking at her with affectionate eyes, and said, "Not only are your skills impressive, but your personality is also very good." His words and actions made Gu Jingshu both startled and slightly embarrassed. Immediately after that, Lin Yi put his arm around Gu Jingshu as if to leave and said, "If there's nothing else, we're leaving." Liu Sisi saw this and hurriedly stopped him, saying, "Don't go. I agree to be your mistress. We've had feelings for each other for so many years, you still love me, right?" Lin Yi now felt disgusted. He shouted, "Love that shit? Love something filthy? Or love you because of the huge difference in body shape? You're a vain person, Liu Sisi. Get the hell out of my sight. Don't make me nauseous like this." Liu Sisi was left without any face, slumping down and watching him leave in his luxury sports car. Lin Yi then asked Gu Jingshu, "Where do you want to go?" Gu Jingshu replied, "Jinhu Hotel. My classmate is preparing to hold her wedding there. Sorry for troubling you." Hearing this, Lin Yi smiled and said, "You're being too polite. You just helped me out." At the luxurious Jinhu Hotel, 3 beautifully dressed and alluring girls stood at the entrance. The blonde girl cheerfully said, "Jingshu has changed from before. A few days ago, she said her boyfriend bought her a Mercedes-Benz." The girl in the black dress asked with slight impatience, "Jingshu, what's taking so long? It's just a wealthy boyfriend driving you. Is it really that long?" The other girl then scoffed, "Don't listen to her brag. How can she possibly know anything about the wealthy based on that relationship? All our boyfriends are rich second-generation kids. Even going out to play, she never brings her boyfriend along. She's just envious and jealous. That's why she's bragging." Just then, a flashy car pulled up right in front of the entrance. All 3 girls looked at the shiny supercar. Gu Jingshu, wearing a classy pair of sunglasses, stepped out of the car. The girl in the black dress exclaimed, "Jingshu, your boyfriend entrusted you with a Pagani. That's impressive. Gu Jingshu turned and spoke through the car window. I helped him fend off a flirtatious girl once, so he's helping me out this time. Hearing this, Lin Yi leaned forward and loudly said for all three girls to hear, "Honey, remember to have fun today." The scene shifts to the apartment building, where Zhang Jingjing retrieves her phone and says, "Mom, it's not just that we're a little over 10 days late with the rent. Don't rush it." She smiles and suggests, "Mom, just wait a few more days and you can urge Lin Yi then." Wu Jinlan, her mother, flushed with anger, retorts, "What if he runs away one day? I'm telling you, you better not have any thoughts about him. In the future, you will become a civil servant, somebody who earns a steady salary like him, and I really can't stand that." Before she could finish speaking, there was a sudden noise at the door. The door opened, and Zhang Jingjing welcomed Lin Yi. "You're here!" Lin Yi walked in and announced some news that left Zhang Jingjing astonished. "Miss Wu, I'm not going to stay here anymore, so I came to say goodbye. Once I've finished packing, I'll be leaving." Hearing this, Wu Jinlan was furious and warned, "What? If you want to leave, you need to pay the overdue rent first. Don't think you can skip out on my rent." Lin Yi cheerfully picked up his phone, smiled and said, "Miss Wu, you misunderstood. I'm going to pay you the rent right now." On her phone, Wu Jinlan immediately received a notification from the account ending in 2219, stating that a total of 4,000 had been received. Seeing this, Wu Jinlan was stunned and said, "Lin Yi, the rent is 2,000. Why did you transfer 4,000 to me?" Lin Yi replied, "I have always owed you rent before. I also feel embarrassed." Seeing that he was already packing his luggage to the door, Wu Jinlan could not help but ask Lin Yi, "Are you moving out? Do you have any new plans?" Lin Yi modestly replied, "Running blah blah isn't bad at all. Otherwise, I would starve." Zhang Jingjing quickly offered to help him. "Brother Lin, let me help you carry some." Wu Jinlan followed behind, secretly thinking, "I have to follow and see if this person is really moving out." As soon as they went down, they saw a luxury car parked in front of the door. Zhang Jingjing couldn't help but praise, "Is this your supercar? It's really beautiful." Wu Jinlan found it strange and asked Lin Yi, "Where's your car? Why can't I see it?" Lin Yi held up the car keys and replied, "That car can't run anymore. I switched to this car. Jingjing, put the stuff in the car." This scene shocked both mother and daughter. Wu Jinlan exclaimed, "Lin Yi, aren't you just an employee? Since when did you become wealthy?" Lin Yi sat in the car nonchalantly replying, "Working for others is just an experience of everyday life. There's no need to pretend anymore. In fact, I am a rich second generation." Seeing the car drive away, Zhang Jingjing cautiously said, "Mom, you used to criticize Lin Yi for being poor. Now that he has money, Wu Jinlan immediately pinched her ear, warning, "Don't think about those useless things, Jingjing. Back then, he wasn't good enough for you, and now it's you who isn't good enough for him. Go home and review your studies, don't worry." At a luxury hotel, the staff announced, "Mr. Lin, the presidential suite has been arranged." Lin Yi commanded, "Help me bring the things from the car upstairs, then prepare some dishes. I've been busy all day and I'm starving." After a satisfying meal, Lin Yi rubbed his round belly contentedly. "This is definitely a 5-star hotel. The food is really delicious." At that moment, his phone buzzed with a message from Ji Qunyan. "I finished arranging everything. Can you come pick me up? I'm at the construction bureau." Lin Yi replied, "Of course I can. I will be there in 30 minutes. When he arrived at the construction bureau, Ji Qunyan was already standing at the door waving. After she got into the car, Lin Yi playfully teased Miss Ji, "Could you please book the ride in advance?" Qunyan, not catching the drift, asked, "Book what ride?" He mischievously raised his phone and said, "Book a ride on the app. Miss Ji, if you don't book a ride, I won't make any money and will have to survive on the northwest wind." Qunyan was greatly amused by his teasing. "All right, I'll book a ride." Ji Qunyan took her phone and chuckled. "Before driving this 30 million supercar, he worked hard as a sales employee in our company. Now, he's been fired and is out driving." Qunyan wondered, How could such a diligent person get fired? There must be something behind this that I don't know. She thought to herself that she needed to investigate thoroughly later. When Kyun Nian announced that she had booked the ride, Lin Yi immediately replied, "I've accepted the ride." Suddenly, Ling Wei appeared out of nowhere, startling Lin Yi. She reassured him, "Don't worry, she can't see me." Ling Wei rested her chin while looking at Kyun Nian and said, "Master, this girl is very beautiful. The rating system scores her over 85 points. Really beautiful." Then she suddenly jumped up. Successfully received the second order. Initiating system task. Pick up and drop off 2 beauties scoring 85 points and above. Reward, 10,000 mastery points. Task completion, progress, 50%. Lin Yi looked at Ling Wei, who was leaning on his lap, and asked, "What kind of beauty is considered 85 points and above?" She cheerfully replied, "Just a little reminder, Ji Kyun Nian is a beauty, you know." Seeing Lin Yi's serious expression, Kyun Nian spoke up, "What's wrong? It's just taking me home. I think this issue is even harder than the problem I'm facing." He immediately took notice and asked, "What problem are you facing? Is it personal or work-related?" Kyun Nian did not hide her feelings and slightly dejectedly recounted, "It's work-related. Recently, the company wants to hold a press conference, but when I contacted all the 5-star hotels in the city, not a single one could provide suitable timing and location. They are all fully booked. I'm worried about how to handle this event." Lin Yi immediately proposed an idea. "You could try going to Peninsula Hotel to see. Its ranking must meet the requirements." Kyun Nian laughed and responded, "Don't joke around. Peninsula Hotel is the ultra-luxury 5-star hotel in National H City. I'm not actually worried about spending money, but it's basically impossible to get a reservation." Lin Yi encouraged her, "Well, that's not necessarily the case. There are surprises everywhere in life, just like us today. Maybe if you just go there, you'll have unexpected gains." Kyun Nian was also influenced by his optimism. "You really know how to talk. All right, I'll listen to you this time right now. Let's turn the car around and try going to Peninsula Hotel." Lin Yi immediately turned the steering wheel and replied, "All right." The supercar smoothly made a U-turn. Kyun Nian didn't forget to say, "But I'll say it in advance. If the negotiation fails, then I won't pay for this ride. Any losses are yours to bear." Lin Yi smirked. "What if the negotiation actually succeeds?" Kyun Nian asked, "If the negotiation does succeed, what reward do you want?" Lin Yi then grinned mischievously. "What if I want you to do 10 squats?" Kyun Nian asked in surprise, "What are squats?" She opened her phone to search for it, and after finding out, Kyun Nian felt a bit regretful, saying, "This exercise is a bit embarrassing." But then she thought, "Earlier, I had called their manager and said there was no venue, so I just agreed to him." Thus, Kyun Nian confidently announced, "Squats it is. Let's go to the Peninsula Hotel." The two stood at the reception desk. Kyun Nian spoke up. "Hello, I am Ji Kyun Nian. I would like to find your manager, Wang Tianlong." The receptionist, seeing Lin Yi waving from behind, smiled warmly and replied, "Hello everyone. Please proceed to the lounge and wait. I will notify manager Wang." Then she secretly thought, "Is this the new boss? Why is he pretending to be a commoner so cheerfully?" She thought, "Compared to my previous girlfriend, she is much better. I need to go inform Mr. Wang to avoid any leaks." Very quickly, Wang Tianlong appeared, shaking hands and greeting Kyun Nian. "Hello, esteemed guest. Sorry for not welcoming you properly from afar." Kyun Nian politely introduced herself and got straight to the point. "Hello, Manager Wang. I am Ji Kyun Nian, the CEO of Chaoyang Group. Our company wants to organize a press conference, and I would like to inquire whether the conference hall of the Peninsula Hotel will be available in the near future." Upon saying that, she thought to herself, "I already know the outcome. I don't have high hopes anyway. The scale of the Chaoyang Group is apparent, and I don't have the prestige to match it." But what she didn't expect was that Wang Tianlong readily agreed. "No problem at all. I will arrange it, and do my best." This good news left Kyun-Nian overjoyed. "Is it true? Thank you, Mr. Wang. I plan to hold the press conference in 10 days. "Ha, no problem at all. I'll arrange it and do my best," Wang Tianlong replied. Back in the car, Kyun-Nian was still thrilled, telling Lin Yi, "You are truly my savior. I didn't expect it to actually be a miracle, as you said." Lin Yi feigned innocence. "A miracle indeed." He didn't forget to remind her, "I said there would be a miracle and the negotiation is done. Shouldn't you fulfill your bet promise from earlier?" At this moment, Kyun-Nian felt confused. "How do you still remember this? Regardless, I am the CEO of Chaoyang Corporation. How could I not keep my promise?" Seeing Lin Yi hastily unbuckle his seatbelt, she became even more flustered. "What are you doing? We're still in the car. Let's go home and sort this out." But Lin Yi was very eager, saying, "It's fine in the car. As long as Miss Ji carries it out, I'll be happy." Kyun-Nian pushed both her long legs up on the car, placing her feet against the window, still feeling uncomfortable. "It's not wide enough here. How about we just go back to my house?" Lin Yi immediately stepped on the gas, replying, "Okay." Then he sped off, making Kyun-Nian's face pale. "Are you really going to drive like this just for a few squats?" Finally, they arrived at Yun Shui Villa. Kyun-Nian leaned against the chair, highlighting her alluring figure, shyly turning back to ask, "Do you want to do it right now?" Lin Yi was sitting on the chair, urging, "Yes, hurry up. I have things to do later." Kyun-Nian blushed and reminded, "I need to say up front that I've never done these kinds of moves before. I might not do well. Don't blame me." Lin Yi smiled, assuring her, "Don't worry." Kyun-Nian began to adjust her standing position, aligning her two legs, placing her hands on her head, feeling embarrassed as she started to squat down. The scenery between her legs opened up. Lin Yi gazed at it with satisfaction to the point of bleeding from his nose. Kyun-Nian's face was flushed like a beautiful flower, whether from exhaustion or embarrassment. Suddenly, the door swung open and a man appeared. Seeing the scene, he was horrified and asked, "What are you doing here?" Both Kyun-Nian and Lin Yi froze, as if caught red-handed. Kyun-Nian gasped, looking at the man who just entered, and exclaimed, "Father, why are you here?" The atmosphere in the living room was very awkward. All three remained silent, not uttering a word. Soon after, Kyun-Nian's father darkened his face and questioned, "Daughter, am I not supposed to be here? Should I be down in the garage?" Kyun-Nian quickly spoke up to explain, "Father, don't misunderstand. He is the yoga instructor that I invited over." Inside, Lin Yi felt both fortunate and disappointed. He thought to himself, "I really came at the wrong time." But Kyun-Nian's father had keen eyes. He quickly pointed out the anomaly. "Do you think I don't know? Is there any yoga instructor who sits idly by without offering direct guidance?" His sharp words startled Kyun-Nian, making her feel caught. She quickly found an explanation. "Father, he is a relatively high-level yoga instructor. He is responsible only for verbal guidance, without demonstrating himself." Kyun-Nian's father dismissed Kyun-Nian's excuses. He said, "Stop talking, step aside. I have something to say to him." When called by name, Lin Yi remained seated, contemplating his future career path. Being a yoga instructor isn't bad. If I could add being a gym trainer later, that would be even better. Kyun-Nian's father crossed his arms and grimly sat down in a chair. Lin Yi was immediately frightened and hurriedly leaned away. Kyun-Nian's father, frowning, turned to question him. "What's your name? What do you do?" Lin Yi felt as though his brain had short-circuited and could only produce pre-programmed responses. He said, "I drive a sports car, running blah blah." Kyun-Nian's father, both astonished and angry, shouted, "Stop babbling! What blah blah? Only with a sports car can you attract my daughter." Lin Yi quickly regained his smooth tongue. He scratched his head and, while explaining, boasted, "Sorry, you hit the nail on the head. I do drive a sports car." Kyun-Nian's father's face instantly brightened. He patted Lin Yi on the shoulder and laughed heartily, full of praise. "That limited edition Pagani parked out front is yours, right? Good job. Compared to those spoiled rich kids living recklessly, you are much better. I can trust you with my daughter. Lin Yi felt that things were going a bit too far. He silently screamed in his heart, "It's just a live show. Why am I being forced to become someone else's son-in-law?" Kyun Nian immediately explained to her father, "Father, we're not that kind of relationship." Kyun Nian's father sighed, his face full of understanding. "I understand your generation's world, my child." He waved goodbye to the two young people, secretly smiling. "It's just that soon it's the birthday celebration of Kyun Nian's grandfather. You two should go together so that the family can recognize each other. Just keep going. Don't let me affect your interest." As soon as Kyun Nian's father left, Kyun Nian immediately sat down on the chair. She awkwardly and anxiously said to Lin Yi, "My father misunderstood us." Immediately, Lin Yi took off his mask, pressing Kyun Nian onto the chair. He said, "This misunderstanding is also good." He looked at her with infatuated eyes, ambiguously saying, "So, let's continue." Kyun Nian felt shy yet chidai. Her face turned completely red, but she still feigned strength. "Continue what? It's already been misunderstood like this." Lin Yi reached down to touch her thigh. In a dignified manner, he said, "Continue, of course. You just did a squat. This area will get tight. It'll be uncomfortable." Kyun Nian quickly felt embarrassed. She pushed Lin Yi away, pretending to refuse, and shouted, "Ah, you!" Lin Yi acted serious and raised his hand as if he was genuinely instructing. The squat exercise always focuses on this muscle group. Kyun Nian felt guilty, thinking to herself, "So he was talking about the benefits of the move. I thought he was trying to—" Suddenly, Lin Yi's phone rang. He took out his phone and saw a message from Xiao Jie. "You just left, and all your colleagues at the company are really reluctant to see you go. We want to have a farewell dinner together tonight." Lin Yi quickly left, not forgetting to say goodbye to Kyun Nian. "Miss Ji, I have something personal to attend to, so I'm leaving first. We still have 9 more to do next time." Kyun Nian sat in her chair, pouting. "Got it! Hurry up and go, you scoundrel!" As night fell, Lin Yi arrived at Yi Pinju. Wang Ying saw Lin Yi enter and immediately waved him over. "Sit here. I've saved you a good spot." At the dining table, not only were Wang Ying and others present, but also Li Jiangdong and Huang Yuwei, who looked at Lin Yi and sneered. Wang Ying immediately walked over and scolded Lin Yi. "I told you resigning was too emotional. With your abilities, if you just hold on a little longer, the position of sales manager will be yours." Huang Yuwei immediately retorted, "What you said is not correct. My work efficiency is no less. How do you know that the position of sales manager must belong to Lin Yi?" Wang Ying frowned and rebutted, "Lin Yi's efficiency is better than yours. That position is surely his." Huang Yuwei smirked. "So what? He was still fired, wasn't he?" He immediately picked up his glass, stood up, and flattered Li Jiangdong. "Moreover, I heard that the appointment document for you, Dong, is about to come down. I suggest we raise our glasses to congratulate Dong." Li Jiangdong pretended to be modest, waving his hand. "Don't be like that. Although I will soon be the sales manager, the main character today is Lin Yi. How can I overshadow him?" Lin Yi glanced at the pretentious faces of these people and pointed out, "Why do I feel that you all didn't come to bid me farewell, but rather to ridicule and show off?" Li Jiangdong stood up and sneered. "Lin Yi, what you said is not right. We only have good intentions by bidding you farewell. By the way, do you have any new plans? A big city like National H is not easy to navigate. It's best for you to go back to the countryside." Huang Yuwei chimed in to mock. "Go back to the countryside? He's an orphan. He doesn't even have a home. How can he go back?" Li Jiangdong sneered. "I'm quite familiar with managing assets in my small area. How about you come to my house and guard the gate?" As he spoke, he raised his glass of liquor towards Lin Yi. Wang Ying turned to look at Lin Yi in surprise, fearing he would be hurt by Jiangdong's words. Lin Yi knew he was being belittled, and feeling uncomfortable, he said, "I wouldn't want to trouble you. You go ahead." Lin Yi rejected Jiangdong's toast. While they were talking, a restaurant staff member opened the door and asked, "Whose Pagani is that down there?" Lin Yi turned to ask, "The Pagani?" The staff member eagerly replied, "That car is blocking another car's path, so we wanted to inform the owner to move it back a bit." The guys peered out the window and admired the Pagani, with Zhang Dong saying, "Only super wealthy individuals can afford such a car." Huang Yuwei turned to mock Lin Yi. "You're really out of touch. They're talking about a Pagani, not some junk car." Seeing Huang Yuwei's blatant disdain, Lin Yi pulled out the keys to the Pagani and proudly said, "That's my car." The group was taken aback when they saw the keys. Jiang Dong, shocked, said, "Clearly, you're an orphan, so how could you afford a car?" Lin Yi, furious at Jiang Dong's recent remark, looked at him coldly and said, "Just because I'm an orphan doesn't mean I can't have money." Truly a narrow-minded perspective. After saying that, Lin Yi turned away, asked for permission to leave first, and offered to take Wang Ying home. She smiled and agreed. Jiang Dong then revealed his true practical nature. He ran over to stop Lin Yi, sweetly saying, "I'm sorry, I hope you can understand and overlook my earlier unintentional mistake." Seeing him act that way, Lin Yi felt disgusted, pushed his hand away, and sarcastically replied, "You're about to become the department head. How could an orphan like me dare offend you?" After that, he and Wang Ying left. The others could only stand on the upper floor and look down. Wang Ying sat in the car, admiring the Pagani, her eyes sparkling. She turned back and forth to admire the car and said, "I've been working with you for so long, yet I didn't know you were wealthy." Lin Yi humbly replied, "It's because of inheritance. If it weren't for necessity, I wouldn't want to show off my wealth." Wang Ying asked, "Earlier, you mentioned driving a blah blah. Is that true?" Lin Yi happily responded, taking out his phone, asking Wang Ying if she wanted to set up an account to support him. Wang Ying immediately agreed, took out her phone to register, and said, "Since you're so enthusiastic, if I don't support you, I'd be losing out on your offer." While Wang Ying was registering, the system began scanning her image. Her total score was only 84, so Lin Yi couldn't fulfill the mission requirements. Seeing this, Lin Yi was immediately disheartened, wondering, is the system too strict? Sister Ying is so beautiful after all. He secretly glanced at Wang Ying, thinking, she's so beautiful, how could the system not accept her? In front of him was a perfectly beautiful girl, with a voluptuous figure and a charming yet alluring face. He couldn't believe the system would not accept her. Wang Ying noticed him staring at her without blinking and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Yi immediately asked her, "Is there any way to increase my attractiveness?" Wang Ying replied, "To increase attractiveness means to make oneself more appealing. What's so hard about that?" He seriously asked, "How?" Wang Ying smiled, took a pair of fishnet stockings out of her bag, and put them on her legs. Then she posed seductively, looked at Lin Yi, and smiled. She leaned in close to him, gently pulled her shirt down, looked at him, and said, "So how does it feel differently?" Lin Yi captured this moment and requested the system to scan again. Sure enough, this time it had completed the request. Wang Ying's total score was 85, which meant he had completed 15% of the task. The system rewarded him with a villa at Jiushugaku and required him to find the consumption manager to claim his reward. Seeing that he had gotten a whole villa, Lin Yi couldn't help but yell, "Damn it!" Wang Ying, sitting beside him, looked at him in confusion. Lin Yi drove Wang Ying home. She looked at Lin Yi with anticipation and said, "My husband is on a business trip today. I wonder if you would like to come up and hang out." Lin Yi politely declined, saying, "I'm busy at the moment. Let's do it another time. When your husband is away, I will come to visit." Wang Ying heard his words and playfully hit his hand, saying, "How mean!" She got out of the car, bid Lin Yi goodbye, and reminded him to come and visit next time. The next day, Lin Yi went to the Kyushu Pavilion sales department to claim the prize that the system had awarded him. When Lin Yi entered the department, Zhang Mingyu, a former colleague of his, saw him and asked, What are you doing here? Lin Yi scratched his head and said, I want to get the property certificate. Meng Yu, upon hearing this, angrily chased him out, saying, You can't afford even 1 unit. Wang Hui saw Meng Yu chasing Lin Yi away and angrily pushed Meng Yu aside, saying, Step aside, I will deal with you later. Meng Yu was taken aback. Wang Hui approached Lin Yi and, linking her arm with his, enthusiastically introduced, You are Lin Yi, right? I am manager Wang Hui. I will take you to see the house first or introduce you to the situation here a bit. Meng Yu still thought that Wang Hui knew nothing, so she tried to advise her not to waste her time on Lin Yi. She said, In the past, she was his colleague. He's just an orphan. He basically can't afford a place in Kyushu Pavilion. Wang Hui shouted in anger, telling her to stop talking nonsense and to send Meng Yu to the Human Resources Department to settle her salary. This was the first time Meng Yu had seen Wang Hui so angry, and she felt a bit scared, stuttering, I'm not talking nonsense. I know him. I understand his situation very well. Wang Hui yelled back, Understand what? Mr. Lin has bought all 9 villas in Kyushu Pavilion. You say he's your colleague. Do you even deserve it, Meng Yu? After learning that Lin Yi had bought 9 villas, Meng Yu sat down on the floor in panic, feeling as if she had just put herself in a dead end. Lin Yi, upon realizing that the system had not only given him 1 villa, but also several more, was very pleased. Wang Hui interrupted his thoughts, looking humble. I apologize for the unpleasant experience caused by the staff. Lin Yi smiled and said, It's okay. You've already fired her, haven't you? He turned to Wang Hui and asked, As for my house, the procedures should be completed, right? Can you hand over the property certificate to me? Wang Hui smiled and replied, Everything is ready. Mr. Lin, here are all the property documents and the keys to the 9 villas. Please take good care of them, Wang Hui said, and then the store staff brought out everything. After receiving all the documents, Lin Yi went to his car and threw them onto the back seat. Suddenly, his phone received a message. Wang Ying reported the good news. Li Yu and Li Jiangdong have been fired. Lin Yi was surprised, not believing that just after he left, they had already been dismissed. He murmured, This speed can compete with a Formula 1 car. Lin Yi immediately sent a voice chat to Qunnian asking, Did you fire Li Yu and Li Jiangdong? Qunnian was surprised that the news reached him so quickly. She replied, I investigated the reasons for your resignation. Consider it a way to vent for you. He wondered, Has the sales department found any candidates yet? Qunnian said, I had the intention to leave it for you. Lin Yi chuckled, I enjoy my job as a blah-blah driver, but Wang Ying in the sales department is not bad either. Qunnian messaged back, Okay, and she asked him to pick her up because her car had not been repaired yet. Lin Yi happily replied, Okay, the blah-blah driver is honored to serve you. As soon as Lin Yi drove to the company, the system immediately notified him of a new mission. Receive a 5-star rating from a customer with a reward of 200,000 proficiency points and achieving 25% career completion. Lin Yi turned to Qunnian and smiled, saying, Don't forget to give me a 5-star rating. She immediately asked, You want a 5-star rating? He promptly replied, Of course. Qunnian shyly responded, How about this trade? I'll give you a 5-star rating in exchange for the 9 squats I'm missing. Deal? Unexpectedly, Lin Yi lunged towards Qunnian, causing her to jump and scream, What do you want to do? Lin Yi replied, Forget the 5-star rating. Then he made a devilish face, saying, Those 9 squats, not a single one can be missed. Qunnian, embarrassed, said, You really are a devil. After that, Lin Yi unbuckled her safety belt and let her out of the car. Qunnian felt a bit reluctant and turned back to look at him. From a distance, Wang Ying saw the two of them and walked over. Qunnian jumped in surprise when she noticed Wang Ying approaching her. Lin Yi hurriedly explained, I'm doing blah-blah driver, just happened to meet Qunnian renting a car. Wang Ying angrily thought, Why explain? Hiding your head and showing your tail. Suddenly, Wang Ying realized the reason why the two people had been fired. She sadly thought, "It turns out Lin Yi and the CEO are together. It seems I have no chance now." Seeing that it was almost time to go to work, Kyun Nian called Wang Ying. "Let's go." Wang Ying immediately replied, "Okay, let's go." Then both entered the company. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi received a 5-star evaluation notification. He smiled inwardly and thought, "This girl may speak harshly, but her heart is as soft as tofu." Lin Yi opened the app to check the next trip, noticing that the destination was Tianyi apartment, which was not far from where he was standing, so he accepted the trip. Suddenly, he received a call from the customer he just accepted. He wondered what could prompt such an immediate call. On the other end was a girl's voice. "Hello, is this the blah blah driver? How old are you?" Lin Yi was surprised, but still politely replied, "I am 24 years old." The girl then suggested, "Could you pretend to be my boyfriend, and then I will give you a 5-star rating." Lin Yi thought for a moment and saw that he had nothing to lose and could even benefit, so he immediately agreed. When he arrived at the Tianyi apartment, Lin Yi knocked on the door of her house. He smiled and greeted, "I am here." The girl opened the door and was stunned by his beauty. It turned out her name was Xiao Yu. She thought to herself, how can a blah blah driver be so good looking, even more handsome than those trainee guys? Xiao Yu quickly brought him into the house. As soon as her mother saw him, she happily asked, "Are you Xiao Yu's boyfriend?" Lin Yi readily replied, "Yes, hello auntie. My name is Lin Yi." Xiao Yu's father noticed that Lin Yi had a good appearance and was quick-witted, so he complimented him. He asked, "What do you do for a living?" Without hesitation, Lin Yi said, "I'm a blah-blah driver." Xiao Yu's parents were taken aback, looking at him as if he were a bug. Seeing this, Xiao Yu hurriedly explained, "Mom and Dad, blah-blah drivers can earn a lot of money. All the cosmetics and jewelry I have were bought for me by Lin Yi, and besides, he is saving money with plans to start a business." Xiao Yu's father became angry. "Start a business? I've never heard of anyone starting a business who hasn't failed 9 out of 10 times. Do you want to become a widow early?" Her mother nodded in agreement. Xiao Yu quickly changed the subject. "Didn't you have a meeting with your colleagues today?" Her father suddenly remembered. "Oh, it's almost time." She cheerfully suggested, "Let me ask him to take my parents there, and we can also take a stroll in the shopping mall. We should go now." Lin Yi felt a bit guilty and said, "My car only has 2 seats, so I'm afraid we can't go together." Then he added, "Uncle, Aunt, you might want to call another car." Xiao Yu and her parents were stunned by the phrase, "The car only has 2 seats," and exclaimed, "Could it be a motorcycle?" As they stepped outside, Xiao Yu's mother, who was trailing behind, kept scolding her, and she didn't know what to say. Xiao Yu's father couldn't take it anymore and turned to blame her. "Have you been hit on the head by a rock or something, that you went and found a driver to be your boyfriend?" Her mother also turned pale and said, "If this gets out, people will laugh at us to death." Upon arriving, Lin Yi pulled out the car key and unlocked the vehicle. They were all astonished, and he was the only one grinning proudly. Xiao Yu couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Is this your car?" Lin Yi smiled and replied, "Get in the car." Xiao Yu's parents, seeing the expensive sports car, instantly changed their attitude 180 degrees and warmly said, "Xiao Yu, hurry up and go. Don't keep Lin Yi waiting." She could only agree. As soon as Xiao Yu got into the car, Lin Yi immediately asked, "Which shopping center do you want to go to?" Xiao Yu replied, "Let's go to Times Square." Then she continuously praised, "This car is so beautiful." After driving for a while, Xiao Yu shyly said, "I have a small request. Can you agree to it? I'm a streamer. Can I live stream in your car?" Lin Yi, being open-minded, laughed and said, "No problem. Just remember to give a 5-star rating when you're done." She happily agreed. "No problem." Saying that, she turned on the live stream and cheerfully greeted everyone. "Hey everyone, guess where I am?" The comment section exploded immediately. "Xiao Yu, where are you? Are you a passenger for a rich guy? WTF, this is a Pagani. The driver is really handsome. Is this a rich second generation? This unclear stream must want to increase views, hiring a handsome driver. Tell me, did you spend money or sell your body? Xiao Yu read those comments and smiled, clarifying, I'm not that kind of person, and I'm taking a ride with blah blah. She said that, but deep down she thought, if this guy accepts this body, I would already dive in. At Times Square, Xiao Yu leaned over, showed her phone to Lin Yi, and said, 5-star rating already, thank you handsome. See you next time. Suddenly, Ling Wei appeared, startling Lin Yi. She was wearing a bunny outfit, sat on his lap, and said, Congratulations, Master, on completing the rating mission. You have received 200,000 proficiency points with a career completion rate of 35%. The reward is an international racing track, national H, and a master-level driving skill. As Lin Yi pondered, he gently touched Ling Wei. He muttered, The National H International Racing Track? Is this the best racetrack besides Abu Dhabi at National TD? Suddenly, Lin Yi called Xiao Yu back and asked, Do you know this area well? I want to buy a new phone. Xiao Yu had not gone far. She turned back and replied, I know it well. Then she offered to lead him. At an Apple store, Xiao Yu smiled and said, Mr. Yin, the Apple phone store is over there. Lin Yi looked at her holding her phone, live streaming, then pointed to a phone and told the staff, Wrap this one up for me, get the one with the largest memory. Xiao Yu hurriedly said, Mr. Yin, buying here isn't worth it. Buying online might be cheaper. Lin Yi smiled, gently touched Xiao Yu's hair and said, It doesn't matter, we're here now, so just buy it. An employee held out a phone box and asked with a smile, Excuse me, sir, this is your phone. Would you like to choose an additional case? After all, it's more than 10,000. If it gets bumped, it'll affect its beauty. Lin Yi looked at the box and replied with a smile, I don't like using phone cases. They feel uncomfortable. The employee smiled and showcased some colorful phone cases, saying, Sir, the little ones at home would surely love these styles. Lin Yi immediately said, I have no intention of buying a case. What I mean is to buy a few more phones. If they get bumped, I'll just replace them. I'll take 5 of each color and wrap them all up. Hearing this, Xiao Yu's mouth dropped in astonishment. The employee also asked in surprise, So you want 5 of each color? That means you want to buy 20 phones? Lin Yi pointed at the MacBook next to him, saying, Yeah, and get an additional MacBook, wrap it up together. Xiao Yu looked at the phone that was live streaming and exclaimed, Wow, that's so cool. She looked at the screen and saw that the views had surpassed 5 million, 5 times what it was before. Lin Yi thought to himself, Indeed, showing off wealth is the king of live streaming. There are also many people giving gifts during her live stream. Xiao Yu smiled at Lin Yi and asked him, Do you want to buy anything else? Lin Yi looked at his phone and then looked up, unsure of what to say. At the watch store, a voice said, Buy one more watch. That was the VA Chalin Constantine watch store. Lin Yi and Xiao Yu had come to this store. The sales assistant said to Wang Hui, Sister Lei has a customer coming. I'll go over to attend to them. Wang Hui sat in a chair and replied, No need to attend to them. It would just waste more time. Wang Hui continued, Can't you see the girl with the phone live streaming? Just by looking at her, you can tell she's just showing off. The sales assistant responded, But right now, being a streamer can earn a lot of money. Wang Hui replied, Do you think you're selling lipstick or something? We are VA Chalin Constantine. Aside from the ultra-rich, a small-time streamer cannot come here. The sales assistant smiled and said, That's right, Sister Lei really knows how to read people. Xiao Yu and Lin Yi were looking at watches. Xiao Yu looked at the price, her face turning pale, thinking, Oh my, indeed, the world of the rich is incomprehensible. With this price, it couldn't even be paid in installments. Lin Yi pointed at a watch and asked the sales assistant, Can you take this watch out for me to take a look? Wang Hui smiled and said, I'm sorry, the watch in our store can only be shown to you after payment is made. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. Xiao Yu was also surprised, wondering to herself, "What? Can't even take a look? Then how can I possibly buy it?" At that moment, two people walked into the store. A blonde man and a girl with long curly black hair wearing black glasses. He smiled and spoke to the service staff, while she wore a gold necklace. Wang Hui approached the two and said, "Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, it's been a while." She asked, "How can I assist you?" The girl took off her glasses and revealed a dazzling gold watch, saying, "Look at this watch. It's a birthday gift for my child." Wang Hui smiled and presented the gold watch, saying, "You have a good eye. This is the new model of the year." Xiao Yu live-streamed to her followers, thinking, "What's happening here?" She looked at the live stream, her mouth agape in astonishment. Lin Yi, feeling angry, walked over and asked, "What do you mean? We're also customers. You should treat us equally, right?" Wang Hui replied, "I'm sorry. We serve according to the class of customers. I hope you can understand." Lin Yi laughed sarcastically but bore a hint of anger, bluntly stating, "Just another lowly person, looking down on others while admiring the food." Xiao Yu smiled at Lin Yi and said, "Are you surprised? In luxury stores like this, they all have that tone. Don't get angry." Xiao Yu said with a displeased expression, "They're just two streamers who love to brag. Having them here is already good enough. If it were at the store across the street, they would have kicked you out long ago." Xiao Yu laughed while he held Lin Yi's hand and said, "Forget it. Let's go. We shouldn't buy from such a gossip-filled place." Lin Yi was still angry and pulled his hand away. At the Patek Philippe watch store, a staff member came out, smiling and asking, "Hello, can I help you two with anything?" Lin Yi turned to Xiao Yu and asked, "Do you have any suggestions?" Xiao Yu was surprised and exclaimed, "I don't really know much. Let me ask everyone on the live stream." Xiao Yu said, "They suggested you buy the 175th anniversary commemorative watch." The staff member thought to herself, "These keyboard warriors really dare to say anything." The viewers in the live stream were still commenting wildly. Xiao Yu handed the phone to Lin Yi and said, "Yi, don't be angry. I'll kick these people off the live stream right away." Lin Yi touched his chin and said, "No need. Let them keep watching." Lin Yi smiled and asked, "Could you please bring out the 175th anniversary round watch for me?" The staff, along with two other men, were taken aback upon hearing him speak. The saleswoman responded, "What did you say? You want to buy the 175th anniversary watch?" Lin Yi smiled, handed over his card, and asked, "Is it not allowed?" The saleswoman ran out and said, "Of course it is, but this one is currently unavailable. It needs to be ordered from Europe. When it arrives, I will personally deliver it to your house." Xiao Yu asked another employee, "In such a large store, there isn't any stock available?" The saleswoman laughed and said, "Dear miss, there are only 6 pieces in the whole world, and the national region H is allocated only 1. Currently, there is no stock in the country." At that moment, another staff member ran over and said, "Did you hear? Someone is buying a watch worth over 10 million yuan. Wang Hui asked, "Is it from the store over there? Is it the 175th anniversary watch?" Another man also ran over and said, "Let's go take a look. Who is so generous?" Everyone was surprised, standing there in shock. Wang Hui, in disbelief, thought, "It's him." The two, Lin Yi and Xiao Yu, still stood there smiling. Wang Hui walked up and said with a grin, "Yi, our store also has a lot of new models. Why don't you come over to take a look?" Lin Yi looked at her and said, "Come on, I'm just a humble guy, not at the level to be served by you." Wang Hui knelt down, sadly watching the two leave, crying and saying, "Brother Yi, please don't go. I was wrong." She repeatedly slapped her own face, tears streaming down her cheeks, saying, "Oh, you really can't judge a book by its cover. I've lost so much in commission, oh my God." After that, Lin Yi handed an iPhone to Xiao Yu and said, "This is for you. I'm really sorry for bothering you to hang out with me for a while." Xiao Yu took the phone and smiled, saying, "Thank you. Today has been so much fun." The black car drove away, and she thought to herself, "How can there be such a good man? Not only rich, but also gentlemanly. It would be wonderful if he were my boyfriend." At the National H International Racetrack, the receptionist said, "Sir, today we have distinguished guests to attend to, so we are not open for business." Lin Yi replied, "I'm not here to race. I'm here to meet your manager. Please inform him that Lin Yi has arrived." The receptionist smiled and said, "Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. I'll go notify him right away." The door gradually opened, and Chin Han walked in. Behind him were many people. His face was angry as he asked, "What's going on? Wasn't today supposed to be a cleanup day? How come outsiders are allowed in here?" The staff member looked at Chin Han and said, "Mr. Chin, I'm really sorry. This young man came to see our manager Joe, and I had to take him there." Another staff member said to Lin Yi, "Hurry up and follow me to the second floor. Don't provoke Mr. Chin." Lin Yi turned back to look at Chin Han and asked, "Who is that guy? Why do we have to be afraid of him? Just because of him we can't let customers in." The staff member replied, "You don't know who he is? That guy is Chin Han, very famous at National H. No one dares to provoke him." In a room, someone said, "Manager Joe, there's Lin Yi who wants to see you." Zhou Haitao looked around and smiled. "Oh, Mr. Lin, why didn't you call me? I would have arranged a car to pick you up." Someone, "Quickly go get some water for Mr. Lin." Xiao Zhao, with a dazed expression, asked, "Mr. Lin of ours?" Zhou Haitao laughed, extended his hand towards Lin Yi, and said, "Our international racing track has been completely acquired by Mr. Lin. From now on, he is the owner of this place." Zhou Haitao said, "Mr. Lin, here is the company's business document. Please take a look." Lin Yi sat in the chair and replied, "I don't need to look at it. Just do it the way we did before. If there is anything you can't resolve, just report it to me. Mr. Zhou, would you take me for a walk around the racetrack?" The sky was clear. Zhou Haitao smiled and said, Sure. Please follow me, Mr. Lin." He continued to ask, "Mr. Lin, since you can buy this place, you must be a racing enthusiast. Would you like to drive a few laps?" Lin Yi smiled and replied, "That sounds good. Call someone to prepare a car for me." While the two were standing watching the racing cars on the track, there were cars speeding by, their tires swiftly gliding forward. Suddenly, from a distance, Chin Han approached, his face filled with anger, shouting, "Mr. Zhou, what are you doing? I have booked this entire place. How dare you bring a stranger in? Are you looking for trouble?" Zhou Haitao smiled awkwardly and explained, "How could I dare to bring a stranger in here? Mr. Chin, you misunderstand. This person is Mr. Lin, the sole owner of the international racing track National H. He is here to inspect his property." Everyone was surprised and looked towards Lin Yi, unable to believe their ears. Lin Yi calmly said, "Mr. Zhou, I want to drive a few laps here later. Please get rid of the unrelated people." Lin Yi said, "Just pay him whatever the compensation is." Zhou Haitao looked shocked and said, "This matter?" Chin Han pulled out a pack of cigarettes and smiled, saying, "My brother, I apologize for the trouble." Chin Han continued, "In this National H land, no one has ever dared to kick me out. How about you and I have a race? The winner gets to stay and play here." Lin Yi calmly replied, "Nah, let's forget it." Chin Han lit a cigarette, smiling as he said, "Although everyone in the club calls me Chin, the god of cars, I can give you a 10-second head start. I've never backed down from anyone." Lin Yi responded, "Then let's run 2 laps. After all, I'm itching to try out how it feels here." Chin Han looked around and asked, "Where's your car? If you think my car is too good, I can switch to another one." Lin Yi also lit a cigarette, looking at him without saying anything further. A black car appeared, and Chin Han looked surprised, asking, "Is this car yours?" Lin Yi held his cigarette, smiling as he said, "Yeah, it's not too expensive, but it's a little better than yours." He looked at Chin Han and asked, "What's wrong? Do you feel like I'm bullying you by driving this car?" Chin Han said, a bit angrily, "That's not it. I've spent over 3 million to upgrade it. In terms of performance, my car is definitely not inferior to yours." The racetrack ahead looked very winding and seemed quite difficult to navigate. 2 cars, one black and one white, were ready to start. The referee raised her flag, smiled, and counted, 1, 2, 3, go. Both cars began to roll, the engines roaring. Chin Han's car slowed down as it approached the turn, while Lin Yi's car accelerated. Zhou Haitao gaped in surprise and asked, "Why did Chin slow down at the turn, but Mr. Lin sped up there?" A brown-haired person, unable to believe his eyes, said, "WTF. Even a professional racer wouldn't dare to use that speed. Just a slight miscalculation in the turn, and you could meet your maker." Lin Yi's car continued to lead. As it reached the turn, the crowd gasped, exclaiming, "Damn it! This guy is really crazy!" But Lin Yi maintained his speed and quickly crossed the finish line first. The referee smiled and raised her hand. "The boss has won! So excellent! So handsome!" Lin Yi stepped out of the car, leaned against it, and smoked, while Chin Han laughed and said, "Idol, I admit defeat wholeheartedly." Chin Han asked, "Mr. Lin, your car has never been modified. How could you start faster than me?" Lin Yi replied, "Because your starting method is incorrect, you need to immediately press the clutch, then step on the gas, rev it up to about 4,000. Push the engine to its full capacity and then shift gears. That is the best way to start." Chin Han smiled, raised his finger and said, "Today I've seen a master. Brothers, can I add your WeChat? Let's keep in touch more often in the future." Lin Yi took his phone and replied with a smile, "Sure." He opened his phone and saw a car ready to head to Yunshui Villa. In the main hall of the racetrack, Lin Yi turned back to Chin Han and Zhou Haitao, saying, "Mr. Zhou, I have something to attend to. I'll check in another day. Chin, you all continue to enjoy yourselves. Today's expenses will be on me." Chin Han looked at Lin Yi, who was sitting in the car, and asked, "All right, sounds great, but what's so urgent that you have to leave like this?" Lin Yi fastened his seatbelt and replied with a smile, "I have to catch a ride now. You all keep having fun." Chin Han opened his mouth, surprised to hear Lin Yi say that. At Yunshui Villa, a voice said, "Miss, the car you booked has arrived." The door opened and Ji Kyun-nian said, "You work really fast. I'm not even ready yet." One of his fingers touched her lips. Lin Yi smiled, saying, "For men, never use the word fast." Ji Kyun-nian touched her finger to her lips, saying, "You jerk, be serious. Come in and wait for me for a while." She laughed and said, "You go play games or watch some movies. I'll dry my hair first." Lin Yi replied, "All right," and sat down in a chair. He glanced at the screen and said, "There's an email sent to you." Ji Kyun-nian was drying her hair and replied, "It's probably a work email. You don't need to pay attention to it." Lin Yi opened the email and saw a picture of a blonde girl in a bikini. He said, "It seems like it's not a work email, but about black lingerie size 36E for you." He blushed and continued, "Miss Ji, there's another email sent to you." Ji Kyun-nian, with her feet still wet, rushed out and covered the computer screen, yelling, "No!" But unexpectedly, her feet got tangled, and she was about to fall forward. Lin Yi panicked and quickly grabbed the towel she was wrapped in. Thanks to that, Ji Kyun-nian managed to regain her balance. She smiled and said, "Good thing I have good balance." But then she realized something was wrong when the towel was now in Lin Yi's hands, exposing her body without a stitch of clothing. Lin Yi saw Ji Kyun-nian's breasts. His face turned bright red, and blood started gushing from his nose. Ji Kyun-nian hurriedly snatched back the bath towel, her face flushed, shyly shouted, "Ah!" Lin Yi smiled, wiping his nosebleed while saying, "I was just going to say that there's junk mail, but you ran out here." Ji Kyun-nian felt embarrassed, wrapped herself in the towel, quickly ran off saying, "Don't say any more. It's so embarrassing." A beautiful and luxurious hairpin adorned with jewels appeared in Ji Kyun-nian's hair after she changed her clothes, She wore an elegant black dress and asked, "How do I look in this outfit? I have a class reunion party." Lin Yi looked at her, his face turning red, then said, "This party outfit is very beautiful. Moreover, I think it's quite suitable for doing squats." Ji Kyun Nian touched her body, laughing said, "Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. Isn't it just 9 more squats left?" She bashfully added, "You go pull the curtains, I will show you." Lin Yi stood up, pulled the curtains, then sat down on the sofa and said, "I'm ready now." Ji Kyun Nian stepped forward, closed her eyes, knelt down. She brushed her hair back, her face flushed, then said, "I've fulfilled my promise. Let's go to the main hall of Zhongtangxi and land exchange." Lin Yi went to open the door, then stopped and said, "Wait a minute, I'm going to the bathroom." Half an hour later, Lin Yi came out, laughing with his eyes squinting. Ji Kyun Nian looked at him and asked, "Why haven't you left yet?" Lin Yi replied with a smile, "I ran into an acquaintance." Ji Kyun Nian curiously asked, "Do you have friends here?" Lin Yi said, "I just met him yesterday, but he probably knows you better than I do." At that moment, Ji Kyun Nian's parents walked through the door. She saw the two of them and couldn't help but freeze. The atmosphere became extremely awkward. He smiled, giving a thumbs up, and asked, "You two finished your work, huh?" Ji Kyun Nian startled and asked, "Father, what are you talking about? When did you arrive?" Her father smiled and replied, "We've been here for a while. Seeing you two pull the curtains tightly, we waited outside before coming in." Her mother smiled softly, covering her mouth, and said, "Silly girl, you're already grown up. Why are you still shy? This is a normal need of adults, we understand." Ji Kyun Nian hurriedly said, "Mom, it's not what you think. I was just changing clothes." Her mother nodded and replied, all right, we'll just consider you two changing clothes." Her father laughed and turned to her mother, saying, "It seems like they want to go out. Let's not be a hindrance. Let's go." The mother smiled and said, "Lin Yi, the two of us don't see you as an outsider. The day after tomorrow is Grandpa's birthday. You must come, okay?" Lin Yi smiled and scratched his head, saying, Sure. After that, the couple left. Lin Yi turned to Ji Kyun Nian and asked, "Miss Ji, do you still want to go?" Ji Kyun Nian blushed, shyly replying, "Of course I'm going." At the Zhongtang Sea and Land Exchange main hall, Lin Yi opened the car door and said, "Miss Ji, we've arrived. Remember to give a 5-star rating. When you're ready to head back, just book a ride and I'll come pick you up." Ji Kyun Nian sat in the car and laughed, saying, "Trap boys sure know how to sweet talk. You are such a fool. You only ever flatter me." Lin Yi responded with a smile, "I can't help it. This is my bread and butter now." He waved, watching Ji Kyun Nian walk into the house, saying, "Go on in. If you need anything, just call me." Then a girl with a bow on her head approached, holding 2 wigs, and said, "Congratulations. You drove safely for 100 kilometers, awarded 200,000 proficiency points. Career completion rate is 55%, awarded an additional 21% shares of the blah blah corporation." Lin Yi was slightly surprised and exclaimed, "What, 21% shares? How long have I been driving, and I'm already a boss of blah blah?" She smiled, bringing her hand to her mouth, and said, "The headquarters of blah blah company in Yangcheng is valued at over 500 billion. If the owner sells all the shares currently in hand, they will pocket 100 billion. Then Lin Yi put his arm around her and laughed, saying, "With the current income, it seems there's no shortage of money. Just keep it as it is for now. Earning a few 100 million in dividends every year is certainly better, right?" She continued, "Owner, your career completion rate is currently at 55%. You only need an additional 35% more to unlock a new career. However, when the career completion rate reaches 100%, there will be even richer rewards." Lin Yi raised his hand and laughed, saying, "Oh, let's just keep receiving trips." On the Blah Blah app, there was a message preparing to receive a trip from a Starbucks store to Kyushu Court Villa area. There was a voice coming from Lin Yi's car. Since it's on the way, it's just right to finish this trip and head home. Shu Yang opened her phone to look in the mirror. Lin Yi's car arrived in front of Shu Yang. Lin Yi took off his glasses and asked, "Are you Miss Shu with the phone number ending in 0389? Shu Yang cheerfully replied, "That's me." She thought to herself, "Oh my, could it be that because I'm dressed too beautifully today, I've caught the eye of a rich second generation?" Lin Yi looked ahead and calmly said, "Get in the car." Shu Yang got in and fastened her seatbelt. She cheerfully said, "Hello, my name is Shu Yang. It's a pleasure to meet you. Where are you taking me? I'm not an easy person, you know." Lin Yi looked at her and asked, "Aren't you the one who called blah blah? You want to go to Kyushu Court Villa area, right?" Shu Yang angrily said, "What? Are you a blah blah driver? Are you kidding me? Who drives a sports car to work?" Lin Yi replied, "This is my new service." Shu Yang responded with a smug attitude, "Damn it, I was so excited. I thought I would meet a rich second generation. Turns out, it's just a blah blah ride." Lin Yi felt displeased and thought to himself, her mood changes so quickly. The car drove forward. Shu Yang's voice came from inside the car. "Driver, slow down. I'm shaking a bit while taking pictures. Besides, with such a good car, if there's a crash, you won't be able to compensate." Lin Yi angrily said, "This car is mine." Shu Yang laughed, looking at her phone, and asked, "Stop pretending. Do you think saying that will help you win me over? Dream on." Lin Yi asked, "Do you think I'm pretending?" She smugly smiled and said, "You're just a disgusting employee. Don't come here blowing smoke." Lin Yi angrily asked, "What is considered a disgusting job? Are you not working too?" Shu Yang smiled and said, "Although I am also working, my job is nobler than yours. A driver like you isn't even worthy of carrying my shoes." After hearing what she said, Lin Yi angrily slammed on the brakes. His car came to a sudden stop. Unexpectedly, Shu Yang lunged forward. She angrily yelled, "Damn it! Are you crazy? Why did you slam on the brakes?" Lin Yi, furious, pointed at Shu Yang's face and said, "If you're so superior, then buy your own car and drive it. I don't want to wait for you anymore." He angrily pointed out the car window and said, "Get out!" Shu Yang, being kicked out of the car, angrily said, "You filthy piece of trash, drive on! You dare insult me! Not only will I give you a 1-star rating today, but I will also call to make a complaint." Lin Yi angrily asked, "You insult my profession and still want to rate me poorly? There are surveillance devices in this car. I don't believe you can successfully file a complaint." Shu Yang angrily raised her fist. At Kyushu Pavilion, the system notification appeared. "You have received a poor rating." Lin Yi looked at his phone, scratching his head, and said, "It's true that the evaluation is really poor, quite surprising." A call came in from the regional agent of the service. When he answered, he heard a stream of curses. "Lin Yi, what are you doing? The customer has complained directly to headquarters. If it happens again, we'll deduct your deposit." Lin Yi, angry, replied on the phone, "Go ahead and deduct it as you wish. Do you think I'm short of money?" The manager on the other end replied, "You idiot, what kind of attitude is that? Do you want me to suspend your operating qualifications?" Lin Yi said, "You didn't review the situation at all and just want to suspend my operations. Have you thought about the consequences yet?" The manager responded, "You dare to threaten me? Just wait for your operations to be suspended." Lin Yi sighed, looking sadly at his phone. Just then, as he stepped inside the house, he was met by 2 men waiting for him. One man wearing glasses grasped his hand and warmly introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Welcome home. I'm Zhou Xuan, the manager of Kyushu Pavilion Properties." Lin Yi softly replied, "Hello." Zhou Xuan cheerfully responded, "Hello, today I will take you to get acquainted with this place." He led Lin Yi to another room, pointed to the furnishings around, and said, "Mr. Lin, all the furniture in this villa is 100% brand name." After that, Zhou Xuan pointed to the sofa and introduced, "These cushions were specially designed by top international designers." Lin Yi immediately sat down on the sofa to check the quality. He smiled slightly and replied, "Not bad at all, really comfortable." Zhou Xuan continued, "Mr. Lin, we've hastily screened some candidates for the housekeeper position. They have passed the interview and are currently at the real estate office. If you have time, would you like to go over there and take a look?" Hearing this, Lin Yi agreed immediately. "Sure, I'm free right now. Let's go see." A moment later, they arrived at the real estate office. As soon as Xu Yang saw Lin Yi, her expression showed surprise. She stared at him with wide eyes and her mouth agape. Xu Yang pointed directly at Lin Yi and shouted, "It's you again!" Seeing this, Zhou Xuan angrily asked Xu Yang, "What are you doing?" Xu Yang, not knowing Lin Yi's true identity, responded disdainfully, "He is the driver I ran into on the road." Lin Yi's face turned red with anger. He wondered, "Why is this woman here? A housekeeper candidate?" Xu Yang pointed at Lin Yi's face and continued to curse. "What does it have to do with you? A petty driver like you dares to come to this place. Do you even know where this is?" At that moment, Zhou Xuan could no longer contain his anger and raised his hand, slapping Xu Yang's face hard, causing her intense pain. He shouted, "Are you crazy? How dare you say such things to Brother Lin? Brother Lin is the owner of Q Shu Residence." Xu Yang's face turned dark, not believing what she had just heard. She touched her swollen cheek where she had been slapped and said, "Why did you hit me? He can't possibly be the owner. He's just a driver. My phone still has a ride scheduled." Lin Yi turned to Zhou Xuan with a sharp glance and asked, "Why not? Is it not allowed for a driver to buy a villa at Q Shu Residence?" Zhou Xuan quickly shook his head to deny, No, there are no restrictions like that in our place." He quickly ordered, "Xu Yang, hurry up and apologize to Brother Lin." Xu Yang wondered, could it really be true that he is the owner of this place, experiencing life as a driver? She deliberately pulled her collar down to reveal her breasts peeking out in an attempt to be seductive. Xu Yang spoke in a charming tone. "Mr. Lin, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance." What Xu Yang did not expect was that Lin Yi didn't even bother to look at her. He showed a look of disgust and ordered Zhou Xuan, "I feel like this place has a rather strong stench. Quickly get her out of here." Immediately, Xu Yang was dragged out by 2 security guards. She tried to call out, "Mr. Lin." Zhou Xuan then changed his expression, extending his hand towards the 4 young and beautiful girls standing in front, and said, "Mr. Lin, these remaining 4 are the personal butlers that we helped you choose." However, Lin Yi seemed to be dissatisfied with them all. He pointed forward, frowned, and replied, "None of them are to my liking. Let them go back. Each will receive 5,000 for travel expenses that I will cover." Suddenly, a message popped up on his phone. "Come pick me up at Zhongtangxi. I'm preparing for this trip." Lin Yi hurriedly left. He did not forget to remind Zhou Xuan, "I have something to attend to, so I'm leaving first. Please recruit a few more butlers." Zhou Xuan nodded respectfully to Lin Yi. After a while, Lin Yi had moved to Zhongtangxi, and someone said, Yan, don't go anymore. Let's increase 2 more drinks." The blonde friend had drunk so much that she was completely drunk, her face flushed and unable to walk steadily, causing Ji Qunnian to be very worried. Suddenly, from behind the 2 of them, a platinum-haired guy waved his hand and said, "That's right. It's been years since we last met. Stay and play for a while. We'll take you home later." This guy's name was Ding Yi, and Ji Qunnian quickly waved his hand to find a reason to refuse. "I still have things to handle. Besides, I've already called a ride." The blonde friend advised, Yan, it's not safe to take a ride now. I think you should let Ding Yi take you home instead." Ji Qunnian replied, "It's okay. The driver is my friend. No need to worry." From outside the door, a figure of a man quietly approached. No one else, this man was Lin Yi. He came over with a relaxed demeanor, exuding the aura of a CEO. As soon as he saw him, Ji Qunnian waved his hand and called out, "Lin Yi!" This startled the 2 people beside her. Everyone's expression was surprised. The blonde friend clung to Ji Qunnian, exclaiming in admiration, Yan, is he your friend?" So handsome, he could totally enter showbiz. Ding Yi expressed his annoyance and mocked, "What good is being handsome? You're just a blah-blah driver after all." Lin Yi retorted, "So what if I'm a blah-blah driver?" Hearing this, Ding Yi responded, "Oh, nothing much, just that I find it impressive that you managed to befriend Kyun Nian." Lin Yi was somewhat confused and wondered, is being friends with her really that impressive? Ding Yi turned to Ji Kyun Nian and said, "Kyun Nian, is your friend here even in his right mind? A blah-blah driver who feels superior no less." She silently said nothing and walked over to Lin Yi. Ji Kyun Nian placed her hand on Lin Yi and spoke up to fiercely defend him. He absolutely should feel that sense of superiority. The blonde friend leaned in closer, resting her hand on Kyun Nian's shoulder, and scoffed, "Superior at what exactly? Ding Yi just bought a Mercedes-Benz, and he could never afford one even if he drove for a lifetime." Ding Yi, pleased to hear such praise, smiled proudly. Ji Kyun Nian shot a glance at the two of them, but paid them no mind, turning to Lin Yi with a bright smile and advising, "You shouldn't take them seriously. They've had too much to drink. Let's go." But how could he bear this rage? His face darkened and his teeth clenched tightly. Furious, he thought, "Kyun Nian still protects Lin Yi, while I, on the contrary, want you all to see how my financial strength feels like." The four of them went together to the parking area, and Ding Yi deliberately pressed the key fob to his car. As soon as the sound of the white car echoed, the blonde girl exclaimed in admiration, "Ding Yi, this car must be really expensive, right?" He smiled and replied, "Not too expensive, a little over 2 million. Wait until I have more money, I will swap it for a Lamborghini." Ji Kyun Nian stood with his arms crossed, sighed, and reminded, "I remember back in university, you said the top car should be a Pagani Zonda, right?" He awkwardly retorted, "Yeah, that's right, but before that, it would cost more than 28 million. Even if I work my whole life, I couldn't afford it." Suddenly, the blonde girl widened her eyes in surprise and shouted, "Oh my God! Ding Yi, look over there! There's a Pagani Zonda parked next to your car." He quickly sprinted over like the wind, exclaiming in shock, "Damn it! It really is a Pagani Zonda!" Lin Yi, showing his displeasure, turned and asked, "Have you looked enough? Can you move aside?" Ding Yi replied, "Do you want to look too? This car is really precious. Be careful not to get blinded by it." Lin Yi held the key in his hand and pressed it. He turned around and said to Ji Kyun Nian, "Get in the car." The two others couldn't help but be surprised. Ding Yi sweated and exclaimed, "What? This car is really yours?" The blonde girl still couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. She asked again, "Aren't you a blah-blah driver? How can this car be yours?" Lin Yi sat in the car, holding a pair of sunglasses, and replied, "Who said a Pagani Zonda can't be driven by a blah-blah? Don't let your poverty limit your imagination, both of you." Saying that, he sped away in front of the amazed gazes of the two. The sky was gradually getting darker, and the surroundings were sinking into silence. Lin Yi's car was still driving down the road. Ji Kyun Nian turned to look at Lin Yi with a guilty expression. She spoke. "Lin Yi, I'm sorry. I didn't know they would say those things to you." Lin Yi just smiled slightly and asked, "I don't pay attention to those words. Do you want to go home?" Ji Kyun Nian held her phone in one hand, propping her chin with the other, and replied softly, "I had a bit to drink earlier. I want to go to the beach to sober up." Hearing that, Lin Yi responded, "Let me change the drop-off location." He cheerfully continued, "Sure, let's go out and get some fresh air to lessen the smell of alcohol." A notification sounded. Task system, receive 10 5-star ratings, reward 100,000 proficiency points, 6 out of 10. Lin Yi thought to himself, "With this trip, I now have 7 good ratings." Under the gentle moonlight, the seawater shimmered, and there was not a soul on the beach. Ji Kyun Nian told Lin Yi, "Turn your face away." He put on a lecherous expression and asked, "Are you planning to wear a bikini?" Ji Kyun Nian replied anxiously, "No, I just want to take a walk on the beach, so I plan to take off my socks. Lin Yi propped his chin on his hand, staring at her, and wondered, if you just want to take off your socks, then go ahead. Why do you want me to turn my face away? Are you not wearing anything underneath? Ji Kyun-nian, irritated, pinched him and said, What nonsense are you talking about? I'm wearing something underneath. You can stay facing this way, but you can't look around. After being pinched, Lin Yi winced, opened his mouth to shout, tears welling up as if he was about to cry. Ji Kyun-nian gently took off her heels, held her socks in hand, and then left the car with Lin Yi to admire the sea. Ji Kyun-nian called out, Come on, let's take a walk on the beach. Lin Yi replied, No problem. Ji Kyun-nian was happily gazing at the beautiful seaside scene while saying, That's right. My parents mentioned that on my grandfather's birthday, I must bring you along. When the time comes, could you... Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Yi guessed in advance, Are you going to ask me to pretend to be your boyfriend again? Ji Kyun-nian's face turned red with embarrassment as Lin Yi cheerfully responded, All right then, because of the effort you put into doing squats earlier, I'll help you deal with them. Ji Kyun-nian turned to look at him and said, Consider it a sign of your conscience. Looking towards the distant building, she curiously asked, Why are the lights at the Kyushu Pavilion still on? Lin Yi replied, Isn't it normal for there to be lights on? Ji Kyun-nian lightly brushed her hair and said, The Kyushu Pavilion hasn't sold any units because of its high price. This is the first time I've seen the Kyushu Pavilion with its lights still on at night like this. Lin Yi chuckled softly and suggested, Then I'll take you close to it to look around. If you like it, can we sleep there overnight? Ji Kyun-nian responded excitedly, Sleeping at the Kyushu Pavilion would surely bring beautiful dreams. Lin Yi then took Ji Kyun-nian's hand and led her, affectionately saying, Now that you've said that, I want to take you to see it even more. So the two stood in front of the gate of Kyushu Pavilion, Ji Kyun-nian explained. Previously, this land was put up for auction, and I participated as well. However, I was eliminated in the first round due to insufficient finances. Lin Yi teased, After all, you're a female CEO. You shouldn't be looking at the big gate with a longing expression like that. Ji Kyun-nian blushed shyly. Who is admiring the big gate? She was innocent like a young girl. I've heard that there is a swimming pool inside, filled with spring water, transported by plane here. I'm just a little curious. Lin Yi took Ji Kyun-nian's hand and confidently said with a loving look, What's there to be curious about? I'll take you for a stroll around, and you'll know. Ji Kyun-nian, somewhat perplexed, advised, It's enough just to look from the outside. How can we casually wander around here? It would be embarrassing if we got kicked out. Lin Yi cheekily asked, What if I can take you in? Then what? Without thinking much, Ji Kyun-nian confidently replied, If we can get in, I will wear a bikini and swim a lap for you to broaden your horizons. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi pulled Ji Kyun-nian into the car. Then I must try it. Ji Kyun-nian quickly protested, You're crazy. You really want to go in there? In front of the Kyushu Pavilion, 2 rows of male butlers stood neatly on either side of the gate. Lin Yi drove through without hesitation. Not only that, the butlers even bowed in greeting. Ji Kyun-nian was stunned. What's going on? Isn't Kyushu famously known as the villa with the highest security? Ji Kyun-nian couldn't believe it and had to ask again. They just let us in like this? Lin Yi nonchalantly replied, Just look at that. Entering this place isn't difficult at all. Once inside the courtyard, Ji Kyun-nian got out of the car. She exclaimed when she saw the surroundings. Look over there. There are fruits on the trees. Lin Yi, not being very perceptive, asked, Do you want to eat? Should I pick some fruits for you? Lin Yi should have gone to pick them immediately to earn some brownie points, but Ji Kyun-nian declined, pushing him away. No need. No need. Suddenly, Ji Kyun-nian's gaze fell on something. She exclaimed, pointing to Lin Yi. Look over there. That's the swimming pool. Lin Yi replied in a tone not too high or low. That's right. We've seen the swimming pool now. It's time for G CEO to fulfill her promise, right? Hearing this, Ji Kyun-nian was startled. However, she still pleaded, I didn't bring a bikini, I can't swim like this. How about we save it for another time? Seeing Ji Kyun-nian so embarrassed, Lin Yi couldn't help but blush, staring at her without blinking. Not wanting to make things difficult for Ji Kyun-nian any longer, he said, Then let's talk another day, but I remember things well. You better not break your promise. Ji Kyun-nian replied confidently, Don't worry, Ji Kyun-nian will keep her word. This place is too big. Let's go home. Lin Yi pointed at the door of the house, puzzled. Aren't you going to take a look inside? Ji Kyun-nian, understanding the situation, said, It's already lucky enough that we can look around the yard. We can't just barge into someone else's house. Lin Yi, as if it were nothing, responded, There's no one inside the villa. What are you afraid of? Ji Kyun-nian, desperate to dissuade him, exclaimed, Don't go in! Hurry up and leave! Lin Yi touched the sensor lock, and as soon as he made contact, the lock opened. A voice then echoed, Welcome home! Ji Kyun-nian was astonished. What just happened? She panicked. Oh my gosh, is this your house? At that moment, Lin Yi introduced, I just bought the house yesterday, Ji CEO, since you're here, why not take a little tour? Ji Kyun-nian was both angry and embarrassed, hitting Lin Yi a few times. You did that on purpose to trick me, didn't you? A moment later, Ji Kyun-nian couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the interior of the villa. This place is so beautiful. She immediately asked, Lin Yi, how much did you spend on this villa? However, Lin Yi couldn't remember the specific amount and simply replied, I'm not sure about the specifics, probably around a few billion or something. Ji Kyun-nian quickly retorted, You're lying to me. The most expensive villa in this area is only about 1.2 billion. How could it possibly cost a few billion, unless you bought the entire Kyushu Pavilion? Lin Yi calmly sat down on the sofa and admitted, That's right, I bought the entire Kyushu Pavilion. Ji Kyun-nian's expression changed. What? What did you just say? Is your money blowing in from the wind or something? Lin Yi pondered for a moment and said, It's actually much easier than just blowing in from the wind. Ji Kyun-nian also sat down on the sofa. So comfortable. She admired, Lin Yi earns money so easily. No wonder you went off to experience life. Suddenly, Lin Yi said, It's getting late. I can't take you home. Just stay here. Feel free to choose where you want to sleep. Ji Kyun-nian replied, That's fine. It is late. I'm not going to be polite with you. Just right. You can take me to work tomorrow. She felt a bit shy and quietly asked Lin Yi, do you have sleepwear for women? Lin Yi bluntly replied, There's only me here. How could there be pajamas for a woman? I didn't peek at you, so why don't you just sleep in the nude? It might be good for your skin. Upon hearing this, Ji Kyun-nian's face turned red, and she retorted, Who sleeps in the nude at someone else's house? Lin Yi cheerfully said, I'm not teasing you anymore. Let me go upstairs to find a set of my pajamas. I should have a new one. A little later, in the bathroom, Ji Kyun-nian turned on the faucet. Water flowed down her body, but unfortunately, the scene was obscured. Lin Yi was reading a book outside when he suddenly heard a noise from the bathroom and stopped to ask, Kyun-nian, are you okay? Ji Kyun-nian, having fallen in the bathroom, quickly said, Lin Yi, come in here for a moment. I fell. Lin Yi anxiously rushed in to check. Are you all right? As soon as he opened the door, he saw Ji Kyun-nian wrapped in nothing but a thin towel. The two of them stared at each other. Ji Kyun-nian awkwardly said, My foot hurts so much. Can you help me bathe? Lin Yi gulped, certainly thinking about it. Lin Yi helped Ji Kyun-nian up. Let me help you up. They exchanged a passionate glance, their lips almost touching. Lin Yi embraced Ji Kyun-nian and asked, Is the water temperature suitable yet? Ji Kyun-nian's towel slowly slipped down. They began to engage in adult activities, with Ji Kyun-nian moaning. The shower continued to pour incessantly, and eventually, the towel fell to the wet ground, and of course, no one picked it up. The next morning, a pair of birds perched on a branch, chirping cheerfully to welcome the sun. Ji Kyun drew back the curtains to let the light into the room, then lifted Lin Yi's blanket, grumbling, "Lazy piggy, get up quickly! If you don't wake up, I'll be late for work." Lin Yi sat up and yawned. "Wow, I just finished last night, and now I have to go to work in the morning. This is such a hassle." Ji Kyun urged, "You're awful, hurry up. If you wait, I'll get a 5-star review at the company." Upon hearing that, Lin Yi immediately agreed, "All right." After dropping Ji Kyun off at her workplace, Lin Yi headed to the Peninsula Hotel. While walking and adjusting his clothes, he thought to himself, "I haven't had breakfast since taking Ji Kyun, so I might as well grab a bite at the hotel before taking the next ride." Lin Yi had just walked to the door when a male receptionist stood waiting. "Lin CEO, you have arrived." Lin Yi was not as arrogant as other investors, and replied, "Yes, I came to have a light meal." The receptionist quickly got to work and said, "Let me go to the kitchen and tell them to prepare for you." Lin Yi pretended to be modest. "I want to be humble. I can go by myself?" The receptionist understood, bowed. "Yes, I understand." Sitting down at the table, Lin Yi finished selecting his dishes from the menu and called for service. "Please allow me to place an order." The server, Li Yu, stepped out, and both of them were astonished, unable to believe their eyes. Lin Yi was equally surprised. "Li Yu, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you working here." Li Yu looked at Lin Yi with disdain. "What a coincidence. I never thought I would run into a scoundrel like you here. You are so shameless. I just fired you, and you went and reported me." Lin Yi was furious, slammed the menu down on the table, and stared directly at Li Yu. "Do you dare to insult a customer?" Li Yu scowled at Lin Yi, sneering. "You think you deserve to be a customer at the Peninsula Hotel? You are just a naive character, supported by wealthy ladies, yet you fancy yourself as someone wealthy." A girl behind anxiously looked at Li Yu. "Manager Yu, this guest seems to be someone extraordinary. You should say a few less words." Li Yu angrily turned around, looking at the girl with annoyance, still pointing at Lin Yi. "What do you mean by not being an ordinary person? He is just my subordinate, relying on his looks, clinging to the female CEO of the corporation. If it weren't for being raised by a wealthy person, he wouldn't even dream of dining at the Peninsula Hotel." Seeing that many people started to pay attention, Lin Yi sighed in front of Li Yu. He seriously looked at the girl behind Li Yu. "You go call Wang Tianlong here." The girl hurriedly replied, "Okay, okay." Then she turned and ran away in worry. Li Yu became even angrier, scornfully pointing her finger at Lin Yi's face. "Oh, you even know the name of our CEO, but he wouldn't know someone as lowly as you. Surely you just saw it in the news, right?" Lin Yi was furious, looking straight into Li Yu's eyes, questioning, "Have you not learned your lesson after falling once? For the sake of having been colleagues, today I will open your eyes just this once." Wang Tianlong quickly ran over, followed by the girl. Seeing this, Li Yu startledly turned around. "Manager Wang, this poor guy is here to cause trouble. Quickly call security to throw him out." In front of Lin Yi, Wang Tianlong was filled with anger, pointing at Li Yu's face. "Are you blind? Want to kick someone out? This person is the owner of this place. If you want to call security to chase someone away, the one being thrown out is you." Li Yu held her head in shock, terrified to the point of being dazed. "What? He's the owner of this place? No way! He was just my colleague before, just a pathetic loser. Manager Wang, were you fooled by him?" Wang Tianlong, furious, pushed Li Yu aside. "I think you're the one who's deceived. I don't understand how you managed to get through our interview. I must put you on the blacklist and see which company would dare to hire you. Security! Why aren't you quickly throwing this person out?" 2 security guards grabbed Li Yu's arms and began to pull her outside, as she continued to look at Lin Yi in shock and fear. "Lin Yi, are you really the owner of the Peninsula Hotel? Am I really that blind? You, sir?" Wang Tianlong bowed respectfully in front of Lin Yi, worry etched on his face. "Lin CEO, I'm truly sorry. I disrupted your dining mood." Lin Yi remained serious, holding his wine glass. He looked at Wang Tianlong with a smile. It's all right. You all need to understand one thing. Companies shouldn't hire people with bad character. Lin Yi sat there, looking at Wang Tianlong. Hurry up and bring the food. I'm very hungry. Wang Tianlong happily stood there looking at Lin Yi and replied, Okay, of course. I'll go downstairs and tell the chef to prepare it right away. Lin Yi's phone vibrated and rang. A strange number appeared on the phone. While eating, Lin Yi picked up the phone to answer. On the other end was the voice of Tian Yan. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Tian Yan, the Senior Vice President of blah blah. I represent the company and would like to schedule a meeting with you. May I ask when you have time? With a fork in one hand poking at his food and the phone in the other hand, Lin Yi replied, I'm busy this morning, but I will contact you in the afternoon. Tian Yan responded, All right, then I will call back later. Assistant Xiao Yan next to her glanced at Tian Yan with concern and asked, How was it? Did Lin Yi agree to meet? Vice President Tian Yan replied with some anxiety, Not necessarily. He said he would call me back in the afternoon. Xiao Yan happily picked up the phone. Okay, then I will book a car for you right away. After finishing his meal, Lin Yi walked happily with a toothpick in his mouth. Looking at his phone, he saw the notification. Preparing to receive a ride from Peninsula Hotel to Jeris Limited Liability Company. Lin Yi was a bit surprised, thinking to himself, having someone come to me like this, how could I possibly miss out on a business opportunity? Lin Yi appeared, stepping in front of Xiao Yan and Tian Yan, who were just coming out to talk, smiling happily. He looked at Tian Yan and asked, Are you Ms. Tian with the tail number 68? Tian Yan was a bit surprised by Lin Yi, thinking to herself, So handsome. Xiao Yan also looked at Lin Yi in astonishment. Lin Yi stood next to the sports car, cheerfully getting into the vehicle and said, Your car has arrived. Tian Yan was taken aback, looking worriedly at Lin Yi. What are you talking about? Are you the blah blah driver? Xiao Yan beside her was also astonished, exclaiming, When did our company get so powerful using a sports car for blah blah? Lin Yi happily looked at Tian Yan. I am indeed the blah blah driver. Hurry up and get in the car. We can't linger here too long. Tian Yan, excited, got into the car and fastened her seatbelt. She eagerly asked, You drive a Pagani for blah blah. Is it to experience life? I guess there are a lot of girls who get into the car, and you say it's very hot, right? Lin Yi glanced at Tian Yan, feeling a bit uncomfortable, but still cheerfully said, What you just said makes it sound like I'm a trap boy. Is there really a rule that says you can't drive a supercar for the blah blah ride? Tian Yan looked at Lin Yi seriously. Of course, it is possible, but I also want to remind you to be careful with your words. If you cause any damage to the image of blah blah company, be careful that you might be stopped from running. Lin Yi looked at Tian Yan with concern. Do you have that much power? Just saying stop running means it will stop. Tian Yan replied seriously, I am the Senior Vice President of blah blah company. Do you think I have the authority to stop you? Lin Yi was happy, but a bit skeptical, only able to say, The content can be edited, so I say I am a shareholder of blah blah. Tian Yan, excited, took out her business card for Lin Yi to see. This is my business card. I really am the Vice President of blah blah company. Lin Yi looked at Tian Yan in astonishment. What a coincidence. I wasn't lying to you. I just acquired 21% of your shares yesterday. Just now you called me wanting to meet. Tian Yan was taken aback, looking at Lin Yi with worry. Are you Mr. Lin Yi? Lin Yi, driving, looked at Tian Yan. That's right, it's me. Tian Yan, flustered, anxiously threw away the business card, looking at Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for the offense earlier. After you finish this trip, could you give me a chance to sit down and talk a bit? Lin Yi looked at Tian Yan, feeling a bit awkward. He cheerfully drove the car. Depending on the situation, I still have to complete a few more trips. Upon arriving at the destination, the sports car came to a stop. Tian Yan happily picked up her phone. Then after Mr. Lin finishes, we will get in touch again. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for bringing me here. Tian Yan was startled and asked, Why can't I make the payment? Lin Yi worriedly opened his phone. No way, I can't make the payment. Does that mean I haven't completed the trip? On Lin Yi's phone, a notification appeared. Greetings to the beloved blah blah driver. Due to your violation of company regulations, the company has decided to suspend your driving activities. Jeris Limited Liability Company. Lin Yi looked at his phone, his face turning pale. He thought, suspension from Jeris? Could it be because of the person who called me earlier? Lin Yi stepped out of the car, looking at the Jeris company. What is the relationship between Jeris and your blah blah group? Tian Yun stared at Jeris, angrily thinking, this company represents our group in Nation TH. What are they playing at? If they have offended our largest shareholder, then it's game over. Lin Yi seriously considered, it must be because of what happened yesterday. That woman called to complain. Tian Yun looked worriedly at Mr. Lin and said, Mr. Lin, don't worry. Just let me handle this. They even dared to stop your car. They truly consider themselves above everything. Now I will go clarify what happened and report to the company to revoke their agency status. Lin Yi, hands in his pockets, said seriously, wait, let's go take a look together. Tian Yan anxiously watched Lin Yi follow into the conference room. As Lin Yi pushed the door open, Lu Wenda was startled and shouted, Who are you? You can't just barge into our conference room. Lin Yi replied seriously, I am Lin Yi. You are the ones who revoked my operating status. I'm here to ask you about the president. Zero said seriously, Xiao Luo, this is a business department matter. You handle it. The business department is managed by Jeris. Luo Yuanfa stood up and angrily pointed at Lin Yi's face. You there, weren't you quite arrogant? Now that someone has complained to the company, I've decided to stop it. So, what now? Get lost quickly, or I will call security. Lin Yi sat down in a chair, resting his chin on his hand. Tian Yan still felt that she should handle this matter, and she stood beside him, slightly astonished. Tian Yan angrily pointed her finger at Luo Yuanfa's face and said, Complaints immediately cease operations. You haven't even investigated the matter. I, in my capacity as Vice President of blah blah, hereby revoke your status as a business agent for your company, Jeris. Lu Wenda was taken aback and looked at Tian Yan asking, You are the Vice President of blah blah? Tian Yan threw her business card onto the table. Standing behind, she crossed her arms, feeling annoyed and angry at the sight of the business card. Luo Yuanfa was taken aback in shock, while Lu Wenda looked worried and panicked, saying, Yes, she is indeed the Vice President of blah blah. Lu Wenda angrily turned to question Luo Yuanfa. What on earth is going on? How did we involve our Vice President? Luo Yuanfa looked seriously at Lin Yi and explained, Tian CEO, this person is related to humiliating customers, having a negative impact on the reputation of our company. That's why I locked his account. Tian Yan stood by. Lin Yi angrily looked at Luo Yuanfa and said, Humiliating customers? Have you investigated this at all? Let me inform you, the person right in front of you just yesterday acquired 21% of blah blah's shares. As the second largest shareholder of the company, how could he possibly humiliate customers? Luo Yuanfa was terrified, and Lu Wenda, also frightened, asked, Tian CEO, please don't joke. Isn't he just a driver for blah blah? Tian Yan angrily slammed her hand down on the table and said, Unrepentant, Mr. Lin has been hiding in the city, driving around to understand the group's business operations, and you all, without distinguishing right from wrong, went ahead and locked his account. Tian Yan's face was filled with fury. She pointed forward and sternly declared, Effective immediately, your business agency qualifications are revoked. Lu Wenda was struck dumb by this news, his expression fierce as he turned and shouted at Luo Yuanfa, You dared to stop without investigating? Apologize to Mr. Lin right now, or I'll kill you. Luo Yuanfa, terrified, immediately knelt before Lin Yi, his eyes pleading, Mr. Lin, it was my fault. Please don't revoke our business agency qualifications. Lin Yi fundamentally didn't want to hear these belated apologies and kicked him away. Lin Yi angrily furrowed his brows at him and said, Weren't you quite tough just now? With your character, there must have been quite a few people bullied by you over the years. After that, Lin Yi stood up, turned back to Luo Yuanfa and added, "As a shareholder of blah blah, I support Tian Yan's decision. Your business agency qualifications are hereby revoked." At that moment, his phone rang, and it was Ji Kyun Nian calling. As soon as he saw it was her, Lin Yi turned to Tian Yan and said, "I'll leave the rest for you to handle. I'm going outside to take the call." After that, he quickly stepped outside, regaining his composed demeanor. Upon answering, Ji Kyun Nian on the other end said, "Tomorrow is my grandfather's birthday. I want to go shopping for a few outfits in the evening, and I'll conveniently buy a few things for you too." Hearing this, he immediately replied, "All right, I'll pick you up tonight." After hanging up, Lin Yi fell into deep thought. I can't go empty-handed for the birthday. What gift would an elderly person like? Suddenly, he thought of it. Antiques, calligraphy. That might be a suitable gift for an older person. At this moment, Tian Yan had stepped out of that room, looking cheerful as she called out to Lin Yi, "I've taken care of everything. Your account has been restored, and I've also granted the highest privileges." Lin Yi wondered, how do the privileges differ from other drivers? Tian Yan immediately raised her phone to introduce, "It includes a few additional support features, among which there's one very useful item. The user can locate your car's score to designate a ride. After that, you can decide whether to accept or not." Lin Yi focused on the phone screen, listening to Tian Yan's explanation. He had to admit, this function is indeed very useful. Lin Yi suddenly remembered and spoke up. "That's right. My elder's birthday is coming up. Do you know where to buy good antique calligraphy?" Tian Yan thought for a moment and then asked, "Mr. Lin, how about a painting by Zhang Daqian?" He was surprised by her response and asked back, "You can get a painting by Zhang Daqian?" Tian Yan added, "CEO Chung, we previously auctioned a peach blossom painting by Zhang Daqian. If Mr. Lin needs it, I can immediately ask my assistant to get it." This was a good opportunity that he couldn't miss. Lin Yi said, "Zhang Daqian is amazing. How much should I transfer to you?" Tian Yan replied, "Mr. Lin, don't joke. How can I take your money? Where can I bring it to you?" He smiled and said, "Bring it to the Peninsula Hotel and give it to the manager." Then Lin Yi raised his index finger and said, "I don't like owing favors to others, so I will use 1% of my shares to exchange for this painting, considering that the payment is settled." Tian Yan was quite surprised and immediately thought, 1% of the shares is also 500 million. Mr. Lin is too generous. Seeing her astonished expression, Lin Yi before leaving said, "It's fine. I'm going now. You all can continue your business activities as usual. I won't interfere much." Tian Yan replied, "All right, Mr. Lin, the CEO, we would like to invite you to Yangcheng as our guest." However, before she could finish her invitation, Lin Yi interrupted, "Yangcheng, I will go there. I will contact you when the time comes." Lin Yi's face suddenly showed a hint of sadness. He thought to himself, "It's been a long time since I visited the orphanage in Yangcheng. It's about time I go back." At that moment, the system sent a notification. "You have received a 5-star commendation." Inside a luxury black car driving down the road, a voice said, "Get another ride. The mission will be considered complete." On the screen, a question appeared. "Do you accept the ride from King Star Plaza to Peninsula Hotel?" Holding his phone, the person said, "What a coincidence, heading to my place again." The scene shifted to Yang Tianxin. She was carrying several shopping bags in her left hand, holding her phone in her right, happily speaking to the person on the other end. "Baby, don't be anxious. Wait for me at the hotel. I bought a lot of new lingerie. If you behave well, I will model them for you." At that moment, the black car stopped in front of Yang Tianxin. The person in the car asked, "Hello, ma'am. Are you Ms. Yang with the ending number 3838? She looked confused. "Who are you?" Lin Yi, sitting inside the car, smiled friendly and introduced himself. "I am the blah blah driver you booked. Please get in." Yang Tianxin got into the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt while saying, "The blah blah company is really good. they can come up with such a standout advertisement? Lin Yi replied, "It's not the company's idea, this is my car." Young Tianxin didn't believe him and asked, "Is there any rich person who would drive a blah blah? Do you think I'm one of those girls who have never experienced the world?" Lin Yi didn't want to waste his words with her. He just sighed internally, thinking, another difficult person. Never mind. The important thing now is to complete the task. He focused on driving, but young Tianxin was showing a panicked expression. She turned to him in alarm and asked, "What are you doing? Why are you taking a longer detour? Are you trying to charge me extra?" Lin Yi immediately denied, "It's not a detour. I usually take this road to the hotel. It's quicker." Young Tianxin flatly did not believe him and said, "You're just trying to take a detour. Do you have any idea how much of my time you're wasting?" At that moment, Lin Yi noticed the item she was carrying. Buying underwear, going to the hotel. His expression was genuinely ugly, and he looked at her in confusion. After a while, Lin Yi's black car stopped at the Peninsula Hotel, side entrance. Young Tianxin called out from inside the car, "All right, just stop at the side door." Saying that, she got out of the car and strode inside with her long legs. Lin Yi watched her figure walk into the hotel and thought, as expected, doing something unseemly, so she doesn't dare to go through the main entrance. A notification popped up on his phone. "You received a 1-star bad review." Lin Yi saw it and frowned in annoyance. He couldn't help but blame, "Young Tianxin, this woman is too much. It seems that getting a 5-star commendation will be very difficult." After that, he said, "Never mind. Let's go pick up GQ Nian then." Lin Yi quickly drove off to find his girlfriend. A while later, Lin Yi's car stopped at the parking lot of Times Square. Lin Yi saw GQ Nian just coming out of the car, holding a bunch of stuff. He called out to her, "You haven't given a 5-star commendation yet." GQ Nian turned her head down, waved her index finger lightly, and replied, "5-star commendation? That depends on how you perform today." Lin Yi was still carrying some bags to keep up with her and said, "I understand now. You want me to follow you here to carry the bags for you, right?" Leaving the parking lot and heading inside, when they arrived in front of the Kukanal store, GQ Nian's eyes lit up. "Wow! It seems like they are selling bikinis over there. Let's go buy some bikinis." Lin Yi stepped forward, touched her shoulder, and reminded her, "They are selling bikinis here. It's time for you to fulfill your promise." GQ Nian replied with a pout, "You must always be fooling me. If I had known Kyushu Pavilion belonged to you, I wouldn't have said that." Lin Yi cheerfully pushed her, who was flustered, into the store, saying, "But I didn't know you either. It was always your agreement." A staff member standing by the door approached them. "Excuse me, sir, madam, how can I assist you?" After that, the two of them entered the store together. Lin Yi placed a few bags of his belongings on the table and then turned to look closely at Kyun Nian as she stepped out. She wore an embarrassed expression, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lin Yi and said, "Let's go. I'm not buying any more." Lin Yi curiously asked, "Why aren't you buying?" But she just responded, "There's no set that fits. Why don't you just buy something for yourself?" Lin Yi replied, "If you don't buy, then I won't buy either. There are so many styles here that you don't like at all." At this moment, GQ Nian shyly whispered to him, "It's not about the style, but the sizes are not sufficient." Lin Yi opened her eyes in surprise. The staff member seemed to have heard her words and spoke up. "Ma'am, we have swimsuits available in cup sizes A, B, C, and D." Lin Yi's gaze was not dignified. She stared at GQ Nian, teasing, "Don't you have cup E in your store?" This startled GQ Nian, and feeling too embarrassed, he quickly ran outside, mumbling, "Do you want to die?" At this moment, Lin Yi still had a smile on her lips. "If there aren't any, let's go check out that store over there. It seems like they sell branded bikinis." After leaving that store, they stopped in front of a shop showcasing a myriad of lingerie in various styles. Lin Yi's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Why is this bikini so thin?" This made GQ Nian next to her look uneasy. He was busy admiring the image of a girl wearing a scanty outfit in an incredibly hot and alluring pose. Seeing this, Kyun hurriedly pulled him. "Let's go, this isn't a bikini." The two of them then started to hold hands and entered another store. As soon as they walked in, Kyun asked the attendant, "Where do you keep your swimsuits?" The attendant immediately pointed toward the two-piece bikinis in various colors. "Miss, these bikinis are the latest items in our store." Ji Kyun looked in, her whole body stiffening, momentarily at a loss for words. After a while of deliberation, she chose a white outfit with a pink bow attached. Smiling, she said to Lin Yi, "What do you think of this?" Lin Yi responded by shaking his head. "I think it doesn't highlight your advantages enough." Ji Kyun was momentarily puzzled. Advantages? What advantages? He then reached out to grab a hook and pointed at a two-piece black outfit, saying enthusiastically, "I think this suits you." Upon hearing this, Kyun became shy, repeatedly playfully hitting Lin Yi and scolding him, "You're so mean." He, on the other hand, was extremely pleased and laughed. Although she called him mean, Ji Kyun still took this outfit and handed it to the sales assistant. "Please wrap up this cup E for me." Lin Yi held the white outfit Ji Kyun had just chosen and said, "Wrap this one up too." Ji Kyun was completely surprised, unable to help but ask, "Didn't you say you didn't like that one?" Lin Yi calmly replied, "I like it because you can only wear it in front of me. You can wear this one when you go out." This statement from him caused her cheeks to flush, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi and Ji Kyun stepped into a luxurious place with cheerful demeanor. Ji Kyun looked at Lin Yi and said, "Let's go to the 4th floor and check it out. There are some pretty nice gown brands there." Hearing that, Lin Yi nodded. When they reached the 4th floor, Ji Kyun's gaze was glued to a gown that was being displayed with excitement. She said, "I want to try this one on." As soon as Ji Kyun said that, the attendant was very enthusiastic and quickly complimented, "Your eye for fashion is indeed sharp. This is our latest model." A little while later, Lin Yi was sitting comfortably on a chair, waiting for Ji Kyun to try on the clothes. Not keeping him waiting long, Ji Kyun poked her head out of the fitting room with a shy demeanor and said, "Lin Yi, come in here for a moment." Lin Yi was slightly surprised by this, and then showed a mischievous expression as he replied, "This isn't YYK. Is it appropriate for me to go in?" Upon hearing this, Ji Kyun's face turned as red as a tomato. She quickly corrected Lin Yi, saying, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm asking you to come in to help me pull up the zipper on the back of the dress. I can't do it alone." At this moment, Lin Yi also stepped inside. Ji Kyun, with her alluring figure, looked even more captivating after putting on the gown. Upon seeing the ceremonial outfit on Ji Kyun, Lin Yi was so surprised that he stared blankly. He asked, "Isn't this a bit revealing?" Ji Kyun quickly explained, "There's also a cloak that can cover the back a bit." Suddenly, a familiar object emerged from the chair. It was Ji Kyun's dreamy purple bro. Lin Yi's gaze shifted to Ji Kyun's chest with a look of suspicion. He asked, "Ji CEO, are you sure you're a cup E? I feel like it looks more like a cup F." Seeing that expression, Ji Kyun hurriedly covered herself with both hands and said, "I forgot to wear a bra when changing clothes. Please don't look around." After that, Lin Yi pulled up the dress for Ji Kyun, who was now staring intently at the mirror with an excited look. She asked, "Is it beautiful?" Lin Yi happily replied, "Not just beautiful, but very beautiful." Upon hearing those compliments, Ji Kyun also broke into a radiant smile. She said, "If you say it's beautiful, then let's choose this one." The staff saw this and smiled brightly, saying, "Madam, I feel this ceremonial outfit was designed just for you. It fits perfectly." In the distance, there was a man and a woman slowly approaching. The woman put on an affected demeanor and said, "Mr. Zhang, that outfit is really beautiful. I want one just like it." Upon hearing this, the man revealed a smug expression and replied, "With those flirtatious words, get me a dress in the same style." As soon as he said this, the staff immediately turned around and hurriedly said, "I apologize to them, truly sorry. This one was custom designed, there is only one. Please take a look at the other outfits." Seeing this, the man immediately switched to an arrogant mode, bullying them by shouting, "Then tell her to take it off. Looking at their appearance, they probably can't afford it anyway." Upon hearing these words, Ji Kyun-nian could no longer contain herself and quickly interjected, "Who says I can't afford it?" The woman accompanying CEO Zhang, upon hearing this, showed a disdainful expression and said, "This one costs over 80,000. Are you sure you can afford it?" Hearing this, Ji Kyun-nian was not to be outdone and quickly retorted, "With just that amount, I can buy it myself, unlike you." The girl, seeing herself being insulted like this, became so furious that she shouted, "What do you mean by that? Are you saying I'm being supported by my dad?" Ji Kyun-nian remained incredibly calm, showing no signs of panic, and replied nonchalantly, "Oh my, you've spilled the beans without being pressed." Zhang, the CEO, rushed over to the receptionist after seeing his woman being humiliated like that and said, "I'll give you an extra 20,000 in commission. Sell me this dress." The receptionist politely declined, saying, "Sir, that's not in line with the rules." Hearing this, CEO Zhang shouted, "Rules? I am the rule." Lin Yi couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up, "Can money buy anything? Then I'll add 200,000 more. Just look at the design of this dress. It's not suitable for your girlfriend at all, because your girlfriend is an airport." Upon hearing these words, the girl was so angry that her face turned red, her mouth stammering, "You—" Meanwhile, Zhang, the CEO, was staring intently at his woman. The receptionist, seeing the tension between the two parties, spoke up to resolve the situation. "Sir, if you like it that much, I can reserve one for you." At this point, CEO Zhang had finally realized what shame felt like, quickly refusing, "No need, no need. We won't buy it anymore." The girl accompanying him grew grim-faced upon seeing this. Ji Kyun-nian, after witnessing Lin Yi's heroic act of saving the beauty, looked at him tenderly and said, "Seeing you bravely stand up to help me, tonight I will broaden your horizons." Lin Yi quickly embraced her waist in a doting manner and replied, "Then I won't be polite." Not long after, it was Ji Kyun-nian's turn to pick out clothes for Lin Yi. Her hand continuously glided over each outfit as she said, "You should try on these two sets." When Lin Yi finished trying on the clothes, all the staff there erupted in chaos. "This is exactly a clothes hanger. It's such a pity he's not in showbiz." Ji Kyun-nian wasn't any better off. She stared at Lin Yi without blinking. Lin Yi then asked, "What do you think?" At that moment, Ji Kyun-nian was adjusting the hem of his pants while replying, "I think this one is good. If we change any more, the girls here will be overwhelmed." Hearing this, Lin Yi looked at her affectionately and said, "Then swipe the card. I'm very eager to go home and broaden my horizons." Upon hearing this, Ji Kyun-nian's cheeks flushed a bright red, and the scene shifted. Lin Yi was now home. He was casually lounging in swim trunks, soaking up the sun while sipping on a drink. Suddenly, Lin Yi's attention was caught by something. Ji Kyun-nian stepped out in a striking black bikini, her curves beautifully accentuated. Seeing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but have a nosebleed, feeling, "WTF, I'm about to have a nosebleed." Ji Kyun-nian stared intently at Lin Yi's 8-pack abs, secretly admiring, "Such a perfect figure, those abs are really seductive." Lin Yi then stood up, striking a proud pose. "Doesn't it look good? Today, it's not you who is expanding your horizons, it's me." Hearing that, Ji Kyun-nian couldn't help but feel shy, turning her face away. Her cheeks flushed bright red, and her mouth stammered, "Well, who wants to look at you?" Today, Kyun-nian looked stunning in her tight, hot bikini. This only accentuated the alluring hourglass figure of the young girl. Kyun-nian playfully stretched her long, pale legs, splashing around in the clear blue water of the pool. Suddenly, she beamed, smiling brightly and saying, "I've worn a bikini, so I've fulfilled my promise." Seeing that, Lin Yi became smug and moved closer, teasing, "I really like those who keep their promises like you." At the same time, his mischievous hands couldn't stay still, playfully caressing her peach-shaped body. Then Lin Yi suddenly reached out, gently holding her soft hands, soothingly saying, "Come on, let's go swim." Immediately, without waiting for Qunyan to respond, Lin Yi unexpectedly pulled her down into the water. In her astonishment, Qunyan screamed in fear. Her face turned pale, trembling as she wrapped her arms tightly around Lin Yi, pleading, "Don't let me go! I don't know how to swim!" Faced with such adorable vulnerability, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel fond. He gently embraced her, soothingly reassuring, "Don't worry, I won't let go. How about I teach you to swim? I know breaststroke, backstroke, and freestyle." This partially calmed Qunyan's spirit. She awkwardly replied, "Okay, but I'm really afraid of choking on water. You absolutely mustn't let me go into the water." Lin Yi, feeling proud, immediately dove into the task. "This is easy. First, you need to relax." However, Qunyan was still scared. She held on to Lin Yi tightly. Seeing this, he felt a bit awkward, stammering, "Do you not trust me, or do you not trust my skills? If you squeeze me like that, I won't be able to move." Upon hearing this, Qunyan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She quickly retorted, "What are you talking about? I just don't believe in myself." Then the training session began. Lin Yi patiently guided her through each basic movement. In an instant, thanks to his instruction, Qunyan was able to float on the water. Ecstatic, she exclaimed, "I can really swim now!" However, due to her excitement, Qunyan lost her balance and began to sink. With panic on her face, she thrashed around and cried out loudly. Fortunately, Lin Yi was nearby and quickly swam over to rescue her. Fearing she might be running out of breath, he did not hesitate to give her a passionate kiss. Just a few seconds later, with his exceptional swimming skills, Lin Yi managed to bring both of them safely to the shore. Relieved, Lin Yi felt a bit worried and asked, "Are you scared now?" Surprisingly, Qunyan's response was the opposite of what he expected. She affectionately replied, "With you here, it doesn't seem that scary after all." The scene at the pool was truly enchanting. Standing in front of such a hot yet gentle girl, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel moved. Lin Yi felt a little restless in his heart, unable to restrain himself any longer. He took the initiative and gently spoke to Qunyan. "I want to." Right after that, he gently kissed her round, soft chest. Qunyan gasped and exclaimed, Be gentle." And then the two of them became engrossed, continuously caressing each other in the clear, wet water. After a while, they quickly returned to the luxurious, spacious mansion. Qunyan went into the bathroom to wash her blooming body clean. Seeing that, Lin Yi took the initiative to speak up. "Can I borrow your phone for a bit?" "Feel free. The password is 950824. Qunyan replied without hesitation. Immediately, Lin Yi took the phone, delightedly logged in. In an instant, Ling Wei unexpectedly appeared from the air, excitedly hugging Lin Yi, cheerfully announcing, "Mission completed. System rewards 100,000 proficiency points. Career progress at 75%. Reward Wangjiang Pier." The generous reward made Lin Yi feel immensely satisfied. Lin Yi listened, stunned and speechless. He hurriedly asked, "What? I can't have heard that wrong, can I?" Ling Wei happily confirmed, "That is the second largest tourist port in country H. You didn't hear wrong, it's indeed Wangjiang Pier. Moreover, your job completion progress has reached 75%. The next job will be unlocked soon." This was such a bargain that Lin Yi was getting increasingly excited. He smugly calculated, "At this rate, it's no problem to unlock the next job ahead of schedule." Indeed, just then, Qunyan had just finished her shower. She happily dried her hair and leisurely walked closer. Seeing Lin Yi sitting in a daze, she teased him, "It's all your fault for making a mess. I haven't learned to swim yet, but even so what? It's simple." Lin Yi beamed with pride, emphasizing, "This place is free for you, and I will teach you later." Everything was gradually calming down, but it was truly surprising when Kyun-Nian approached the bed they would sleep on tonight. She was stunned by its old-fashioned appearance and couldn't help but exclaim, "This!" Facing the confusion of the girl, Lin Yi was indeed a bit shy. He awkwardly explained, "The comforter and the pillows on the bed were all brought from the orphanage. I got used to them, so I couldn't bear to throw them away." This explanation truly astonished Kyun-Nian. She widened her eyes and pressed, "Are you an orphan?" At that moment, with nothing left to hide, Lin Yi had to accept revealing everything. He choked up as he narrated, "According to Mother Wang, when I was just born, I was sent to the orphanage, and I grew up there." Faced with this tragic situation, Kyun-Nian didn't dare to ask further. She hurriedly expressed, "I'm sorry for making you remember something sad." Lin Yi immediately brushed it off, saying, "What are you sorry for? I'm not sad about anything." Right then, in the magnificent space of the room, Lin Yi did not hesitate to recount his past. He reminisced, "When I was young, Mother Wang took care of me like her own child. I also had many friends." Hearing this, Kyun-Nian somewhat understood the sincere feelings of the young man. She compassionately exclaimed, "You must have lived very happily when you were a child." The time was late, and there was no more hesitation because there was still a lot of work for tomorrow. Kyun-Nian brightly suggested, "Then I'll go to bed first. Tomorrow, you wake up early to take me to work, okay? Then, after work in the afternoon, we'll go to my grandfather's birthday party." This was exactly in line with Lin Yi's plans. He listened, feeling extremely pleased, and immediately replied, "Sure." At the same time, he happily thought to himself, "I wish I could take her to work every day. Then I could fulfill my mission." Ji Kyun-Nian was now sound asleep. Only Lin Yi woke up to the sound of his phone ringing. Lin Yi quickly slipped on his sandals and went outside to talk. "Mama Wang, why did you call me?" On the other end, Mama Wang replied, "Xiao Yi, Liu Sisi called me and said that you two have broken up. She wants me to help her talk to you." Lin Yi responded, "Mama Wang, you've raised me. You know my personality. I don't go back to old food." Mama Wang complained, "This boy is still so stubborn. I have a good friend who has a daughter around your age. Can you meet her once tomorrow?" Lin Yi broke out in a cold sweat and said, "Aunt Wang said something. Why wouldn't I dare to go? In a few days, I'll have some free time to visit her." Aunt Wang replied firmly, "They are meeting at 9 a.m. tomorrow at Tian Yue Tea House. The girl's name is Song Wen-hui. I'm hanging up now. You should go to bed early and don't be late." After saying that, Aunt Wang quickly hung up, leaving Lin Yi to think, Liu Sisi really has thick skin. The next day at the Tian Yue Tea House, Lin Yi walked in and asked the staff, "I'm here to find someone. It's Song Wen-hui who reserved a table here." The staff pointed the way for him. "Miss Song has instructed you to go up to the 3rd floor." Upon arriving, he saw many people waiting for him. A woman stood up to introduce herself. "You must be Lin Yi? I'm Wen-hui's mother. This is my son, and these two are Wen-hui's aunt and second aunt." Lin Yi, dressed neatly, approached to greet them. "Hello, aunt." As soon as he arrived, Wen-hui's mother asked, "Lin Yi, I've heard you're working in the real estate company. If I buy a house from you, will I get a better deal?" Lin Yi calmly sat down and replied, "I no longer work there. I was fired from the company." Wen-hui's aunts also asked Lin Yi, "What are you doing right now? Are you unemployed?" Lin Yi leisurely lifted his teacup and said, "It's not that bad. Usually I just do a bit of running around, just earning enough to get by." At this moment, Wen-hui's mother had a rather ugly expression on her face, turning to say quietly, "Kui Ping, what's going on? Isn't this deceiving everyone?" Wen-hui quietly reminded, "Mom, calm down. Even if the job isn't great, his appearance isn't bad at all. Besides, isn't the orphanage about to relocate? Let's talk first." Wen Hui's mother then said, Wen Hui is working at a bank with good conditions. I hope you can directly buy an apartment in Nation TH. It doesn't need to be big, just over 100 square meters will do. Lin Yi asked back, Buy outright? Wen Hui gently tucked her hair behind her ear and said, If you truly like me, this shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Lin Yi remained calm, lifted his teacup and continued asking, Aside from that, are there any other requirements? At this moment, Wen Hui's aunt finally spoke up. We are all just an ordinary family. For the rest of the matters, we won't make it difficult for you. The bride price is 880,008, which is a lucky number. This made him choke on his tea, thinking, Isn't that a bit excessive? However, for Wen Hui's mother, that was normal. She said, Is that too much? Wen Hui's colleague just got married a few days ago, and their betrothal gifts totaled 1,660,000. Lin Yi bluntly replied, Auntie, saying that is like selling your daughter, isn't it? Hearing this, Wen Hui's mother became angry. Who says things like that? Lin Yi said, Auntie, don't get angry, you all keep talking. Are there any other demands? Wen Hui's younger brother arrogantly added, It's the car. An imported car costing over 500,000. Too cheap. I can't drive something like that. Lin Yi slammed his hand on the table and candidly said, Based on everyone's demands, the total cost must be at least 10 million. Given my situation, do you think I can come up with this amount of money? Wen Hui's mother frowned and said, Young people these days, who doesn't rely on their family to get married? Lin Yi's expression suddenly darkened, his cold gaze fixed on them as he said, Both of my parents passed away early. Where am I supposed to find family to help me? Wen Hui's mother stammered, No, I didn't mean it like that. Wen Hui's younger brother stopped pretending and directly revealed, We've heard that the orphanage is about to be compensated for the redevelopment, so why not sell the land and make a fortune? Lin Yi was furious and splashed the tea in his cup right into the boy's face. He shouted angrily, No wonder it's so strange. You're eyeing the orphanage. Lin Yi also stopped pretending, directly laying his cards on the table. At first, I only intended to deal with you a little, but I didn't expect you to set your sights on the orphanage, even wanting to buy houses and cars for yourselves. Truly shameless. After saying that, he turned around and walked away, ignoring Wen Hui and her son. She exclaimed, Son, are you okay? Let me take you to the hospital right now. Meanwhile, Wen Hui's younger brother shouted, You dared to splash tea on me. I won't let him off. He grabbed a potted plant standing by the window and said, As soon as he comes out, I'll smash him with this. As soon as Lin Yi stepped outside, Wen Hui's younger brother threw the flower pot down from the 3rd floor, aiming for Lin Yi. Lin Yi quickly dodged and shouted, What the hell is going on? He hurriedly looked from where the potted plant fell, only to see Wen Hui's younger brother still shamelessly saying, You barely dodged that. Otherwise, I would have smashed you. Lin Yi's expression became extremely dark. He said, Do you know that throwing objects from high up can lead to very serious consequences? Saying that, he activated his car key, not forgetting to remind them, Although the flower pot didn't hit me, the shards flying out scratched my car. What do you think should be done to compensate for this? They stared in amazement at Lin Yi's supercar. Wen Hui's younger brother had run downstairs by this time, looking at Lin Yi's supercar. He couldn't believe his eyes and asked, Is this your car? Lin Yi folded his arms, leisurely replied, That's right. This car has a base price of 28 million. Repainting it cost nearly 2 million. Will you pay in cash or bank transfer? At this point, Wen Hui stepped forward. She was astonished, covered her mouth, and asked, Lin Yi, is this really your car? Lin Yi, losing patience, replied, If it's not mine, then could it possibly be yours? Decide how you want to compensate. I'm not too concerned. Hearing these words, Wen Hui immediately hugged his arm. Her attitude had completely changed compared to before. She sweetly said, Lin Yi, please don't be angry. My brother was just a bit impulsive. Moreover, I feel that you are not a bad person. Even if you don't have a stable job, I am willing to struggle alongside you. Lin Yi clearly showed his disdain. He said, "Get out of the way, go earn enough money in a week, or if you can't pay the full 2 million, just wait for the court summons." With that, Lin Yi arrogantly walked away, leaving them behind. Wenhui's mother immediately slapped her, saying, "You really are useless, can't even keep a man." Her younger brother also took the opportunity to scold her in anger. "How could you let go of such a wealthy guy? This is all because of you. You should think about how to compensate him." At that moment, at Wangjiang Port, Lin Yi just got out of the car. Looking around, he couldn't help but exclaim, "There are so many people here, and so many luxury cars as well." Then Lin Yi saw a couple walking together. The girl said, "Manager Miao, earlier at the beach, I accidentally damaged the chair on the boat." The girl, wearing a revealing bikini, leaned against the man beside her and said, "You need to help me think of a way. It wasn't intentional." He was the business operations manager here, constantly flirting with the girl, and said, "Well, that's not very good. That chair on the boat is very expensive leather." Hearing that, she immediately hugged him tightly and said in a spoiled tone, "I'm just a little hot girl on the internet. I don't have money to compensate. How about I use my body to pay off the debt?" He didn't say much and agreed right away. "That's fine." In the evening, when they got to the office, he said, "You tell me how to pay with your body." Lin Yi interrupted their conversation, saying, "Isn't it true that she damaged the property at the dock? Are you just going to let it slide?" The two of them changed their attitude upon hearing this. She said, "Brat, what does it have to do with you?" He replied bluntly, "My friend, I am the manager here. Whether to compensate or not is up to me." Lin Yi turned to leave, but didn't forget to say, "Still remember you are the manager? If she doesn't compensate, then you compensate yourself." He shouted angrily, "Are you sick? I said no need to compensate. You are nothing." At a corporation, the receptionist asked, "May I ask what you need?" Lin Yi replied, "I am Lin Yi, looking for your manager, Bi Songjiang." The staff hurriedly said, "Are you Lin CEO? Please follow me. Manager B is waiting for you in the meeting room." As soon as Lin Yi entered, someone said, "Lin CEO, all of our senior management has been waiting for you for a while now." Lin Yi asked, "The people who need to be present haven't all arrived yet, have they?" Manager B hurriedly replied, "Lin CEO, please wait a moment. We're still missing business manager Mao Chang-yu. He must be busy with work and is running a bit late." Lin Yi leisurely sat down in his chair and said, "No need to hurry. Let's wait for him to arrive before we hold the meeting." Manager B instructed his subordinate, Xiao Liu, "You quickly go urge him. Tell Manager Miao to hurry here." Just 5 minutes later, Manager Miao appeared, saying, I'm sorry." Lin Yi, slightly impatient, said to him, "Manager Miao, you're quite the busy person, aren't you?" He was taken aback, stammering, You are the new chairman." Lin Yi banged the table to assert authority. "What do you think I am now?" Manager Miao was so frightened that he knelt down, saying, "Lin CEO, I was wrong. I will make it up. Please give me another chance." Lin Yi responded, "It's too late, Manager B. Call security. Throw him out." Manager B answered, "Yes, Lin CEO." Manager Miao, even as he was being dragged away, kept pleading, "Lin CEO, I was wrong. Please give me a chance." Once he was taken out, the meeting officially began. Lin Yi said, "Earlier, I surveyed around the dock and felt that several areas need improvement." He continued, "I am preparing to implement adjustments and reforms at the entire dock. I hope everyone can propose solutions." Someone, a bit worried, said, "Lin CEO, actually, our Wangjiang Pier ranks second, so it is not necessary to renovate it." Lin Yi made his point clear. "I don't like being second. I want to be number one. I want to make Wangjiang Pier the largest yacht dock in the world. I have prepared the renovation costs. Additionally, the basic salary of dock staff will increase by 20%, and all senior management will get a 10% raise." As a result, all the staff cheerfully said, Thank you, Lin CEO. After the meeting, he quickly left the dock. His phone screen lit up with a message. Lin CEO, someone has brought a painting saying it needs to be delivered to you. He replied, All right, I understand. I will go there now. Suddenly, Lin Yi received a phone call. Hello? On the other end, a voice said, Hello, may I ask if this is Lin Yi, Mr. Lin? 3 days ago, you placed an order for a commemorative watch at our store. It has arrived now. May I ask if it is convenient for you to receive it now? Lin Yi thought to himself that after taking the painting, he still had to go to the villa to attend Ji Kyun-nian's grandfather's birthday party. There wasn't much time left. With that in mind, he said, I don't have much time. Just take me to the Kyushu Pavilion Villa. But the voice on the other end replied, Mr. Lin, due to the extremely valuable nature of the goods, we must deliver them directly to you. After thinking for a while, Lin Yi responded, In that case, you should send someone to deliver it to the villa. It was already night at the villa when Lin Yi stepped down from his supercar, leisurely walking into the mansion. Ji Kyun-nian had been waiting at the entrance all this time. Lin Yi looked at her. She appeared incredibly graceful, wearing a formal dress along with an eye-catching emerald necklace. Ji Kyun-nian shyly pulled her coat to cover herself and said, Can't you look anywhere else? Lin Yi replied, It's mainly because that area is too eye-catching. Even if I didn't want to look, I couldn't help it. They walked into the party together, surrounded by lively discussions. Isn't that the esteemed Miss Ji from the Ji family? She's so beautiful, but who is the man beside her? Ji Kyun-nian approached her grandfather at the party and said, Grandpa, we have arrived late. Ji Yongqing gently smiled and said, It's okay, Kyun-nian. This is your first time bringing your boyfriend home. But just then, young Tianxin suddenly appeared out of nowhere, loudly exclaiming, Oh my, isn't this the blah-blah driver? Ji Kyun-nian, have you lowered yourself to this? Saying that, young Tianxin approached Ji Yongqing and remarked, Grandpa, this person is the blah-blah driver. I even sat in his car, riding on the company's sports car. His service attitude is poor, and he even tried to seduce me. Ji Kyun-nian stood up to defend Lin Yi, saying, What nonsense are you talking about? Ji Yongqing frowned in anger, his face darkening. Is there such a thing? Ji Kyun-nian still tried to protect Lin Yi. Grandpa, that car actually belongs to Lin Yi. He only drives for blah-blah to experience life. Young Tianxin was relentless. Kyun-nian, are you pretending to be stupid, or are you really that naive? Those wealthy people go out every day with beautiful women to nightclubs. Who goes out to drive blah-blah? Someone spoke up. You guys, stop arguing. Let the brother-in-law take a look and see if this guy is a scammer or not. Ji Kyun-nian was surprised. Brother-in-law? Young Tianxin hugged the arm of the man beside her, introducing, My new boyfriend, Fu Zhengping, will soon be your brother-in-law. He is the general manager of the Blah Blah Group agency in the Yanjing area. Zhengping also pushed up his glasses to introduce himself. Since last month, indeed, luxury car services have become popular. I guess Mr. Lin here must be a professional chauffeur for luxury cars. If he tries to seduce female customers, I will report to headquarters for a serious investigation into this matter. Young Tianxin couldn't help but mock. I never expected that even the great Miss Ji family would be deceived. Kyun-nian's father, losing his patience, asked his daughter, What on earth is going on here? Ji Kyun-nian insisted on defending Lin Yi. Father, everyone listen to me explain. Lin Yi is definitely not a scammer. Ji Yongqing waved his hand and said, All right, Kyun-nian, you really are a foolish child. Tell him to leave quickly. This birthday party does not welcome him, right? At that moment, a supercar had just arrived in front of the villa. A woman spoke up. Excuse me, is Mr. Lin here? Lin Yi replied, I am here. The woman then said, Mr. Lin, this is the 175th anniversary commemorative watch that you purchased. Please sign to receive the opened box. Inside was a gold watch encrusted with diamonds, with an extremely exquisite design. Everyone present was astonished. Here, This is the 175th anniversary watch of Patek Philippe? Zheng Ping exclaimed in surprise. This watch must be worth at least 1,700,000. Yang Tianxin couldn't believe it. Could it be that I mislooked? Lin Yi put the watch on her wrist and said, "All right, this is no longer your business. You can go home now." They hurriedly bowed and left. Surrounding them praised, "Mr. Ji is fortunate. His granddaughter is remarkable, finding such a good son-in-law. I told you, with Ji eldest Mrs. capabilities, how could she choose an ordinary person as a boyfriend?" Ji Yongqing felt elated and said, "Thank you for the kind words." He even reminded young Tianxin, "Being with Tianxin, you misunderstood Lin Yi. Go apologize to him quickly." Yang Tianxin's mother stepped forward and said, "It's just a misunderstanding. Is there really a need to apologize?" Yang Tianxin was not to be outdone, saying, "I think this guy is impressive, but he hasn't said a word so far. Maybe Qunnian means nothing to him, and in a few days he might be left behind." Ji Qunnian retorted sharply, "What does aunt mean by this? If you can't eat the grapes, you say they are sour?" Yang Tianxin's mother, undeterred, stepped forward to challenge Qunnian. "You just watch closely. You thought he bought the watch as a gift for Grandpa, but in the end, he wore it on his own wrist, not even giving a single fruit. This shows he doesn't care about you at all." Yang Tianxin took the opportunity to boast, "My mom is absolutely right. Our family has been preparing gifts for Grandpa for over a month now. Zheng Ping, quickly bring out the gift you prepared so they can broaden their horizons a bit." Fu Zhengping brought out the items and said, "Grandpa loves antiques. I put in a lot of effort to gather a set of Qing dynasty coins. Right now, it's worth over 2 million. If we wait a few more years, it will definitely appreciate in value." Yang Tianxin then approached Ji Qing and said, "Qunnian, see? This is what it means to put thought into preparing a gift." Her mother also took the opportunity to speak loudly. "Tianxin is absolutely right. Even if you find a rich boyfriend, if he doesn't care about you and doesn't contribute anything, then you won't gain anything good." Ji Qunnian replied, "Who said Lin Yi didn't prepare a gift?" She said, "Grandpa, this is the gift that Lin Yi prepared, and it took a lot of thought too." Ji Yongqing immediately praised, "This jade looks very beautiful." Yang Tianxin took the opportunity to mock Qunnian. "Your boyfriend drives a luxury car worth over 20 million, wears a watch worth more than 10 million, and gives you cheap gifts." Ji Yongqing disagreed. "Money isn't important, it's the thought that counts." Lin Yi placed his hand on Ji Qunnian's shoulder and said, "Qunnian, this was originally a gift you prepared yourself. You don't need to lie to help him." Ji Qunnian quickly said, "Lin Yi, what are you talking about?" Lin Yi replied to Ji Qunnian, "Why argue with those people? I have prepared a gift." Ji Qunnian was surprised. "You have prepared a gift?" Lin Yi stepped closer to Ji Yongqing and said, "Happy birthday, Mr. Ji. Not bringing a gift would be impolite, so this is a gift I prepared for you. I hope you like it." Ji Yongqing opened the painting and was taken aback, his eyes wide open. "This is the Peach Garden by Zhang Daqian." Everyone was astonished. "What? The market value of this painting is at least over 200 billion. Yang Tianxin quietly asked her grandfather, "Are you sure you're not mistaken? This painting really is worth more than 200 billion? I don't see anything special about it." Ji Yongqing immediately replied, "This is the original work of Mr. Zhang Daqian. Inside it contains meanings that ordinary people cannot perceive." Fu Zhengping then spoke up. "Sir, I fear you may have mistaken it. The owner of this painting is our Mr. Cheng Shuang. There was once someone who offered 230 billion, but he did not sell. I believe 8 out of 10 that this is a fake." Yang Tianxin sneered. "Ha ha, Ji Qunnian. I didn't expect your boyfriend to bring a fake here to deceive everyone. It's truly laughable." Ji Qunnian replied, "I trust Lin Yi will not take a fake painting to deceive everyone. He is not that kind of person." Lin Yi thought to himself, "Although we haven't known each other for long, Qunnian is indeed a good girl. The painting that was torn in half was actually Fu Zhengping's doing. This painting I have seen with my own eyes in CEO Cheng's house. I can confidently assure everyone that this painting is a fake. Lin Yi found it amusing and said to Qun Nian, "This is the rule of the antique world. When encountering a fake, it must be destroyed on the spot." Ji Qun Nian was furious. "You," Lin Yi consoled, "don't be angry, let me handle this." Then Lin Yi stepped forward and said, "I heard you are the person in charge of the blah blah company in the Yanjing area. However, I am here to inform you that your executive management qualifications have been revoked." Fu Zhengping replied, "Ridiculous. What qualifications do you have to talk nonsense here? I hold 20% of the shares, so do you think I have the right to revoke your management qualifications? I think you must be out of your mind. There is a limit to nonsense." Zhengping continued, "Ji Qunnian reminds you, Lin Yi, this is not the time for jokes. You cannot take Fu Zhengping's position." Lin Yi calmly responded, "If you really have 20% of the shares, then you should prepare to have your eyes open tonight." Qunnian blushed and said, "At this point, you still want to tease me." Lin Yi proposed, "Now you can call Cheng Xiong and tell him I am Lin Yi. He will tell you whether what I said is true or not." Fu Zhengping said, "Go ahead and call. I will put it on speakerphone so that this clown of yours gets exposed in front of everyone." Then he picked up the phone and called Mr. Cheng. "I am Fu Zhengping, the project executive at Yanjing. I am calling to inquire if you know someone named Lin Yi." The voice on the other end replied, "Have you met him? I ordered you to treat Mr. Lin with great care. That person holds 21% of our company's shares. If you do not treat him well, I will immediately revoke your executive status." Fu Zhengping's face darkened at this point, and he asked again, "That's not right. Lin Yi said he only has 20% of the shares. Mr. Cheng, could it be that I have mistakenly met someone with the same name?" The voice on the other end replied, "That's because I gave the famous painting Tao Yuan 2 by Zhang Daqian to Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin did not want to take advantage of me, so he transferred 1% of the shares to me." Fu Zhengping was so scared that he dropped the phone, trembling all over, and knelt down. Lin Yi once again announced, "Now, as the second largest shareholder of the company, I declare the revocation of your executive status." Yang Tianxin said, "Lin Yi, don't be excessive. Today is my grandfather's birthday. You don't have to be so ruthless, do you? After all, you are Qunnian's boyfriend. Can't you show at least a bit of kinship?" Lin Yi said, "If Qunnian opens his mouth, I will agree to anything. However, you all are not allowed." Ji Yongqing kept holding the painting, saying, "What a pity, such a pity, it's ruined." Lin Yi replied, "That's right. Earlier you ripped the Tao Yuan 2 I gave to Mr. Ji, worth over 2 billion. Shouldn't you compensate for it?" At this moment, Fu Zhengping had already knelt down, pleading, "I didn't mean to. Mr. Lin, please give me another chance." But he coldly pushed his hand away. If apologies worked, what would we need the police for? Then he turned to plead with Yang Tianxin. "You have to help me. If not, I'm really done for." Yang Tianxin cruelly responded, "Get lost. You want me to help you pay your debts? Dream on. From now on, I have nothing to do with you." He hugged Tianxin's leg, begging, "Tianxin, don't leave me. I've always treated you well. Can you really abandon me now?" Despite his pleas, she mercilessly pushed him away. "Stay away from me. Don't dirty my dress." Lin Yi spoke up to remind, "If you are still a man, then stand up right now, because a woman like that is not worth it." Yang Tianxin shouted angrily, "Lin Yi, what do you mean by that?" Lin Yi turned to Ji Qunnian's father and said, "Sir, please ask your family to go inside. I have something to discuss with them privately." He nodded. "I understand." In the private room, the Ji family had gathered in full. Ji Yongqing spoke up. "Son-in-law, what exactly do you want to say that is so mysterious?" Lin Yi replied, "It concerns your granddaughter Yang Tianxin." Yang Tianxin, losing her patience, urged, "Stop pretending. Just say it already if you dare." Lin Yi asked, "You took my car to the Peninsula Hotel yesterday, right?" Yang Tianxin said, "So what? I arranged to meet friends there to gamble. Do you have any objections?" Lin Yi calmly said, "I have no objections. It's just that you brought along a bunch of sex toys and met with two black kids. Are you really just playing cards?" Yang Tianxin retorted, her voice somewhat stammering. You are talking nonsense." Lin Yi remained calm. "My phone has a few video clips. If you were just having fun in the room, then I would indeed have no evidence, but I didn't expect that you would go wild with them in public." Then Lin Yi presented the video evidence in front of everyone. Ji Yongqing was so angry that he trembled, shouting, "Damn it! How can there be someone in the Ji family who has no shame like this?" Yang Tianxin knelt on the ground, crying, "Grandfather, please let me explain. I went to the hotel with two black friends, but it was for a business discussion." Ji Yongqing immediately slapped Tianxin hard across the face. "Just a moment ago, you said it was for gambling. Now you're saying it's for business. Do you really think I'm so old that I'm senile?" Yang Tianxin's mother continued to defend her. "Father, maybe that stupid man is holding a grudge and is slandering her." Ji Qunian's father responded loudly, "All right, if it's slander, how could there be a video to watch? If those videos are spread outside, where would the Ji family's face be?" While the Ji family was arguing loudly, Lin Yi asked to take his leave. "Mr. Ji, Uncle Chi, it's not appropriate for me to get involved in your family matters. I'll take my leave now." Outside, Ji Qunian said, "Lin Yi, thank you for your generous gifts. You've really gone out of your way." Lin Yi replied, "It's a pity it couldn't be in front of Grandpa. From now on, you need to book more trips to make it up to me. No matter what, I can't just stand by and watch you get bullied by others." Ji Qunian watched the silhouette of Lin Yi's car and thought to herself, "I expected he would make some unreasonable request, but he only mentioned that I should book several rides." On the other side, Lin Yi was feeling happy, thinking, "Since I can't attend the birthday party, I might as well accept a few rides to complete the task as soon as possible." The phone screen displayed a notification. "You have a new ride. Please be ready to accept it at Huayi City." At that moment, a voice called out, "Yuan Yuan!" The girl turned around and responded, "Ma Rui, what are you doing here?" The boy said, "I came to drive you to school. My dad just bought me a BMW. Cool, right?" Yuan Yuan immediately turned away coldly and said, "I'm not interested. You go ahead. My ride will arrive soon." Ma Rui refused to give up, grabbing her hand. "But you're the school beauty. Going to school with the blah-blah driver is kind of lame. Get in my car." Yuan Yuan, feeling annoyed, said, "I don't want to. Let go of me." Just then, Lin Yi's supercar appeared. He rolled down the window and asked, "Who is Miss Tao with the license plate ending in 4389? Yuan Yuan replied, "That's my phone number ending in 4389. Lin Yi invited her, "Then get in the car. I'm the blah-blah driver here to pick you up." Ma Rui was startled when she saw Lin Yi's supercar. "Yuan Yuan, is this the car you called for?" She avoided his gaze. "You step aside, I want to get in the car." She added, "Try to keep your distance." Sitting in that supercar, Yuan Yuan was extremely excited. She immediately asked, "Have you driven a sports car before? Are you also a blah-blah driver?" Lin Yi calmly replied, "What kind of car you drive doesn't matter. What matters is relying on yourself to work hard and earn money." Yuan Yuan looked at him, her eyes shining brightly. You are really amazing." Lin Yi reminded her, "We've arrived at the place you need to go." Yuan Yuan blushed and shyly replied, "Can you add me on WeChat?" "Add you on WeChat? Why?" Lin Yi asked back, appearing surprised. "Do you believe in love at first sight?" Yuan Yuan smiled mischievously. Lin Yi was taken aback. "Love at first sight? Young lady, you are too naive. How do you know I'm not a bad person? Next time, don't casually say things like that. Goodbye, Yuan Yuan." Lin Yi walked away, thinking to himself, that girl is too naive now, or is she naively bold? Suddenly, his phone rang. What? Lin Yi answered the call. On the other end was the voice of Song Wen Hui. Lin Yi, I'm going to work tomorrow. Can you come pick me up? Lin Yi bluntly replied, Are you sick, or have you prepared enough money for the car repairs? 2 million. You want me to come pick you up tomorrow, right? Wen Hui replied, Lin Yi, Wen Wu is already your brother-in-law. We are family. How can you joke like that? During the day, we were just testing you, and you have now passed our test. Now we are indeed lovers. Lin Yi was at a loss for words at this thick-skinned attitude. He thought to himself, it'd be nice if she were dreaming. The compensation won't be missing a single cent. If not, just wait for the court summons. Those lowly green tea types don't even have the face for it. At that moment, the sunlight bathed the entire Tianyi apartment complex, creating a very warm scene. Suddenly, Xiao Yu spotted something and exclaimed in surprise. She joyfully shouted, Yi, what a coincidence! Lin Yi saw Xiao Yu and happily replied, Yes, indeed. After Xiao Yu got into the car, he quickly asked, Are you heading to the National TH International Racetrack? Xiao Yu, hearing this, excitedly responded, The state is organizing an outdoor event at the racetrack. I've worked hard to get the chance to go there. She picked up a piece of fruit and handed it to him, saying, Yi, it's so hot. I bought some fruit. Don't move while driving. Let me feed you. After Lin Yi ate, he praised, So sweet. Hearing this, Xiao Yu also laughed happily. The two of them quickly arrived at the National TH International Racetrack. At this moment, Lin Yi spoke up. Just in time, you also want to see the excitement. You and I will go in together. The scene quickly shifted to the inside of the racetrack. At this time, two people were arguing very fiercely. Xiao Yu saw this and said, Oh dear, why are those two still arguing? Lin Yi saw it and quickly asked, Do you know those two? Xiao Yu gave a brief introduction. The woman is Ren Zixuan, the man is Sun Rui, both are famous streamers in our community. I'll go over and see what happened. She walked towards them and asked, Mr. Rui, what happened? Sun Rui replied angrily, What else could happen? Miss Xuan wants to chase both of us away. Ren Zixuan was not to be outdone, immediately responding, Don't boast and fabricate. It's not me who is chasing you away. It's the owner of this racetrack who said only one streamer is allowed here. Xiao Yu hurriedly intervened to mediate. Miss Xuan, with such a big racetrack, wouldn't it be better for the three of us to stream together? Hearing this, Sun Rui gritted his teeth and said, Ridiculous! You even dragged the owner of the racetrack into this. Clearly, Miss Xuan is clinging to Mr. Qin's leg, trying to scare us. Ren Zixuan unapologetically replied, So what if I cling to his leg? I am a phoenix. Do I really have to stream with a bunch of wild chickens like you? At that moment, a cheerful girl dashed in. Miss Xuan, it's done. We can go in with this pass. Mr. Qin is waiting inside. Ren Zixuan, upon hearing this, sneered and said, I am the only one here who is directly authorized. If you all have nothing else to do, then get lost. Sun Rui, hearing this, was so furious he was speechless. Oh! Xiao Yu quickly stepped forward to persuade. Brother Rui, let's go. They have Mr. Qin backing them. We can't compete with them. Upon hearing this, Sun Rui, feeling dejected, replied, Let's go. What else can we do? It's really infuriating. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. No need to leave. Lin Yi smirked and said, Since we've come this far, let's just stay here and face off directly, all three of you. They were taken aback by this statement. Ren Zixuan angrily shouted, Who are you? You really have some nerve. Daring to touch Mr. Qin? You'll die without even knowing how. But Lin Yi replied calmly, Oh, then you go call him over here so I can see for myself how I will die. Xiao Yu, worried, approached and spoke up. Brother Yi, don't be angry. We don't have to confront her directly. There's no need to bicker with her. Let's just go. Lin Yi confidently asserted, No way. You two come with me inside. Today, I will ensure that both of you succeed directly. Upon hearing this, Sun Rui immediately whispered to Xiao Yu, what exactly is the background of your friend? She felt confused after hearing this, but replied, I'm not sure either, but I trust Yi. No matter if ahead are lofty mountains or seas of fire, I will go with him. After hearing her, Sun Rui was even more puzzled, but after a moment, he also made up his mind. All right, then I will trust him this time. Ren Zixuan mocked them again. If you get kicked out later, it will be really embarrassing. They quickly walked to the parking area. Here, there were countless supercars of various colors and brands, and of course, their prices were not cheap at all. As soon as Xiao Yu saw this, she exclaimed in surprise, Wow! This racetrack is way too big. Sun Rui beside her also had his eyes light up. If we can go live here today, the viewership will definitely explode. At this moment, Lin Yi spoke up. You guys prepare the equipment. With me here, no one dares to kick you out. Sun Rui could not believe it, so he asked again. Yi, are you sure we can go live here? At that moment, Sun Rui suddenly said, Xiao Yu, look over there. Mr. Qin and Ren Zixuan are coming this way. Ren Zixuan saw them and quickly reported, Mr. Qin, Manager Zhou, didn't you say that I am the only direct person in charge today? These people are trying to barge in, especially the one in the lead, who is incredibly arrogant and clearly doesn't take you seriously at all. However, Manager Zhou quickly approached and respectfully greeted Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, you have arrived. Lin Yi saw this and politely replied, Thank you for your hard work. At this moment, Qin Han also cheerfully greeted, Brother Lin, what brings you here today? Ren Zixuan was extremely flustered beside them. She anxiously asked Mr. Qin and Manager Zhou, Do you know this person? Qin Han, upon hearing this, angrily shouted, Are you blind? This is the owner of the National TH racetrack. How could we not know him? Ren Zixuan was shocked and speechless. At this moment, Lin Yi spoke up. Brother Qin, is this your friend? Just now outside, she was not polite to me at all. Qin Han immediately pushed Ren Zixuan away. Friend? She is just a female streamer I brought along for the excitement. Now I'll tell her to get lost. She heard it and, scared, spoke up. Mr. Qin, please don't kick me out. If I can't go live today, my live streaming career will be over. But Qin Han remained unyielding, saying, I understand your character, Mr. Lin. If you haven't done anything wrong, he wouldn't react this way toward you. Brother Long, take her outside. Ren Zixuan was quickly dragged out by the bodyguards. As she was being taken away, she didn't forget to cry and struggle. Hoo-hoo, let me go, I won't leave. At this moment, Qin Han smiled and said to Lin Yi, Is that streamer of yours? Her face is okay, but her figure is just average. Do you need me to introduce you to some hot ones? Very exciting. Lin Yi lightly patted the car, coldly replied, Things like that you can enjoy by yourself. Sun Rui saw this and thought, What on earth is Lin Yi's background, that even Mr. Qin dares to tease him? Quite impressive. At this point, Qin Han invited, This is the latest racetrack. Let's take a few laps. My hands are itching. Lin Yi did not hesitate to respond. Okay, my skills in the curves have improved significantly. It won't be easy for you to beat me. The sound of the engine roared quickly. Sun Rui excitedly said, Stop daydreaming. Let's go quickly. If we miss this, it's a huge loss. At this moment, Qin Han in the car said to Brother Lin, Let's have a bet or something. It would be so boring otherwise. Lin Yi quickly asked, What do you want to bet on? Qin Han immediately stated the conditions. 1 second equals 100,000, a total of 5 rounds. For every second left behind, you pay the other person that amount. What do you think? Lin Yi readily agreed. Okay. At this time, a hot girl in a red dress raised a flag and counted down. 3, 2, 1, go! Both cars raced down the track at full speed. Qin Han's car was left far behind by Lin Yi. Lin Yi quickly crossed the finish line. The system display appeared instantly. Xiao Yu cheered. Brother Lin is really amazing. Lin Yi waited there for Chin Han. So, have you admitted defeat yet? Chin Han immediately replied, You're really terrifying. I've been practicing hard for days and still can't catch up to you. He sorrowfully took out the money, willing to concede the bet. Here is 2,100,000. Lin Yi happily said, Thank you. At this moment, Lin Yi said to manager Zhou, I have a scratch on my car. Take this money and find someone to help me fix it. Manager Zhou took it and respectfully replied, Understood, Mr. Lin. Let me take some photos and notify the factory so they can send an engineer from abroad to repair it. Lin Yi turned to Xiao Yu and Sun Rui and said, You two just stay here. If you need anything, just find Zhou Haitao. I'll head out first. Xiao Yu quickly said, Thank you. Chin Han walked over and playfully put his arm around Lin Yi's shoulder, saying, Got something to do? With a female streamer by your side, it's no contest. Planning to go do blah blah again? Lin Yi immediately responded, I call this a hobby, but it's not entirely like that. Chin Han quickly declined. I can skip it. Those girls get angry the moment they get in my car. Who can stand that? Just go, and do your blah blah thing. Before leaving, Lin Yi didn't forget to say, Those girls see you as a rich idiot. I'm off now. At this moment, Lin Yi was focused on his phone. The screen displayed mission information. He thought to himself, Only 3 more trips left, haven't finished eating yet. Before long, Lin Yi arrived at a restaurant. He happily chatted with the owner. Aunt Liu, why did you close early today? I haven't eaten the fried rice you make in a long time. I came today to satisfy my craving. Aunt Liu was overjoyed to see Lin Yi. It's almost time for Xiaojing to finish school. I'm going to close the door to go pick her up, then I'll open the door again. What do you want to eat? Aunt will make it for you. Lin Yi immediately made a suggestion. I can go pick Xiaojing up and we can eat together. After all, I'm free, just get me a sausage too. Hearing this, Aunt Liu happily replied, All right, sorry to trouble you then. Lin Yi turned around and left. At this moment, he stood in front of a high school. He had been waiting for 20 minutes, but still hadn't seen any sign of Xiaojing. Lin Yi went over to ask a female student who had just come out, Excuse me, have all the high school students finished school? The student politely responded, Yes, they have all finished school. At that moment, upon entering a classroom, Lin Yi felt a bit dazed. The figure of Gu Jing seemed to appear before him. Lin Yi was stunned and thought to himself, It's really her. Inside the classroom, a parent was angrily pointing and shouting, Teacher Gu, look at my child's face. It's been scratched by that girl. She was screaming at Teacher Gu Jing and the girl Xiaojing, currently scolding Xiaojing for scratching the precious face of her son. She continued, In the future, she will have to enter showbiz. If because of this you ruin her future, you won't get away with me. Hearing that, Xiaojing felt very wronged. She teared up, trying to defend herself. He bullied me first. If not, I wouldn't have acted like this. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps rang out, interrupting their conversation. It was a man in black shoes who had just walked in. The newcomer was none other than Lin Yi. With a confident tone, he said, With this appearance, doesn't this classmate think entering showbiz is taking a gamble too far? Jingshu and Xiaojing were overjoyed when they heard this familiar voice. They turned to look at him and exclaimed in unison, Brother! Lin Yi stepped closer and gently patted Xiaojing's head. He then asked Han with concern, Your mom is cleaning up the shop. You came to pick her up. What happened? Did you get into a fight with a classmate? The little girl, feeling wronged, showed him her damaged shirt, saying, Look at my clothes. They're all torn because of him. I can't let my sister suffer like this. He immediately turned to the parent in front of him and said, This is because your child is at fault first. Don't try to deceive or extort for a lawsuit. It was evident that they were not going to yield at all. The woman pointed her finger and shouted, What kind of attitude is this? Let me tell you, if you don't compensate today, this matter won't end here. Xiaojing, being the one accused, was extremely worried and with tears in her eyes said clearly, He bullied me first. However, That shrewd parent didn't care for reason at all and pointed at the girl, angrily yelling, "So what if you're being bullied? People like you, poor folks, even if you get bullied, you should just endure it." Lin Yi, who had been very calm until then, could no longer tolerate such harsh and piercing words. He immediately gave her a strong slap in the face to wake her up. Holding her swollen face from the slap, she still had the audacity to say, "You dare hit me?" Not wanting to waste words with such a person, Lin Yi simply replied, "The upper part is wrong and the lower part is not," intending to say that as a mother, she was misbehaving, and thus her children couldn't be expected to behave properly. A person who considers themselves superior like her could never accept being humiliated like this. Unable to argue with Lin Yi, she turned to Teacher Gu Jing and scolded, "Teacher Gu, are you dead? Just standing there watching him bully us mother and child? My husband is the HR director at Zhonghan Capital. I will have his colleagues in the legal department handle this." In contrast to the expectation that teachers would side with those in authority like her, Gu Jingshu bluntly replied, "This is due to your faults. Even if you file a complaint, it will be useless." Hearing this, the mother became furious and shouted, "You won't handle this, will you? Now it's not just Kongjing. Even your school shouldn't think it will remain peaceful." Instead of panicking or worrying about the influence of her family, Gu Jingshu calmly turned to Lin Yi and said, "You can go home first. I will report the situation to the principal." Xiao Jing was very grateful and replied, "Thank you, teacher." Lin Yi also didn't hold a grudge anymore, turned to Xiao Jing and said, "Let's go. Your mom is waiting for you. We're going home." Suddenly, the door was opened again. A man rushed in, panting, and exclaimed, "Teacher, my son is being bullied at school. Is this how you act as a teacher?" As soon as they arrived, the mother and son began to create a commotion, accusing Lin Yi and Xiao Jing. "Father, it's them, those two. Just now this man even hit my mother." Indeed, the whole family is equally unreasonable. That guy didn't even care to know the reasons or the context of the story. He pointed at the two of them and yelled, "Stop! You better kneel down and apologize to my wife right now. My boss is Qin Han. Do you know that? If you dare to provoke me, I won't let you live peacefully in this national TH." Hearing the name Qin Han, Lin Yi took out his phone, his face darkening immediately. He murmured to himself, "Qin Han?" Right after that, he quickly called his friend, Qin Han. "Qin Han," Lin Yi said. He continued, "I only won a little money from you. Are you really calling the HR director here to make me kneel and apologize?" On the other end, Qin Han responded with an incredulous tone, "Are you joking? There's no fool like that in my company, right?" At this moment, Lin Yi seriously asked again, "You think I'm joking with you?" On the other side, Qin Han finally realized the issue, his expression darkening as well. He replied, "Let me see who that idiot is. I'll definitely give you an explanation." The director, who had just spoken, panicked and stammered, "Who did you just call?" Without hesitation, Lin Yi stated, "Qin Han." However, the man did not believe it at all. He arrogantly declared, "Are you joking with me? Did you even look at yourself to see what makes you qualified to know Mr. Qin? Young man, if you want to brag, at least try to make it believable." While he was still arrogantly looking down on others, his phone unexpectedly rang in his pocket. As soon as he answered, the voice of Qin Han came through, sounding very angry. "Li Dewang, how dare you tease Lin Yi? Are you looking to die? Quickly come back here, pack your things, and leave. Zhonghan Capital has no fool like you." Upon hearing this, he turned pale with fear and could only gasp, "Mr. Qin!" The director Li Dewang was so scared that he fell to the ground, stammering, "Mr. Qin, please let me explain. I will go apologize to him right away. I just bought a house and a car. If you fire me, my life is over." At this moment, Qin Han instructed, "All right." Coincidentally, the branch office in National C is short-staffed. If you don't want to be fired, go to National C. The shock hit him so hard that he couldn't withstand it, trembling to the point of dropping his phone, which shattered on the ground. At this point, Li Dewang seemed like a soulless person, completely devoid of life as he sat dazed on the floor. His wife, seeing him like this, hurried over to ask her husband, "What on earth happened? Why are you spacing out like this?" He was sweating profusely, his face pale, and he replied, "He really knows Mr. Chin. Mr. Chin didn't say a word and immediately kicked me out." Immediately, this mother and son were left speechless, unable to believe it. Suddenly, Li Dewang unexpectedly bowed his head before Lin Yi. He finally recognized the power of the person he was facing. In a panic, he pleaded with the person in front of him, "Brother Lin, we know we were wrong. Please give me a chance. Don't let Mr. Chin kick me out." However, Lin Yi not only refused to show mercy but also kicked him with his foot. After that, he turned to leave with Xiaojing. Before departing, he didn't forget to warn the whole family. "Today, it's fortunate that I came here. If it was Xiaojing and Aunt Liu, who knows how you would bully them further? Get lost, and from now on, strive to be a decent person." After finishing speaking, both of them walked together along the familiar path back home. At this moment, Xiaojing was extremely excited, wanting to tell her mother about what had just happened. The little girl exclaimed, "Mom, I'm back! Today, Brother Yi, heh!" But before she could say anything more, Lin Yi shushed her, signaling her to keep quiet about what had happened at school. Seeing that, Xiaojing didn't say anything else, but her cheeks were now blushing with joy. She thought to herself, "Got it, this is our secret." On a starry evening at Chaoyang Group, where Lin Yi worked, he was walking through the company while thinking about someone. Staying late to work overtime at this hour? While walking, he suddenly stopped at a turn. He directed his gaze towards a room nearby. As soon as he opened the door to the room, Lin Yi was a bit surprised by the scene inside. He thought, "Isn't this girl pushing herself too hard? Everyone in the company has gone home, yet she stays back to work overtime, not even afraid of any danger." The person he was looking for was Ji Kyun Nian. However, contrary to the thought that she was working hard to dedicate herself to the company, a completely different scene appeared before us. It was the sight of her leisurely sitting alone in the office, eating cookies. Seeing this, Lin Yi came up with a mischievous idea to scare her. He thought he would hide in a corner nearby with a very wicked expression. He used his foot to touch the chair next to him to make it move, producing a sound for the person in the room to hear. There was only her in the company, and suddenly, a strange sound emerged from outside. With Ji Kyun Nian's fragile state of mind, she couldn't help but feel scared. She exclaimed, "Is someone there?" She hurriedly ran to open the door to check outside, fearfully calling out, "Who is here? Don't scare me!" But she was completely unaware that Lin Yi was hiding in a corner behind her, secretly laughing at his successful scare. At this point, she was truly frightened, her face pale, and tears were about to burst out. Then, Ji Kyun Nian immediately went back into the room and slammed the door shut. After that, the girl immediately took out her phone to call someone. It turned out she wanted to seek help from Lin Yi. As soon as the other side picked up, she was already in tears and said, "Lin Yi, I am at the company. Can you come to pick me up?" Meanwhile, Lin Yi was still wanting to tease her a bit and pretended to respond, I don't have time. I'm out working right now." But it seemed she was really scared, continuing to speak in a panic. "Can you please stop? There seems to be an intruder at the company. I'm so scared." At this moment, Lin Yi happily replied, "All right, just wait a minute for me." Before she could hang up, there was a knock 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 from outside, making her startled to turn around and look at the entrance. Although she was very frightened, Ji Kyun Nian still shouted loudly towards the outside, "Who is it? My boyfriend will be here soon. Don't think I'm scared. You all better leave my company immediately." Suddenly, a familiar voice came up. "If your boyfriend is here, then I will leave." Hearing this, her eyes widened in surprise. Immediately, that boyfriend appeared before her. Seeing that, Ji Kyun Nian rushed into his arms and said, "Lin Yi, hoo-hoo, just now, the company seemed to have a bad guy threatening to kill me." But at this moment, the girl suddenly realized something. She asked him in confusion, "That's not right. I just called. How did you get here so fast? Upon receiving this question, Lin Yi didn't bother hiding anything anymore and confessed, because I've been outside this whole time. Once she realized it was all just a prank of his, Ji Kyun Nian immediately slapped him playfully a few times out of frustration and scolded him, "You're really mean. Why did you scare me like that?" Seeing her like this, he gently patted her head and offered an explanation for his actions. "Of course, I wanted you to know that it's dangerous at night, so come home a bit earlier." These sweet words instantly touched her, making her cheeks flush. Then she said, "You really scared me to death. Don't ever do that again." Suddenly, her gaze turned to the item in his hand, and she curiously asked, "What are you holding in your hand?" At this moment, he raised the item and replied, "The #1 fried rice. Although it's just a small shop, I've been eating here for several years. I bought it for you to taste." Saying that, they both sat down at the table and opened the fried rice box. Ji Kyun Nian couldn't help but praise, "It smells so good." She picked up the food, looking at it with eager excitement, wanting to enjoy it. She quickly realized where this fried rice came from and said, "This is Aunt Liu's fried rice, right?" Hearing that, Lin Yi asked, "How do you know?" Ji Kyun Nian didn't think much and replied, "How could I not know? Even though I don't eat at many places, their fried rice is the best." Seeing her praise so much, he felt very happy and said, "Then eat it while it's still hot." However, this girl was quite clever and knew how to play tricks. She deliberately said, "You just scared me. Punish yourself by feeding me." Lin Yi didn't mind at all and immediately agreed. Okay, no one would expect the CEO of Chaoyang Group to act spoiled like this. Every day, without delay, he would take a spoon and feed his girlfriend, completely indulging her without any complaints. As she took a bite, Ji Kyun Nian said again, "Get me a piece of sausage." Lin Yi affectionately replied, "Sure." The scene was incredibly romantic. While they were eating, Lin Yi noticed the clock. It was already past 9 p.m. He then told her, "It's getting late. After you finish eating, I'll take you home." Each of his actions deeply touched Ji Kyun Nian's heart. She secretly rejoiced and thought, all those young masters who pursued me before were always in nightclubs. Only he buys me meals and comes to pick me up after work. Suddenly, Lin Yi's phone, which was on the table, received a call. The caller was Chin Han. As soon as he answered, the noise from the background flooded his ears. Chin Han's voice also came through the phone. "I've handled the matter from before. By the way, I've just found a few girls with top-notch figures and appearances. Do you want to come over and have some fun? Consider it a way for me to help you relieve your anger." After hearing this, Lin Yi could only feel exasperation, thinking to himself, so noisy. But faced with such an enticing invitation, he still chose to bluntly refuse. "No, your stream or whatever cannot compare to the person next to me." Chin Han, upon hearing this, couldn't believe it and retorted, "You're bragging without feeling embarrassed. If you're that good, send a picture here and let me see. If she's prettier than my girls, damn it, I'll turn over and eat shit right here." Without any hesitation, Lin Yi immediately turned to Ji Kyun Nian and said, "Let's take a selfie." She looked at him in confusion and asked, "Why do you want to take a selfie all of a sudden?" He raised the camera towards her and explained, "Someone invited me out, saying that there are many beautiful streamers over there. I was planning to use your picture to show them how beautiful you are." Hearing that, she felt very awkward and asked, "So do I need to put on makeup again? Do you think this outfit is okay?" But not wanting her to worry too much, Lin Yi quickly draped his arm over her shoulder, raising the phone to take a picture of the two of them. He also sensitively reassured Ji Kyun Nian, "Your bare face is already enough to outshine those girls. Come here and get ready." Just when they were standing close together, Ji Kyun Nian felt shy and quickly pulled away. Seeing that, Lin Yi said, "Don't stay away from me like that. Am I that scary? Come a little closer." Even though he said that, she still awkwardly responded, "What are you talking about? I've never taken a selfie with a man before. I don't know how to pose." Hearing her say that, Lin Yi didn't reply but acted directly. He wrapped his arms around her waist, then suddenly lifted her to sit on his lap, saying, "Just like this." After that, he quickly took a picture. Once he finished, he was very satisfied with the result and happily said, "Not bad, not bad. With this aura, it's hard for anyone else to compare. Don't say female streamers, I find it hard to believe even female celebrities could win against you." The picture message that was just sent over, Chin Han was astonished by the beauty of Ji Kyun Nian. After viewing it, he quickly replied, "Damn it, where did you find this star? She's already so beautiful." At this moment, Lin Yi smugly responded, "When you livestream yourself eating shit upside down, don't forget to let me know." Ji Kyun Nian, sitting next to him, couldn't help but chuckle when she read their messages. She joked, "How vain." After a while, both of them finally decided to head home. As they walked into the parking lot, Lin Yi suggested to her, "You don't need to book a ride today. I came here just to take you home." However, Ji Kyun Nian decided to reject his offer. "No way, I still want to support your experience of life." Even though she turned him down, Lin Yi suddenly took her chin in his hand and smiled, saying, "All right then, a fat goat like you comes willingly to my door. If I let this go, it would be such a waste of heaven-given luck to let even a single strand of goat hair go to waste." Hearing this, she shoved his hand away, pouting, "How can you use such words to describe that? You are the real big fat goat." In the end, she finally allowed her boyfriend to take her home. Once they were inside the supercar, Lin Yi spoke up again. "By the way, there's something I want to discuss with you. If I want to set up a charity fund, what procedures do I need to follow?" Ji Kyun Nian felt a bit worried when she saw that he wanted to establish a charity fund. She reminded him, a non-profit organization like that is difficult for even the government to handle properly. Relying on just one person's strength to solve charitable issues is a bit challenging, you know. In contrast to her concern, his expression was very confident. He replied, "I know you're worried, but I don't care. I just want to do as much as I can." Hearing that made Ji Kyun Nian feel much more at ease. She happily praised him, "You're really impressive. I'm not as good as you." The car rolled through the parking garage. Lin Yi's voice was still heard. "What you said is just modesty. Remember before, you had 2 houses that you rented to the workers at National TH for a low price. Compared to you, I've done less charity work. It's been tough for you. Help me check what's needed to set up a fund, okay?" Seeing that he was determined to do good, she agreed without hesitation. "Okay, I'll help you check it out." After a while on the road, they arrived at Ji Kyun Nian's villa. Just as she was getting out of the car to go home, Lin Yi called her back from behind. "Oh, right." She thought it was something important, but he said, "I plan to go to Yangcheng tomorrow. If you're free, would you like to go with me?" Kyun Nian was invited out and felt very happy. However, instead of agreeing right away, she winked and replied, "Let me see if I have time first. Bye-bye on the road. Remember to drive carefully." At the same time, inside the car, Lin Yi's phone displayed a notification. "You have received a 5-star commendation." As soon as the notification appeared, the system girl, Ling Wei, suddenly appeared before him. She cheerfully said, "Mission accomplished. Career progress 100%. Unlocking new career. Congratulations, Master, on completing the career." Then she presented a notification board and asked Lin Yi for his opinion. Would the Master like to unlock a new career? Of course, without needing to think much, he immediately selected the option. Unlock new career. As soon as he clicked on it, the notification board displayed a card. Ling Wei quickly introduced the career that this card offered. "Welcome, Master. Experience the career of a university physical education instructor. Please accept the large gift package. Career 500 million RMB, a potion that enhances all attributes, sage wisdom." Hearing this, Lin Yi remarked, "The new career is a university physical education instructor? That's too simple, isn't it?" Ling Wei said again, "Master, if you drink this potion, not to mention physical fitness, even advanced mathematics will be a trivial matter." At this moment, he jokingly asked the system, "Are you saying that the physical education teacher will teach mathematics to those students?" Ha ha! Next he wondered, "What is sage wisdom?" Upon receiving the question, Ling Wei immediately presented a blue potion and explained, "Sage wisdom encompasses all the knowledge of the top scholars in the world, assisting the host in perfectly adapting to the profession of a lecturer." At this point, Lin Yi, holding the potion in his hand, stared at it in disbelief. He said with exasperation, "I'm just a physical education teacher. Why do I need so much wisdom? Can we not overdo it like this?" That said, he still decided to drink the potion to see how effective it would be. As soon as he finished drinking, Ling Wei excitedly announced, "Opening up a new profession." Suddenly, green rays of light radiated around Lin Yi. This was because the potion quickly began to take effect. Immediately, Lin Yi's brother emitted a radiant glow of various colors, symbolizing the powers of intelligence, including foreign languages, physics, mathematics, and chemistry. In just a fleeting moment, Lin Yi was able to comprehend everything thanks to that miraculous medicine. He smiled confidently as he felt the changes within himself. Surprisingly, not long after, Ling Wei lifted his shirt and said, "Master, don't you feel anything? Your body has changed too. This enhances all attributes." Indeed, as the system mentioned, when he lifted his shirt to check, he could clearly see his firm abs and six-pack. Isn't this a great deal? After seeing this, Lin Yi couldn't contain his joy and hugged Ling Wei, cheering, "This is amazing!" Ling Wei, on the other hand, laughed and said, "Ayo, master, don't!" Shifting to another time and space, after Lin Yi returned home, he lay back on the bed to relax, feeling extremely cheerful. He said to himself, "Finally, I have completed my first career mission." Just as he said this, suddenly the phone on the table rang. Someone was calling. He quickly reached out to grab the device. As soon as he picked up the phone, Lin Yi received the information. "Mr. Lin has made contact with the engineer from Pagani." Hearing that, Lin Yi replied immediately, "Okay, let me have my butler drive me over there." At that moment, Ji Kyun Nian sent a message. "I can't make it tomorrow, but I've booked a plane ticket for you. It's at 10:20 a.m. tomorrow. By the way, what's the name of the orphanage you're staying at?" Lin Yi quickly responded, "Thank you. Is it the Lam Thien orphanage?" On the other end, as if waiting by the phone, the reply came, "No problem. Be careful on the road and don't try to charm any girls." He could only send a helpless smile. On the day of the flight, the sky was bright and clear, perfect for flying. Lin Yi was at the airport. He was reading the messages and was amazed. "You even got me a business class ticket?" He quickly settled into his seat and fiddled with his phone. From behind, a group of noisy people approached. Xin Yingfeng unexpectedly exclaimed, Yang, look over there! That guy is so handsome!" Li Yuyang couldn't help but exclaim, "I've sat in business class many times, and I've always encountered chubby middle-aged men. This is the first time I've seen a handsome guy here." In contrast to the other two girls, Feng Haoyu glanced at him in dissatisfaction and said, "Can you two stop being so infatuated with handsome guys? It's really embarrassing. You'll understand later that having a good-looking face is all the same. The probability of second-generation rich with wealth is to choose 1 out of 1,000,000 people." But with his keen hearing, Lin Yi chuckled and then spoke. "If you want to brag about something, you can do it yourself without dragging me into it, right?" Everyone was startled. He sulkily sat down in his chair, his tone full of rivalry and provocation. "I'm not bragging or boasting at all. I'm just stating the truth. Having money matters much more than looks." He put on a knowledgeable and lecturing expression, wanting to know if there was a way to collectively request the flight attendant to add their WeChat so that she would agree to one of them. Just as he finished speaking, Feng Haoyu was captivated by the appearance of a new flight attendant who came in. He quickly put on a friendly smile and waved to her. "Flight attendant, could you come here for a moment?" The girl quickly walked over, standing straight and asking, "Hello, how can I assist you?" Haoyu held up his phone and said, "It's like this. both my buddy and I want to add you on WeChat, but you can only choose one of us." Hearing these words, the girl's soul was stirred. She thought to herself, "I've heard that in the first-class cabin, there are always some second-generation rich who want to add WeChat friends. Could it be that my luck with guys has finally come?" But due to her duties, she had to reply, "I'm truly sorry, we have regulations that prevent us from casually adding WeChat with passengers." Feng Haoyu then began to show off, pulling up his sleeve to reveal an expensive watch. "That's fine. According to your airline's regulations, when a passenger has a request, it's also not easy to refuse, right?" Only then did the flight attendant notice Lin Yi, who was engrossed in playing a game. The luxury watch peeking out from the boy's wrist caught her attention. She quickly realized and exclaimed in her heart, "Oh my, isn't that the 10 million yuan Patek Philippe watch?" Then, disregarding her usual professional conduct, she eagerly asked, "Sir, what's your WeChat? I'll add you now." He looked up and quickly replied, "Oh, sure, please wait a moment." Xin Yingfeng laughed heartily at her brother's predicament, saying, "Brother, what you just said seems to have no effect at all." Feng Haoyu clenched his fist tightly, gritting his teeth in frustration. How can this be? Lin Yi happily raised his phone and smiled. "Have you given up yet?" The opponent was almost defeated. Haoyu was so angry that he grimaced, feeling annoyed with the female attendant. He said, "You're new here, right?" The girl calmly replied, "That's right. I was just assigned to business relations today." Haoyu used a tone as if he were exceptionally knowledgeable. "No wonder you don't have any insight at all. If it was someone experienced, I would definitely win." Lin Yi sarcastically replied, "Why would you humiliate yourself like that?" Suddenly, Xin Yingfeng exclaimed and pointed towards the door. "Brother, you should turn around and look. There's a beautiful girl coming this way." He immediately looked in that direction. Instantaneously, the appearance of Ji Qunnian caused a stir among everyone, especially Haoyu. "OMG, what kind of heavenly beauty is this?" At this moment, Lin Yi also took on the challenge. He said, "Bro, today we have to get her WeChat. Are you up for it?" Haoyu responded with a quirky smile. "Haha, if I lose to you again, I will admit you have talent." As Ji Qunnian walked up, she gently reminded, "Please make some room. The window seat is mine." Feng Haoyu did not wait long. As soon as he took out his phone, he spoke up. That thing, the man next to her and I both want to add her on WeChat." Lin Yi's hand suddenly wrapped around her waist, teasingly adding, "WeChat friend." Ji Qunnian, caught off guard, fell into his arms and exclaimed, "Ah!" Lin Yi's words were far from kind. "With a perfect woman like this, you have no chance. Just give up." Feng Haoyu shouted in panic, "Damn it! What are you doing? Are you playing a trick?" Lin Yi looked at her with affectionate eyes and confidently responded, "Because I have superpowers. Just 1 second is enough to make her fall in love with me." Then he casually pinched her waist. Haoyu's eyes turned red with anger as he stood up, pointing at them. "Don't boast, sister. You can call the police right now. We will be witnesses for you." Lin Yi unceremoniously leaned down. She was startled, blushed, and asked, "What are you doing? There are a lot of people here." Lin Yi calmly replied, "I'm not doing anything. I just feel too uncomfortable on the plane, so I wanted to breathe some fresh air." Ji Qunnian shyly hugged her chest and turned away. "There are too many people here. It's so embarrassing." Lin Yi looked towards Feng Haoyu, who, with the air of a true victor, was disdainful of the one he had brutally defeated. He said, "So, do you want to compete again or not?" At this moment, Feng Haoyu was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. His tone was full of jealousy. "I'm not competing anymore. You're number one, okay?" Ji Qunnian quickly fastened her seatbelt and kindly asked, "Aren't you supposed to be busy? Why are you with me?" She flashed a mischievous smile and replied, "Ha ha, just kidding. I don't have anything to do today. I can go with you to the orphanage." Feng Haoyu, seeing the two chatting intimately, gritted his teeth almost as if every word was coming with great effort. If it weren't for that fool, The one sitting next to that perfect woman would definitely be me. Suddenly, Xin Ying broke into a bright smile and shyly expressed to her brother, "I want to ask for his WeChat." Her brother, seeing that even his sister was infatuated with the opponent, shouted, "What do you want his WeChat for? Just by looking at him, it's obvious he's a trap boy." Hearing this, Lin Yi shot him a gleaming glare and said, "On what basis are you calling me a trap boy?" Hao Yu's anger blazed fiercely, his demeanor suggesting he wanted to hit someone. He angrily said, "You guys don't even know each other. Why are you pulling her waist when you just arrived? And are you still claiming you're not a trap boy?" Lin Yi quickly wrapped his arm around Kyun Nian's shoulders, causing her to lean against him immediately, her face turning red. He continued, somewhat annoyed, "We just met and fell in love. We are actually thinking about getting married, so you should be reasonable." The guy was shocked, turning pale. Ji Kyun Nian then grabbed Lin Yi's hand off her shoulder, pouting, "All right, let go. Ever since I got on the plane, you've started taking advantage of me." Lin Yi's gaze shifted to his girlfriend, unabashedly saying, "She really is soft. It's very comfortable to sleep like this right now." Feeling bashful, she immediately pinched the back of his hand and then whispered softly in her boyfriend's ear, "I need to go to the bathroom. You messed up my underwear completely." Lin Yi merely smiled. Kyun Nian's cheeks were as red as a ripe persimmon. He lowered his voice to a whisper only the two could hear. "Next time, I will be gentler." Finally, after some time sitting, they arrived at their destination. A man and a woman looked up at the orphanage. Ji Kyun Nian examined it for a moment and sighed. Although the real estate prices in Yangcheng aren't very high, the land area on this street would at least be worth several million. Lin Yi immediately agreed. That's right. He thought Wang Mother was foolish. Her attitude and tone were filled with utmost gratitude. She could have lived like a wealthy lady, but instead, she stayed in this place. The clothes she wore weren't worth more than 100 yuan. The wind blew past, and they silently looked inside. The children were also playing joyfully. Soon, they noticed the gate and cheered with excitement. He handed Kyun Nian the suitcase and reminded her, "This is all good food. You all share it, okay?" The children happily ran over, politely responding, "Thank you, beautiful sister." Receiving the compliment, she smiled very happily. Wang Mother and Mr. Zhao, who were busy, quickly came out to greet her, joyfully exclaiming, "Lin Yi, next time don't forget to call ahead so your mother can prepare the dishes you like to eat." Lin Yi cheerfully approached and playfully said, "Isn't it for the two of you to have a surprise? That's why I returned quietly." She joyfully covered her mouth and teased him. "Your surprise seems quite big, huh? Just as Mom asked if you were looking for a girlfriend, you brought one home." Mr. Lin shyly scratched his head. Kyun Nian immediately politely greeted, "Hello, Aunt and Uncle. My name is Ji Kyun Nian." Wang Mother took the hand of the girl in front of her and cheerfully said, "So beautiful. From now on, we are family, so don't bring any gifts next time." She quickly instructed Mr. Zhao, "Mr. Zhao, hurry up and divide the snacks for the kids. I'll take these two inside first." The other party smiled and went to do it immediately. The people behind chatted about various things. He suddenly stood still, looking ahead, and unexpectedly exclaimed, "Chui Ping, come out here. Ning Yue brought her boyfriend home." Wang Mother was twice as happy, looking around and saying, "Wow, come out and see. Who would have thought everyone would bring their friends home today?" Kyun Nian asked quietly beside her, "Lin Yi, who is Ning Yue?" He kindly explained, "Her full name is Guo Ning Yue. She also came from the orphanage, but she studies at university in Yangcheng while I'm at National TH." Then he gestured to lead her. "Let's go take a look." A luxury car was parked in front of his house. Guo Ning Yue's boyfriend only wore an unhappy face. When Ning Yue appeared, her whole being was filled with joy, and her smile carried happiness. She held out a bag to the kids and gently said, "Sister brought a lot of delicious food home." The kids rushed out because of that. At that moment, Wang Tao frowned, looking at the others who were admiring the car behind him, appearing displeased. Immediately, Wang Tao seemed to morph into a threatening figure. He shouted loudly to the kids, "Hey kiddos, take it easy, this is my BMW. Don't touch anything, it'll get dirty, and I'll have to wash it." The children turned pale with fear because of this. Guo Ningyue, upon seeing Lin Yi return, joyfully came to greet him and said, You're back too." When Ningyue saw Ji Qunnian standing next to Lin Yi, she happily approached to greet her. "This must be the sister-in-law, right? Please introduce yourself a bit to me." Qunnian took the initiative to introduce herself first. "Hello, I'm Ji Qunnian. Lin Yi often mentions you to me. It's nice to finally meet you." Ningyue joyfully took Qunnian's hand and praised her. "You're so beautiful, truly a blessing for my brother." Wang Tao, standing next to them, had a lecherous expression and was about to extend his hand to greet. "Hello, young lady. I'm Wang Tao, Ningyue's boyfriend." But Lin Yi pushed his hand away, not allowing him to touch her. Lin Yi stood protectively in front of Qunnian, which made Wang Tao turn pale with fear because of Lin Yi's recent action. He chuckled lightly and said, "We're not outsiders. No need to be so polite." Wang Tao, fuming, secretly cursed. How can a useless person without parents find a gem like this? He intentionally boasted, "That's right. I'm planning to donate 100,000 to the orphanage." Wang Chuiping raised her hand in refusal. "No need. Everyone has brought a lot of things here already. We're very grateful." Lin Yi hugged his mother's shoulders, cleverly smiling. "Mom, since they want to donate, just accept it. Even mosquito legs, no matter how small, are still meat." That statement made her a little hesitant. The guy pointed at him provocatively. "Lin, it sounds like you've made quite a bit at National TH over the past year, right? If not, why don't you donate a little too?" Lin Yi immediately agreed, pulled out his phone, and dialed. "Then I'll donate 100 million. Wang Tao turned pale when he heard 100 million and asked in surprise, "What did you just say? Do you want to donate 100 million? Then he burst out laughing, incredulous, and said loudly, "Don't joke with me like that. Are you dreaming before nightfall?" His words startled Lin Yi's mother. She turned to grasp her son's arm. "Let's smooth things over. It's been a long time since everyone came back. Let's not talk about these things anymore. Let's go eat." But Wang Tao kept teasing. "A driver like you, if you can donate that much, then I will give 10 times more than you." Mrs. Wang behind was alarmed and was about to intervene, but before she could say anything, Lin Yi immediately responded. He dialed the phone number, then raised the phone to his ear. With a beaming smile, he said to the person on the other end, "I'm sending you the card number. Please transfer 100 million to that card for me right now." At the same moment, his mother's phone chimed with a notification. She looked at her phone, gasping in shock. Aunt Wang wobbled, almost fainting. "Lin Yi, you really transferred 100 million to me." Seeing his mother about to fall, Lin Yi hurriedly reached out to steady her. Wang Tao snatched Wang Chuiping's phone, disbelief written all over his face. He still insisted, "It's impossible. He's just a ride-hailing driver. How could he possibly have that much money?" But the message on the phone was like a slap to his face, leaving him agape in utter surprise. The message read, "Hello, Wang Chuiping. Lin Yi has transferred 100 million yuan to the account ending in 3489. Please check. This message is not a receipt from National TH such bank." Lin Yi looked at him kneeling with a smug expression, his hands tucked into his jacket pockets, and remarked, "I've completed the money transfer. Mr. Wang, when will the 100 million in donations arrive here?" Qunnian, witnessing the scene, laughed heartily. "He just loves slapping others in the face, doesn't he?" Wang Tao was still wide-eyed and dumbfounded, thinking to himself how to deal with the situation. "What now? That slap in the face hurt like hell." Lin Yi looked down with amusement and said sarcastically, "Weren't you just bragging about being rich beyond measure? Why are you so quiet now?" He fearfully ran to his shiny car, cowardly explaining, I have something to do, excuse me." Then he drove off immediately. Ning Yue behind tried to call his name to hold him back. Wang Tao. Lin Yi saw his sister so attached to someone like that and sincerely advised, "He's gone now. Just looking at him, it's clear he's not a good person. You won't find happiness following him." Soon after, Lin Yi's mother spoke up to question him. "Tell me the truth. Where did this money come from? How did you get so much?" He answered without hesitation. "It's just a small business, made some profit. Everyone can take it and use it. Don't think too much about it." Kyun Nian also added words to reassure her. "Auntie, don't just look at his rough exterior. He has several big projects." However, she still worried. "That still isn't right. This is a sum of millions, not small change. You're giving us everything. What about you? Business people need money for many things. Give me your account number and I'll transfer it back to you." Lin Yi patted his mother's shoulder, speaking softly to persuade her. "Mom, just take it. I still have plenty left, enough to use." Then he continued, along with everyone else, to enter the house. "Your son is doing very well now. Let's eat. I'm really hungry." Wang Chuiping also yielded, responding, "Then I'll go stew some beef for you to satisfy your cravings." At the dining table, everyone chatted lively. Kyun Nian, while eating, turned to ask, "Lin Yi, do you have anything else to do? I'm planning to go to the company's branch in Yangcheng to take a look. Recently, I've been feeling that the accounts here have some issues. If you don't have anything to do, come with me." As he chewed, he replied, "But I think you won't find anything. They must have prepared everything very thoroughly." She brought her index finger close to her lips, very confidently. "Don't worry, this time I'm not telling anyone at all." Lin Yi smiled wryly, thinking to himself, "You really are too naive." After finishing the meal, Lin Yi stood up and said, "Mom, we have finished eating. Now we need to go out to do a few things." At this moment, Kyun Nian's clothes were a bit disheveled. She asked everyone for permission. "I'll go change my clothes first." Lin Yi put his hand in his jacket pocket, standing outside the restroom waiting for his girlfriend to change. Suddenly, she opened the door, looking a bit flustered, and said, "Help me pull the zipper up, it seems to be stuck." He had no choice but to go in, pulling and complaining, "Can't you wear something without a zipper?" She replied, pulling and smiling, "Aren't men always wishing to do this, and yet you're still complaining?" Hearing that, Lin Yi teased, "I prefer taking off dresses, not zipping them up." It was cramped. The zipper stuck right in the middle of her back, unable to move any further. He saw that and said, "Wait a moment, I'm going to get some scissors." She panicked and asked, "What do you need scissors for? If you cut it and ruin it, I won't be able to wear it." He grinned mischievously and pointed down. "Your pants seem to be stuck to the zipper too. If you don't cut it, it won't be able to zip up." She sighed, conceding, "All right, stop talking. Hurry up and get the scissors." He quickly went to get the scissors. Lin Yi bent down to adjust his girlfriend's outfit. She shyly asked, "Is it not done yet?" He casually replied, "Just a bit more." At Chaoyang Group, the company's branch in Yangcheng, where stunning glass skyscrapers gleamed under the bright sunlight, two people confidently walked into the company. The employees rushed out to welcome them, and one of them said, "Hello, CEO G." In the room, everyone, including the branch's vice president Wang Zhengyi, was panicked and fearful at the sight of Kyun Nian. He awkwardly said, "CEO G, why didn't you let us know you were coming so we could greet you?" She coldly replied, "There's no need for a greeting. Quickly bring all the books for this year to the meeting room." Hearing that, Wang Zhengyi wiped the sweat from his brow out of tension. Following the general manager's order, a team of 5 staff members in the room immediately gathered all types of books and placed them on the table in front of Kyun Nian. She sat cross-legged in her chair, reviewing each book one by one, and then suddenly discovered something. She stood up and furiously interrogated, "Where is Wang Zhengyi? The company's account is missing over 30 million, and it cannot be explained. The other entries also have issues. This cannot go on. I must report to the police." Just at that moment, a loud noise came from the door. It was kicked open by a large man standing outside. He held a metal rod slung over his shoulder with a terrifying expression. Beside him were several bodyguards standing guard. Kyun Nian immediately asked about his identity. "Who are you?" He replied, "We are here to collect a debt. Wang Zhengyi owes us 1 million. You all better take the money out and pay right now. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave." She heard him say that, somewhat confused, and asked again, "In debt?" Seeing Kyun Nian's beauty, he began to get lewd, stroking his chin and flirting. "Wow, this little sister is really beautiful. If you agree to spend one night with me, that 1 million debt will be wiped away." His words startled her, and by reflex she raised her hand to cover her mouth. Lin Yi, seeing his girlfriend being bullied, immediately shielded her and spoke up to protect her without any fear. "If I'm not mistaken, Wang Zhengyi's debt isn't just money, right? You guys were called by him to delay us from reporting to the police, weren't you?" "Hit where it hurts," the tough guy threatened. "Kiddo, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you want to die?" Lin Yi ignored what he said. His face gradually darkening, he replied, "How much did that bastard give you? I wonder if this 2 million would be enough for you to help me drag that bastard to the police station." Saying this, he pulled out his phone. The thugs looked at each other in surprise, their mouths agape at what he'd just said. They were just strong-mouthed a moment ago, but now they are cowardly, bowing low and cheerfully saying, "Enough, enough, enough. If you want us to cripple him, we can do that too." Hearing this, he shouted, "Get them out! Aren't they leaving?" "Yes, yes, yes! We're leaving right now!" They quickly ran away immediately. Nevertheless, Kyun Nian was still worried about what had just happened and asked him, "So, what do we do now?" He replied, "You rearrange the financial report, and I'll take you to report it to the police." The luxury car drove straight to the police station. He sat in the car, advising her, "You go report to the police, but this matter cannot be made public. If this gets into the press, the finances of Chaoyang Group will suffer significantly." She was very grateful and thanked him. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do." Lin Yi, hearing this, felt proud and told her, "You go in alone. I'll chase after Wang Zhengyi." Kyun Nian immediately stopped him. "No, it's too dangerous. I can't let you go." Kyun Nian arranged the thick reports in her hands, noticing that she seemed worried. Lin Yi took her hand, reassuring her, "Don't worry, I have someone to help. You just go report to the police first. If we don't catch the person responsible, the damage will be much greater." Kyun Nian felt a bit relieved upon hearing that. Lin Yi drove away in his car, and Kyun Nian stood watching until the vehicle disappeared from sight before she entered the police station. About 3 hours later, Lin Yi casually walked into the station, followed by Wang Zhengyi, who was handcuffed and had his head down. Kyun Nian sat in a corner of the station, her heart anxious and uneasy, staring intently at the cup of water in her hands. The water was still, yet she couldn't help but think a lot about Lin Yi. Suddenly, the police station door opened, catching her attention. It was Lin Yi. When Kyun Nian saw him safe and sound, she beamed widely. The heavy stone that had pressed down on her heart until now seemed to be lifted. She quickly ran to Lin Yi, asking anxiously, "Lin Yi, how are you? Did you encounter any danger?" Seeing her worry about him, Lin Yi simply smiled. "It's nothing. I've already brought the person back. Just leave the rest to the police and the court to handle." At this moment, Wang Zhengyi still had the audacity to yell out, starting a pitiful plea for forgiveness in front of Kyun Nian. "CEO, I realize my mistakes now. I can return the money and the house, and I'll give you the car as well. Please, I beg you, don't press charges." Kyun Nian couldn't hold back any longer and looked straight into his face, shouting, "What good are those words now? You all just wait for the law to punish you." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhengyi was left speechless, unable to say anything more. Now, he would have to bear all the consequences and serve a long sentence in prison. In the end, everything was resolved smoothly. Kyun Nian hooked her arm through Lin Yi's and said, "I've taken care of everything. Let's stop by the orphanage to say hi to your mom, and then head back to National TH, okay? And so, the two leisurely left the police station after everything was settled. They took a taxi to Yunshui Villa. When they got out of the taxi, Kyun Nian didn't forget to thank Lin Yi. "Thanks to you today, can I cook a meal for you?" When Lin Yi heard the words "cook a meal," he was surprised and skeptically asked, "You know how to cook? I don't believe it." Kyun Nian anticipated his reaction and confidently replied, "You'll see how delicious it is. The neighbor kids were so eager they cried for it." She even gave Lin Yi a wink filled with trust. A little while later, Kyun Nian had changed into a fitted brown dress with a back cutout that accentuated her curvy figure. She brought out 2 plates of perfectly cooked steak. "It's ready! Hurry and taste my cooking!" Seeing her so happy, Lin Yi didn't want to disappoint her. Finally, Lin Yi sat down at the table with Kyun Nian to begin their meal. His eyes sparkled as he tasted the first bite, praising, "Delicious. Your cooking skills are truly impressive." The steak on the plate had a shiny brown color, cooked to perfection. As he cut into it, the meat inside was still juicy, achieving the perfect doneness that made Lin Yi unable to stop eating. Seeing this, Kyun Nian was very pleased. "Then go ahead and eat more." Suddenly, Lin Yi paused his fork and asked, "Just now, I saw you on the phone. Were you handling something related to Wang Zhengyi?" Kyun Nian chuckled. "If nothing unexpected happens, tomorrow we can bring all the evidence into court." Lin Yi was surprised. "So fast? Looks like the work progress is quicker than I thought." Kyun Nian looked at Lin Yi, patting his chest confidently. "Just a little ability like that. If I couldn't do it, how could I be the CEO?" Hearing this, Lin Yi felt more at ease. Kyun Nian's steak was so delicious that he finished his plate without leaving anything. After being satisfied, Lin Yi squinted his eyes, still not forgetting to praise Kyun Nian's cooking skills one more time. "I never expected your culinary skills to be this good. I can't let you be at a disadvantage. I have to reward you." Kyun Nian heard Lin Yi say that and playfully chided him. "Why are you being so polite? Isn't the company matter something you helped me with?" Having said that, Lin Yi left his spot and walked over to Kyun Nian. He moved in close to her, smiling mysteriously, with petals falling around them. He said, "That matter is not related to the reward. Just close your eyes." Lin Yi gently placed his hand on Kyun Nian's hair, signaling her to follow his instructions. She shyly closed her eyes, wondering, why is he being so mysterious? Kyun Nian couldn't help but be curious, waiting for her reward from Lin Yi. Suddenly, Lin Yi pressed his lips against Kyun Nian's, catching her by surprise and making her widen her eyes at him. Lin Yi's hands began to roam clumsily over her body. He started teasing her, firmly squeezing Kyun Nian's round, firm peach, leaving her flustered. Kyun Nian then also complied and sat in Lin Yi's lap. She placed her hands on his shoulders, taking the initiative. Her face turned crimson as she looked at him, asking, "Is this a reward for me or for you?" Lin Yi held Kyun Nian, speaking nonchalantly. "As long as you're happy, that's enough." He tightened his embrace around her, feeling stirred inside, ready for a night ablaze with passion. Lin Yi slowly unzipped Kyun Nian's jacket. After that, Kyun Nian let out blood-curdling screams. The next morning, when the sunlight began to stream through the window, a new day started. Lin Yi hazily woke up to welcome the sunlight. He looked around and realized that the warmth of Kyun Nian had long since faded. After a passionate night, Lin Yi was still not fully awake, yawning and wondering how he had gotten to the office so early. Last night, Kyun Nian had more energy than Lin Yi. As a result, he had arrived at the office alone. Suddenly, the phone on his desk began to ring loudly, catching his attention. Lin Yi picked up the phone and saw who was calling. He heard, "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yi? I am the manager of the Human Resources Department at National TH Pedagogical University. Can you officially come in to take the position tomorrow?" Lin Yi replied, "I will be there on time tomorrow." Once finished, Lin Yi hung up and smiled triumphantly. He envisioned moving to National TH Pedagogical University, where beautiful girls with bright souls laughed and joked merrily. The long, slender legs glistened, making the young men gaze in awe. Lin Yi walked casually with his handsome demeanor, smiling brightly and marveling. Indeed, this is a youthful and vibrant place. Suddenly, his phone rang again. His cheerful demeanor shifted to worry when he heard Ji Kyun-nian's voice on the other end of the phone. She was excited about giving Lin Yi a chance to pick her up, but it seemed he couldn't respond appropriately. He said, "That's not going to work. I'm a teacher at the university. Today is my first day at work. I can't leave early." She seemed quite surprised by his job, and a flurry of questions surged towards Lin Yi. "How can you be a teacher?" Hearing that, Lin Yi continued walking with a confident smile, ignoring the gazes of the many girls looking at him. His physique is more than enough for a physical education teacher. Kyun-nian on the other end of the line expressed her annoyance. "It's really frustrating. Hurry up!" Lin Yi was not affected by the comments from the girls nearby and continued walking straight to the office. Upon arrival, he politely greeted, "Hello, I'm Lin Yi, just arrived." The young man next to him saw Lin Yi approach, looked at him, and responded, "Ah, are you Teacher Lin? I'm Li Xingbang." Opposite them, it seemed a woman had noticed Lin Yi. Xingbang continued to introduce the woman facing him. "This person is our teaching director, Sun Gi, also known as Director Su." Despite his introduction, she still fixed her gaze on the two of them. Her expression was hard to read. Even as Xingbang continued to introduce her, she remained focused on them. Lin Yi stepped closer to Sun Ge, who crossed her arms and spoke with a stern expression. "Teacher Lin, no matter who arranged for you to come here, once you are with me, you need to work properly." Before Lin Yi could respond, she got straight to the point. "Right now, I have a task to assign to you. Only after you complete it will I arrange for you to attend classes." Hearing her words, Lin Yi had no objections. He just didn't know what the task was. Sun Ge handed him a pink folder and explained, "This is a list of graduates from the Advanced Hotel Management Program who need to get in touch with internship units. The internship salary must not be below 3,000, and it must include meal allowances. This is the most basic requirement." Lin Yi's face smiled, but inside he felt crushed. He took the folder and thought, "Isn't this just deliberately making it difficult for me? To have a physical education teacher like me do this work? Besides, in the current market, where can you find an internship that pays that well?" Even though he thought like this in his mind, he still accepted to take a look at such a difficult task. Xingbang was enthusiastically directing Lin Yi to a seat by the corner wall, but it seemed Lin Yi was more focused on the conversation between two colleagues. Director Su hated people who took shortcuts, and it appeared she thought that this fool wouldn't last long. Li Xingbang also seemed to have overheard the conversation between the two of them. They awkwardly laughed. "I can't help you with this, but I can give you some ideas." Lin Yi was quite curious about those ideas and asked Xingbang to continue. "Our school is not a 985. You just need to focus on 3-star hotels." Lin Yi seemed to understand the point and walked away, not forgetting to turn back to thank Li. "Thank you, Li." Li waved his hand goodbye. "I'm going to contact right now." Xingbang responded with a small smile. Lin Yi also quickly pressed a call to someone. As he walked, he told the person on the other end of the line, "I will give you the address. Come here for a bit." Half an hour later, a young man rushed over from a car. Lin Yi, with an urgent expression, asked, "Mr. Lin, do you have any instructions?" The young man whispered into his subordinate's ear, "It's like this." Sun Ge was calmly working when suddenly someone rushed in, startling her. Annoyed, she shouted, "Why did you bring someone from outside in here? Do you even know the rules?" Contrary to her displeased expression, Lin Yi remained calm. He simply took out one of his subordinates and said, "Didn't you ask me to contact the internship unit? I'm bringing someone here for you to meet." The assistant seemed a bit surprised, thinking to herself, "Is this the new woman of the boss? She seems fierce." Upon hearing this, Sun Ge quickly stood up, her face filled with panic. It seemed she hadn't thought about the task she had prepared for so long, and asked loudly, "What did you say? You contacted the internship unit already?" Lin Yi smiled, extending his hand towards his subordinate, and said, "Director of the Peninsula Hotel, I don't quite understand the specifics. You can discuss it with him." Her face still hadn't calmed down when she was taken aback by his identity. She asked, "He's the director of the Peninsula Hotel." Lin Yi stood at a distance, watching the two of them discuss. First, he politely introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Wang Tianlong, the general manager of the Peninsula Hotel. The internship salary is 3,500, and we agreed to provide meals and accommodation." Sunge seemed to want to confirm the figure of 3,500, asking again perhaps to ease her mind. He kindly added, "If you're not satisfied with the salary, we can discuss it further." Sun Ge immediately replied, No, we are very satisfied with this result. Then I will ask my colleague to send the internship contract to your side." Suddenly, a girl with a pure soul, the Ling Wei system, jumped out. She smiled and said, "Congratulations on accepting the new job regularly, 200,000 proficiency points, career progress completed at 20%, and rewards from the National TH Research Institute." He was left speechless in surprise. OMG, another research room. This reward is quite special. Xing Bang, standing next to him, was also surprised. He called out, "Teacher Lin, what are you thinking about? Why are you blanking out?" His expression at this moment was somewhat awkward. "Explain. It's nothing. Just thinking a little." Xing Bang, with a delighted face, raised his hand and whispered, "Teacher Lin, you're impressive. You've just arrived at the school for half a day and have already brought up a tough problem to solve." After a while, it seemed that the earlier discussion had concluded. Tianlong quickly lowered his head to report, "The discussion is finished. I will take my leave now." Lin Yi waved his hand in agreement. As soon as his subordinate left, he eagerly turned back to look at Sunge with delight. Although she was looking back with a startled expression, he said, "The discussion is finished, so I will take my leave now." But she quickly regained her composure and seriously agreed. He smiled with squinted eyes at his two colleagues and said, "Well, I'm off work now." He left behind the two who were staring intently at his retreating figure. As he walked away, she said, "Teacher Li, arrange a class for Teacher Lin. It should be physical education." Upon hearing this, Teacher Li put on a somewhat confused expression and asked, "Physical education? When the attendance is below 30%, if the attendance rate is lower than 95%, will the salary be halved?" Her face lit up with satisfaction, and she continued, "He is originally in charge of education, and this subject suits him the best. You should go arrange it quickly." Li Xingbang looked somewhat speechless. At Wangjiang Terminal, Lin Yi had just stepped off the bus. He slowly walked out of the parking lot. When he reached the middle of the road, suddenly a white car sped past, making him come to an abrupt stop. The voice of the woman in the white car echoed out, "Watch out! Don't bump into my car!" Lin Yi jumped in surprise, hurriedly stepping back and gasping, "What kind of car is that? It doesn't let anyone cross the road." When he saw that the car had parked in his spot, Lin Yi didn't feel angry, but instead smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't bump into your car. I can get through, right?" The girl who stepped out of the car was Shu Tian. Shu Tian raised an eyebrow and coldly laughed. "My car is worth over 1 million. If it gets scratched, even if you sold everything you have, you wouldn't be able to pay for it." Lin Yi was at a loss for words. He forced a smile. "Isn't it just an Audi A8? When I drove a Pagani, it wasn't like this." Shu Tian felt he was making a joke. "Pagani? I think you must be dreaming if you think you were driving a Pagani." Lin Yi was truly helpless. Are people really this crazy nowadays? In the terminal office area, several people were already standing in the meeting room. Suddenly, the rapid sound of high heels echoed from outside. Qian rushed in, her face pale with fear. The assistant anxiously asked, "Qian, why are you just arriving now? Luckily, Mr. Lin hasn't come yet." At that moment, Qian no longer displayed her previous arrogance. She flusteredly replied, "I encountered a crazy person at the bus station, so I was delayed by a few minutes." She glanced in one direction, then smirked and asked, "Has Mr. Guan not left yet? Would it be embarrassing for us to lose?" The person Qian had just addressed was designer Ya Luo, the director of Guanya, who immediately responded, "Oh, how would a foreigner understand the market and preferences of our nation H?" Hearing that, Qian frowned and gritted her teeth, saying, "Then just wait and see." The blonde foreigner standing beside her pointed at himself in confusion. Just then, a voice rang out from outside the door. "Mr. Lin is coming this way! Mr. Lin is coming this way!" Qian exclaimed in surprise, "It's him!" He immediately turned to ask the secretary, "Is this woman an employee of your company?" He didn't know what was happening, but he was excitedly introducing, "Qian is our high-end designer, very famous in the design community." Lin Yi calmly walked to his seat and coldly said, "Famous, huh? Then you can leave. We don't need you here." Qian and he were shocked and pale-faced. Qian stammered, "Mr. Lin, I was wrong earlier. I'm sorry. Please give us another chance." Lin Yi glanced at her and asked in confusion, "Another chance? For someone with your attitude, there's no need to waste each other's time." The two of them were frightened and didn't know what to do, ultimately having to leave helplessly. Lin Yi's voice echoed in the room. "All right, now that only a few of you are left, don't be formal. Let's get straight to the point." Guanya was a bit surprised, but she quickly regained her composure and responded, "Yes, yes." Guanya became serious as she presented her ideas. "If we want to turn Wangjiang Terminal into the largest cruise terminal in the world, we need our design concept. Additionally, we must consider the specific location." Lin Yi listened quietly. After she finished her presentation, he asked, "The idea is very good. If I give you 200 million, what level can you reach?" Guanya sighed internally. 200 million, Mr. Lin truly has money. She responded emotionally, "It's possible to be among the top 5 in the world." Lin Yi frowned and posed a more challenging question. "If I offer you 800 million, do you have the confidence to lead Wangjiang Terminal in the industry within the next 10 years? At this moment, not only Guanya, but also her entire group of secretaries was shocked. After that, she confidently replied, "If Mr. Lin truly invests the amount of 800 million, I have the confidence to lead Wangjiang Terminal in the industry within 10 years. Lin Yi slammed the table, standing up with determination. "All right, let's do it like that." He left, and before departing, he told Guanya's team, "Go prepare the plan. I will allocate 200 million in advance for the project." Guanya felt he was really impressive. As Lin Yi was walking down the hallway, suddenly his phone rang. He answered, and a voice on the other end asked, "Hello, is this Lin Yi, Mr. Lin? I am Sun Fuyu, the director of Tongxin Research Institute. You have acquired Longxin Research Institute, and I would like to discuss this with you." Lin Yi replied calmly, "All right, I will come over at 1 p.m. On Monday morning, he wore a large backpack on his back and cheerfully said, "Good morning, everyone." Suga saw that he had just arrived and angrily shouted, "Don't talk about good morning or anything. Hurry up and get ready. It's your class time already." Lin Yi took a book out of his bag and laughed loudly. "I have everything prepared already." Seeing this, Suge's face darkened and she warned him. According to the school regulations, if the attendance rate is below 95%, the entire bonus will be deducted. Lin Yi obediently responded, "Understood." Suga suddenly froze and asked, "Understood what?" He winked at her. "Isn't it about deducting the bonus? I don't need my salary either, so for this subject, I shouldn't teach, right?" Suga immediately shouted loudly enough to startle those sitting behind. Whether you need your salary or not, I don't care, but I've already arranged everything for this class. You must attend." Lin Yi could only yield and accept this reality. "All right then, it's just a class, Brother Li. Where is the class at?" Teacher Li awkwardly replied, "The classroom is on the stairs of the 3rd floor." As soon as they left the teacher's lounge, 2 students approached and gently greeted him. "Hello, teacher." Lin Yi smiled a standard smile and responded, Hello to both of you. The girls saw the handsome teacher and couldn't help but blush. They excitedly asked him, "Teacher, is the document in your hand for teaching? Are you preparing for class?" Lin Yi gently replied, "My next class is physical education. I'm about to head to class now." One girl eagerly asked, "Teacher, where is your classroom? We'll come to cheer for you." Lin Yi wasn't very interested but still said, "The classroom is on the 3rd floor." After knowing Lin Yi's schedule, the two girls left. They happily waved goodbye to him and said, "All right, see you later, teacher." One girl took out her phone to send a message with the content. "Important news! The new male teacher teaches on the 3rd floor. Quickly gather and head to the classroom." In the classroom on the 3rd floor, Lin Yi stood at the podium. He looked at the rather small number of people present. The sound of high heels echoed, and a woman walked in. It was Suge, followed by Teacher Lee. Suge smirked. "Currently, there are only 30 people, might not even exceed 50. Unexpectedly, just as she finished speaking, suddenly a series of footsteps approached from the door. All three turned their heads to look in that direction. She couldn't believe it. Students kept entering the classroom. Why are there so many people? Suge couldn't believe her eyes. What situation is this? Teacher Lee thought for a moment and said, "It seems that it's because Teacher Lin is too handsome, attracting the female students to come here." She knew that, but there was another issue. "I can understand the female students coming, but why are the male students also joining in on this fun? What on earth is going on?" Teacher Lee chuckled awkwardly. "Perhaps the male students are just following the female students." The school bell rang, signaling the start of class, and the classroom was now packed with people. In the face of Suge's astonishment, Teacher Lee reminded her, "Director Sue, let's go. The classroom is full with 100 people. I don't think we need to take attendance." Suge crossed her arms, unwilling to leave. "I'm not going. I want to see how he teaches." Lin Yi took out the attendance sheet and told the students in the room, "I'll call your names. If you hear your name, please come up and sign for me." Half an hour passed, and Lin Yi, along with the group of students, was still in the process of taking attendance. The number had reached 124 people, which made Suge purse her lips. She spoke up to remind him, "Teacher Lin, let's put the signing on hold and start the lesson." Lin Yi had no choice but to respond, "Oh, all right." But the students refused to comply. They complained, "No way, we have to write down our names. What if Teacher Lin forgets our names?" A student continued, "That's right. Teacher Lin has his own thoughts. She has no right to interfere with his decisions." The sharp gazes of the female students were all directed at Suge, and Teacher Lee hurriedly advised, "Director Sue, let's just drop it." Suge instinctively took a step back, quickly replying, "Then what I just said doesn't count. Let's go with Teacher Lin's opinion." A while passed, and finally, attendance was completed. Lin Yi cheerfully announced, "All right, let's start the class." A beautiful girl raised her hand to speak. "Teacher, you haven't called my name yet." Lin Yi scratched his head. "Okay then, let's continue with the roll call." Unexpectedly, just after he finished speaking, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Lin Yi smiled. "All right, today's lesson ends here. There are some students who haven't been called, and we will continue in the next class." Everyone gazed at him with admiration, and they replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Teacher Lee rubbed his chin, and he exclaimed in surprise, "This is the first time I've seen such a teaching method. Impressive." Suge was currently taken aback as Lin Yi approached her and asked, "Director Sue, can this lesson of mine be considered up to standard?" Suge was stunned. "You..." Her answer came out almost through clenched jaws. "Meeting the requirements." Lin Yi laughed heartily. "Well, I'm off work then. I've completed all my tasks for today." He waved goodbye and began to leave. Teacher Lee's eyes lit up. "It seems I understand a bit now. Lin Yi doesn't want to be a trap boy. Rather, those female students are the ones who actively seek him out." Behind them, Suge was so angry that she was biting her nails. Over here, a pair of hands wrapped around Lin Yi's arm. It was Ling Wei who leaned close to him and congratulated. Congratulations, Master, on completing your first teaching lesson in your career. Career progress is at 40%. Reward, Master Memory. Lin Yi touched the system screen while asking, "What is Master Memory? How is it different from Sage Memory?" Ling Wei whispered in his ear, "Sage Memory has a lot, but isn't proficient. Master Memory will provide specialized knowledge in a specific field. Master, would you like to add Master Memory?" Lin Yi pondered for a moment, then wrapped his arms around her waist, grimacing as he asked, "Do you know who is the best in the field of chips?" Ling Wei covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. "The father of electronic chips, Jack Kilby." Lin Yi smirked. "Then choose him." He opened his eyes wide in surprise, looking into the space before him when the system announced, "This Master Memory has been successfully added." He was delighted and excited about this new ascended level of his. "This Master Memory is quite powerful. With this knowledge in the field of electronic chips, I will definitely be able to create a significant ascended level." The scene shifted to the Longxin Research Institute. Inside the research room, Lu Ying, the main person in charge of the Longxin Research Institute, had a confused expression on her face as she turned to ask, "Director Sun, I heard the research institute has been bought out. Do we know who the buyer is?" He spoke up. "A wealthy individual." Sun Fuyu glanced at the clock, anxious as he continued, "We were scheduled for noon. They should be arriving soon." Upon hearing this, Liu Yan's expression became indifferent. "Wait, what? It's a wealthy individual. My research is about to reach the most critical stage. It's all going to waste this time." Seeing this, Sun Fuyu quickly reassured her. "Don't worry too much. Let's maintain a normal demeanor. Who knows, they might not be completely uninformed." Lu Chu felt that this was not quite right. He spoke up saying, "Director, having someone without expertise in the field to manage may not be very optimistic for our future situation." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere among the three became unusually gloomy. At that moment, a phone call from Lin Yi broke the gloomy atmosphere. He answered the phone. "Mr. Lin, are you here? Good. I will go outside to welcome you now." Lin Yi smiled confidently as he looked at Sun Fuyu and the two people from the research institute coming out to greet him. He warmly welcomed, "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Director Sun Fuyu. We have been waiting for you. Let me show you around." As Lin Yi entered the institute, he seriously observed the equipment around him and then turned to ask, "Is the equipment here a bit too old?" Sun Fuyu laughed and replied, "Mr. Lin, perhaps it's because we are not very familiar with our profession. These pieces of equipment are all very expensive, and we do plan to upgrade, but our finances are currently a bit tight." After saying this, he turned to ask him, "The specific situation in there is basically like that. Do you have any suggestions?" Lin Yi responded despondently, "I do have quite a few suggestions. Let me organize them and I will share them with everyone later." Sun Fuyu continued with a smile. "That's fine. I will follow Mr. Lin's arrangements." Liu Chu unexpectedly spoke up. "Mr. Lin, as an employee, I have a few things I want to say." He began to speak loudly and aggressively. "The Research Institute has its own scientific research direction, and I hope you won't interfere too much in our work. I hope you can let us do what we want." Lin Yi glanced at him and asked, "What qualifications do you have?" Liu Chu lightly adjusted his glasses and smugly replied, "It's nothing grand, just a PhD in computer information." Hearing this, Lin Yi frowned in annoyance and responded, "If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought you only had a kindergarten diploma." His words made Liu Chu irritated, and he immediately retorted, "Mr. Lin, we know you are wealthy, but I am a rare talent from Fudan, so don't use such words to insult me." Lin Yi, without any hesitation, replied, "I am not insulting you. I am looking down on you, as someone without any brains." Hearing this, Liu Chu incredulously asked, "I don't have brains?" Lin Yi, clearly annoyed, emphasized, "I bought Longxin Research Institute, so I have absolute authority to manage it. Do I need people like you here to point fingers?" If you don't want to work anymore, then feel free to leave. Seeing the situation quite tense, Sun Fuyu hurriedly stepped forward to advise. Mr. Lin, Xiao Liu is just worried about his research and invention. He means no harm. Please do not misunderstand. Hearing this, Liu Chu felt insulted. He angrily grabbed Sun Fuyu's shoulder and said, Mr. Lin, if my research project is successful, it could advance the domestic chip industry by at least 10 years. If I leave, it will cause an immeasurable loss to you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi became increasingly uncomfortable and said, What nonsense are you talking? Do you think that without you, the earth won't be able to rotate anymore? Liu Chu was stunned. Annoyed, he shouted, Without me, the project will never be completed. Hearing this, Lin Yi curiously asked, Director Sun, what project is he referring to? Sun Fuyu replied, The preliminary work of the project has been completed, but the control unit program is still missing. However, the programs we have written will never match the control unit. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi wondered, Is it very difficult? Sun Fuyu replied with a big laugh, This is the most critical step in chip research. His words made Lin Yi curious. He immediately sat down and seriously considered. Then let me take a look. Seeing him like that, Mr. Sun smiled and asked, Mr. Lin, may I ask, what qualifications do you have? Lin Yi calmly replied, A bachelor's degree in science and technology from TH Nation, majoring in marketing. Hearing that, Sun Fuyu's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at him. His expression turned serious as he said, Mr. Lin, if you want to test it, go ahead. Liu Chu seemed not to believe what he said. He sarcastically remarked, Mr. Lin is truly impressive. A marketing student who also knows programming. I can't help but want to cheer for you. Sun Fuyu's expression became astonished, and he asked in disbelief, Mr. Lin, did you fix those code segments? Lin Yi replied nonchalantly, I used it to fix the code bugs in your source code. Besides, there are many errors in DFT, floor plan, CTS, and the parameters being sent. I'm currently helping you adjust them so that next time you won't make the same mistakes. Upon hearing him, the faces of Sun Fuyu, Liu Chu, and Liu Yan were all filled with astonishment. Lin Yi calmly continued, It's all done. I finished writing the code. The rest you can check yourselves. Liu Chu unexpectedly asked him, Mr. Lin, don't you need to check it again? He replied nonchalantly, No need. It's just a small matter. Sun Fuyu looked satisfied as he gazed at what Lin Yi had just run out with, his face beaming with pleasure as he said, The program is perfect. We know what to do next. Lin Yi turned to Liu Chu with a confused look and asked, I've resolved your issues. Can you leave now? He sulked and turned his back to leave without saying anything more. Lin Yi then turned to Sun Fuyu and said, By the way, please compile a list and renew all the equipment. He replied, I will first list out what needs to be renewed. If it's a complete renewal, it will cost more than 30 million, I am afraid. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yi unexpectedly placed a hand on his shoulder, smiling as he said, Just list everything out, then I will transfer 50 million to you. All old equipment will be renewed, and each person will receive 500,000 as a bonus. If it's not enough, just tell the accountant to come and talk to me. Upon hearing this, he was astonished, and soon Sun Fuyu happily responded to him, Thank you, Mr. Lin. On behalf of the Longsin Research Institute, I express my gratitude for your trust. Liu Yan unexpectedly stepped forward. Mr. Lin. She bowed her head and shouted, I'm sorry. I apologize for my previous actions. I would like to ask you some professional questions. Hearing that, Lin Yi took out his phone with a QR code and said, Here is my contact information. Feel free to reach out to me if you need anything. Seeing this, Lu Ying was visibly delighted. After finishing, he immediately turned to leave, saying, I'm off then. Do contact me later if anything comes up. Noticing this, Sun Fuyu immediately said, Mr. Lin, wait for me. I'll see you out. Saying that, he escorted Lin Yi outside, and Lin Yi looked at the person in front of him in confusion. In front of him were the headmaster of the teacher training university, Zhao Yi, along with his secretary, Cho Chang-je. Zhao Yi smiled and introduced himself. You must be Director Sun, right? I am Zhao Yi, the headmaster of the teacher training university of our nation, and I apologize for bothering you. Sun Fuyu understood their intention for being there, and he replied, Headmaster Zhao, a few days ago you called me, and this time you must be here to ask to borrow the laboratory, right? However, the research institute has already been purchased by someone else, and I am not in a position to decide. Hearing that, the two were quite astonished. Purchased? Sun Fuyu smiled and introduced, This person is the new owner of our research institute. Regarding borrowing the laboratory, you'll need to discuss it with him. Lin Yi politely greeted, Headmaster Zhao, nice to meet you. Zhao Yi was pleased and shook hands with him. Hello, Mr. Lin. We will cover the costs for using the laboratory. Hearing that, Lin Yi smiled friendly and said, There's no need to spend so much. Just right, the research institute has some equipment that needs updating. Why not donate it to the school? The old equipment used for chip development is a bit much, but for research and study, it should be no problem. Zhao Yi smiled happily upon hearing him say that. Then thank you. You've helped us a lot. Chang Ji recognized Lin Yi. He stepped forward to greet. Mr. Lin, you look very familiar. Have we met before? Lin Yi scratched his head and replied, Mr. Cho's memory is really good. A few days ago, we met in the Human Resources Department when I took office. Hearing this, Zhao Yi was very surprised. He asked incredulously, Mr. Lin is a teacher at our education university. You have bought Longsin Research Institute. Why do you still want to be a teacher at university? He smiled and said, Just experiencing life. Zhao Yi happily made a suggestion. Teacher Lin, you have donated a large amount of equipment like this, contributing to the scientific research of the school. The school will never forget. I propose you take the position of honorary vice president. What do you think? Lin Yi smiled and replied, The headmaster is being polite. I don't want to stand out too much. He did not pay attention to the rejection from him. Teacher Lin, I know you are a modest person. We will do it quietly. Tomorrow we will give you the certificate. Saying that, he turned to tell Chang Ji, You go arrange it. He smiled and replied, Yes, sir. On Monday morning, at the normal university, Lin Yi was already at his desk. Suddenly, an angry foot kicked the door. It was Fu Jiajun, who stormed in angrily. Upon seeing him, a brown-haired colleague smiled and said, Teacher Fu is here? Director Su hasn't arrived yet? Hearing him speak, he shouted angrily, I'm not here to find Director Su, I'm here to find him. While speaking, he pointed at Lin Yi, who stood there confused by Jiajun's attitude. Lin Yi furrowed his brows and asked, Looking for me? Who are you? Jiajun, furious, pointed his finger. I heard you just arrived, and you've been causing a lot of trouble for Director Su these days, haven't you? His question made Lin Yi even more confused, not understanding what was happening. He impatiently continued, You are really despicable. You better leave this university. Lin Yi smiled smugly and replied, Oh, I'm so scared. Just a few words like that, and you want to kick me out already? The colleague next to her whispered, Teacher Lin, cut down on the chatter a bit. Teacher Fu here is the school's vice president of administration. He has a lot of power. Hearing this, Lin Yi stopped speaking and fell silent. Just then, the door swung open unexpectedly. It was Suge, and she irritably asked, Teacher Fu, why are you here? Did I not say that you should refrain from coming to my workplace? Seeing her, Jiajun was all smiles as he said, Don't worry. If this guy dares to make things difficult for you, I will take care of him. Suga replied gloomily, I and Teacher Lin are just ordinary colleagues. As she spoke, she wrapped her arm around Lin Yi's, then smiled as she continued, It has nothing to do with you. Seeing this scene left Jiajun astonished. Director Su, he is the bad guy. Our school cannot allow him to stay. Suga stated, Well, it's just that I don't want him to bother me. Oh, it's no trouble at all. I am always happy to serve beautiful people. Lin Yi replied with a squinted smile in a flirtatious manner. Suga thought, He doesn't seem so bad after all. While the two were chatting, suddenly a phone call rang. "Hello, I am Principal Lee. Please have Lin Yi come to my office for a moment." She replied, "Ah, yes." Su-ge worriedly said, "Teacher Lin, Principal Lee wants you to come to his office. Remember to have a bit of an attitude when you go there. Yes, you must apologize first. Otherwise, you won't be able to stay at the school." Everyone was anxious, fearing that Lin Yi would be fired. But contrary to their worried expressions, Lin Yi just smiled faintly. Switching scenes to Principal Lee's office. "Bastard! You are fired!" As Lin Yi entered, not yet understanding what was happening, he heard Fu Jiajun say, "Oh really? On the contrary, I want to hear a little. What reason do you use to fire me?" "Teacher Lin, I believe your qualifications are not suitable for working at a pedagogical university. You should find another job," said Principal Li Detian. Lin Yi responded, "Oh, I have a message. Sorry." Lin Yi took out his phone, and on it was a message from Headmaster Zhao. "Teacher Lin, I have prepared the appointment letter with the certificate of honor. When do you have time to come to my office to sign the contract?" Lin Yi replied, "Signing the contract is not possible now. I am about to be fired. If we have a fate, we will meet again." Headmaster Zhao replied, "What happened that you got fired? Where are you now?" Lin Yi answered, "I am in the principal's office." While Lin Yi was texting Headmaster Zhao, Principal Li was yelling, "Lin Yi, you are too arrogant. Do you still consider me your principal?" A pair of feet rushed by at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, arriving at the door. The principal's office door was slammed open. The person who entered was Headmaster Zhao, looking stern as he said, "What is going on here?" Headmaster Zhao replied, "Is it because we were talking too loudly and disturbing you? This person is Teacher Lin. I believe that with his education, he is not suitable to work at this teacher training university. We were just having a conversation." Headmaster Zhao shouted, "You're talking nonsense!" Headmaster Zhao, with a furious expression, shouted at Principal Li, "I worked hard to invite him to be the honorary vice president, and you want to kick him out? Have you lost your mind from too much thinking?" "What? Honorary vice president?" Both Principal Li and Fu Jiajun gaped in shock. Headmaster Zhao pointed and said, "Lin Yi is the director of the Long Sin Research Institute. His qualifications cannot be doubted. In my opinion, it is your character that is unworthy of the position. You should take the initiative to resign." After hearing this once again, the two of them were left speechless, only able to stare in disbelief. Principal Li said, "Headmaster Zhao, please give me a chance to correct my mistake." Headmaster Zhao said, "Humph, how many chances do you think I've given you, considering Fu Jiajun's character?" After being refused, feeling ashamed turned into anger, and he turned to blame the green-haired guy. Headmaster Zhao said, "I feel quite sorry for Teacher Lin. Why don't you take Li Detian's position? I think you would fit perfectly." Lin Yi said, "No, I can't do that. I just want to be a humble teacher." "It's all your fault. You made me lose my job because of a girl." Now that certain Principal Li was angrily punching Fu Jiajun. Headmaster Zhao said, "If Teacher Lin is this humble, then externally you can be called the deputy director, but we will still appoint you as the vice president. We just need to keep it confidential." Lin Yi said, "That works for me." In the teacher's office, everyone was worried about Lin Yi. No one could concentrate on their work. "Headmaster Zhao, you're here." Headmaster Zhao replied, "I ran into Teacher Lin on the way here, so I came with him." Suge said, "Welcome, Headmaster Zhao, to the management office." Headmaster Zhao said, "As for the management part, let's hold off on that for now. I have some news to announce. First, Li Detian and Fu Jiajun have been removed from their positions." Suge exclaimed, "What?" Headmaster Zhao continued, "Additionally, Teacher Lin will become the deputy director. Is it okay for you to work in the same office together?" Suge replied, "No problem at all." Headmaster Zhao said, "Great, you arrange it then." Suge responded, "Yes, of course." Once Headmaster Zhao left, the crowd gathered. "Teacher Lin, what actually happened? You not only weren't fired, but got promoted instead. Lin Yi replied, It's nothing much. The headmaster is observant and spoke a few good words for me, that's all. Ling Wei said, Congratulations, master, on completing the case mission. The career completion progress has reached 60%. You have become the honorary president of the Pedagogy University and have been awarded the Twin Mansions. Lin Yi, surprised, asked back, What? Twin Mansions? Oh my god, is it the Twin Mansions? The financial center worth 14.8 billion? That's right, dear master, Ling Wei confirmed. Just then, the phone rang. May I ask if this is Mr. Lin Yi? You have just acquired the Twin Mansions. When would it be convenient for you to come here to finalize the paperwork? Then tomorrow at 9 a.m., Lin Yi replied. Lin Yi thought, The Twin Mansions have come at just the right time. My current business assets are too numerous. It's time to establish a company to consolidate these assets. As soon as he stepped into his new office, Lin Yi saw a white shoulder right in front of him. He was surprised. Hey, why did you come in so suddenly? This is my office too, the girl replied. Contrary to the girl's shy expression, Lin Yi seemed very delighted. He smiled broadly. Oh my god, are you still looking? You should get out quickly. Saying that, the girl pushed Lin Yi out and slammed the door shut. Lin Yi scratched his head, thinking, I didn't mean to look. It was just that the attraction was too strong. The scene shifts to a bustling skyscraper where a grand event is taking place. Lin Yi appears in a stylish black suit, attracting all eyes. The halo of the main character makes many girls' hearts flutter. Ji Kyun Nian is serving drinks when she turns around and sees Lin Yi standing behind her. She smiles and says, Wait for me a moment. Then she brings the glass to her lips, glancing at Lin Yi as if to say, Should eat something first, right? Another girl approaches and asks Lin Yi, Hey handsome, can we exchange WeChat? When Lin Yi shakes his head, she looks disappointed and says, That's not fair. The girl turns around, annoyed, and says, What are you pretending for? You look like a pitiful person. Lin Yi shakes his head in resignation. I'm not pretending at all, right? Well then, let's not create more trouble. One girl asks, Miss Ji from the Yaluo design team just received a large project, around 800 million. Do you know about it? Ji Kyun Nian replies, I know it's the Wangjiang terminal renovation project. However, I'm not familiar with the owner. They also don't know who it'll eventually belong to. Lin Yi thinks, Yaluo Design, why does it sound familiar? Isn't that the design company I chose? Miss Ji, are you interested in the Wangjiang terminal renovation project? The person who just arrived is Wei Ziyang, the general manager of Qingfeng Nation TH. Ji Kyun Nian says, Of course I am interested in such a large project, but in terms of networking, I'm lacking. It's truly difficult to succeed. If Miss Ji wants to take this project, then conversely, I have a way, Wei Ziyang said. Ji Kyun Nian replied, Mr. Wei, don't joke with me anymore. A good business opportunity like this, how could you not handle it yourself? Furthermore, what connections do you have? What is he even to her? Lin Yi thought to himself as he watched Wei Ziyang's self-directed performance. Wei Ziyang said, You may not know that the chief designer Yaluo is my cousin. A big project like this, I can't handle it alone. Or, Ji Kyun Nian said, If Mr. Wei is interested, why not come to the company to discuss it sometime? Before Ji Kyun Nian could finish her sentence, Wei Ziyang laughed and replied, Why go to the company? For such a big project, doesn't Miss Ji think I should at least have the chance to have dinner with you? She responded, Well... A hand rose up to stop Wei Ziyang just before he could touch Ji Kyun Nian. Dinner is out of the question. She doesn't have time to go out for dinner with you right now. You should really let go of that thought. Lin Yi's expression could not be more gentle at that moment. He shot a cold glance towards Wei Ziyang. No time to have dinner with me, but you would have time to have dinner with him? Wei Ziyang asked Lin Yi. Ji Kyun Nian replied, Mr. Wei, it's true that I am currently dating Lin Yi, so I must apologize regarding your invitation. Wei Ziyang, feeling annoyed, said, Miss Ji is really quite arrogant. A project worth hundreds of millions won't simply be dismissed like that. Who said that Yaluo's design project must be handed over to you? On the contrary, I feel that the Sunrise Group has a lot of potential, Lin Yi replied. Ha ha, my brother, are you trying to make me laugh? Wei Ziyang mocked. Lin Yi responded, if you don't believe me, just call your cousin and ask her. As he spoke, Wei Ziyang took out his phone and called his cousin. Cousin, regarding the Wangjiang terminal project on your side, is there a suitable application for the construction department yet? The voice on the phone replied, why are you asking this? Isn't that project still under your responsibility? Lin Yi said, this is Lin Yi speaking. You are Mr. Lin? The person on the other end exclaimed upon hearing this. Wei Ziyang asked, cousin, do you know someone named Lin Yi? She replied, of course. The Wangjiang terminal is Mr. Lin's enterprise. The renovation project was assigned to you by him. After hearing this, both Ji Qunnian and Wei Ziyang were astonished, unable to believe their ears, and they looked at Lin Yi. Now you must believe that I have full authority over this project, right? Mr. Lin was just offended a lot. Please don't hold it against me. Wei Ziyang, now scared, pleaded softly. All right, get lost, Lin Yi ordered. Upon hearing this, Wei Ziyang ran away as fast as he could, keeping his distance from such a dangerous situation to save his own life. Did you eat it and then go back to your room to rest and wait for me? Lin Yi said to Ji Qunnian, making her blush and shyly look away. Someone said, wow, that's really domineering. The man that Ji is aiming for is truly extraordinary. The scene shifts to the VIP lounge. As Ji Qunnian opened the door and entered, she saw Lin Yi sleeping on the sofa. As she approached, she sat down on the floor next to him. Not long after sitting down, Ji Qunnian was suddenly pulled by a large hand gripping her wrist, causing her to tumble onto the sofa, landing right on top of Lin Yi. Are you pretending to sleep? Ji Qunnian questioned Lin Yi as she realized what had happened, but he just smiled brightly at her. One of his hands gently rested on his chest, and in a sweet tone he said, Lin Yi, did you really buy Wangjiang Terminal? I feel like I don't quite see through you. Lin Yi's hand did not hesitate to wrap around Ji Qunnian's shoulder. Then she smiled mysteriously and continued, on one hand, you do a regular job, and on the other, you invest in other businesses, hiding it so well. Lin Yi held her tightly in his embrace, affectionately. Then he spoke. Where's the hiding? If you don't delve into daily life, how can you understand the intricacies of the market? Ji Qunnian gazed at Lin Yi longingly and said with a teasing tone, enough, I can't argue with you, but work is work. I will ensure the quality of the Wangjiang Terminal project is up to standard. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yi, with a captivating expression, placed his hand on her chin. To Ji Qunnian's surprise, he smiled and replied, stop, hold on. I didn't say I would hand over the Wangjiang Terminal project to you, did I? Ji Qunnian didn't get angry, but feigned a pout. Huh, if you don't give that project to me, you can sleep on the sofa. Suddenly, Lin Yi couldn't take it anymore and turned to push her back. Lin Yi rushed over and said, hey, you dare pinch me again, that's quite violent. She suddenly exclaimed and then laughed at his closeness. All right, I won't dare any more. With that, the scene became quite romantic. The two shared a passionate kiss of love. Lin Yi locked lips with her, causing her to gasp, and soon things started to escalate. Lin Yi lost all restraint and moved down to her sensitive areas. Ji Qunnian, with a delighted expression, couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly. While inhaling the breathtakingly large breasts of Ji Qunnian, Lin Yi flatteringly said, about the project, find some time to talk to Guan Ya from Ya Luo's design. I will talk to her later. Hearing these words, she was very pleased, wrapping her arms around Lin Yi and replied, haha, thank you. After that, she turned the situation around and took the initiative, sitting on Lin Yi's lap. He suggested, let's sleep on the sofa together today. She happily replied, sure, consider it a reward for you, don't close your eyes. And then she boldly took off her bra. The scene at this moment had completely changed. Time passed, and by the next day, at a very large company, Lin Yi was walking with an extremely relaxed demeanor, stuffing his hands into his pockets, smiling as if he was thinking of something. Suddenly, from behind, a loud voice called out, startling him. "Is Lin Yi a friend?" By reflex, he turned around and blankly called out the name of the girl in front of him. "Mo Qingwan?" It turned out that this person was his university friend and also the class beauty. Qingwan cheerfully said, "It really is you. It's been over a year since we graduated. What job are you doing now?" The unexpected reunion of two acquaintances. He replied casually, "I'm a physical education teacher at the university." Hearing this, she couldn't stop asking questions. "A physical education teacher? I guess you don't make a lot of money, right?" Then Qingwan, with a smug expression, kept bragging, "Life is really unpredictable. Your achievements were so good, yet you're now a physical education teacher. I work at Far East, and I receive a salary of 200,000 at the end of each month. Perhaps this is just everyone's destiny, right?" Lin Yi, hearing this, stiffened his face and reluctantly replied, "Yeah, you're absolutely right." Meeting here made her very curious. She asked, "By the way, what are you doing here?" He, with a nonchalant expression, stated his purpose for coming. "I'm here to acquire this building. Do you believe it?" Hearing this, Qingwan fell silent. Suddenly, at that moment, through the glass door, he saw many people standing outside to gossip, making Lin Yi puzzled as he asked, "Is there something going on at your company? Why are so many people standing at the entrance?" She frankly replied, "That's because a mysterious wealthy person bought twin mansions. They are here today to proceed with the formalities." Saying that, she burst into laughter excitedly. Vice President Rowan and several senior directors are waiting at the door to welcome. From a distance, the Far East Market Director, Ren Zhongshu, was holding a contract with a serious expression and shouted to her, "Qingwan, why are you just standing there talking? Come in with me right now." Qingwan, with a joyful expression, stepped forward and explained, "I ran into a college friend." Then she moved closer to Zhongshu, continuously linking arms and introducing, "Lin Yi, this is Ren Zhongshu, my boyfriend, the Far East Market Director. How about we have dinner together tonight? I'll tell him to arrange a new job for you." Unexpectedly, he, with a disgusted face, bluntly refused, "No way." With a furious attitude, he said, "The only people who should dine with me are the elite. Eating with this guy is just a waste of time. Let's hurry in. That person is coming soon." With that, he turned and left without looking back, leaving Qingwan awkwardly saying, Lin Yi, let's continue our conversation next time. I have something to do, so I'll head out now." Lin Yi was silent at this moment, not knowing what to say, his face filled with helplessness. He then waved his hand in a casual farewell. In front of the company, under the blazing sun, everyone was lined up neatly in 2 rows to welcome the guests. As he approached, surprised with an unpleasant expression, he asked, "Didn't you just buy your building? Why are you making such a big deal out of it?" Hearing the familiar voice, Zhongshu curiously tilted his head to look back. He casually put his hands in his pockets and walked forward with a confident smile. This action left the 2 others utterly astonished, unable to believe their eyes. Zhongshu panicked and said, "Qingwan, what is your friend doing? Hurry and chase him out." Hearing her boyfriend say that, she also hurriedly ran over, anxiously saying, "Lin Yi, get out of the way." Then she continued with a hint to drive him away, "This place is not where you should be." In response to her disturbance, Lin Yi just stood still, his hands fumbling as if he was about to take something out. Suddenly, a familiar voice shouted, "Qingwan, what are you doing?" Luo approached with an extremely angry expression, staring straight ahead. Hearing that, Qingwan quickly explained, "Mr. Luo, I'm sorry, my friend's mind isn't quite right. I'll chase him away right now." The situation was very tense at that moment when suddenly, someone rushed in to interrupt the conversation. With an angry expression, he shouted, "Where are the security guards? Hurry and throw this crazy guy out." It seemed that everything would settle down. But no, at that moment, CEO Luo came over and slapped him, causing his face to turn to the side. After regaining his composure, he held his face in pain and asked in confusion, "Mr. Luo, why did you hit me?" And then Luo shouted loudly, revealing his identity. "Damn it! This person is Mr. Lin, who has just purchased this building. How dare you say that Mr. Lin is a lunatic? You two hurry up and pack your things and get out of here." The guy, hearing this, couldn't believe his ears, mumbling, "How could this be possible?" At that moment, Qing Wan understood the situation and hurriedly followed behind him, asking, "Lin Yi, did you really buy twin mansions?" He, with a pale face, turned to look at her and replied, "Did I not tell you already? I'm here to collect the keys and you just didn't believe it." Zhongshu returned to a state of joy, bowing deeply and warmly welcoming, "Mr. Lin, see how noisy this has become. Let's go out tonight. I assure you, you will be satisfied." His gaze was now cold, staring intently at Luo and threatening, "You want to have a meal with me? Do you think you are qualified for that right now?" His face was worried, looking anxious and speechless, while Luo, with a serious expression, angrily said, "Mr. Lin doesn't need to pay attention to them. Now we should go to the conference room to sign the contract." Hearing that, he agreed to respond, "All right then." At this moment, they finally arrived at Mr. Luo's office. The thick stacks of documents were neatly placed on the desk. Seeing that, he was quite startled, rubbed his head, and wondered, "Why are there so many?" Time passed, and half an hour later, he signed each sheet of paper one by one. Afterward, he stretched lazily, yawning continuously. Finally done! Mr. Luo had been waiting for him for a long time. Seeing that, he came over and smiled, saying, "Congratulations, Mr. Lin. I would like to ask a little about this. Twin mansions are now your asset. Regarding real estate, do you have any suitable candidates in mind?" He also understood Mr. Luo's intention. Mr. Luo wants to recommend a candidate. He shyly explained, "My brother-in-law has a real estate company ranked in the top 3 in this nation th. If Mr. Lin hasn't found a suitable candidate yet, you could consider him." Hearing the enthusiastic advice, he readily agreed. "If Mr. Luo has made a recommendation, just have him contact me." After completing the paperwork, he said, "I'm heading out now." In front of the company lobby, Qing Wan and her boyfriend were packing their belongings and getting ready to leave. He turned to look at her with a haggard expression, constantly assuring her, "Qing Wan, don't worry. I will still make money by working at another company. Supporting you will not be a problem." Those sincere words were hard for her to take in. She smiled wryly and said, "You're thinking too much. I feel that the two of us are not quite suitable, so let's break up." Hearing that, he was extremely shocked and asked back, "Break up? Didn't you say you wanted to marry me?" Her calm expression shared, "Back in college, Lin Yi once wrote me love letters. In every word you just said, it showed your heart remembering me, not forgetting. So I want to be with Lin Yi." Zhongshu was furious, turned around and walked away. "I didn't expect you to be someone like this." After he disappeared, she unhesitatingly threw all her belongings into the trash ruthlessly. Then she stood in front of the company, touched up her makeup, waiting for Lin Yi to come out. Then, just as planned, she cheerfully called his name. "Lin Yi." Lin Yi saw her expression at that moment and was very curious, asking, "Aren't you leaving yet?" Qing Wan, with a friendly and bright smile, replied, "I'm waiting for you. I just broke up with Ren Zhongshu." Lin Yi's face turned cold, expressionless. He said, "What does that have to do with me?" With a flirty demeanor, she cheerfully reminisced about the past. "Back then, you wrote me love letters. Now that I'm giving you a chance, shouldn't you cherish it?" At this moment, he clarified the issue of the letter. That letter was written by Zhang Song. "Wake up! Don't keep dreaming." Hearing those cruel words, her face turned pale. The onlookers, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but gossip. "This woman is too self-obsessed. Most women are like this. If there's no money, they don't care. But if there's money, they want to get back together." Lin Yi politely spoke up. "All right, you seem busy, don't you? I'm leaving." He then walked straight towards the flashy convertible in front of him, preparing to get in. Suddenly, she relentlessly clung on and sat in the car. He was taken aback to see her like that. Qingwan cheerfully pleaded, "I've been kicked out. Can you take me home?" Her persistence annoyed him, and he stared hard at her, angrily shouting, "Have I invited you into the car?" In the face of Lin Yi's harsh rejection, she insisted on staying and said, "After all, we used to be classmates. Can't we at least have a short ride together?" Meanwhile, Lin Yi was holding something on his phone, looking serious yet cheerful. "Fine, you can sit there." It seemed like he had changed his mind, and she shyly replied, "Lin Yi, are you holding your phone to book a hotel? I'm fine with wherever, no need to choose." Just after he finished speaking, he picked up the phone and said, "Hello, is this 110? There's a woman deliberately sitting in my car and refusing to leave. I'm right at the skyscraper, right in front of Far East." Upon hearing that, her face turned worried, and she sputtered, "Are you really calling the police?" Lin Yi calmly replied, "Of course." Realizing the situation was quite serious, she hurriedly stopped him. "Lin Yi, please don't call the police. I'll get out of the car now." Time had passed, and night fell over the city. The streets were bustling. In a tall building, the surroundings were decorated with bright lights that enhanced the beauty of the place. Suddenly, everyone started to rush forward with curious looks, wanting to see what was happening. There was an angry man standing in front of his car, constantly pointing and shouting, "This car I just bought. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, don't even think about leaving." In front of him was a fallen motorcycle. Wang Ying felt very upset and replied, "Why are you yelling? I'll pay you for the damages, isn't that enough?" Then the old man sent up a pointed suggestion, his hand ready to rise as he spoke. "With so much money, I think you can't be short on it. I have a solution. Would you like to hear it?" Wang Ying looked at him in pure fear and asked, "What solution?" With that, he gripped her wrist tightly and stated his proposition. "I'm in need of a secretary. If you agree to work for me, I can deduct the cost of that car from your salary little by little." Wang Ying felt humiliated. Anger surged as she struggled to break free from his grip and shouted, "Dream on, you scumbag!" Seeing that she refused to agree, he became furious, pulling something from his pocket to threaten her. "You dare to insult me?" He was extremely angry, then took a cloth from his trouser pocket and waved it toward Wang Ying while threatening, "Do you believe I will make you a disreputable person right now?" She barely managed to let out a scream before he shoved the cloth into her mouth. Her eyes became dazed, and her body lost its balance. Seeing this, he grinned in delight, and the onlookers had gathered, astonished by the scene before their eyes. Suddenly, a striking green modified supercar caught everyone's attention. Everyone exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my God, it's a supercar, damn it! I've only seen this car on the internet." From the car, Lin Yi stepped out with a very handsome demeanor, gently adjusting his cuff. At that moment, Wang Ying, in a dazed state, stared intently at him. Not long after, she couldn't endure it any longer, staggered, and fell down. In front of the startled look of the man, "Hey, you!" She fell right into Lin Yi's arms and called his name, leaving everyone, including Lin Yi, bewildered. After that, she asked curiously, "Why are you here?" Lin Yi replied straightforwardly, "I happen to be passing by. Why is your face so red?" Hearing that, Wang Ying, not fully conscious, with a flushed face, explained, "Just now, he touched my hand. It was all his doing." Lin Yi, not understanding what was happening, asked more carefully, "Sister Ying, what exactly happened? Tell me." She didn't hide it, immediately laying out the situation. "I parked my car here. He said my car was blown backward by the wind and hit his car, demanding that I pay." At those explanations, he was very puzzled, deep in thought. Today is so hot. There isn't even a breeze. How could the motorcycle be blown backward? Suddenly, from afar, something was sparkling, attracting his attention. Then, he slid his fingers across the screen of his phone and declared, "There's a surveillance camera over there. Tell them to extract the footage to find out what happened right away." He was terrified upon hearing this. The surveillance camera stood there like a savior. This incident was about to be revealed. He stepped back and stammered, "If she is your friend, I'll let you handle it. It's not a big deal for me to take her for a repair myself." Frightened by Lin Yi's threat, he turned to leave, intending to escape. But at this moment, Lin Yi spoke up. "Wait, why are you in such a hurry? If there's anything else, I think it's better to report to the police." Faced with these threatening words, he fearfully knelt down to admit his mistake. "I know I was wrong. I thought she was beautiful, so I had ill intentions." Seeing that this was enough, Lin Yi forgave him and reminded him with a serious expression, "As a kindness, because you are an elder from your family, I will let you go. Just know, if it happens again, I will take you to the police station." Wang Ying's condition became more serious. Her face turned red, and she kept pulling at her clothes, saying, "Lin Yi, I'm so dizzy." Hearing this, he was extremely worried, hugging her tightly and comforting her. "Don't say anything else. I'll take you." The supercar just drove along the road. He couldn't help but ask, "Still that apartment? Can you take her home?" She replied, "That's right." Inside the car at that moment, while focusing on driving, he turned to Wang Ying, smiling as he asked, "Sister Ying, now you are the head of the business department. Why don't you buy a car?" Hearing that question, she answered, "It wouldn't be good to buy a car right after a promotion." He added, "What others say doesn't matter. Why care about them? As long as you feel comfortable, that's what matters. One day, I'll take you to buy a car." It sounded reasonable, she said. "Okay, then I'll listen to you." Suddenly, the car system announced. After that, a voice echoed, "Mr. Lin, we can't find that much money in such a short time. Can you let my brother off? I can sell myself." Everyone who heard it turned red-faced. He coldly replied, "You go to jail and sell yourself. I've already contacted a lawyer." Wang Ying's gaze at that moment became full of desire. She took off her jacket and then alluringly said, "Today I've helped you. Do you need me to sell myself for you?" Hearing that, he drove while bracing himself to resist. "Sister Ying, don't act rashly. We are almost at your home." At this moment, they finally arrived at Wang Ying's house. One hand reached up to switch on the lights, and then a chaotic scene appeared before his and Wang Ying's eyes, clothes scattered messily on the floor. She felt quite embarrassed and hurried over to tidy up the pile of clothes, saying, "Oh no, I'm going to be laughed at. The house is still not cleaned up." Hearing that, he awkwardly replied, "It's okay. My house is just like this. I just finished tidying up." Wang Ying felt flustered at that moment, her face heating up, and she hurriedly said, "I'm too hot. Just sit there and wait. I'll go take a shower and then invite you to a sumptuous meal." So he sat down on the sofa and agreed. She then hurriedly left. Suddenly, at this moment, he felt shy and his face turned completely red. His hand picked up a piece of lingerie that Wang Ying had not tidied up properly. During this time, he had also joined a gaming group with very skilled shooting skills, and soon he had taken down an enemy. A familiar voice rang out. "Oh no, I'm coming to check on you. I'm still feeling dizzy, and I'm really hot." She stepped out with a hot figure just after taking a shower, with only a piece of cloth wrapped around her body for cover. He was holding the iPhone 16 Pro Max in his hand, playing games very joyfully. Witnessing this scene, he felt extremely embarrassed, flustered, not knowing what to do. In his heart, he silently thought, "What should I do now? What should I do now?" However, thinking was one thing, and reality was another. He still raised his hand, gently touched Wang Ying's forehead, and couldn't help but exclaim, "It really is too hot." After that, Lin Yi assisted her into the room. Once she lay obediently on the bed, Lin Yi squatted beside her and asked with concern, "Are you living alone now?" Wang Ying candidly replied, I've gotten divorced." But at that moment, the two grew even closer. She turned to call Lin Yi's name, causing him to ask in curiosity, "Why are you calling me?" With a gaze full of desire and a seductive expression, she pulled him close and said, "Kiss me. I feel too uncomfortable." In the face of that temptation, he remained remarkably calm, pushing Wang Ying away and clearly stating, "Sister, I don't want you to regret this." It seemed like everything had come to an end here, but no, Wang Ying once again attacked Lin Yi. Before he could regain his composure, Wang Ying gave him a sweet kiss on the lips. With Lin Yi's astonished gaze, she said, "Right now, I don't need to care about anything anymore. I only need you. I just want to feel your body." After that kiss, she could no longer bear it and pleaded with him, "Lin Yi, please save me." He looked at the alluring figure before him, unable to take his eyes off. Yet he hesitantly said, "Sister Ying, Before he could finish his sentence, she launched an attack. This time, she even took off her shirt, revealing a body with six-pack abs, incredibly seductive. She said, "Sister wants you, Lin Yi." Faced with such temptation, he could not resist. He reached out and placed his hand on Wang's soft, rosy lips and said, "All right then." As soon as he spoke those words, both of them felt immensely satisfied, exchanging a passionate kiss. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. After a while, both of them were naked on the bed. At this point, he curiously asked, "Sister Ying, why did you get divorced?" Without hesitation, she shared, "Ever since he cheated, our relationship has been broken." With a tender look, he gazed at her adoringly and couldn't help but exclaim, "How could he cheat on such a beautiful wife like you?" Her expression turned sad as she replied, "Aren't men always attracted to something new?" After that, a foot slowly stepped down from the bed. He coldly put on his clothes, leaving her alone on the bed, then straightforwardly expressed his opinion. "If there's no more feeling, it's better to end it early for you." Wang Ying concernedly asked and suggested, "Hey, it's really dangerous. Why don't you stay here tonight?" At that moment, he was tidying up his clothes and said, "You still have to go to school tomorrow morning. It's far from here. I should head back." By the time morning arrived, Lin Yi was extremely bewildered, his eyes wide with countless questioning thoughts. The scene before him was utterly desolate. He panicked and asked, "Hey, where's my desk? A big desk like that?" Teacher Li was cheerful at that moment, holding a cup of hot coffee and explaining, "Director Lin, you are now the Deputy Director of the Youth League Committee, so you'll be sharing an office with Director Su." Hearing that, his face clearly showed dissatisfaction as he said, "I don't want to share an office with a tigress. You go and carry that desk over here for me." Suddenly, at that moment, the door swung open. A familiar figure strode in and shouted, "Who are you calling a tigress?" Faced with the fierce presence of Director Su, he stammered in fear, "Oh no, you heard wrong." The entire school at that moment looked like something out of a youth campus movie. Rays of sunlight streamed in through each window, and the greenery was lush. On the table, the desk phone was ringing incessantly. Suge, sitting next to her, heard this and picked up the phone, answering, "Hello." The voice on the other end delivered shocking news. "Hey, it's not good. Sun Xiaoyu wants to jump off the building. Everyone come here quickly." Upon hearing this, she was extremely panicked, her eyes wide and her mouth agape as if she couldn't believe her ears. "What? Jump off the building?" Just a few seconds later, Suge regained her composure and frantically asked loudly, "Where are you all right now? I will come immediately." Seeing her in such a panic, Teacher Li also asked, "What happened?" She hurriedly replied, "Liu Yang called and said Sun Xiaoyu wants to jump off the building because of work issues." Then she turned to Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, you should come along too." He quickly responded, "Okay, I'll drive. It will be faster." At this moment, everyone had successfully climbed into Lin Yi's car. The vehicle sped away at a rapid pace. Inside the car, everyone was anxious. Lin Yi, not fully understanding the situation, asked again, "What exactly happened? Who wants to jump off the building?" Hearing his question, Suge, sitting next to him, explained, "The girl who wants to jump off is named Sun Xiaoyu. She is an outstanding graduate of this class. After her internship, she rented a place, but we don't know what happened." Teacher Li at the back was also panicking. "Did you just say it's because of the job? Where is she interning?" Suge replied, Zhonghan Capital, Director Lin must have heard of it, right? It's a very famous investment company. Hearing the name Zhonghan Capital, he vaguely recalled, with a serious expression interrogating, "Isn't that Qing Han's company?" The scene shifted to another place, where the atmosphere was extremely chaotic. People were crowding around, and below was a lifebuoy. Their vehicle had also arrived at the scene. Suge shouted, "Here, stop the car!" Everyone anxiously rushed out of the vehicle, and Lin Yi looked ahead, the scene leaving him stunned, his face darkening with worry. On the high-rise building, a figure was standing there, waiting to die, and that person was none other than Sun Xiaoyu. Seeing the situation was too dangerous, Suge quickly crouched and slipped inside the cordon. The police officer shouted, "What are you doing? Get out of here now!" At this moment, she also spoke up to explain, "Officer, we are the teachers of the girl on the rooftop. Can you let us go up there to persuade her?" Hearing this, the police officer allowed them in. "You all hurry and follow me up." On the upper floor, the rooftop door began to crack open, and the girl standing there was delighted to see her group of people. Ms. Su, Teacher Lin, Teacher Li, everyone hurry and persuade her. Ms. Su hurriedly rushed over, panicked, and urged, "What happened? Didn't she find a good job? Why is she now disregarding her own life?" After that, Suge seriously comforted, "Xiaoyu, calm down. I will take charge for you." Hearing this, Xiaoyu turned around. Her face was now filled with tears and lifelessness as she pitifully said, "Ms. Su, I was molested, and my boyfriend doesn't believe me. I don't want to live anymore." After hearing those words, everyone was incredibly shocked and shouted in unison, "Molested?" Only Lin Yi remained calm enough to say, "You take your time and tell us who molested you." The girl, covering her face with her hands, responded, "The vice president of the company I'm working at. I never expected he would harm me today." Suge walked over to persuade her. "Xiaoyu, don't cry, you must stay calm. You are only in your 20s. There is still a beautiful future waiting for you. You cannot—" Those words fell on deaf ears as the girl darkened her expression and shouted, "Don't say any more. If you step closer, I will jump down immediately." Her face was pale, her mouth agape in astonishment. Over here, Teacher Li was equally frightened. Suddenly, Lin Yi uttered a ruthless remark. "Then jump! Don't waste everyone's time anymore. Hurry up, the police need to clock out too." In the midst of this critical situation, Lin Yi remained calm as he explained. "Anyway, if I die, it will be in vain. Dying won't solve anything. Will the vice president's actions towards me be prosecuted by law?" In response to Lin Yi's blunt words, Sugi rushed over to show enthusiastic support. "That's right, don't worry, everyone will fight for justice for you." But Xiaoyu adamantly refused at this moment. "No, everyone really can't help me, I told you." The girl cried out in sorrow. "He is the vice president of Zhonghan Capital, we can't fight against him." Hearing such words, he calmly approached and promised her, "I guarantee I will put him in jail and retrieve justice for you. But if you still want to die, I won't stop you. If you want to jump, then jump quickly. Don't waste my time." His harsh words made the girl feel deeply wronged. Then, unable to maintain her balance, she nearly fell. She then panickedly looked back. A foot quickly ran forward. Finally, with his agility, he safely caught her. After that, the two of them kept falling to the floor of the rooftop. Suge hurried over and called, "Xiaoyu!" At this moment, everything had been resolved. The police officer looked at him and said, "Mr. Lin, luckily you were there." He shyly regarded it as the obvious thing to do and replied, "You're being polite. It's just what should be done. But our student was molested, so please arrange the paperwork promptly." Hearing the situation, the police officer agreed. "All right, we will arrange this matter afterwards." At this point, he politely thanked them. "Thank you very much for your help today." Back here, the student kept panicking and asked, "Ms. Su, does his behavior constitute an attempted molestation? Zhonghan Capital has such formidable legal backing. What if we report it and end up being counter-accused?" Sugir, at this moment, didn't know how to explain. She stammered, "This." His foot moved again. Then, with a vigorous spirit, he walked forward and declared, "I am going to Zhonghan capital." Hearing this made me very anxious. "Director Lin, where are you planning to go?" He ignored those questions. Sugir was too angry. "What are you going to Zhonghan capital for? Are you better than the police?" As soon as he opened the door, his face was full of sharpness, and he spoke. "Sun Xiaoyu is a student at the University of Education, so I have to help her get justice. I will find evidence no matter what." Teacher Li behind him voiced his suspicions. "Is he going to Zhonghan capital all by himself?" Hearing that, she was extremely panicked and ran after him. While running, she also turned her head back and said, "No, I have to go thank Teacher Lin again." Teacher Li watched the two of them. Then Lin Yi's car was about to start and leave. Suddenly, at that moment, the door handle moved. Someone was holding her. At that moment, the car door was also opened. He saw that and coldly asked her, "What are you doing?" She looked extremely panicked and advised, "Lin Yi, calm down. I also want to help Xiaoyu get justice, but what kind of identity does the opponent have? Don't be reckless." Seeing her trying to stop him, he angrily grabbed her hand and shouted, "It's not your business. Get out of the car now." But at that moment, a seatbelt click was heard. She was sitting in the passenger seat and stubbornly said, "I'm not getting out. Wherever you go, I'm going with you." Then he didn't say much more, just pulled the lever. The car sped along the road. Before long, he was standing in front of the lobby of that company. Lin Yi and Suga walked in with a confident demeanor, and Lin Yi said, "I am looking for Bin Long." The receptionist politely greeted him. "Hello, sir. Do you have an appointment?" He replied, "No." The receptionist continued, "Sir, I'm very sorry, but without an appointment, you cannot meet Mr. Bin." Hearing this, Lin Yi immediately took out his iPhone 16 Pro Max and called someone. The person on the other end answered, "Mr. Lin, what can I do for you?" He responded, "Which room is Kui Bin Long in? I need to see him for something." The person on the other end informed him, "Bin Long is on the 18th floor. What do you need to see him for? Just tell me. I can help you handle it." Lin Yi's expression darkened, his eyes sharp and filled with intensity. "It's nothing much. Just coming to give him a pair of handcuffs." At Zhonghan capital, when Lin Yi and Suga entered, a staff member immediately blocked their way. "Oh my, you can't come in." At the same time, in the vice president's office, a well-dressed man was sitting and talking to Bin Long. He said, "Mr. Kui, in the future, I will need your guidance for overseas investments." Kui Bin Long replied, his tone polite, "Why be so formal?" Then, with a determined face, he continued, "Today I have something frustrating on my mind. I will take you to broaden your knowledge." While the two were talking, suddenly a person kicked the door and rushed in. It was Lin Yi, followed by Suga. Kui Bin Long and the man in the suit quickly stood up. Lin Yi spoke. "So pretentious, aren't we?" Suga chimed in. "Haven't had enough fun yet. Still want to go out to play?" Kui Bin Long angrily shouted, "Who are you two? Dare to barging into my office? Do you believe I can have you both sent to jail?" Lin Yi responded, "Harassing students from our school, and you still want to make excuses?" Hearing this, Kui Bin Long's face turned pale, and he said, "Are you teachers of Sun Xiaoyu?" Lin Yi shouted, "You don't just have nonsense in that head of yours." Kui Bin Long pointed at Lin Yi's face, gritting his teeth. "I was just looking for you. Sun Xiaoyu seduced me, and when I refused, she framed me. How do you think we should talk about this?" Sugir, hearing those words, angrily swung her fist towards Kui Bin Long, yelling, "You are shameless!" But before she could strike, Kui Bin Long grabbed her hand and pushed her away, shouting loudly, "You have no right to talk to me. This matter has already been handed over to the legal department to handle." He continued, "You all quickly leave here. Don't affect us when we are discussing business." Lin Yi rolled up his sleeves, flexing his fists towards Kui Bin Long, while pushing Suga away. Kui Bin Long spoke up. "What are you planning to do? If you dare to touch me, I will definitely make you pay." Immediately, Lin Yi kicked Kui Bin Long, sending him sprawling on the ground in front of everyone. Kui Bin Long struggled to get up, clutching his chest, and angrily said, "Damn it! You dare to hit me! Liu Changming, hurry up and call the security!" Liu Changming rushed out the door, shouting, "Where are the security?" Kui Bin Long, sitting on the ground, stood up and yelled, "Damn it! If I don't beat you to death today, I won't bear the Kui name." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi kicked him in the face, breaking his teeth. Kui Bin Long fell down again, this time under Lin Yi's feet. Suge witnessed the incident and thought, "Looking at Lin Yi, who seems so weak, I never expected him to be so strong." The sound of hurried footsteps from the security arrived. Among the guards, a man in a green suit spoke up. "Stop right there. I am Yue Jin Song, the head of the legal department of Zhonghan Capital. We will file a lawsuit against you for intentional assault." Lin Yi angrily turned to Yue Jin Song and said, "Damn it, say one more word and I'll hit you too." Yue Jin Song pointed at Lin Yi and replied, "Zhonghan Capital is the property of Master Qin. Whether in public or in secret, you are no match for him. Think carefully, or else you won't even know how you died." Lin Yi, furious, picked up a garbage can and said, "Qin Han, even if he comes here, he wouldn't dare to speak loudly in front of me." After that, Lin Yi threw the garbage can at Yue Jin Song, forcing him to cover his head. Lin Yi continued, "What are you?" At that moment, a loud announcement came from the door. "Master Qin has arrived." Kui Bin Long, kneeling on the ground, heard the news of Master Qin's arrival and said, "Ha ha! Look, your good days are about to end." Lin Yi looked at him and smugly said, "Do you think Qin Han will come out to help you?" Kui Bin Long triumphantly replied, "Let me tell you, Qin Han's father is my cousin. Do you think he would come here to help me?" Lin Yi retorted, "Let me tell you, even if he is his father, I would still hit him as usual." At this moment, Qin Han had also arrived. He opened the door and rushed in with his bodyguard. Someone shouted loudly, "Qin young master!" Seeing this, Kui Bin Long immediately ran towards Qin Han and yelled, "This person not only caused trouble at the company, but also hit me. I absolutely cannot forgive him." Contrary to Kui Bin Long's thoughts, Qin Han was furious and struck him. Qin Han shouted, "What help? What have you done? My reputation has been ruined because of you." Hearing these words, Kui Bin Long could only gawk in shock, unable to say a word. To make matters worse, he saw Qin Han walking towards Lin Yi, ingratiating himself. "Mr. Lin, please calm down. What exactly happened? I will definitely provide you with a satisfactory answer." This surprised Suge and Yue Jin Song. After Qin Han's protection, Lin Yi explained the situation. He looked at Kui Bin Long and said, "This bastard dared to disturb a student of my school. Right now, she wants to jump off the building. The question is whether I should hit him or not." Upon hearing what Lin Yi said, Kui Bin Long was taken aback. Qin Han turned to confront Kui Bin Long. "Is there really such a thing?" Lin Yi continued, "Moreover, he even turned around and said that my student seduced him. You really let your subordinate go too far." After hearing all this, Qin Han was furious. He kicked Kui Bin Long in the face and shouted, "I haven't even dared to do such things. You really are acting so arrogantly." After receiving a kick, Kui Bin Long's face was bleeding. He stammered, "Qin young master, after all, I'm a distant cousin of your family. You can't do this to me." Qin Han grabbed Kui Bin Long by the neck and said, "You think you are the boss here?" After saying that, he turned to Lin Yi, who was standing nearby, and said, "Mr. Lin, let me handle this for you. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." Lin Yi turned away and said, "All right, I will leave now. Before you arrived, he said he wanted to send me to prison. You can handle it as you see fit." Qin Han waved his hand and said, "Okay, handle it however you want." Lin Yi walked over, grabbed Suge's wrist, and pulled her along. As they walked, he said, "Let's go. The rest is up to us to handle." Lin Yi held Suge's hand, and she blushed a little, unable to say a word. At that moment, Suga finally spoke up. How do you know so many people? Is it really that easy to resolve things like this? At this point, the two had stepped out of the company door, and Suga continued, You are quite impressive, aren't you? She continued, Yet knowing Chin Han, it's no wonder he dares to come here and cause trouble. Lin Yi replied, If my student is being bullied, I can't just stand by. How can we still talk about treating others with respect in that case? At this moment, Mr. Cao frowned and said, But I feel that this incident exposes a significant issue within the school. Our education system is too indulgent, resulting in students being unable to adapt to the pace of society once they leave the protective embrace. After chatting for a while, the two reached the car. Suga said, I will report this situation to the headmaster. In the near future, it will be a step back for our education system. Lin Yi sat in the car. A hand reached out in front of him. It was the system. Ling Wei hugged his shoulder and said, Congratulations, master. You coincidentally saved a college student and proposed an education reform plan. Your career progress has reached 60% and the reward is 1 billion. Lin Yi happily responded, Is such a small matter considered completing the mission? Ling Wei reiterated, Master, the reward of 1 billion has arrived. Remember to check it. Someone called Lin Yi. He turned around and saw Ms. Su, who continued, What's wrong with you? Hurry up and drive. Lin Yi was startled and said, Ah, okay. In the car, the two chatted very happily. Ms. Su said, I see you've been busy all day. You don't need to go to school in the afternoon. Thank you for today. Tomorrow, come with me to meet my boyfriend Xiao Yu. Lin Yi said, Okay, I am also a teacher. It's something that should be done right now. At Kyushu Pavilion, Lin Yi was lying on the bed when the phone rang. He picked up the phone and answered, Hello? The voice on the other end said, Hello, Lin. I am Yang Tianba, the general manager of Dinghui Real Estate Company. I was wondering when you would have time, Lin. I would like to show you the Shuangzi building real estate plan. Lin Yi sighed and replied, I'm a bit tired today. Let's meet tomorrow afternoon at the coffee shop in Peninsula Hotel. As he spoke, he glanced at his watch. At this moment, at the Qing family's villa, Qing Han was happily waving and asking, Father, why did you call me back? Qing Han's father, Chen Zhengsheng, was reading the newspaper. He spoke up, Father heard that you fired Kui Bin Long and even planned to put him in jail. Qing Han happily replied, He did something wrong and offended your friend. Teaching him a lesson is also my idea. Chen Zhengsheng unexpectedly said, In Nation TH, who is worthy for you to treat like that? Qing Han picked up the teacup and said, Are you talking about Lin Yi? He is a good brother. Chen Zhengsheng responded, Isn't that the Ba Na group of the Lin family? Qing Han, while drinking tea, replied, How can the Ba Na group compare? Lin Yi's status must be extraordinary. He bought out the entire racing school in Nation TH and the Kyushu Court Villa area. Quite impressive, isn't it? Chen Zhengsheng said, So his background is that significant? All right, no more talk about Kui Bin Long. You also shouldn't be out playing all the time. Focus on serious business. Hearing his father say that, Qin Han immediately frowned and said, I am doing something serious here. Father has also seen the achievements of Zhonghan Capital. The stock value is about to exceed 10 billion. Chen Zhengsheng responded, What father is discussing seriously here is your girlfriend. Father has also done some research for you, and her conditions are very good. Upon hearing this, Qin Han waved his hand and replied, Father, please don't engage in any family alliances. I don't like that. At this moment, Chen Zhengsheng smiled slyly, holding his phone, and said, Father thinks you might think differently. Look at this girl. He presented a photo. Qin Han saw the woman in the picture and exclaimed, Wow, she's so beautiful. Chen Zhengsheng observed his son's reaction and said, It seems you have taken a liking to her. Don't underestimate this young girl. She's still young, but already a female CEO managing the Sunrise Group. Qin Han looked at the person in the photo and felt something was off. He muttered, She is indeed beautiful, but I feel like I have seen her before. He lifted 2 phones in front of his father and asked, "Father, could you check? Is it the same person?" On the screen, one side was a photo of Ji Kyun-nian, while the other side showed her interacting closely with Lin Yi. Chen Zhengsheng couldn't help but be astonished, asking, "How can it be? Someone else got there first." He sighed. "Well, you go out and play. We'll talk more next time." Chin Han cheerfully replied, "Yes, I also want to go out to the bar. Bye-bye." He waved goodbye to his father and quickly left. The next day, in front of a large building, Lin Yi walked in, exuding a charming aura that attracted the attention of several girls. One of them whispered to her friend, "Wow, the guy who just walked in is so handsome." Lin Yi walked straight to the reception desk. Ying Feng, the receptionist, quickly came out to greet him. "Sir, are you here to handle business?" Lin Yi responded, "I want to register to open a company." Upon hearing this, Ying Feng handed him a stack of papers, saying, "Please fill out these 2 forms first, then hand them over to the staff. Oh, you can also add me on WeChat. If you don't understand anything, I can guide you." Lin Yi chuckled lightly and replied, "I can't add you on WeChat anymore. If I have any questions, I'll find you later." Ying Feng blushed at Lin Yi's elegance and nodded, saying, Okay." At that moment, a bald man stood at a distance watching the two with an annoyed expression. Lin Yi took a pen and began filling out the form Ying Feng had just handed him. He wrote the company name as Lang Yun Group. Lin Yi stepped in front of the bald man he had seen earlier. The man was bowing his head, resting his face on the table. Lin Yi politely said, "Hello, I want to register a company." The bald man looked at the paper he had handed over, then displayed a rude attitude. "This form is filled out incorrectly. Take it back and fill it out again." Lin Yi was puzzled and asked, "Where did I fill it out wrong?" The bald man, without any courtesy, pointed at the paper and said mockingly, "You look at it yourself and see what you wrote here. You wrote the company's registered capital as 500 million. Are you joking with me?" Then he tossed the stack of papers back on the table, clearly showing his disdain. "Are you kidding me?" Ying Feng and the others couldn't help but feel angry upon seeing this. A nearby employee remarked, Xin, look, that handsome guy seems to be in trouble. That bald man is speaking loudly like that. He must want to humiliate him." The girl shook her head. "He's really annoying." Lin Yi, feeling awkward, scratched his face and thought to himself, "It's just 500 million and he's reacting like this. If I wrote 10 billion, I wonder if it would scare them to death." He took back the paper and calmly said, "I didn't fill it out wrong." But the bald man didn't believe him, sneering, "Not filled out wrong? Are you trying to borrow money? At your age, have you really seen that much money? Ha ha!" Suddenly, an angry hand slammed down on the table. "That's Ying Feng." She put on a fierce expression facing the bald man and said, "It's just a form. I can take him to get a new form, right?" The bald man exclaimed in panic, Xin! Meanwhile, Lin Yi in the back remained resolute. "I didn't fill out the form incorrectly. Why do I need to fill it out again?" He continued, holding up a document. "This is the bank statement. The money has been transferred into the account. You can take a look." The bald man stared at the asset proof from the commercial bank that Lin Yi was holding, his eyes going wide. Everyone around was now looking at him with admiration. One person whispered, "OMG, so rich and still doing the work himself. Doesn't he have a secretary?" Ying Feng stood beside him, mesmerized. "So handsome and rich. Oh, I'm fainting." Suddenly, the bald man looked back at the form, noticed something, held it up, and said, "It's still wrong. Go fill out the company's address again." Lin Yi had no intention of complying, responding, 100 Century Avenue, it's not wrong." The bald man mocked again. "Stop talking nonsense. That place is the Shuangzi building. The registered address is the specific floor number of your company, not to write the whole Shuangzi building." Lin Yi smiled, responding calmly but firmly. "But my company is the whole building. This is the real estate sale contract. A few days ago, I purchased it for 18 billion. Lin Yi looked down at the balding man, his patience gradually wearing thin. So, is there any other part of the form that's filled out incorrectly? At this moment, the balding man had become fearful, putting on a cautious demeanor. No more mistakes. Please wait a moment. Finally, Lin Yi's business license was completed. He happily looked at the paper in his hand, feeling he was getting closer to his goal. The mobile phone was nestled beside the steering wheel, and the sound of the phone rang out. I've arranged to meet your boyfriend, Sun Xiaoyu, and I want to talk to him for a bit. The location is near the school. Lin Yi, with his hand on the steering wheel, replied, Okay, I'll be there in 20 minutes. After finishing the call, the black sports car sped forward. At a restaurant, Lin Yi walked in, his eyes scanning for someone. Around him, girls were captivated by his beauty. On the upper floor, a girl with brown hair waved to Lin Yi from below. Moments later, he was at the table. Has he not arrived yet? Lin Yi asked. The brown-haired girl replied, They still have more than a month until graduation, so they don't take us seriously. Besides, their family conditions are quite good. Just as she finished speaking, a foot stomped heavily on the floor, accompanied by a young man with an arrogant expression, chewing gum. That was Yang Feng. Seeing this, the brown-haired girl immediately spoke up. There he is. Yang Feng plopped down in his chair, twisting the car key in his hand, his face twisted in discomfort. He said, Director Sun, I have important things to do this afternoon. If you want to meet me next time, please don't arrange it in such a lowly place. Upon hearing her student speak in such a tone, Sun Ge couldn't help but frown. She then spoke up. I arranged to meet you today because I wanted to talk about Xiao Yu. You still take life lightly, nearly leading her to suicide. Receiving a reprimand from Sun Ge, Yang Feng remained indifferent and replied, What happens to her is none of my business. We've broken up. I have no need for a girl like her who isn't clean. Lin Yi finally chimed in. We don't want to interfere in your relationship. We just hope you can comfort Sun Xiaoyu a bit to avoid emotional trauma for her. Despite all the persuasion, Yang Feng remained adamant. He darkened his face and said, What are you joking about? We've broken up. Now she and I are just normal friends, and I have no intention of getting back together. Upon hearing an unsatisfactory response, Sun Ge raised her hand in a fit of agitation, wanting to attack Yang Feng, which startled him. Lin Yi happened to intervene. How can you say that, Director Sun? Yang Feng did not bother with anything more and turned to leave, leaving Lin Yi and Sun Ge fuming. What's the point of being so fierce? It's not like the teacher is that scary. Why should I serve you guys anymore? He muttered while walking away. Sun Ge was visibly angry and turned to Lin Yi. You shouldn't have stopped me just now. I really wanted to slap him. What's the point of being angry? Lin Yi replied. He said, What if someone recorded it and uploaded it online? There's no way you'd get out of that mess even if you jumped into the river. Sun Ge quickly calmed down, lightly tucked her hair behind her ear, and said, I'm just so frustrated. How can there be people like that? Lin Yi continued, By the way, I have something to take care of this afternoon. Can I take a day off? At a magnificent grand building, a white car parked in front. Inside the car, voices could be heard. Where have you been? I haven't seen you since noon. Are you going to meet some big shot this afternoon? The man in the car asked. Don't mention it. The school is such a hassle, Yang Feng replied. Sitting next to him was his father. Dad and my stepfather have hyped up this big shot to a point of absurdity. Is he really that impressive? Yang Feng asked, his tone filled with skepticism. Of course. If it weren't for wanting you to take over for me, I wouldn't have brought you along today. Just pay attention to what I say and don't cause trouble. We're there to discuss business, his father advised. The door of the building finally opened. Yang Feng anxiously got out of the car, scratching his head as he replied, Don't worry, father. Having gone through life like me, I will definitely be careful. The man, after receiving the call, had a bright smile. Brother Lin, I've arrived. Have you gotten here yet? Let me come pick you up. No need. I see you already, Lin Yi replied. The person holding the phone was none other than Lin Yi. As soon as Yang Feng saw him, he pointed directly at Lin Yi's face and shouted, "Is it you again, teacher? You're sticking around like a leech. Following me here is useless. I'm not taking care of that woman." The man's expression changed, and he raised his hand to stop his son. "What are you talking about?" Yang Feng retorted confidently, "This person is Lin Yi, my school teacher. This morning I yelled at him, and then he chased me all the way here." Lin Yi smirked and looked at the man. "Young Tianbo, you've raised a very obedient son, haven't you?" Tianbo's face grew even paler upon hearing this. Without hesitation, he swung a punch at his rebellious son's face. "Do you believe that your father can knock you out?" Yang Feng still didn't understand the situation and hurriedly covered his cheek, crying out, "Father, why are you hitting me? He's just a deputy director." Young Tianbo's face was all veins as he shouted, "This person is Brother Lin, the one who bought the Shuangzi building. You dare to curse at Brother Lin, father will slap you to death." In front of the scene of the father and son arguing, Lin Yi simply stood by with his arms crossed. Yang Feng was shocked. "Father said meeting him is the mysterious rich man who bought the Shuangzi building? Impossible. I met him at school. Many girls like his class." Lin Yi chuckled softly. "I work at school just to experience life." Suddenly, a man standing behind Lin Yi spoke up. "Mr. Lin, what's going on?" Before them was still the commotion between the father and son, Yang Tianbo. He yelled, "Do you think everyone is like you? If you have time, try your best to study Brother Lin. Otherwise, father's business will be ruined by you." The man bowed respectfully, asking, "Do you need me to drive them away?" Lin Yi raised his hand, signaling, "No need. I can handle it myself." Hearing those words, the young father and son became restless. Yang Feng was astonished. "Brother Lin, could it be that you—" Lin Yi continued, "Not only the Shuangzi building, but this Peninsula Hotel also belongs to me." Those words left both Yang Feng and his father speechless, unable to utter a word. Lin Yi's face darkened for a moment as he asked, "Are there any more questions?" In the room, Yang Tianbo, the father of Yang Feng, was sitting and drinking tea, chatting with Lin Yi. Yang Tianbo said, "Mr. Lin, my son is often spoiled by me and has turned out poorly. I hope you won't hold it against him." Lin Yi replied, "He's not saying anything disrespectful. He just did something he shouldn't have." Yang Tianbo was taken aback. Something he shouldn't have? He glared at his beloved son. Yang Feng's face turned pale as he said, "I know I was wrong. I will go back to her, and I will marry her. I hope you give me another chance." Lin Yi, while lifting his teacup, looked at him with disappointment. "Maybe it's better if you don't. A girl like Sun Xiaoyu shouldn't be bothered. Let her have her own path, and don't trouble her again in the future." Yang Tianbo bowed his head seriously. "Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for what my son has done. But please believe me, our real estate portfolio is among the top in the country. I hope you can give us a chance." Yang Feng anxiously slapped himself in the face a few times. "Mr. Lin, I really know I was wrong." Lin Yi said seriously, "Those are two different matters. I'm not saying they should be combined. Just send Yang Feng home. We can discuss this." Yang Feng obediently nodded. Okay. I won't bother you any more, Mr. Lin." After finishing his words, Yang Feng bowed his head and quietly walked out the door. Lin Yi, still behind, continued speaking. "I have heard about your rankings, but I advise you to go home and teach your son again. Otherwise, no matter how big his career becomes in the future, it will be ruined by him." The discussion between Lin Yi and Yang Feng's father, Yang Tianbo, lasted for half an hour. After both stood up, Lin Yi shook hands with Yang Tianbo, and Mr. Yang said, "Mr. Lin, thank you for your trust. In terms of real estate management, we will definitely not let you down." Lin Yi simply replied, "Just let actions speak for themselves." The scene shifts to the school. One person says, "Sister Sun, there's no hope from Yang Feng anymore." "Just mentioning it makes me angry. It's just a few dirty bills, as if they won the lottery," Sun Ge said irritably. A colleague anxiously asked, "Isn't Director Lin coming too? Could it be that he can't solve anything?" Teacher Sun crossed her arms, helplessly said, "You know Lin Yi's temperament, right? He's calm to the point of being dead. He's not as hasty as we are." The colleague said, "Are you praising him or complaining about him? You two really are a perfect match." Hearing this, Sun-ge immediately reacted, "What do you mean by that?" Then she turned away to hide her reddening face out of embarrassment. Suddenly, her phone in her pocket rang. Ringtone after ringtone. Sun-ge answered the call, and there was a voice on the other end. "Director Sun, Yang Feng has arrived. He said he needs to see you urgently." Sun-ge asked in surprise, "Yang Feng is here? Tell him to wait for me in my office. I'll be there right away." A colleague scratched their head and asked hesitantly, "What's going on? Why is Yang Feng coming here?" Teacher Sun shrugged and sighed, saying, "I don't know either." In the office, Sun-ge walked in and saw Yang Feng sitting in a chair, his head bowed down. "What does Yang Feng need from you?" She opened the conversation. Yang Feng still didn't look up but spoke. "I'm sorry, Director Sun. It was my fault. I hope you won't hold it against me anymore." As he spoke, he stood up and bent his body. Both Sun-ge and the colleague with her were extremely shocked. Yang Feng seemed increasingly weak, like a troubled student who had made a mistake and was being sternly punished. He said, "Under Mr. Lin's guidance, I have realized my mistakes. This afternoon, I want to meet Xiao Yu. Can you take me?" The two looked at each other, and then Teacher Sun said, "No, it's not a problem." In her mind, she thought, Lin Yi is really impressive. Even Yang Feng has been resolved so smoothly. In an apartment complex, Lin Yi knocks on the door of an apartment. Wang Ying, wearing a cooking apron inside, calls out, "Open the door!" She then exclaims, "Lin Yi!" Lin Yi gently smiles and says, "Sister Ying, can I take you to buy a car today? I bet you haven't eaten anything yet, right?" Wang Ying, while gesturing towards the sumptuous dining table she just prepared, replies, "Let's eat together." With Lin Yi agreeing right away, Wang Ying beams, picks up a plate of food she just made, and says, "Here, try my cooking. I'm sure I won't let you down." A lavish spread is laid out on the table. Lin Yi curiously asks, "Sister Ying, preparing such a lavish meal early in the morning, and even a large bowl of ginseng soup, isn't that a bit extravagant?" Wang Ying answers, "Not at all. Men need to be nourished well to be strong." Saying that, she happily uses her chopsticks to pick up some food and brings it close to Lin Yi's mouth. "Come on, open your mouth." The male protagonist sees this and obediently follows. While chewing, Lin Yi flatters, "There are still women with husbands who know how to pamper others. Sister Ying, do you have any requirements for the car you want to buy?" Wang Ying replied, "Choose a nice one, preferably white." In response to that, Lin Yi suggested, "Then how about the Maserati?" Wang Ying was taken aback. "Then that's not possible. I only budgeted 200,000. Besides, what right do I have to buy a car like CEOG? Then I'll just buy an Audi." The male lead replied with a smile, "You don't need to pay. As I mentioned earlier, I've promised to exchange a car for you. Now is the time to fulfill that promise." Saying that, the male lead urged, "Let's go, check out the Audi." The scene shifted to in front of the Audi dealership. Lin Yi and Wang Ying had tidied themselves up and entered the showroom with seriousness. A marketing staff member saw the two and approached them to greet. "Sir, hello, are you here to look at cars?" He continued to ask, "May I know if you have any specific requirements for the car? Usually, if there's a preference, I'll provide a detailed introduction." Wang Ying spoke up. "I'm the driver, and I don't have many requirements. I just want a nice one within the budget of 200,000. Hearing 200,000, the sales staff was stunned. He thought to himself, a budget of only 200,000 for a car is quite strange. I don't really want to advise them at all. Then he turned around, passed the task back to the employee, and ordered, "Li Jing, you go entertain the guest." The employee replied, "Yes, sir." He patted the energetic employee on the shoulder and struck up a conversation. Hello, I'm Li Jing. If you two have any questions, feel free to ask me. But Lin Yi's attention was focused on that guy. The male lead called him back and asked, "Hey, do you not want to introduce us because you think our budget is too low and just sent some random person to handle it?" The consultant, irritated, turned his head and replied, "Don't you know in your heart? Do I still need to expose it for you?" Suddenly, someone appeared and asked, "Excuse me, whose sports car is parked outside?" The man named Wang unexpectedly turned around, looked outside, and said, "Sports car?" Seeing the black supercar outside the door, he exclaimed, "Oh, that car must be worth more than 30 million. He turned back to the person who had just entered and asked, "Manager Liu, what's wrong with that sports car?" Manager Liu replied, "I intended to drive into the parking lot, but that car is blocking the way. I came in to ask whose it was. Could you move it a bit, please?" Lin Yi then spoke up. "I'm sorry, I'll drive away right now." The consultant exclaimed in disbelief, "You? What did you say?" "The sports car is mine," Lin Yi replied coldly. "No, it can't be like this. After all, this store does not welcome us." "Sister Ying, let's go check out the one across the street," Lin Yi said. Manager Liu, seeing the precious guests wanting to leave, hurriedly ran over to stop them. "Sir, please don't go. Why wouldn't we welcome you two? Let me assist you." The consultant also panicked and said to Lin Yi, "Please give me another chance. I know I was wrong." The male lead furrowed his brows in anger and replied, "Just forget it. Do you think I would be afraid of not having a place to spend my money?" The consultant kneeled down in fear and said, "Sir." Then he looked back at Manager Liu, pleading for help, but he was scolded by him. "You Hongyang, look at the good deed you did. You are fired." The two left there and immediately went to the dealership across the street. Wang Ying apologetically said, "Lin Yi, I made you lose face. It's all my fault." The male lead comforted Wang Ying. "Why say such things? You just got hired recently. If it weren't for you guiding me for a whole month, I wouldn't even understand the business process. Let's not be polite with each other." Saying that, Lin Yi turned to a BMW Series 7 worth 1,180,000 yuan in white. He asked, "How do you like this one?" Wang Ying replied anxiously, "If I drive this car to work, people will point and talk about it. They might even say I'm being kept by someone." But Lin Yi didn't care and said, "Why worry about that? The important thing is whether you like it or not." Wang Ying shyly answered, "I like it. I like it very much." Lin Yi smiled contentedly. "As long as you like it, that's all that matters. You just need to drive it boldly." Saying that, Lin Yi raised the flashy gold card and exclaimed, "Swipe the card!" Then Lin Yi turned to Wang Ying and said, "Ever since you got your driver's license, you probably haven't driven again, right? While we're at it, let me take you to practice driving a bit." Wang Ying happily rushed into Lin Yi's arms, gratefully saying, "Lin Yi, you are so kind and thoughtful. Thank you for giving me this car." Lin Yi bent down and replied, "It's just a car, there's no need to worry about it." Lin Yi arrived at a restaurant. In front of the door stood Guan Ya, who was already waiting. Seeing him, Guan Ya cheerfully greeted, "Mr. Lin, you're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Lin Yi smiled and replied, "Come on, let's eat and chat at the dining table." Lin Yi then asked, "When will the first phase of the renovation project be completed?" Guan Ya maintained her cheerful expression and answered, "According to the current construction schedule, the earliest would be in 2 months." Lin Yi frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction, bringing food to his mouth, and said, "Too slow. Tomorrow I will invest an additional 400 million into the project and hire another company." Guan Ya calmly accepted the order on the surface, but inside she was screaming. She had never met anyone with such an impressive aura. Lin Yi switched to another topic and said to Guan Ya, "By the way, I just established a company called Lang Yun Group. Can your side design a logo for it?" Guan Ya agreed and said, "Such a trivial matter. Just leave it to us. So, where is Mr. Lin's company located?" The male protagonist calmly closed his eyes and replied, Shuangzi Building. Upon hearing this, Guanya couldn't help but admire him, exclaiming, Mr. Lin is truly young and talented. Shuangzi Building has just been inaugurated, but it is the most prominent architectural work in the national TH. She asked further, Besides the group logo, do you have any other requirements? The male protagonist coldly replied, Add the phrase Longyun Building. Guanya was stunned and said, Mr. Lin, it's true that you have the authority to establish a company in Shuangzi Tower, but changing the name of the building seems a bit inappropriate. Lin Yi explained, There's nothing inappropriate about it. I've bought the entire Shuangzi Tower. Guanya seemed unable to believe her ears and asked again, Mr. Lin, did you just say that? You bought the Shuangzi Tower? Lin Yi raised his eyebrows and asked, It's just 2 big buildings. Don't be so surprised. Feeling embarrassed, Guanya stood up, bowed her head in apology. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I got a bit carried away. After finishing their meal, Lin Yi saw Guanya off to her car. She turned around and asked, Mr. Lin, are you busy? If not, come to my place. I make great coffee. But the male lead politely declined. I still have some work to do. Let's do it another time. Seeing this, Guanya had to say goodbye. Then I'll be going. I'll send you an email tonight with the report on the situation. As the car drove away, Lin Yi stood there waving goodbye from afar. 2 women were helping each other out of the restaurant. One of them was drunk, mumbling, I still want to drink. Lin Yi turned his head and recognized, Director Sun, what are you doing here? The drunken woman suddenly raised her head and recognized Lin Yi. Is it you? Lin Yi was surprised and said, Lin Yi! The waitress supporting Sun Ge saw that the 2 knew each other and quickly pushed her into Lin Yi's arms and explained, This sister was deceived by a scummy man who then left to chase after a green tea girl. That's why she's drinking so heavily. Since you know her, please help take her home. After finishing, the waitress left, leaving the male lead confused as he supported Sun Ge. With no choice, Lin Yi lifted Sun Ge up. He gently asked her in a princess carry, Miss Sun, where do you live? Sun Ge was still dazed, mumbling, Why is a person with such a polished appearance so unsavory inside? The male lead felt awkward and explained, Don't say that. I don't. Before he could finish, Sun Ge quickly said, I'm not talking about you. Saying this, she wrapped her arms around Lin Yi's neck, looked straight into his eyes, and reached out to touch his face. You look even better than him. This left Lin Yi astonished and speechless. In the car, Lin Yi asked again, What's your home address? But Sun Ge replied, I don't want to go home. Take me to the bar. I want to drink more. Lin Yi wanted to speak up, but then he helplessly gave in. He said, Do you still want to drink? Then I'll take you to the Peninsula Hotel. It's relatively safe to drink there. Not long after, at the Peninsula Hotel, the staff greeted them with smiles. Lin Yi draped his arm over Sun Ge's shoulder, guiding her while saying to the staff, Don't say nonsense. Get me the best room. By the way, bring up some bottles of wine too. Sun Ge, drunk, heard about the wine and added, Right, get the wine, get more. The staff, understanding the situation, replied cheerfully, Yes, I'll go arrange that. Sun Ge lifted a glass of white wine to drink, and Lin Yi held her wrist to stop her, saying, Don't drink any more. Seeing this, the drunken Sun Ge leaned into the male lead and asked, Why, are you afraid that if I get drunk, I'll do something to you? Lin Yi, with both hands keeping Sun Ge from touching him, replied, I have nothing to lose. Why should I be afraid? Sun Ge looked up directly into the male lead's eyes, her face full of suggestiveness, and said, Well, I have a surprise for you. In a luxurious bedroom, the walls and bedside lamp were a noble golden color. The bed was pure white, splendid, and somewhat ethereal. Sun Ge looked delighted, pushing Lin Yi forward. Go lie down on the bed. Lin Yi, confused, asked, For what? Sun Ge pleaded, her eyes sparkling. Just do it, Director Lin. I won't hurt you. Under such a gaze, Lin Yi could only sit helplessly on the bed, asking in confusion, "What are you doing?" Sunge was searching for something in her bag. She pulled out a blindfold, her eyes filled with confidence but her face flushed as if she was about to do something indescribable. Lin Yi quickly realized what Sunge was holding, blushing as he shouted, "Where did you get that from?" Sunge immediately deflated, sighing. She sat down on the floor, feeling frustrated. "That bastard said I didn't understand romance. I watched videos to learn. I just bought the equipment, and then he dumped me." Lin Yi noticed he had touched a nerve with Sunge and immediately became worried. "Oh, are you okay?" Suddenly, Sunge pulled out a pair of handcuffs from somewhere. She swiftly cuffed one of Lin Yi's hands to the bed frame. The bed frame was designed with a metal structure perfect for such things. Lin Yi, scared, turned pale and shouted, "No way! Are you actually going to do that?" On the contrary, Sunge calmly smiled and said, "Be good, my little darling." Sunge blindfolded Lin Yi with the blindfold from earlier. Lin Yi was scared but said, "Do whatever you want." Unable to see anything, Lin Yi panicked and turned around. "Can you at least tell me what you actually want to do?" Sunge smiled dangerously. "You'll find out soon enough." Mischievous hands explored Lin Yi's chest, lifting up the tightly secured turtleneck sweater, and then softly kissed Lin Yi's lips. Lin Yi seemed to sense something and trembled slightly. What happened next is something everyone probably knows already. Sunge's face flushed red, her eyes tightly closed, clothes in disarray. Under the influence of the blindfold, Lin Yi became increasingly sensitive to the actions around them. They engaged in activities that only those of a certain age would understand, then fell asleep until the morning. Sunge woke up in a panic beside the edge of the bed, holding her head and questioning, "What is going on? Why did I do that with Teacher Lin?" Lin Yi was still sound asleep, his hands hanging limply. Sunge, worried, quickly got dressed and ran away. Lin Yi was drooling in his sleep. The hotel doorbell rang with a beep. Sunge had already left. Lin Yi stopped pretending. He stood up. His hands, which had been chained earlier, had somehow been freed. He scratched his head in frustration. Is it really over just like that? His posture revealed a six-pack abs. The system Lingwei appeared in the form of a fairy, shyly covering her flushed face. "Oh my goodness." Lin Yi laughed. "It's too late to be shy now. I have something even better." He grabbed Lingwei's wrists and pulled her closer, causing her to scream, "Lecherous master!" Then Lingwei returned to her working state, standing in admiration. "The master's career progress is now at 70%. Would you like to open a new profession?" Lin Yi rubbed his chin. "Oh right, it's already at 70%. We can unlock a new profession now. Go ahead and do it." The system spread out her delicate and rosy hands, conjuring a dazzling red magic. She transformed into a fairy with golden eyes and long flowing hair, adorned with pure yet slightly seductive makeup, resembling a little fox. New profession experience, express delivery boy, career completion. Progress is at 0%. Please accept your new profession gift, 10 billion yuan, a special limited edition, Tamburini T12 motorcycle, master driving skills. Lin Yi stood at a distance, wondering, why has the outfit changed? The system Lingwei immediately hugged Lin Yi's neck. Being an express delivery boy is much more free than being a teacher in school. It's not too bad. Lingwei excitedly said, "The car is parked right in the lot next to the hotel. The master can go check it out himself." Lin Yi replied, "Sure." At the parking lot, among a row of ordinary cars, a bright red racing car stood out prominently above all. Everyone knew it was the vehicle of the main character, Lin Yi. Lin Yi approached, his eyes shining with delight at what he was seeing. He leisurely put on a pair of gloves, like those of skilled drivers. It was a Tamburini T12 motorcycle, a special limited edition, with an eye-catching bright red color, brand new. Lin Yi excitedly exclaimed, "Is this the T12 motorcycle worth 6.5 million? It's beautiful!" He gently touched the helmet, which was equally cool and impressive, then complimented, This helmet is also really nice. It must be a limited edition as well. Saying that, Lin Yi quickly put the helmet on his head, confidently sat on the motorcycle, and twisted the throttle. Lin Yi zoomed past on his fancy motorcycle, exuding an aura of coolness. A figure on a red motorcycle darted by. Sun Ge gazed in surprise at the young man riding the red motorcycle ahead. Huh? The bike suddenly braked right in front of her. Instantly, Sun Ge's expression turned to one of shock. It was Lin Yi in a sleek black outfit, looking incredibly dapper on his dazzling red motorcycle. Chairman! Seeing him appear so suddenly, her expression became flustered. Thank you so much for what you did last night. Lin Yi cheerfully replied, You ended up drinking a bit more afterwards. She covered her face with her hand, fully taken aback. Then the two of them walked together towards school. Sun Ge, noticing how dashing he looked today, couldn't help but compliment him. You look really handsome riding that motorcycle today. The other female students were all gazing at him, completely transfixed. Lin Yi responded with a serious tone. School is a place for education. I don't like to show off. Sun Ge nodded in agreement. That's true. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something in his words and asked in surprise, Oh, so why did you come riding that bike here today? Lin Yi calmly responded to Sun Ge's question. I came to pack up my things and resign, so it doesn't matter which driver comes here anymore. Hearing him say that, she was surprised and turned to ask, Why are you resigning? Is it because of what happened between us last night? He quickly explained, No, my resignation has nothing to do with you. She listened to him with a hint of curiosity and asked, So what do you plan to do after you quit? He cheerfully replied, I will work as a delivery driver. Upon hearing his answer, Sun Ge was very surprised. No way! You're so wealthy, yet you want to be a delivery driver? But she quickly changed her expression, turning cunning, and asked, Then can I book you for deliveries in the future? Lin Yi appeared to evade the question and said to her, Could you please stop smiling so lewdly? I'm just delivering packages. How can there be any kind of relationship like that? Ignoring his words, Sun Ge cheerfully said, Come on, I'll take you to the HR department to fill out the paperwork. He could only helplessly watch her happily walk ahead. Suddenly, his phone displayed a notification. You have a new order. Please check. Lin Yi was very surprised when he received this notice. Just registered successfully, and there is already an order. Is the speed too fast? He thought to himself, then checked what the order was. It was piano sheet music stand. The scene shifts to some building. The doorbell rings. Ding, ding, ding. In his hand was the order that needed to be delivered. The person opening the door was Professor Rui Guo from the National Conservatory of Music. Lin Yi cheerfully presented the order to her and said, Hello, the piano sheet music stand has been purchased and brought to you. The total amount is 128 yuan. She also responded cheerfully, Thank you, you've worked hard. Let me go and get the money for you. Suddenly, a young man rushed out the door, looking at him with an incredulous expression. That was Hu Haoran. Why is your delivery so fast? Why didn't you wait for me to finish this game before delivering? Haoran asked irritably. Lin Yi, seeing him like that, solemnly explained, Practicing the piano is a good thing. You have to think about your mother's feelings. Haoran replied huffily, So if it's a good thing, why don't you practice yourself? Haoran mocked him. Oh right, if you're that good, you wouldn't have to work as a delivery person. Hearing this, Lin Yi was also very annoyed. How do you know if I've practiced before or not? Haoran looked at Lin Yi with a contemptuous expression. Isn't it obvious? The piano is a noble instrument. How could you possibly play it? Upon hearing the kid say such things, Lin Yi suppressed his anger and thought to himself, Kiddo. At that moment, Haoran's mother quickly took out some money and reminded him, Hu Haoran, what else are you saying? She turned to Lin Yi, feeling flustered, and said, I'm sorry, really sorry. This child has been spoiled by me. Please don't take it to heart. Lin Yi smiled, not holding a grudge, and replied, It's fine, but I really do know how to play. How about I play a piece? The woman's expression showed a bit of pride. No problem. However, my son has already passed level 8. He's not just anyone. Hearing his mother say that, Hao Ran felt a bit smug, his nose slightly upturned. Lin Yi paid no attention to the woman's words, quickly walking towards the piano and gently said, "Even though I'm self-taught, surpassing a kid's level shouldn't be an issue." He began to touch the piano keys. Hao Ran still arrogantly said to his mother, "Mom, don't stop him anymore. Let him play. Let's see if he can beat me." Lin Yi calmly responded, "If you lose to me, you have to listen to your mom and study hard to improve your piano skills, okay?" Hao Ran, with a sly expression, replied, "No problem. Are you afraid of me?" Immediately after, Lin Yi didn't say anything more and began to play the piano under the watchful eyes of Hu Hao Ran and her mother. He gently rubbed his hands, reminding himself, "Since obtaining the wisdom of the sage, I really haven't touched this thing." Lin Yi's long, slender fingers gently grazed the piano keys. Soon after, a series of melodious sounds emerged from the instrument, causing both Hu Hao Ran and her mother to be taken aback. Professor Rui Guo couldn't contain his surprise and exclaimed, "This is Ghostfire at the 9th level world. This piece requires handling melodies in both tones, something many performers struggle with." The young Hao Ran couldn't stay still any longer and ruffled his hair in confusion. "Holy shit!" Professor Rui Guo hurried over to praise. "Master, you really are a deep and secretive person. I'm a professional music academy professor, and I can't play as perfectly as that." Lin Yi modestly responded, "You're overpraising me. I was just playing randomly." After that, he turned to Hao Ran and asked, "So, should you listen to your mother and practice the piano well?" Hao Ran, still unable to accept the reality, pointed at Lin Yi and shouted, "You must be my mother's student. You're just pretending to be a delivery person to trick me today, right?" Lin Yi's face was full of confidence as he said, "You really haven't met your mother before. What? Not willing to lose the match?" Hao Ran seemed to have given in to Lin Yi's incredible abilities, remaining silent for a while. After that, the kiddo made up his mind, sat down in front of the piano, and said, "No, from now on I will strive to learn the piano well. I don't believe I can't beat a delivery guy." Rui Guo smiled, thanking Lin Yi. "Thank you so much. I am Rui Guo, a teacher at the National Theatre Academy. With your skills, I believe you could easily switch to a higher-paying job related to the piano." Lin Yi smiled brightly, scratching his head a little awkwardly, and replied, "I don't want to change to another job for now." Hearing that, Rui Guo responded, "Then can we add each other on WeChat? If I need to buy something, I'll call you to deliver it." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi eagerly agreed, took out his WeChat code and said, "Sure." After everything was settled, a notification pinged on Lin Yi's phone. He received a message. "Congratulations! Completed your first order of the new job, received a 5-star review, and the reward of Moonbay Beach." Hearing this, Lin Yi was a bit surprised and then asked, "Moonbay Beach? Doesn't that mean I can merge Kyushu residence with Wangjiang Terminal, connecting them together? That's great!" Suddenly, Lin Yi's phone rang with a ring. He answered the call, and the voice on the other end said, "Hello? Is this Mr. Lin Yi?" Lin Yi quickly responded, "Yes, it's me." The voice continued, "I am a business management staff member from the Moonbay Beach Resort. May I ask when you can come by to complete the paperwork?" Hearing that it was a staff member from the Moonbay Beach Resort, Lin Yi couldn't hide his excitement. His eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "I will come over right away." When he arrived, the management of the Moonbay Beach Resort welcomed him. A stylish blonde girl extended her hand for a handshake and introduced herself. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Kai Ting Ting, the one who called you." Lin Yi shook her hand and politely replied, "Hello, I am Lin Yi." She handed him a blue folder, which looked quite important, and said, "Here are all the contracts and documents of the resort. Please let me know if there are any issues." Lin Yi took the folder, sat down in a chair crossing his legs, and somewhat surprised asked, "The Moonbay Beach Resort is a public asset, so how can it be privatized and sold?" Ting Ting's face expressed a mood of sadness as she replied, "Actually, the Moonbay Beach Resort doesn't have the budget to hire security, so they entrusted outsiders to help manage it. Who would have thought that those people have deep-rooted social connections, and the resort had no choice but to put it up for auction?" Seeing Lin Yi look surprised, Ting Ting smiled gently and continued, "Even though the Moonbay Beach Resort has been sold to you, the assets still belong to the state. You only have the right to use 75%, and when the time comes, you will need to renew the lease." Hearing this, Lin Yi immediately asked, "So you're saying that next, how to utilize it must be negotiated between me and the manager?" Ting Ting nodded and replied, "That's right. They are located at 142 Bay Road." Lin Yi frowned, his expression thoughtful. After stepping out of the resort's management office, he picked up the phone and called Bi Songjiang. "What do you know about the Moon Bay Beach matter?" On the other end, Bi Songjiang unexpectedly replied, "Mr. Lin, don't tell me you're planning to buy back the Moon Bay Beach. It's a bit complicated there. They still owe us 200,000. Hearing that they still had debts, Lin Yi felt a bit displeased and said sternly, "They still owe us money? You organize the debt documents, I'll come pick you up. We need to meet with them." Right at the place where Kai Ting Ting had mentioned, number 142 Bay Road, a chaotic scene unfolded in front of them. It was full of guys squatting and smoking. Lin Yi and Bi Songjiang walked over, looking around to find that the place seemed unrefined and a bit shabby. Lin Yi frowned and said, "It doesn't look too bad. This is still a company after all." Two men, one with brown hair and the other with green hair, were smoking opposite them. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, they looked quite irritated. Both of them stood up and approached Lin Yi and Bi Songjiang. One of them shouted, "Boss Bi, what are you doing here?" Bi Songjiang, annoyed, said sharply, "Call your manager out here. I need to see him." The guy with green hair took a long drag from his cigarette and then exhaled, responding softly, "Sorry, Mr. Dong is busy and isn't here right now." Bi Songjiang glanced at the car parked right next to them and quickly reacted, "Who are you trying to fool? His car is still here. How can you say he's not here?" Bi Songjiang turned to Lin Yi, pointed at him, and said loudly, "This person is Mr. Wang from Zhang Terminal and Moon Bay Beach. This time, I'm here not just for the money you owe." The two guys continued to hold their cigarettes, but their expressions began to show signs of fear. The green-haired guy mumbled, "Moon Bay Beach has been bought out." The man with the green-brown hair, looking tense and hurriedly replied, "You two follow me. Mr. Dong is in the office." Suddenly, Lin Yi snatched the blue notebook from Songjiang's hand and threw it directly at the man with the green-brown hair, startling him. Lin Yi angrily shouted, "I'm not going to the office. You two go back and tell your Mr. Dong to leave Moonbay Beach immediately. We don't interfere with each other's business. If you owe us money, pay it back quickly. Don't let this small matter affect the harmony between both sides." After saying that, Lin Yi turned on his heels and ordered Songjiang, "Let's go." The man with the green-brown hair immediately returned to the office, panic-stricken as he reported to everyone there, "Mr. Dong, Mr. Chiang, the new owner of Moon Bay Beach, just came here. He said we should not get involved in the beach business anymore, and he also told us to quickly pay off the debt to Wangjiang Terminal." The person playing mahjong reacted angrily, saying, "He wants me to pay the debt to Wangjiang Terminal? What does that have to do with him?" That person was Yao Donglai. Hearing that, the green-brown-haired man could only respond, "He said Wangjiang Terminal is also his asset." Yao Donglai fumed. "That guy has guts, coming to my territory and acting so arrogantly." The green-brown-haired man nodded slightly, replying, "He was indeed very arrogant. After saying a few words, he just left." Donglai thought to himself, "The other party really doesn't care about me at all." Liu Qiang was playing mahjong while smoking, and with a nonchalant glance at Donglai, he said, "Go meet him tomorrow. If he doesn't know his place..." Liu Qiang extinguished his cigarette and continued, "Go meet him tomorrow. If he doesn't know his place, Donglai, I will make sure his business goes to ruins. Donglai, furious and seething with anger, gritted his teeth and replied, I will make his business fall apart as well. Liu Qiang was excited and added, That's great. I really admire your determined look. I'm not that capable. Today was a beautifully sunny day. Lin Yi, dressed neatly and with a relaxed demeanor, walked confidently into the luxurious building. Manager Wang noticed him and immediately said, Mr. Lin, you have arrived. Lin Yi spoke up. I came to ask about some debts. Hearing this, Manager Wang smiled and quickly put his earpiece in, responding, Mr. Lin, which debt would you like to check on? I'll have someone prepare it. Lin Yi slowly sat down, propped his feet up on the table, and casually said, Is there any large debt at the Peninsula Hotel that is difficult to collect? Upon hearing this, Manager Wang was taken aback, as if his secret had been exposed. He replied to Lin Yi, There is indeed a difficult debt to collect, totaling over 3 million. Lin Yi said with irritation, Then why didn't you mention that when I took over your work? Quickly go find the accounts book and bring it here for me to see. Manager Wang hurriedly complied, hesitantly approaching the large bookshelf in front of him to pull out the accounts book. He quietly asked, Mr. Lin, this situation was also unavoidable. It's because we can't do anything about the people involved. I have no other choice. After briefly reviewing the accounts book that the manager had brought, Lin Yi became somewhat angry and said, This little brat Qin Han still owes us money? Manager Wang broke out in a cold sweat and replied, The Qin family is not someone we can afford to provoke. Last night, the young Master Qin brought some girls to stay here and even signed a debt note. He probably hasn't left yet. Lin Yi took out his phone and called someone. The person on the other end answered, Good morning, who is this? He calmly replied, This is Lin Yi. Is your spoiled brat missing 1.18 million yuan from the Peninsula Hotel? The voice on the other end responded arrogantly, The Peninsula Hotel isn't yours, so why do you care about me? Hearing that, he furrowed his brows and replied, Who said the Peninsula Hotel isn't mine? First, you need to pay off that amount. After that, I will let you stay for free. Qin Han was in the room, just listening on the phone while getting dressed. Behind him, there was a girl lying on the bed. He smiled brightly and replied, Really? Are you at the Peninsula Hotel now? I'll come down to meet you right away. Lin Yi responded, Come down, I'm at Manager Wang's office. Manager Wang was standing next to Lin Yi when suddenly a voice came from outside. Manager Wang, there's a person named Yao Donglai in the lobby who wants to see Mr. Lin. He was reading the accounts and abruptly closed the book, then replied, Let them come up. The door slowly opened. It was none other than the two Donglai and Liu Qiang, both wearing provocative smiles as they looked at him. Manager Wang stood there, feeling awkward as he glanced at Lin Yi, who remained dark-faced and silent. Sensing the situation was awkward, Manager Wang picked up the intercom and said, Captain, have all the security gather in front of the hotel, waiting for my orders. Suddenly, they threw a red gift box on the table. Dong Lai, laughing mockingly, said, Mr. Lin, this is a little token of my sincerity. Let's do something big together. I hope Mr. Lin will kindly accept it. At this moment, Lin Yi, with a gloomy mood, coldly asked him, When did I say I wanted to collaborate with you? Dong Lai still kept his smile, but it seemed he was a bit dissatisfied. He slowly pulled a cigarette from the pack and said, Lin Yi, I came here personally. Not even a face-to-face meeting, huh? I'm here to discuss business today. If both sides can't cooperate, you can forget about doing business here in the future. Dong Lai lit the cigarette with a lighter, frowned, and then flashed a wicked grin as he declared, After all, I only have this worthless life. Let's see who will suffer the most. Lin Yi gripped the cup tightly. At that moment, he could no longer hold back. He directly smashed the cup over Dong Lai's head, shattering it into pieces. He replied, Are you threatening me? Dong Lai was injured, blood trickling down. His lackey saw this and rushed in, shouting, Damn it! How dare you hit our boss? Lin Yi showed no mercy, delivering a kick that sent a brown-haired thug bleeding. The kick slammed him against the door, knocking him to the ground, which left Dong Lai's surrounding lackeys feeling frightened. With blood streaming from his head, Dong Lai yelled, "Lin Yi, holy shit, don't get cocky!" He adjusted his shirt, his face darkening as he stepped in front of Dong Lai and said, "I know you often engage in all sorts of bad deeds, but let me tell you, not only are Moon Bay Beach and Wangjiang Terminal mine, this hotel is also mine. The security guards downstairs are all my people." Dong Lai was stunned when he heard this. He held his head in disbelief and stammered, "Wait, what are you saying? This Peninsula Hotel is also yours?" Dong Lai turned to look out the window and saw a full team of security guards from the hotel below. He gaped, his face turning pale in disbelief. Lin Yi casually put his hands in his pockets and slowly approached Dong Lai, causing him to back against the glass door. Lin Yi said, "You guys must know better than I do how things work in the underworld, right? It's that simple. I just need to spend a little money, and look what has happened to you all. I don't even need to explain, do I?" Suddenly, someone approached. It was Chin Han. Seeing Liu Qiang standing there as well, he asked, "Why are you here?" Liu Qiang was a bit startled but answered as well, "Brother Qin, why are you here?" Dong Lai suddenly smiled, rushing over to speak to Chin Han. "Brother Qin, we have a business dispute with Mr. Lin. So, could you help us out?" Chin Han ignored their words and walked over. He said to Chin Han, "What's going on? Do these two idiots really think they deserve to discuss business with you?" Lin Yi, hearing this, simply closed his eyes and sighed. The two guys, seeing Chin Han ignore them and come over to talk to Lin Yi, were filled with panic. Their eyes widened and their mouths hung open. Lin Yi glanced away and pointed in another direction, then said, "They just said they wanted to discuss business with me." Upon hearing this, Chin Han stepped forward, scratched his head, and asked, "Let me see which idiot just said that." Chin Han looked at the blonde guy, whose haggard face had turned pale, then said, "It's not you, right? You don't have the guts for that." He then turned his gaze to the guy in the green suit, whose face was also ghostly pale, and said, "So, I guess it must be you." The guy in the green suit, frightened, said, "Mr. Chin." Chin Han lost his temper, yelling, "I'm not even qualified to discuss business with Mr. Lin. Who do you think you are?" Chin Han shouted to the group, "Get the hell out of here immediately! Don't stand here and annoy me!" The group of the guy in the green suit was terrified, mouths agape. The guy in the green suit grimaced, sweating profusely, thinking, what exactly is Lin Yi's status? Chin Han did not say much, walked over and kicked the man in the green suit right down to the floor. With an expression full of brutality and anger, he said, "What are you standing there for? Get lost!" At that moment, Lin Yi spoke up and asked, "Wait, when will you pay back the money you owe me?" At this time, the group of people was quickly running towards the door in fear. Hearing Lin Yi's question, the man in the green suit turned around, feeling embarrassed, and said, "We will go back to get the money and bring it over immediately. Absolutely will not default." Chin Han turned back, smiling as he said to Lin Yi, "Do you need me to call someone to teach them a lesson?" Lin Yi quickly raised his hand to refuse. "No need. They are just a bunch of mice. There's no need to waste time." Chin Han then scratched his head, his face full of joy, and suggested to Lin Yi, "I don't care anymore. Just now I helped you with something big. The money you owe should be considered as cleared, right?" Hearing this, Lin Yi got angry, his face turned purple, and he scolded him, "You're really thick-skinned." Chin Han laughed heartily, looking up at the sky, and said, "What need is there for face when making a living outside? Face doesn't feed you." Lin Yi had to reluctantly acknowledge this, giving a thumbs up and said, "All right, I admire you now." While chatting with Chin Han, Lin Yi's phone in his pants pocket suddenly rang. On the other end was Kyun Nian calling, "Teacher Lin, are you busy with something?" Lin Yi kindly replied, "Don't call me Teacher Lin anymore. I've been around for a long time." Kyun Nian then asked back, "Did you get fired from teaching for seducing students or something?" Hearing that, Lin Yi straightened his tone and said seriously, "Do you see me as that kind of person? I'm experiencing life. Once I've had my experience, I'll change jobs. Right now, I'm working as a delivery guy. Kyun quickly responded, Is that so? I'm placing an order right now. Lin Yi gradually stepped out the door, still responding, A delivery order for a young lady? How could I possibly refuse? Chin Han witnessed the conversation between Lin Yi and Kyun, standing there stunned as he watched Lin Yi leave the building. Discontent, he muttered, When you're in love, is everyone like this? At that moment, Lin Yi reached Kyun holding a bag of items, his face beaming as he said, Hello, beautiful. Your order has been delivered. Kyun cheerfully replied, Wow, you're so fast. Lin Yi responded, Don't use the word fast when talking about men, got it? Kyun, hearing this, shyly said, I didn't know anything about that. Lin Yi asked Kyun, Did you buy only vegetables and meat? Do you need me to bring anything back from the company? Kyun quickly smiled and said, No need. There's a kitchen, and I often call the canteen chef to cook. Kyun kindly asked Lin Yi, Do you want to test my skills again? Lin Yi immediately took off his jacket and replied, All right, this time let me do it. I don't want to eat steak anymore. Kyun then sarcastically said, What? Lin Yi walked in, knowing how to tie on an apron, and said, Even wise intellect has culinary skills. Today we have to see. After that, Lin Yi skillfully cut the meat and lit the stove to prepare the food. 20 minutes later, a nutritious meal, which was also quite attractive, was served neatly. Kyun's eyes lit up, and drool had started to flow. Kyun exclaimed, Not to mention the taste, just looking at the presentation is already very tempting. Lin Yi and Kyun sat at the dining table. Kyun clapped his hands in delight, praising, It smells so good! You are amazing! Lin Yi affectionately turned to pat Kyun's head, saying, Spoiling you like this? Eat a bit more, my little kitten. I'll go get you some juice. Kyun couldn't hide the happiness on his face. Lin Yi opened the fridge to get the fruits, when suddenly he heard Kyun's exclamation echoing loudly. Lin Yi quickly turned back, looking tense, and asked loudly, What happened? Kyun had tried the food, and with a satisfied expression spoke with all his love. This dish is so delicious. Kyun continued to enjoy the next dish, her face content and happy. She said, Compared to the dishes in 5-star restaurants, your cooking is much better. After that, Kyun asked Lin Yi, Where did you learn to cook so well? Without hesitation, Lin Yi replied with a sense of pride, If you sincerely want to know, I am more than willing to share. To prevent the world from being destroyed and to protect the culinary arts of the world, I possess a natural talent for cooking. Kyun, holding her chopsticks to bring food to her mouth, smiled and said, We are the rocket team protecting the galaxy. Are you satisfied? What do you want? Lin Yi immediately moved closer, locking lips with Kyun to her surprise. After the kiss, Lin Yi licked his lips dangerously and said, Isn't the reward right here? Lin Yi hugged Kyun's waist and gently lifted her to sit on the table. Kyun shyly said, This is a workroom. Lin Yi dismissed her concerns. A workroom? That just makes it more exciting. The two looked at each other deeply, as if experiencing love for the first time. After that, Kyun and Lin Yi moved to the living room, sitting on the sofa. Kyun sat snugly in Lin Yi's lap, and he affectionately held her hand, asking, This morning when you called me, was there something you needed? Kyun immediately replied, It's nothing major. This afternoon, I want to go with you to Wangjiang Terminal to check it out. Lin Yi reached for a piece of potato on the table, dipped it in sauce, and gently fed it to Kyun, saying, All right, I'll go with you this afternoon. While we're at it, I'll check on the project's progress too. Kyun quickly ate the piece of potato with happiness and agreed. At Wangjiang Terminal, she said, Yesterday, I went with the design team from Yaluo to take a look. The total cost of the project is about 350 million yuan. I plan not to take a profit from this project for you, so it saves about 150 million. Lin Yi turned to ask, Why is that? I'm not short on money. Nian replied cheerfully, "This Wangjiang terminal project is too big. I didn't even think about making that kind of money. You take it back to use as working capital, and who knows, it might come in handy later." Lin Yi gently patted Nian's head, saying, "I understand your intention, but if I'm not sure, I won't take it on." Nian was stunned for a moment and then replied, "All right, I'll listen to you." She raised her hand to introduce, "But my team of design engineers and I have studied this. If we also incorporate Moonbay Beach for renovation, it will be perfect." Lin Yi stroked his chin and asked smugly, "So that means you can just go and buy it, right?" At this moment, both of them gradually walked down the stairs. Nian turned back and said, "Do you think that place is available for purchase?" Nian held a helmet in her hands and cheerfully said, "That beach is owned by the government. You can't buy it." Lin Yi quickly put the helmet on and replied, "Is that so?" Nian turned to walk ahead and joyfully responded, "Staying in a bikini at the pool all the time gets boring. Lying in the sun at the beach is the best. I thought someone was giving me a chance, but I overestimated it. Heh." At this point, the construction manager had also spotted Lin Yi and Nian approaching. The manager quickly ran over to greet them. "Mr. Lin, Miss Ji." Then the manager happily reported, "Good thing you came. I was just about to find you to report. Earlier, Yao Donglai has settled his debt with us. The business for Moonbay Beach is the same." Upon hearing this, Nian linked her arm with Lin Yi in utter surprise. Lin Yi calmly replied, "Yeah, I know." Nian, looking bewildered and confused, turned to Lin Yi and asked, "Lin Yi, did you just say something about Moonbay Beach?" Lin Yi answered without hesitation, "Moonbay Beach is now your asset. Don't you want to sunbathe?" Nian still couldn't believe it and asked again, "Really?" Nian playfully nudged Lin Yi's shoulder, shyly saying, "You are so mean, always lying to me." Nian was putting on her shoes and happily said, "Lin Yi, Wangjiang Terminal is your asset now. When you have time, take me to the beach to play, okay?" Lin Yi replied, "Sure, I will teach you how to dive then." Nian exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, why do you know everything? That's amazing." Lin Yi held her hand and led her into the clear water. Nian said, "Oh, by the way, didn't you want to establish a fund? I have found 2 people for you. They can handle the paperwork, and if you need security, I can help you find it." Lin Yi said, "You can help me with the paperwork. Just write the address as Lang Yun Building." Having said that, their hands tightened around each other. Nian asked curiously, "Lang Yun Building? Don't tell me you bought it too." Lin Yi happily replied, "You guessed right, I did buy it." He continued, "I want to take on more orders. You go home first. Remember to be careful." Nian worriedly reminded him, "Being exposed to the weather isn't good. You also take care of yourself." Saying that, she got in the car and drove away, while Lin Yi stood there waving goodbye. Suddenly, his phone notified him. "You have a new order. Buy 2 inflatable floats, priced around 200, any kind will do." At a float store, Lin Yi rode his motorcycle to the front of the shop and said, "Owner, I want to buy 2 inflatable floats, priced around 200, make sure they are good quality." The shop owner replied, "Okay, wait a moment." Then he turned around to get the products. After that, the shop owner brought out 2 yellow floats and said, "These floats are very good. They are on sale on Top for only 209 yuan. Lin Yi happily replied, "All right, please write me a receipt. I'm a shipper and I need to deliver it to the customer." The shop owner curiously asked, "Aya, why is someone so handsome working as a shipper? I know quite a few rich ladies. Let me introduce you to them." Lin Yi turned around, shyly replied, "Brother, besides selling swimming gear, are you also a pimp?" The float shop owner held the yellow float and laughed. "What nonsense! Here, take it." Lin Yi took the inflatable float and rode off on his motorcycle to deliver the package. At a beautiful beach, Lin Yi called the customer. "Hello? May I ask if this is the person who placed the order? I have brought the order of 2 inflatable floats to the beach. From the other end of the line, a response came. I'm not free right now, just bring it here for me. The red umbrella with me, wearing blue pants. Lin Yi looked up and saw countless red umbrellas. He panicked and said, Boss, all the umbrellas at the beach are red. How do I know which one is yours? The person on the phone disdainfully said, With your IQ, you can only be a delivery guy. Suddenly, from behind, Lin Yi heard a voice calling out, Hey, delivery guy! It was Ku Bing. She was waving at Lin Yi. And the person standing beside Ku Bing with a frown was Lu Fei, who was also a customer who had ordered 2 pool floats. Hearing the call, Lin Yi lowered his phone and turned around. Ku Bing exclaimed in surprise, OMG, handsome guy. Then she called the girl who was buried in the sand. Lulu, get up! Our delivery guy is this super handsome guy. Lulu crawled up from the sand, also surprised, and said, He really is handsome. Why is he working as a delivery guy? Lu Fei, standing behind, resentfully remarked, What else? Because of a dull mind and developed limbs, if someone hires him, he won't even be able to find it. Both girls could only laugh awkwardly. Ku Bing turned to propose. With such a beautiful face and figure, we are just in need of service. I think he fits perfectly. Lin Yi said, Hello, a swim ring is 209 yuan. 2 are 418 yuan. Please make the payment in advance. Ku Bing continued to suggest, Handsome, do you have any intention of changing jobs? I run a clothing store and I'm short on service staff. Lin Yi, squinting his eyes, said, I have no intention of that. When will you make the payment? Lu Fei, holding the receipt in his hand, angrily said, Pay my ass. Then he pointed directly at Lin Yi and questioned, I ordered a swim ring for about 200. Is the price you bought it for 209 some kind of overcharge? Lu Fei continued to criticize. I see that you bought 2 cheap swim rings and then faked the receipt to cheat money, right? Lin Yi, astonished, said, Do you guys really think I would do something like that for a few bucks? Lu Fei responded angrily, Wow! Do you think you are richer than me? Ku Bing pulled Lu Fei's hand and said, Forget it. I think you shouldn't do that. Let me pay. Lu Fei took out his wallet and said, Xiaobing, I invited you out. How can I let you pay? Never mind. I won't argue with him. He took out 400 yuan and slammed it into Lin Yi's hand. Lin Yi picked up the 400 yuan and said, 2 swim rings are 418 yuan, but this is only 400 yuan. Lu Fei arrogantly said, Then I'm stumped. After all, I placed an order of 200. Are you seriously expecting me to pay more? Lulu raised her hand excitedly from behind and said, Ha ha, Brother Lu is indeed a champion of justice. That's right. He needs to improve his memory. Lin Yi returned 400 yuan to Ku Bing's hands amidst her surprised gaze and said, Your friends seem quite poor. Those 2 swimming floats are gifts from me. Have fun. After that, he turned to leave. But he hadn't gone far when a voice called out, Stop! It was Lu Fei. He was extremely irritated and said, I let you go and you still dare to call me poor. My company profits nearly $2 million a year. Do you dare to look down on me? Lu Fei turned around sharply, mocking, At least I'm not calculating over small change, am I? With a terrifying expression, Lu Fei continued, Didn't you say you were wealthy? I want to place an additional order. I wonder if you dare to take it. Lin Yi calmly replied, What's there not to dare? Hearing this, Ku Bing stopped him. Hey, handsome, don't take the bet. You won't be able to compete with him. Lulu shouted from behind. All right, Xiaobing, don't meddle in other people's affairs. Which side are you on? Ku Bing hesitated and replied, I don't belong to any side. Suddenly, a notification popped up on Lin Yi's phone. You have a new order. Please check and accept the order. He opened the order, his eyes filled with astonishment. Lin Yi said, Oh, are you ordering a Ferrari 812 for me? Lu Fei chuckled triumphantly. Aren't you a shipper? Go ahead, buy it, and I'll pay you back later. Lulu behind also laughed heartily and chimed in, Hey, that's so funny. He probably can only buy a toy Ferrari. Lin Yi replied, All right, I'll go buy it and bring it to you. After saying that, he walked away. Lu Fei pointed irritably at Lin Yi and said, Buy what? Planning to run away? Under the sand were a few bottles of blue liquor. Lu Fei picked one up, poured it into a glass, and said, Xiaobing, this liquor doesn't have a high alcohol content. Try drinking it. Ku Bing sulkily responded, I don't want to drink. Lulu stood in front of her, holding the glass of liquor, and said, Xiaobing, going out to have fun is all about finding joy. Why are you sulking like this? Ku Bing frowned and replied, I feel like the two of you are looking down on others. Lu Fei spat out his drink and said, Xiaobing, can you stop joking? Are you really thinking about that poor delivery guy? At this moment, Lin Yi had returned to the beach. In his hand, he held a suitcase full of contracts. Seeing Lin Yi, Lu Fei angrily said, How can you show your face here again? Why don't you just call me Grandpa 3 times to make it easier, okay? Ku Bing couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Can you knock it off? This is too much. Lulu placed her hand on her shoulder and gently said, Don't you know who Lu Fei is? It's not worth arguing over a delivery guy. Ku Bing replied, I just don't like how he looks down on others. At this moment, Lu Fei was still quite pleased with himself. Suddenly, Lin Yi turned the suitcase upside down and a stack of contracts fell right in front of everyone. Lu Fei was astonished, his mouth agape, jumping in surprise. Right after that, a truck slowly approached from behind Lin Yi. The truck's doors swung wide open, revealing a Ferrari 812. Lu Fei exclaimed in shock, Is that really a Ferrari 812? Lin Yi calmly replied, You are a wealthy person. You should be able to afford it, right? Lu Fei stammered, I... He trembled, nervously apologizing. I'm sorry, I don't have that much money. Lin Yi spoke up to remind, You made a bet. You have to accept the loss. Kneel down and call me Grandpa twice, and it will be fine. Lu Fei was so angry that he gritted his teeth. What, Grandpa? However, still maintaining his arrogance, he continued, Today I'm going to run away with the money. What can you do to me here at Moonbay Beach? You must know Brother Dong, right? Lin Yi tried to stifle a laugh and replied, Brother Dong? I've never heard of him. Lu Fei then took out his phone and called the person known as Brother Dong. Brother Dong, it's Xiao Fei here. I'll pay 100,000. Bring someone over to help me with this. After finishing, he pointed at Lin Yi and threatened, Just wait. Brother Dong will bring people over right away. Xiaobing stepped forward and reminded, Handsome guy, you don't usually come to this beach, so you don't know. You should run away quickly. But Lin Yi refused. It's okay. Just a moment later, a group of people came to the beach, holding folding bats and other weapons. Lu Fei, like he found his savior, rushed over to Brother Dong, pointing at Lin Yi. That guy who is teasing me is standing over there. Help me deal with him. Then he turned back and arrogantly said to Lin Yi, Kiddo, let's see how long you can act tough. Lin Yi turned his head back and calmly replied, Do you think I would be scared just because you called them here? As soon as the group saw Lin Yi, they immediately became frightened, their hair standing on end. All of them bowed their heads. Brother Lin! Lin Yi darkened his face and asked, I told you all to leave Moonbay Beach, and not even a day has passed before you came here looking for trouble. Do you think my words are just a breeze passing through your ears? Brother Lin, it's our fault. The man lowered his head and said. Lu Fei stood to the side, still not understanding what was happening. Brother Dong, what's going on? Brother Dong kicked Lu Fei and angrily said, If your brain isn't soaked in water, do you really think you can mess with Brother Lin? This entire Moonbay Beach and Wangjiang Terminal both belong to him. You still want to stir up trouble? Are you tired of living? The two women beside them were so shocked that their eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Dong, who had been assertive moments ago, now bent down and said, Brother Lin, how do you want to handle this? I will definitely make you satisfied. Lin Yi casually replied, There's nothing much to ask. Just now, he made me kneel down and call him Grandpa 3 times. Upon hearing this, Brother Dong also spoke up, looking straight at Lu Fei. Do you want to do it yourself, or should we beat you up first before you do it? I think calling him 3 times isn't enough. Call him until tonight. At this moment, Lu Fei finally felt fear and knelt down. All right, Grandpa. I won't dare any more, Grandpa. Lin Yi saw this and couldn't help but let out a sigh. He added, This time, I'll give you all another chance. In the future, if you can't find me, just look for Bi Songjiang. He will arrange things for you. They listened and obediently clasped their hands in response. Yes, thank you, Lin. At this moment, Xiaobing spoke up. Lin, I don't want to stay here anymore. Also, I didn't come by car today. Could you give me a ride home? Lin Yi replied, Sure, but you need to change your clothes first. It's not really appropriate to wear beach clothes. Xiaobing cheerfully stepped forward, saying, It's fine. It's hot today. Wearing beach clothes is comfortable. The girl next to her chimed in, Lin, can I go too? I also didn't come by car today. However, Lin Yi said, My vehicle can only carry 1 more person. If you want to go, you can only sit in the truck bed. The girl responded angrily, You... On this side, Lin Yi had already driven his motorcycle to take Xiaobing. She was incredibly happy, hugging his waist. At this moment, the system chimed in. Master is amazing, completed 3 tasks, received 3 5-star ratings, career progress 40%, reward 10 billion yuan, activating new mission. Lin Yi quickly replied, Thank you, system. Lin Yi's phone screen displayed, Dear customer, your account has just been credited with 10 billion. Your balance is 1.5 billion yuan from the bank. Xiaobing also happened to see this scene. She couldn't help but exclaim, Lin is really impressive. His bank account has reached billions again. Lin Yi and Xiaobing were leisurely riding on a motorcycle down the road. Xiaobing said, I didn't mean to look at the message. With that balance, the money in my clothing store isn't even a fraction of what you have. Lin Yi glanced at her and replied, Oh, it's just 1.5 billion. Xiaobing couldn't help but marvel. Just 1.5 billion? OMG, is it possible that I've met a fairy? Eventually, they arrived at her clothing store. At that moment, Xiaobing had changed into a more elegant dress. How do I look? Lin Yi asked, Is this your store? Xiaobing replied, Yeah, I graduated from Donghua University, majoring in fashion design. She cheerfully brought out some wine and asked, Do you want to drink something, Lin? However, Lin Yi quickly declined. No need. I still have work to do. I just want to take one of your business cards. Xiaobing eagerly raised her phone and replied, What do you need a business card for? Just add me on WeChat. Lin Yi broke into a cold sweat and explained, I didn't mean it that way. I'm planning to open a company soon and need to order uniforms, so I just want your business card to contact you later. Xiaobing shyly responded, Oh, that's fine. I'd be happy to serve you. At this time, Lin Yi quickly stepped out of the store. Just then, the screen of Lin Yi's phone suddenly lit up with an incoming call notification. On the other end was Zhang Song, a college friend of Lin Yi who was selling at KHTK. He said, Boss, I have something to do in Nation TH in a few days. It's been half a year since we last contacted. I thought you were dead somewhere. Lin Yi smiled and replied, Ha ha, talking nonsense, aren't you? Zhang Song continued, Boss, do you know Cisco? They have resolved the programming issues of the control unit. This will advance the domestic chip field by at least 10 years. I'm preparing to go there to discuss cooperation. He happily responded, All right, let's not talk about this anymore. When you arrive, give me a call, and I'll treat you to a big feast. After hanging up, Lin Yi thought to himself, Didn't I just write out the entire source code a few days ago? Why did Cisco manage to research it a step ahead? Saying that, he got on his motorcycle. Not long after, the motorcycle came to a stop. Lin Yi had parked in front of the Longxin Research Institute just in time for Lu Ying to step out. She approached and said, Director Lin, are you here to check on things? Lin Yi replied, "Yeah, I'm here to take a look at what everyone is busy with." Lu Ying responded, "The program for the control device has been completed and is currently undergoing Phase 3 testing, but there has been an issue with the shortwave frequency." They were walking and talking when they suddenly arrived at Liu Chu's office. Upon seeing them, he said, "Mr. Lin, you have arrived." Lin Yi calmly sat down in a chair and informed them of some news. "I heard that Cisco has developed the final program for the control device." Both of them couldn't believe their ears. "No way!" Lin Yi's expression darkened as he said, "As far as I know, Cisco has invited a technical expert, which is why the research progress is so fast. If I'm not mistaken, that person is Liu Chu, whom I drove away not long ago." "Liu Chu?" the two of them said in unison. Lu Ying believed, "Director, you can rest assured. With Liu Chu's skills, I guarantee that the results they achieve will definitely be flawed, not as perfect as our program." Hearing this, Lin Yi slammed his hand down on the table in anger. "It's true that you have no brains. Do you think the market will trust you? Have any of you registered for a patent yet?" Lu Ying, feeling flustered, replied, "Director, then we can just go apply for a patent before they publish it." Lin Yi's face darkened as he said, "Do you all think the initiative is still in your hands? They have already registered. When the time comes, we will be sued back and become the laughingstock of the entire industry." Lu Ying's face paled, not saying anything further. He stepped forward, bowed his head, and said, "Mr. Lin, it is my fault. Please dismiss me." Lin Yi sighed and said, "What good will it do to dismiss you? Can it make up for the loss? Don't put on that funeral face anymore." However, Liu Chu continued to take the blame. "Mr. Lin, it is our responsibility. We were too lax in our precautions, allowing others to take advantage." Lin Yi slowly stood up and said to both of them, "All right then, don't just stand there like that. Come with me to work." They replied in unison, "Work?" Lin Yi walked closer to the computer desk. "Cisco has stolen our technical achievements, but that is only version 1.0. He encouraged them, "Instead of being discouraged, be happy about it." Hearing this, they felt more uplifted and replied in unison, "Mr. Lin, we will do our best to support you." At this moment, Lin Yi was highly focused in front of the computer screen, his hands skillfully typing on the keyboard, extremely professional. It turned out he was writing code. Each line of code flew by quickly like the wind. This left the two people behind in astonishment, their eyes sparkling as they looked at him. Just a moment ago, 12 hours had passed, and Lin Yi turned around to stretch his muscles, saying, "I'm exhausted. Coding really makes one go bald." He asked, "Mr. Lin, have you finished everything?" Lin Yi replied, "The program is done, but the other optical technologies in the country are still not sufficient. We need to find a way to acquire 2 other optical machines from Nation HL. That's the important task we need to focus on right now." He firmly stated, "I understand, Mr. Lin. I will reach out immediately and strive to get this done as soon as possible." Lin Yi's voice roused Lu Ying from her daze as he assigned work. "And you quickly arranged to create the new mobile system. I need a mobile ecosystem that rivals the ISO ecosystem." Lu Ying accepted the task. "Mr. Lin, rest assured, I will ensure the mission is completed." Having said that, Lin Yi patted the shoulders of the two. "Come on, we will definitely change the foreign chip monopoly. We will step into a new chapter in the future." After finishing his words, Lin Yi left. Liu Chu was so happy that he almost burst into tears. Our country has a pillar like this. The future is indeed promising. After going outside, Lin Yi's supercar was already waiting. He said, "Luckily the caretaker brought the car here." At the same time, his phone received a notification stating he had a new order. He picked up the phone and read, "Duck Peak original battery charger already packed." Lin Yi got into the car and headed to the delivery location. An hour later, the city was fully lit, and Lin Yi delivered the package. He cheerfully said, "Hello, Mr. Zhou. Here is the Duck Peak original battery charger. The total is 612 yuan. Zhou Huaijiang angrily responded, "What are you saying? Why is it so expensive today? Isn't the Duck Peak store offering a 50% discount?" Lin Yi replied, "The event ended yesterday, and besides, you didn't note that there was a discount." Zhou Huaijiang became even angrier. "What do you mean the event ended? You want to profit off the price difference." Lin Yi said angrily, "Here's the invoice for a few hundred yuan. I'm not at the level of trying to defraud." At that moment, a woman's voice interjected, "All right, Mr. Zhou, it's just a few hundred yuan. You don't need to make things difficult for him." That is Zhou Huaijiang's wife. At this moment, he handed her something and said, "Well, take this. I have to work the night shift later. You and the child sleep first. Don't wait for me to do anything." Just as Lin Yi turned to leave, Zhou Huaijiang called out, "Wait, take these 2 bags of trash out to throw away." Lin Yi bluntly replied, "Throwing away that trash is not my obligation." Zhou Huaijiang pressed further, "Aren't you the new one? You can't even help with throwing away the trash. Do you want to get a 5-star compliment or do you want a bad review? I won't do it." Lin Yi refused to back down, directly refusing. "Do whatever you want. If you have a few hundred yuan, you act all high and mighty." Zhou Huaijiang got angry and threatened, "Just wait. If I don't give you a bad review, I won't carry the surname Zhou anymore." Lin Yi couldn't be bothered to argue, simply threw back a line, "Do as you please." Then he turned and left. When Lin Yi reached the first floor of the building, he sighed when he saw a fellow worker. This job really is tough. The other delivery worker was trembling from carrying a heavy load alone, straining so hard that his face turned red. Lin Yi moved forward. "Don't rush, let me give you a hand." That heavy item was finally moved to its place, thanks to Lin Yi's help. The delivery guy said, "Thank you, my friend. I'm exhausted. Sometimes I can't tell if I'm a garbage collector or a delivery guy." "You can just refuse them," Lin Yi replied. The delivery guy scratched his head and said, "Then it wouldn't do at all. If they rate us poorly, it would be a waste of half the day. There are too few bosses who help out like you do." Lin Yi confirmed, "I'm not a boss. I'm just a delivery guy too. We are the same." At that moment, Zhou Huaijiang had brought down 2 bags of trash and shouted, "Aren't you leaving yet? Let me tell you, there's no 5-star praise coming your way, and I've called the hotline to complain about you. Don't even think about keeping this job." Lin Yi responded, "It's fine. If you want to do it, go ahead. I don't want to engage with someone as ignorant as you." Zhou Huaijiang got so angry that he threw down the 2 bags of trash and exclaimed, "Who are you calling stupid? Just a delivery guy and you're acting so arrogant. I'm the sales director at Ruijia Chemical Company here in this country." He didn't forget to boast, "I could just take a car out and it would be enough to crush you." Lin Yi disdainfully said, "It's just a tiny Audi A6, and yet you dare to be so arrogant." He pressed to unlock his supercar, causing the 2 people to be astonished. Zhou Huaijiang, now softer in tone, asked, "If you are so wealthy, why are you still working as a delivery guy?" Lin Yi calmly explained, "Isn't it okay to experience life? You just said you are the sales director at Ruijia Chemical Company, right?" Zhou Huaijiang's voice trembled a bit. Why?" Lin Yi pointed to the 2 bags of trash from earlier. "You have an attitude towards service jobs. I guarantee you'll be unemployed soon. Maybe try this job for a while to experience it firsthand." Zhou Huaijiang immediately knelt down, hurriedly picking up the trash that had fallen when he threw it. I won't ever dare again." At this moment, Lin Yi's phone displayed a notification. "You have a new order. Please check and accept." The order that appeared was for a purchase of medicine, but there was a note below. "Emergency contraceptive pill." Lin Yi thought for a long while. This feels a bit off. It was late at night at Zhonghai City Apartments when Lin Yi delivered the goods to the location. He knocked on the door, and the woman who came out surprised Lin Yi. "No way, it's you again?" Qingwan saw Lin Yi and asked, "Why did you become a delivery person?" Lin Yi ignored her words and replied, "So what? Is being a delivery person not allowed? 38 yuan, Pay me. Mo Ching-wan suddenly smiled wickedly, crossed her arms, and mocked, "Ha ha, I see you must have gone bankrupt in your business. That's why you became a delivery person, right?" Lin Yi, a little impatient, said, "What I do has nothing to do with you. Hurry up and pay me." However, Mo Ching-wan continued to tease. "Eagerly asking for money like that means you've become poor, right? With just a little skill, you think you can learn to do business with others?" Saying that, she tossed the box of medicine away, and Mo Ching-wan, extremely arrogant, said, "I don't need this medicine anymore. Take it back." Lin Yi asked in confusion, "What?" He picked up the emergency contraceptive pill box and calmly replied, "All right then." Lin Yi turned to leave. "If you don't need it, then so be it." But Mo Ching-wan would not easily miss the opportunity to humiliate someone. She raised her phone to take a few pictures, her voice full of mockery. "Don't leave in a hurry. Since I have nothing to do, let me take some pictures for you." Lin Yi saw this and immediately reached out to block her, feeling annoyed as he said, "What are you taking pictures of me for?" Mo Ching-wan, lacking any tact, swatted Lin Yi's hand away contemptuously and replied, "Our school has a friend who failed in business. This is big news, and I have to share it so our classmates know, right?" A man came out of the room grumbling, and just from the few words he managed to say, it was clear he was a scumbag. Why wasn't he wearing protection? When he caught something, would he blame others? "What are you doing? Has the delivery arrived yet?" As it turned out, this scumbag was Ding Yi. He ran out without wearing any clothes, still wiping his hair with his hand, and urged, "Mo Ching-wan, hurry in, let's get started." When Ding Yi saw Lin Yi, his face turned pale. What are you doing here?" Mo Ching-wan, taking advantage of the situation, maliciously said, "He's my classmate, started a business but failed. Now he has to work as a delivery guy, bowing his head all day." Before Mo Ching-wan could finish her sentence, Ding Yi hastily slapped her. "How dare you insult Lin, sir? Do you believe I won't beat you to death?" Mo Ching-wan fell down, resentfully asking, "Why did you push me? He's already bankrupt. How could he be compared to you?" Ding Yi angrily scolded, "Mr. Lin is clearly experiencing life. Can't you be a bit smarter?" Mo Ching-wan's mind was filled with large question marks. Experiencing life? Ding Yi lowered his head, expressing sincere feelings, ignoring Mo Ching-wan's confusion. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I sincerely apologize on her behalf." Lin Yi tossed the medicine box back to Ding Yi. "All right, just remember to tell her to stay away from me. And remember to rate me 5 stars. Ding Yi quickly appeased, "No problem, definitely." When Lin Yi reached the parking area and opened his phone, he saw the notification. "You have received a 5-star commendation." Lin Yi was a bit surprised. That was fast. Ding Yi had rated Lin Yi 5 stars on the app. Then, he forcefully shoved the medicine into Mo Ching-wan's mouth, a dangerous and life-threatening act, prohibited if you don't want to sit behind bars. Ding Yi yelled in frustration, "Are you crazy? You almost ruined everything for me." Mo Ching-wan pleaded, "I've had enough. I can't swallow any more." In the car, Lin Yi checked the mission progress and thought to himself, "This is progressing quite quickly. It seems that with another half-day's effort, I might be able to complete this career mission." Suddenly, Ji Kyun-nian called, and as soon as she picked up, she cooed, "Lin Shipper, are you done with work? Didn't you say you would come to my house to cook something delicious for me after work?" Lin Yi pampered Ji Kyun-nian to the fullest, replying, "Don't worry, I remember. I'm driving to pick you up right now." Ji Kyun-nian then said, "You don't need to come to the office. Just go straight to the supermarket at Times Square. Let's meet there. My fridge is out of cooking ingredients." Lin Yi swerved, changing direction. "Okay, then I'll wait for you in front of the supermarket." In front of the supermarket, Ji Kyun-nian was already waiting. As soon as she saw Lin Yi, she happily waved her hand, thinking how great it was, and immediately got to the point. "I heard they opened a super large supermarket here. You are a diamond member here, so you should get some discounts. Let's go in and check it out." Inside the supermarket, the two looked like a happy couple. Lin Yi's face turned pale, but he pretended, "Aren't we here to buy food today?" As it turned out, Lin Yi was stingy, but Ji Kyun-nian didn't care and responded cheerfully, "That's right." Lin Yi hinted, "You, buying so many pastries and snacks, what do you need all that for?" Ji Kyun-nian winked, "You don't know, do you? Sweets can bring a good mood to all women." After finishing her shopping, she hugged Lin Yi. "All right, now let's go buy some food." Lin Yi didn't know what to say, but shamelessly said, "Isn't it true that every time you're happy, it's because of me?" This made Ji Kyun-nian blush, and she playfully hit Lin Yi. "You jerk!" After gathering the essential groceries, Lin Yi looked at the shopping cart, sighed, then said, "That's enough. We can't get much more." Ji Kyun-nian stubbornly insisted, "Okay, let me buy some more beef. The last time you made beef, it was so delicious. Make it for me again today." Suddenly, a cheerful blond man approached and greeted, "Hello, miss." Ji Kyun-nian asked in surprise, "Are you calling me?" The strange man pretended to respond, "That's right." He then handed over a business card and introduced himself. "I am Pan Wen, a talent recruiter from Bo Yuan Media. Are you interested in the showbiz? With your looks, you would definitely be very popular." Lin Yi, like every other wealthy CEO, immediately reached out to block the business card and said, "She's not interested. Why don't you check out the fishmonger next door? I think she looks pretty good too." Pan Wen glanced at the fish seller with a gaze full of disdain. The fish seller picked her nose and asked, "Are you buying fish?" Pan Wen shook his head dismissively, not bothering to pay attention. "Don't disturb me. I'm asking her." He then continued, "I guarantee that as long as you enter the showbiz, you will definitely become very famous. Do you know Liu Fangfei? It was I who discovered and trained her. Now she earns over 100 million every year." Hearing this, Ji Kyun-nian sweetly remarked to Lin Yi, "More than 100 million a year? I'm a bit swayed now." Pan Wen seized the opportunity to continue. "Sir, your girlfriend has plans to develop in the showbiz. I think if you love her, you wouldn't stop her, would you?" Lin Yi was scrolling through his phone while thoughtfully replying, "That's acceptable, but it has to wait for 15 years. Pan Wen was stunned. "What did you say? Why 15 years? Lin Yi held his phone out in front of Pan Wen, coldly stating, "I have 1.5 billion here, wanting to support her for a full 15 years. You see if you can wait that long." Pan Wen's face turned pale, his eyes widened, and he broke out in a cold sweat. "Well, why are there so many zeros?" Lin Yi arrogantly responded, "Well then, we'll contact each other again in 15 years, hoping that you haven't switched careers by then." Pan Wen understood the hint and immediately bowed to apologize. "I was wrong. I won't daydream anymore." After that, he hurried away. "Please don't hold this against me anymore. I've bothered you enough." Ji Kyun-nian laughed and happily said, "Mr. Lin, 1.5 billion. Should I take a bit of the deposit first?" Lin Yi readily agreed. The deposit can be taken, but right after he changed his tone. "However, we need to wait until tonight to see how to proceed." Ji Kyun-nian shyly reminded him, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? There are a lot of people around." Yet before anything else, she turned the tables, pulling at Lin Yi's shirt. "When we get home, I will see how I punish you." Lin Yi cheerfully responded, "Sure, let's first battle it out in 300 matches. Let's see if you have enough stamina." Ji Kyun-nian wasn't backing down, challenging, "Who's afraid of whom?" At Yunshui Villa, Lin Yi anxiously asked, "Are you sure that today your father and mother are not at home?" Ji Kyun-nian confirmed, "Absolutely 100%. Why is your courage so small?" Lin Yi sat down on the sofa and explained, "Who said I'm cowardly? It's just that after a few encounters, it's a little awkward." Ji Kyun-nian helplessly replied, "You actually know what awkward means? I see your skin getting thicker by the day. I haven't even settled the supermarket incident with you yet." Lin Yi dang hai te ra. "Come on, come here. Let's go upstairs and have a battle of 300 rounds." Suddenly, Ji Kyun-nian seized Lin Yi's hands, forcefully sitting on him to provoke, "Come on, keep going. Let's see how you resist." but the strength of a woman cannot compare to that of a man. Lin Yi easily pulled his hands back, catching Ji Kyun-nian off guard. He grasped both of her hands, lifting her up. Lin Yi's gaze darted to the plate of grapes on the table, and he couldn't help but grin mischievously, gesturing, "Open your mouth for me to feed you grapes." Ji Kyun-nian naively complied, but Lin Yi instead dropped the grape right between her soft peaks. Ji Kyun-nian's eyes widened as Lin Yi leaned down, pressed his lips against hers, and took the grape out to eat. She curiously asked, "Why are you eating like that? That's so dirty." Lin Yi licked his lips, confidently asserting, "It's not dirty, this grape is really sweet." Suddenly, Ji Kyun-nian remembered something important. She pulled out a stack of documents and handed them to Lin Yi. "Oh right, the fund procedure is complete. I told the finance department to send 10 million over. It's considered as initial support for your work." Lin Yi was surprised. The work efficiency is really high. After receiving the document, Lin Yi focused on reading. Kyun-nian leaned on his shoulder and said, "I will arrange a meeting for you to meet the person in charge. Is noon tomorrow in my office okay?" Lin Yi tossed the document aside and replied, "You can arrange it as you wish." He lifted Kyun-nian's chin, looked at her with a charming gaze, and said, "Now let the great battle of 300 rounds begin." Kyun-nian's face turned red, feeling shy but a bit happy, smiled and said, "You are really annoying." The next day, Lin Yi took Kyun-nian to the company. She hurriedly got out of the car, but did not forget to remind, "There is a meeting at noon today." Lin Yi replied, "Don't worry, I remember." After that, he bid farewell to Kyun-nian and drove off. While Lin Yi was checking the orders, he suddenly received a notification about a new order. The location of that place was very strange, and moreover, the person who placed it noted, "Don't buy anything, go to this address." Finding this note strange, Lin Yi still decided to go. After several dozen minutes, Lin Yi arrived at the customer's address. When he got there, he only found it puzzling, looking around and seeing nothing but fields. In the distance, there was a car and a few people standing there. Looking closer, Lin Yi saw a car that had fallen into a water ditch, along with a well-dressed man yelling at several other delivery riders. As for the man, he shamelessly boasted, "Everyone, today my car fell into a water ditch. I called 6 delivery guys here to pull this car up. What is this? This is the thinking of a wealthy person." Lin Yi walked up, helplessly saying, "With that kind of thinking, how can you dare to say it's the thinking of a wealthy person?" As soon as the man saw him, he angrily yelled, "Hey, delivery guy, you're the last one missing here." Saying that, he turned to be even more smug, saying, "Today, as long as you guys can pull my car up, I'll give you a 5-star review. You all got that?" The delivery guys heard that and panicked. "Huh? What?" Lin Yi saw that 6 people might not even be able to pull the car up, so he advised the man, "Call a few more people." He angrily turned to Lin Yi and said, "6 people is too few? Don't you guys usually work really hard? Pulling a car up like this is nothing, right? Are you trying to back out?" Lin Yi saw that he had advised him so, yet he still refused and even started to ridicule him, making Lin Yi annoyed. In anger, Lin Yi said to him, "Go play by yourself then. I have things to do and must leave." The man, upon hearing this, became angry and spoke to his live stream audience with a dissatisfied attitude. "Everyone, look at his working attitude. In 10 years, he will still just be a delivery guy." Lin Yi got into the car and deliberately stepped on the accelerator hard to make a loud noise. Everyone was surprised. Some delivery guys said, "What was that sound? It sounds like a sports car." Another person shouted, "Look over there! A supercar is coming. It looks like a Ferrari." The man saw the supercar coming towards him, and his face lit up with joy. He immediately turned his phone towards the car and happily said, "Do you all see this? This is the mindset of a wealthy person. In the near future, I will be sitting in that car." Suddenly, he realized that the person sitting in the supercar he was dreaming of was the very person he had just looked down on. He saw Lin Yi driving the car toward him, his face turned pale, unable to believe his eyes, and he gaped in shock at him. Lin Yi drove up and stopped beside him. He mocked. "What? Surprised to see me? I don't know what a rich person's thoughts are like, but I think you can dream your whole life and still never sit in a car like mine. Just give up and be a decent person." He waved his hand. "Please don't ruin my live stream." Suddenly he looked at his phone and shouted, "Damn it! Did it really turn off the live stream already?" Lin Yi immediately sped away, leaving him in despair behind. In Kyunnian's office at Sunrise Group, Lin Yi looked around and, not seeing anyone arrive, asked her, "It's already 12 o'clock. Why haven't they come yet?" Kyunnian just smiled and pointed behind her. Lin Yi was puzzled. Why is she pointing to the kitchen? Entering the kitchen, he paused when he saw a pile of ingredients on the table. Lin Yi sighed helplessly. "Gee, I cooked for you until you were full last night. Now you're asking me to cook again?" Kyunnian immediately ran over, wrapped her arm around Lin Yi, and said, "I promise you, once I learn how to cook, I'll make you food every day." Lin Yi didn't believe her, so he asked again, "Really?" Kyunnian felt a bit guilty this time, not saying anything, just smiling brightly. Lin Yi then brought out 2 dishes from the kitchen and said, "It's ready." Kyunnian looked at the table full of food cooked by Lin Yi and, filled with happiness, said, "Awesome! Let's get started." Just as the two were about to eat, there was suddenly a knock on the door. Kyunnian shouted, "Come in." The door opened, revealing He Yuan and Chi Xianzhao. Kyunnian was surprised to see them and smiled, saying, "We scheduled for 2 p.m., Yuan. Why did you both come so early?" Yuan replied, "It's because you wanted to meet the new boss, so we decided to come a little earlier." Suddenly, Yuan noticed Lin Yi and teasingly said to Kyunnian, "Not bad at all, wanting to set the highest standards, and you managed to find such a handsome chef. I've learned a thing or two." Kyunnian laughed and asked, Yuan, do you think Lin Yi looks like a chef?" Seeing that he was so handsome, Yuan thought he might not look much like a chef, so she guessed, "Could it be that he is the secretary that Kyunnian just hired?" Kyunnian laughed loudly, waved her hand, and said, "Actually, he is." Suddenly, Lin Yi signaled her not to say anything. Kyunnian understood his meaning and nodded in agreement. Yuan chuckled and said, "Sister, don't explain any further. Ha ha." Then she introduced Xianzhao to Kyunnian, saying, "Let me introduce to you. This is Xianzhao. I met him during the student exchange program through Nation M, and his professional skills are top-notch." After speaking, Xianzhao shook hands and greeted Kyunnian. She saw the two of them here while she hadn't had lunch yet, so she invited them to eat together. Yuan, seeing that, also didn't hold back. By the afternoon, the 4 of them finally finished eating. There wasn't a single morsel of food left on the plate. Yuan smiled brightly and said, "Handsome, you really cook deliciously. I couldn't help myself." Xianzhao immediately complimented Lin Yi. "Besides being a chef, I didn't expect you to have such a deep understanding of the domestic economic situation and the chip production industry. That's impressive." Yuan suddenly noticed the time and saw it was almost 3 p.m., yet their new boss still hadn't arrived, so she complained, "Why is there no sense of time at all?" Hearing Yuan's comment, Kyunnian decided not to hide it anymore. She stood up and said, "Ahem. Actually, your new boss has been here very early." Yuan was puzzled. "Been here very early?" Then Kyunnian raised her hand to introduce Lin Yi. "He is the founder of the Ling Yun Foundation, Lin Yi." Once the two realized that the person who had just cooked for them was actually their boss they had been waiting for, they were thrown into a panic. Yuan recalled calling him the chef earlier and immediately apologized, saying, "I didn't mean to call you a chef, sir. I truly didn't know you were Mr. Lin." Lin Yi did not blame Yuan at all, but instead smiled and said, "It's okay. Regarding the abilities and character of the two of you, I have understood clearly. If you have any questions for me, feel free to ask." Yuan looked at Xianzhao in confusion, but he could only respond with a silly grin. Finally, Yuan mustered up the courage to ask, "Mr. Lin, Is the main job primarily about taking charge of the budget fund? So what is your business plan, Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin smirked and replied, The fund will not be my main job in the future. As I said, I want to take charge of the world business map. Do you believe it, Lin Yi? As soon as he finished speaking, a silence fell over the room as everyone looked at him without saying anything. Suddenly, Lin Yi broke the awkward atmosphere. Are you all thinking that I'm dreaming too big? Kyun Nian looked at him with adoring eyes and said, Everyone has their own ambitions and they deserve to be respected. Xianzhao scratched his head with an awkward smile and said, I originally had quite a few questions to ask, but with your previous answer, I think I no longer have anything to inquire about. Seeing Xianzhao so flustered, Yuan teased him, Your expression is still the same. It hasn't changed a bit in all these years. Kyun Nian looked at Yuan and said, You are the same. After several years, you haven't changed a bit. Lin Yi stood up and boldly announced, The cake has been drawn up. Now it's time to get down to business. Each person's salary will be 5 million per year. There may be an opportunity to share equity once the company goes public. The specific timeline will be discussed further. As he spoke, he raised his glass, and Yuan, seeing this, also raised her glass in respect to Lin Yi, playfully teasing him. You are a prime example of throwing money in other people's faces. I'm feeling eager to get to work right now. Xianzhao nervously said, Thank you, Lin, for your generosity, but with such a high salary, I still feel a bit embarrassed. Lin Yi smiled and replied, Money is not important. What I care about most is talent. You two are the first ones to join me in battling in the business world. Therefore, I will not treat you two unfairly. Xianzhao gratefully said, Then I have to thank you in advance, Lin. After saying this, the four of them clinked glasses to celebrate the success of the day. With a cheerful expression, Lin Yi laughed and said, Come on, I'll take you all to the new headquarters of the company to have a look at the work that will be assigned to you later. Hearing that, everyone around was a bit surprised. One man among them cheerfully spoke up. All right, I've been looking forward to it. Behind, Ji Kyun Nian stepped forward, one hand covering her mouth, and replied with a bright smile. She said, I'm not scared. Lin Yi gave the two of us a tiny room and told us to start from there, right? Yuan immediately ran after, Lin Yi wearing a pleased smile on his face. While running, Yuan said, Brother Lin, even if the room is small, can we ask for extra money to buy an air conditioner? I can't use a fan. All my makeup will just melt away. Hearing her say that, Lin Yi, walking in front, put his hands in the pockets of his trousers. He turned around and laughed heartily. Ha ha! The scene shifted to Ling Yun Building, with the architecture of two towers set side by side. Above, there was a connecting area that made it look as if it was standing tall against the blue sky, with the clouds drifting lazily by. The sunlight shining through the windows further enhanced the striking brightness of the skyscraper. Down on the ground, everyone had gathered at the main entrance of the central building. The expressions on their faces were filled with joy. Yuan was amazed at what she was seeing before her eyes. She shielded her eyes from the sun with one hand and said, Lin, don't tell me you rented the Shuangzi building as your office. Hearing her say that, Lin Yi chuckled lightly and replied, Then it's not that. Then it must be the nearby office buildings, right? There are several office areas around here. Yuan turned and said. At this moment, Lin Yi responded with a hint of pride in his tone. I didn't rent it. I bought the entire Shuangzi building. As he spoke, he adjusted his tie, his expression calm yet composed. Upon hearing this information, both Yuan and Qi Xianzhao were immediately astonished. Yuan let out a gasp, her face displaying disbelief at this revelation. She acted a little coy, placing her hand over her mouth, and said in a charming tone, Lin, I don't want to be a CFO. You haven't hired a secretary yet, have you? Even though my legs aren't as long as my seniors, I can still wear those short little black dresses, you know. Ji Kyun Nian said, So what? Just a bit of wealth and you're willing to offer yourself up? Can't you elevate your own value? Ji Kyun Nian cast a dangerous gaze at her opponent, her face showing a hint of murderous intent. Her hand rested on Yuan Yuan's shoulder, causing Yuan Yuan to feel frightened and flinch, her expression somewhat shy. Yuan Yuan immediately leaned closer to Qun Nian, throwing her arm around her shoulder and saying, "Oh my God, Senior is getting jealous." Upon hearing this, Qun Nian's expression turned surprised. At that moment, Lin Yi stood up straight and spoke with a confident look on his face. "The remaining job is up to you guys. The company account has 500 million. I entrust the company's matters to you all to handle. I have personal matters to attend to." Hearing this, Yuan Yuan's face showed a hint of excitement. She turned her head back and teased, "Mr. Lin, what personal matters do you have? Surely you aren't going to be a chef for the female president next to me, right?" Qun Nian's face turned red upon hearing this. She felt shy under the gaze of everyone around. Suddenly, a hand wrapped around Qun Nian's waist. Lin Yi's voice gently rose. "I immediately hit the nail on the head, but not quite. I'm a delivery guy." Lin Yi's expression showed a bit of pride. He spoke with an air of bravado. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled Qun Nian's body into his embrace. She instinctively surprised herself and didn't react in time, rushing into the arms of the other party. He Yuan Yuan and Qi Xianzhao were instantly taken aback by what had just been said, their expressions as if they couldn't believe what they had just heard. Both of them simultaneously shouted, "What?" Creating an awkward atmosphere, Ji Qun Nian then spoke up. "All right, you two, don't ask any more. Lin Yi is not like those wealthy people you might think of. Get in the car for a bit." At this moment, inside the tall building, the four of them split up, each going to explore different areas first. Qi Xianzhao and He Yuan Yuan immediately separated. Yuan Yuan then said, "Do you think this place can be used as a finance room?" Hearing that, Xianzhao rebutted, "No way. The finance room has to be in a discreet place." Switching to Ji Qun Nian, she was using her hand to stroke her hair and sighed, looking a bit tired. Lin Yi saw that and smiled brightly, then said, "Do you want to move the Sunrise Group here?" Upon hearing that, Ji Qun Nian's expression became cheerful. She leaned her hand against Lin Yi's face and whispered in his ear, "Then it depends on whether you have a way to buy it from me." The affectionate gaze looked up at the opponent. Seeing this, Lin Yi also looked back at her, pressing his body against Qun Nian. This unexpected situation caught her off guard, and she slightly opened her mouth, preparing to say something. Then An whispered into the opponent's ear, "Then, first I will buy back Ji." Hearing that, Qun Nian quietly replied, "They are still right beside us." The bodies of the two began to draw closer together, their expressions appearing quite shy about the situation. Then she slipped out of An's embrace, turned her head, and asked, "Do you have a general direction for future development, real estate, or the service sector?" Upon hearing that, Lin Yi placed his hand on his chin and replied, "Not yet, but I believe in the data from the plan." She was taken aback by his words and questioned him, "Do you want to delve into the daily lives of the people? Then, based on the overall data and cloud computing, you'll decide on the next strategy." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi responded, "I think it won't be easy to achieve that." Seeing this, Qun Nian fell silent for a long time, then made a suggestion. She smiled brightly and said, "I have an idea. You can take the role of an investor to participate first. First, establish an investment company." A hand immediately rested on her shoulder. Lin Yi patted her a few times on the back and leaned his head to the side, saying, "You are really smart. You know exactly what I'm thinking." Upon hearing this, Qun Nian felt shy and bashfully replied, "How annoying." Lin Yi then turned his gaze toward the two people present. He spoke up. "Although Yuan Yuan is already my employee, she is still the CEO of somewhere. If possible, please make good use of her. Don't worry, a good talent like her will definitely be utilized to the fullest." As he spoke, he gestured with one finger outside his mouth. Next, Lin Yi moved closer and pressed his body against Qun Nian, his face showing a hint of excitement. He laughed and said, "Does Ms. Ji have any intention of changing careers? Coincidentally, I have an opening for a secretary." Her face turned slightly shy and flushed. After that, she used both hands to push him away, clutching tightly at the hem of her shirt, and said, "What a dream." The force of the push earlier left him a bit breathless, his expression slightly pale. As for Kyun Nian, a smug look was clearly visible on her face. She turned her back and walked away step by step. While walking, she said towards Lin Yi, "Hurry up and wait for me to come back. There are still many things to do at the company." Hearing this, Lin Yi immediately displayed a joyful expression. He raised his hand to his forehead in a salute and replied, "All right then." The scene shifts to Nation TH Airport, where planes are constantly taking off into the blue sky. Below is the central building. A voice suddenly rang out, "Wang Tianlong buying this Bentley is quite something." Lin Yi appeared beside a luxurious blue car, looking extremely excited as he admired the vehicle in front of him. With one hand holding his phone, he raised it up to eye level. With a bright expression, he said, "Finally, I've completed the 5-star commendation event." At this moment, the system immediately displayed a stream of golden light from the screen. A woman rushed out, holding a system board in her hand. She was Ling Wei, here to deliver the news. She spoke. "The master has completed the task. Career progress stands at 60%. Lucky card reward valid for 5 minutes. Hearing the information just now, Lin Yi asked in confusion, "What is a lucky card?" Ling Wei replied, "It's a type of card that helps to get through all bad situations. This card can change the fate of its owner." At this moment, Lin Yi's eyes showed a bit of interest and surprise regarding what the system had just announced. He smiled with joy. At the terminal building, a voice echoed, "Zhang Song's flight is about to arrive." In the distance, a young man accompanied by a woman was approaching Lin Yi. That was Zhang Song and his girlfriend Yue Jiao. Zhang Song walked over, waved to Lin Yi with a clearly excited expression, and shouted loudly, "Boss!" Behind him, Yue Jiao was feeling irritated, clearly showing her displeasure towards the situation. When Zhang Song waved at him, Lin Yi responded. He smiled brightly and said, "Long time no see." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Song immediately ran fast, charging towards Lin Yi. He jumped into Lin Yi's arms, shouting, "Boss, I missed you so much!" Lin Yi, taken by surprise by this situation and caught off guard, felt a little dazed. Yue Jiao walked over from behind, saying with a sulky expression, "This is the airport. What are you doing? Everyone is looking at us." Hearing those words, both Lin Yi and Zhang Song felt scared. Zhang Song moved closer to Lin Yi as if he wanted to kiss him, and he replied, "We haven't seen each other since graduation. I'm really happy. Come on, boss. Come here and give me a kiss." Seeing the lips approaching him, Lin Yi panicked, covered his mouth with his hands, and fearfully exclaimed, "You get down from me. Don't let your girlfriend doubt your character." At that moment, Zhang Song moved next to the girl, holding her shoulder. He looked radiant and said, "This is Yue Jiao. She also works at Nation TH, and this time she came back to visit her family." Hearing that, Lin Yi turned around, pointed at them, and said, "Let's go. You two must be hungry. I'll take you out to eat." Yue Jiao's expression turned disdainful upon hearing that. She said in a dismissive tone, "I should warn you that I don't go to those roadside stalls. They're too unsanitary." Upon hearing that, Zhang Song felt a bit awkward, turned to his girlfriend, and said, "What's wrong with roadside stalls? Didn't we used to eat there when we were students?" At that moment, his girlfriend showed her displeasure at her boyfriend's recent comment. Suddenly, Yue Jiao shouted, "I heard there's a long-full buffet restaurant at Nation TH. How about you take us there to try some food?" Zhang Song was taken aback by her words, clearly showing his fear on his face. He shouted loudly at the other person, "Enough with the jokes! We're not strangers. Why would we go eat in that dirt land for no reason?" Hearing that, Yue Jiao refused to back down. She wrapped her arm around him and spoke in a proud tone. "If we meet for the first time and you don't give a gift, that's one thing. But doesn't that mean I can't have something nice to eat now? Zhang Song, you say you work in real estate and earn a lot of money." At this moment, Lin Yi turned his head and raised his hand to greet them, saying, "I don't work in real estate anymore. Right now I'm a delivery guy, but I can still invite you to the buffet." Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the expressions on Zhang Song and Yue Jiao's faces showed surprise. Zhang Song exclaimed, "Boss, what are you saying? You're the one with the brightest future in the dorm. If not, once I'm done sorting everything out, I can take you to Yanjing. I can take care of you too." At that moment, Yue Jiao huffily approached, hitting her boyfriend and shouting loudly, "Are you crazy? I don't have much extra money to entertain him. If you dare to bring him to Yanjing, we will break up right away." Zhang Song's expression fell into a state of embarrassment. Hearing that, he nervously glanced around. Seeing the two of them arguing, Lin Yi smiled brightly and replied, "All right, you two don't need to make a fuss anymore. I'm doing really well at Nation TH, why go to Yanjing?" Upon hearing this, Yue Jiao's expression turned cheerful, while Zhang Song panicked and shouted, "Boss!" The scene shifted to the parking lot, where all three of them were heading deeper inside, surrounded by countless luxury cars. Suddenly, a blond man approached with a cheerful expression. He smiled widely and exclaimed, "Jiao Jiao!" Waving his hand forward, upon seeing the man approaching, Yue Jiao happily said, "Brother, why are you here?" Hearing his younger sister say that, he replied, "I just saw the new Bentley and took a few pictures to send to my friends, so I got delayed. I thought you had already left. Didn't expect to run into you here at the parking lot." Both Lin Yi and Zhang Song behind them became uncomfortable. In Lin Yi's mind, he thought, indeed, if they are not family, it would not be possible to encounter them like this. Just by looking, one can tell these two are brothers. The blond man glanced around with a somewhat disdainful tone and said, "This must be your boyfriend, right? Did Mom tell you two to come home for dinner? By the way, have you two bought a car in Yanjing yet?" Hearing this, Zhang Song was taken aback. He stammered, "Not yet. Jiao Jiao hasn't started working yet. My salary barely covers our living expenses, so buying a car right now?" The blond man immediately laughed derisively, pulled a remote control out of his pocket, and spoke in a condescending tone. "I've only been working for 2 years, and I could already buy the most premium Magotan. Why can I do it and you can't?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Song's expression turned awkward, and he stuttered, "That's because—" Suddenly, Lin Yi spoke up in a cold tone. He looked at the blond man and said, "Although my brother and I don't have a car, I have one. Is it really that important? I can lend it to him, can't I?" As he spoke, Lin Yi took the remote control and pressed a few buttons. A luxury car nearby immediately made a sound. Zhang Song panicked and asked, "Boss, is that really your car?" Lin Yi did not hesitate. "Of course." Everyone was surprised. Yue Jiao pulled Zhang Song aside and whispered, "Zhang Song, is that car really owned by your roommate? Isn't he just a delivery guy? How could he possibly drive a Bentley?" Zhang Song was also at a loss for words and didn't know what to say. Suddenly, Yue Jiao had an idea. She looked full of schemes, glanced at Lin Yi, and suddenly changed her attitude. She cheerfully said, "Lin, we won't be going home for dinner. Since it's our first meeting, it would be best to go out for a meal together." Lin Yi seemed reluctant for Yue Jiao to join. He irritably replied, "But we're eating at a street vendor. You might not be used to it." Yue Jiao's brother, seeing his sister being rejected, quickly suggested, "Why don't I host a meal and invite everyone to eat? It's better to get to know each other a bit." Hearing this, Yue Jiao happily grabbed Zhang Song's hand. Seeing his girlfriend so excited, he helplessly invited Lin Yi to join them for dinner. Lin Yi, noticing his friend's awkwardness, had no choice but to agree and coldly said, "Get in the car." Zhang Song was about to take the front seat to sit with Lin Yi when he was pushed aside by his brother Yue Jiao, who said, "You sit in the back." Lin Yi felt angry upon seeing this, thinking to himself, "This family really has no shame." Once everyone had boarded the car, Lin Yi started the engine. Yue Jiao, with no sense of shame, took out her phone to take pictures, happily exclaiming, "Oh my gosh, it's no wonder it's a Bentley. The interior is so luxurious." Zhang Song felt embarrassed and tried to stop her, saying, "Don't do that." Yue Jiao's brother arrogantly responded, "Of course, this is a top-of-the-line luxury car. Ordinary people can't buy it." He, lacking any sense of shame, turned to Lin Yi with a smile, speaking as if they were old acquaintances. "Hey buddy, let's add each other on WeChat. In a few days, I'm going to a friend's wedding. Can you lend me this car? We're all family after all." Lin Yi, sitting next to him, showed obvious discomfort. He thought, these two siblings are not only rude, but also shameless. Lin Yi coldly replied, "Who is your family?" Seeing Lin Yi's terrifying expression, Yue Jiao's brother felt scared. Yue Jiao, sitting in the back, seemed not to have heard what Lin Yi just said. She leaned forward and told her brother, "If you want to borrow the car, just talk to my brother-in-law here. Didn't he just say he was giving this car to Zhang Song?" He heard that and immediately responded enthusiastically, only Zhang Song did not. He panicked and said, "This car is too expensive. I can't possibly accept it. The boss's money doesn't just come from the wind blowing it in." Yue Jiao, unaware of her own rudeness, grabbed Zhang Song's collar and angrily shouted, as if Lin Yi wasn't there, "Let me tell you, if you don't bring this car home today, you're going to have trouble with me." Zhang Song was astonished by those words, but he also didn't know how to deal with her. At Nation TH Food Street, Lin Yi led them to the restaurant that he and Zhang Song used to eat at the most when they were in school. He asked, "Surely you haven't forgotten this place?" Zhang Song replied happily, "How could I forget?" The four of them sat at the table and began to order food. Although Yue Jiao treated Zhang Song poorly, he still cared a lot, saying, "Jiao Jiao, the food here is very hygienic. Don't worry. Look around and order what you want." Yue Jiao arrogantly replied, "I don't like eating smoked food like this." After discussing and finishing the ordering, Lin Yi smiled and said, "Owner, please bring these dishes." The owner enthusiastically responded. The food that was brought out looked very appealing. Zhang Song cheerfully chatted with Lin Yi. "Boss, thank you for treating us today. I have a lot to talk to you about." Lin Yi smiled and said, "Tonight, Zhang Song will come to my house and we can talk slowly." Zhang Song politely responded, "No need. I came to Nation TH for business, and the company covers my accommodation and meals." Before Zhang Song could finish his sentence, Yue Jiao interjected, "Lin's suggestion is great. Tonight you can stay at Lin's place, and I'll go home with my brother and wait. When we get back, let's find a few receipts. We can't let that money go to waste." Zhang Song was shocked and glanced at Yue Jiao, saying, "What you said isn't very nice. The boss has a girlfriend. We shouldn't bother him." Lin Yi generously replied, "It's okay. I broke up with Liu Cc a long time ago. I'm single now. When the time comes, I'll have someone bring over some snacks and we can drink and party until morning." Suddenly, someone arrived to drive them and asked, "Hello, sir. You called for a ride, right?" Lin Yi gestured with his hand. "That's right, I called." He stood up and said, "To Kyushu Pavilion." The three of them were very surprised to hear this. Yue Jiao and her brother looked at each other in disbelief. That is the most upscale villa area in Nation TH. On the way to Lin Yi's house, he and Zhang Song chatted non-stop. Yue Jiao's brother and she who was behind were calculating ways to enter Lin Yi's house. Her brother kept urging Jiao Jiao, "This is Kyushu Pavilion, find a way in." Yue Jiao pondered for a long time. Then suddenly she broke into a strange smile and said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." They all got into Lin Yi's Bentley and closed the door. Only Yue Jiao climbed into the car, sitting casually as if it were her own vehicle. But once all three had gotten into the car, Lin Yi had to stand outside, looking in at them speechless. He didn't know what to say to them and couldn't understand why some people were so casual. At this moment, he annoyedly said, "Both of you, get in the car. I'm the owner of the car. Where am I supposed to sit?" Yue Jiao's brother immediately got out of the car upon hearing this, awkwardly responding, "That." Then he looked over at Yue Jiao and said to her, "Zhang Song, tonight at my house. Just now, you mentioned going to your mother's place." She was caught off guard and felt guilty, but still insisted on staying. Actually, I don't really want to go anywhere, but Jang Song has drunk so much, I'm a little worried. She turned to pretend to care about him, her boyfriend, and asked, Honey, do you want me to go with you over there too? At that moment, Jang Song was completely drunk and didn't even know what his girlfriend was saying anymore. He only called out, Boss! Seeing this scene, Lin Yi, although he didn't like his friend's girlfriend at all, could only sigh and say, all right, don't say anything, let her follow you then. Under the calm moonlight of the night, Lin Yi decided to take everyone back to his house. His car sped down the road. Time passed, and after half an hour, the group finally arrived home. The sight of the magnificent mansion, as if only seen in movies or owned by the super-rich, immediately captivated the others. Yue Jiao, upon seeing this scene, gaped in awe, her eyes wide with admiration. Even Jang Song, Lin Yi's friend, couldn't help but be amazed by this grandeur. Jang Song immediately turned around, pointed at the mansion, and asked Lin Yi, These houses must cost a lot, right? On the host's side, Lin Yi responded to the question very calmly. It's not that expensive, really. Each one is just over 1 billion. Hearing the 3 words, over a billion, spoken so casually, the couple could only be astonished, both extremely surprised, silently thinking, over a billion, this reaction must mean it's the first time hearing about such a large sum of money. Suddenly, at that moment, the manager approached from behind and said, Mr. Lin, you're back? The 3 turned to look at the newcomer. The manager pointed to the people carrying items nearby and announced, Mr. Lin, here are the grilled foods I brought as you requested. Upon hearing this, he replied, All right, take them inside. The preparation was all set, and he happily put his arm around his friend and said, My little brother has been talking to him all this time. I'm sure you're done with the alcohol now. Let's continue with round 2, shall we? Jang Song did not mind at all, readily agreeing to Lin Yi's enticing invitation. Then I won't be polite anymore. Then Lin Yi turned to head inside the house, not forgetting to glance back and say, I'm going to get the drinks, so you 2 wait outside for a bit. At this moment, only the young couple remained together. Yue Jiao, seizing the opportunity, stepped forward to ask her boyfriend, Jang Song, what's the deal with your boss and your dormitory? Could it be that he's a secret tycoon? Jang Song was a bit confused and replied, I just found out he's that rich too. Back in school, he was very simple. It was only now that Yue Jiao revealed her intentions. She said to him, He has so much money, you must firmly hold on to this golden thigh, and that Kia car, you must get it at all costs. However, contrary to the reaction she desired, Jang Song pushed her hand away. He disagreed with her and angrily shouted, How can I accept such a precious gift? How can I receive it? He is your boss, not your father, and he has no obligation to take care of you. After that, Jang Song went inside the house, leaving his greedy girlfriend outside. But someone like Yue Jiao would not easily give up on her intention to cling to wealthy people like Lin Yi. She stood there, muttering to herself, I've realized you are just a fool. You can't even hold your head up. I might as well go and capture Lin Yi myself. A little while later, a barbecue feast with a wide variety of dishes was lavishly laid out on the dining table. Just looking at it was enough to tell it would be very delicious. Before she could even sit down to eat, Yue Jiao said to Jang Song, Jang Song, wait for me here for a moment. I need to go to the restroom. Her boyfriend didn't think much of it and replied, Oh, go ahead. Meanwhile, in another part of the villa, Lin Yi was selecting several fine bottles of wine from the shelf. After a while of searching, he finally picked out a bottle he was satisfied with to take out and enjoy during the party with his friend. Suddenly, a woman approached him from behind and spoke up. Mr. Lin, I have something I want to ask you. That person was Yue Jiao. She hadn't gone to the restroom as she had claimed earlier, but instead, she sneakily came to meet her target. She asked, Mr. Lin, you're still single, right? Seeing her, Lin Yi's expression immediately turned unpleasant. He didn't rush to respond, but instead looked at the bottle of wine in his hand, then thought, nothing is wrong. It is either adultery or theft. He meant to remind himself that when someone is overly attentive without cause, it is either a deceitful act or a thieving one. Instead of answering yes or no, he took out his phone, opened the gallery, and showed her a picture of himself and Ji Kyun-nian responding, I am no longer single, this is my girlfriend. Moreover, he bragged to Yue Jiao that his colleague at Sunrise Group was worth more than 1 billion. He asked, do you have anyone more outstanding to introduce to me? She saw this and her face changed color, unable to expect this situation. Even though she knew that he had a girlfriend and it was not her turn, just like that girl, she still resolutely refused to give up her intention. At this point, she reluctantly lifted her skirt, her face filled with allure toward the other party. She asked, so does Lin Yi lack a lover? From the first time I saw him, I liked him. I really want to be by his side. Lin Yi, hearing these words, was bewildered, frozen for 5 seconds, unable to understand what she wanted. Yue Jiao did not hesitate to take off her shirt, hoping to become the small-time mistress of our Lin Yi. But standing in front of such a strange situation, his face remained as calm as if nothing had happened. Only in his mind did he silently think, is she trying to trap me? She has already undressed without a second thought. After seeing Yue Jiao undress in front of him, Lin Yi remained undisturbed, even speaking with a tone of contempt. With your figure, if you weren't wearing a bra, I wouldn't be able to tell which is the front and which is the back. You should wake up. Upon hearing these words, Yue Jiao never expected that he would actually dare to say such a thing. She could not refute him, only able to hug her fury and exclaim, you! Not only that, Lin Yi openly showed his attitude towards her. He added, your personality is really not worthy of my brother. The door is at the back. Just get out on your own. Even at this point, she still had the audacity to stay and angrily said, Lin Yi, don't go too far. You'll regret it. In the face of the threats from such a lowly person, Lin Yi not only was not afraid, but also boldly challenged, I really don't know what I should regret. Suddenly, while everything was calm, Yue Jiao suddenly hugged her body and shouted, Rude! And the ridiculous act of this woman made Lin Yi, who already found it confusing, even more perplexed. He raised an eyebrow in confusion at her. Hearing his girlfriend scream, Zhang Song quickly rushed over to see what was going on. He ran while asking, what happened? Then, the scheming Yue Jiao immediately rushed into her boyfriend's arms, pretending to be aggrieved, crying and complaining to him, Zhang Song, I went to the bathroom. He saw that no one was in there and immediately erupted in anger at me. If I hadn't resisted, then... However, someone who knew his brother very well, like Zhang Song, could not immediately believe such slanderous words. He quickly asked, no way, boss isn't the kind of person like that. Did you misunderstand something? Seeing that her boyfriend didn't believe her, she was extremely angry and shouted, aren't you my boyfriend? Then why are you not standing by my side? At this point, she turned to Lin Yi and, pointing a finger at him, began to play the victim, saying, Lin Yi, since you did this to me, don't even think about me letting it go without 1 billion. Not wanting his girlfriend to escalate things further, Zhang Song quickly grabbed her hand and said, Yue Jiao, that's enough. Meanwhile, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel disgusted by her behavior. He loathed and said, 1 billion? Is there some kind of precious gem attached under you, or is there some engine or something? Who gave you the confidence to demand such a large sum of money? Yue Jiao could hardly contain her anger any longer and retorted, speak more cleanly. If I post this on Weibo, do you know how it will affect your reputation? You surely know, right? Obviously, those words meant nothing to Lin Yi at all. He quickly counted from beginning to end. I have never even touched you with a finger. Also, do you think I live in such a big house without a security system or something? Upon hearing this, she immediately felt a bit nervous and glanced at her boyfriend. In helplessness, unable to argue back, Yue Jiao could only say to her boyfriend, Zhang Song, please say a few words for me. But how could he still believe her? Despite his girlfriend's pleading, he said nothing. Right after that, he pushed Yue Jiao's hand away. After all, Jang Song had seen the true face of this woman clearly. Without saying a word, he walked towards the back. Seeing this, she quickly turned to ask, "What do you mean by this? Have you really stopped loving me?" At this point, Jang Song finally turned his face back and said with disdain, "You did something so embarrassing, and you still have the nerve to ask me to help you?" Lin Yi also didn't want to argue any further. He pointed towards the door, then told Yue Jiao, "The door is behind you. While I'm in a good mood, get out quickly. Who would stand by your side?" Her face clearly showed anger, not willing to accept it, but she didn't dare to say anything more. After that, she could only sulk on her own and rush outside without bothering to take her things with her. After she left, Lin Yi walked over and patted his buddy on the shoulder, saying, "Sorry, are you okay?" Although it is true that there is a bit of sadness mixed with disappointment after this incident, Jang Song is still a good friend, not blaming Lin Yi at all. He said, "Boss, why are you apologizing? I should thank you. You helped me see her true nature. Otherwise, I would never know if I was betrayed in the future." Hearing that, Lin Yi felt reassured. He draped his arm over his friend's shoulder, and Jang Song continued joyfully, "If you can think like that, then I'm relieved. Let's go, by the way. I have something I want to talk to you about." After what just happened, the two of them sat down at a barbecue table and enjoyed the food together. At that moment, Jang Song spoke up again. "If the boss has anything to ask, just ask directly." Then, Lin Yi replied, "What do you know about Cisco Technical Corporation?" Jang Song was not hesitant to share what he knew with him, saying, "The Cisco Technical Corporation has recently made a significant breakthrough in their terminal chip program. The boss instructed me to definitely secure this project." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi lifted his wine glass, took a sip, and asked further, "Who are you here to meet this time?" As he passed a plate of food to Jang Song, he responded to his question, "It's manager Yan Hongyu, but the sales are under the responsibility of Vice President Yun Jieming." "Boss, why are you asking these questions? Do you have an interest in the chip manufacturing industry?" Jang Song asked. Lin Yi smiled and replied, "Just asking for fun." After that, he generously handed over the car keys to Jang Song and said, "You don't have a car here. Take this one to make it easier for you to get around." However, this good-hearted friend was very modest and refused the gift. "A car as expensive as this, I can't accept it." Of course, Lin Yi's kindness could not be wasted. He was both angry and told Jang Song, "I've already said it's a gift for you." Then he smiled cheerfully and continued, "Boss, I know you want to help me, but I want to try my best on my own. When I can no longer try, then it won't be too late for you to help me." Lin Yi was very pleased with this statement. He smiled and didn't press him to accept the gift any longer. Then he put his arm around Jang Song's shoulder, they clinked glasses and said, "Good brothers, truly good brothers, we won't go home until we're drunk today." The next morning, when Lin Yi woke up and walked into the dining room, the dining table was thoughtfully laid out by the AI with delicious-looking dishes. Next to it was a letter that read, "Boss, breakfast has been prepared for you. I have things to do, so I'm leaving first." It turned out that was a message left by Jang Song. Seeing that, he cheerfully said to himself, "It seems I have to work hard too." Suddenly, his phone rang. A new notification was sent to him that he had a new order. The job content was to write a thesis. While Lin Yi was still savoring his piece of bread, he suddenly paused after reading that notification. He murmured, "Writing a thesis? What kind of request is this?" To be more certain, he decided to call his customer and ask, "Hello, is this Ms. Zhao? I am the shipper. Are you sure you want me to write the thesis for you? It's related to your major, and if there are any mistakes, it will affect your graduation results." The person on the other end replied, "You misunderstood. It's not about writing for me, but about helping me type the thesis into a document and saving it on the computer. I'm in a hurry, so please come to this address as soon as possible to avoid wasting more time." Lin Yi quickly headed to his vehicle while responding to the customer, "No problem." The scene shifts to engineering college nation TH, which can be seen as a large school with a modern design. At that moment, at that school, there was a student leaning against his car behind, holding a large bouquet of roses in his hand. His demeanor was extremely confident. The person from earlier was named Sun Ning. He excitedly called out to a girl named Jin Chao. With that bouquet, it seemed like he was about to confess his feelings. Opposite him was the girl with blonde hair named Jin Chao. Seeing this scene, her cheeks flushed, and her expression revealed surprise. Behind her were several female friends eagerly watching the situation unfold. They all looked as if they admired this girl very much. In the romantic atmosphere, Sun Ning presented a ring box along with the bouquet he was holding. He said to her, "Since graduation is coming up, I hope you can be my girlfriend from now on. The seat next to the driver belongs only to you." Then he opened the box, revealing a sparkling ring inside. Jin Chao, touched by the confession, was moved to tears. She stammered, I. Then she replied, "I agree." But before she could finish her sentence, suddenly something swooshed past them at such speed that it created a gust of wind, blowing away the bouquet of roses that Sun Ning was using to confess. The culprit causing this incident was none other than Lin Yi. Ang rolled down the window and, with a smiling face, struck up a conversation with them. "Beautiful lady, could you tell me where the lecture hall building is located?" The girl Jin Chao, seeing a good-looking guy coming to ask her, not only didn't blame him for what happened earlier, but was also very enthusiastic. Ignoring her boyfriend, she happily replied, "Go through the school gate, that building is the tallest one." After getting the answer, Lin Yi immediately drove straight into the school, not forgetting to thank her. "All right, thanks a lot." As for this couple, Sun Ning continued his confession of love. "Jin Chao, I am sincere about my feelings for you. Would you agree to be my girlfriend?" However, in contrast to the joyful expression earlier, Jin Chao showed a look of disgust and said, "No way." Seeing his feelings being rejected so decisively left the guy quite stunned. He immediately asked, "But you just said yes to me, why the sudden change?" Yet the reason she refused was precisely because of the handsome guy in the supercar, which she did not even know the name of. Earlier, Jin Chao had been staring at the car and said, "His car isn't worthy of me. That supercar is my final choice." Sun Ning exclaimed in disbelief, "What?" In a different setting, at the lecture hall of the school, specifically in room 1008, a student named Liu Wei was tiredly slumped over the table. She felt like she was on the verge of breaking down. Liu Wei's sluggish voice echoed in the room. "Not good at all." She complained to her best friend Jia Wei Ran. "I'm so exhausted, my fingers are about to break too." Behind her, her friend was also feeling helpless, responding, "There's nothing I can do. My living expenses are only enough to buy paper to write my thesis on." Although Jia Wei Ran was worried, she could do nothing but encourage her friend. "Just hold on a little longer. A delivery guy will come to take over typing for you soon." As soon as she finished this sentence, the door to the room suddenly opened. A person walked in. It was Lin Yi. He entered and asked, "Excuse me, who is Ms. Zhao? I am the delivery guy." Upon seeing him, Jia Wei Ran, smitten by his looks, immediately pulled her friend aside to make way for the delivery guy. She even enthusiastically invited him. "Handsome, please take a seat here. Let's start working right away." After Lin Yi sat down, she handed him the paper thesis and simultaneously discussed the work. "We just need this part. It should take about 4 hours to type it up. By then, I'll pay extra for the overtime. Don't worry about it." However, Lin Yi was very careful. He didn't rush to write, but skimmed through the content of their thesis. Just from a quick glance, he was taken aback by the contents inside. He seriously told the two girls, "What is this? Why are there so many mistakes? If you submit this thesis, you might not graduate at all." Jia Wei Ran was startled upon hearing this. She replied, "That can't be. I bought this from a classmate. They also study physics, and their academic performance is excellent." After hearing her words, Lin Yi focused on one specific term. He asked, "Bought it." to prove that this is a faulty thesis. He pointed to a segment in the writing and explained, "Look at the self-argument section, and you'll see the errors right away. Therefore, all the arguments based on this premise are completely wrong. Do you understand what I mean?" At this point, Zhao Weiran panicked. She stammered, "So what do we do now?" After reading the essay carefully, Lin Yi added, "Actually, this topic only needs a new argument, using Maxwell's demon to illustrate the capability of the second law of thermodynamics." While he was focused on lecturing, he suddenly noticed the bewildered expressions of the two students in front of him. He asked, "Did you hear that? Do you understand anything?" Zhao Weiran replied with a confused look, "I just study for the sake of it. I've heard about it, but I don't understand anything at all." At this point, Lin Yi also felt a bit awkward. He sighed, rubbed his head in frustration, not knowing what else to say. On the side, Liu Wei, who had been silent behind her friend all along, after witnessing the whole situation, stroked her chin and thought, "Being a shipper and still being well-versed in the laws of thermodynamics is quite extraordinary." Zhao Weiran asked in confusion, "Can you say it again but slower?" Lin Yi, sitting on the chair, said to her with her level of understanding, "Even if I explain it 100 times, it would still be useless." Then he continuously typed on the keyboard. "All right then, let me help you write another essay." Zhao Weiran looked at him, her eyes welling up with tears, thinking, "Oh my, is this really the master that people often mention in folklore?" After 2 hours, Lin Yi handed Zhao Weiran some document and said, "It's done. Submit this to the teacher, and I'm sure you won't have any issues." Sun Ning shouted loudly, startling Zhao Weiran. She turned back to him and asked, "Why are you shouting so much?" "Sun Ning, aren't you supposed to be confessing your feelings? Why are you here then?" Sun Ning angrily pointed at Lin Yi and said, "He wrote this paper just to write something. If he takes it to Teacher Peng, he will definitely get scolded." Liu Wei leaned in to whisper to Zhao Weiran, "However, he's just a delivery guy, not sure if he can be trusted or not." Upon hearing this, Zhao Weiran looked at Lin Yi and smiled, saying, "Then I'll take it to the teacher to see. The teacher is still in the office, so it's a good opportunity for me to show him." In teacher's office number 317, Lin Yi and Zhao Weiran entered. She said, "Teacher Peng, I finished my paper last night. Can you take a look?" Teacher Peng Sifeng, sitting in a chair, said, "What time is it? You're only bringing your paper now. Do you still want to graduate or not?" Zhao Weiran smiled and said, "Teacher Peng, please forgive me. I wanted to write the best thesis possible. That's why I was late." Peng Sifeng read the thesis with surprise, raising his eyebrows and looking at Zhao Weiran with anger. He asked, "Did you really write this thesis?" Zhao Weiran was startled and replied, "Yes, I wrote it." Peng Sifeng continued to read the thesis and said, "Impossible. This thesis cannot possibly be written by you. With your level, you couldn't have written something like this." Zhao Weiran unexpectedly asked, "What do you mean by that?" Sun Ning pointed at Lin Yi, who was standing next to him, and said, "Teacher Peng, that thesis was written by this person named Lin Yi." He smiled smugly, thinking, "The thesis must have a major problem to make the teacher change his expression like that. Let's see how embarrassed he will be this time." Peng Sifeng looked at Lin Yi and asked, "He wrote it? Which class are you in?" Sun Ning laughed and said, "Teacher Peng, he's not a student at our school. He's just a delivery guy. He wouldn't hesitate to use any trick to deceive Zhao Weiran for money. He's probably upset because he got dumped by a girl, so he can't stand sabotaging others." Peng Sifeng slammed his hand hard on the table and then looked at Zhao Weiran. She was on the verge of tears, nodding her head up and down as she said, Teacher Peng, I know I was wrong." Teacher Peng smiled and said, "What's wrong here? This thesis is written too well." The faces of 3 people, Zhao Weiran, Sun Ning, and Liu Wei, were surprised and bewildered. Peng Sifeng looked at the essay and said, This essay has very high practical value. Our school's teachers are not many who can write such an essay. A female teacher stood up, slammed the table, and said, Teacher Peng, are you saying that this essay is of high level? Peng Shifeng replied, Exactly. If you don't believe me, just take a look yourself. It's outstanding. Sun Ning, standing next to Zhao Weiran and Lin Yi, along with the other bewildered teachers, was fuming. A female teacher looked at the essay and laughed. With the quality of this essay, it could be submitted to an SCI journal. Peng Shifeng gave a thumbs up and smilingly looked at Lin Yi, saying, A genius, absolutely a genius. Lin Yi smiled and replied, Thank you, Teacher Peng, for the compliment. I just wrote it casually. It's not as great as you say. Sun Ning behind them looked very angry. He thought, Damn it, writing it casually there, and also trying to show off. Peng Shifeng handed Lin Yi a card and said, Young man, this is my contact information. I hope we can have a chance to communicate together in the future. Lin Yi responded, Sure, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Zhao Weiran smiled, looked at her phone and said, Brother, I have added your VX friend. If I have any questions about physics that I don't understand, I hope you can help me out. Lin Yi left, smiling and waving goodbye, saying, Sure, goodbye. Sun Ning angrily looked at Zhao Weiran and said, Weiran, what's wrong with you? He only knows a little bit about physics, and he's just a delivery guy. Zhao Weiran looked at Sun Ning and replied, So what if he's a delivery guy? He's not only smart, but also much more handsome than you. Then Lin Yi started his black car, and the car began to move forward. Suddenly, he received a call. He opened his phone and heard a voice saying, Mr. Lin, there's a problem with the photolithography machine. Lin Yi drove and asked, What happened? The person on the phone replied, We have negotiated the contract and completed the deposit, but this morning, the person in charge of the photolithography machine said that our research institute has issues with international credit, so they have rejected the order. Lin Yi said, There are issues with international credit. The person on the phone replied, There may be someone silently trying to harm us, sabotaging this purchasing plan. Lin Yi said, No one can do this except for Cisco technology. Let's temporarily set aside the photolithography machine. I will arrange a time to go over there with a few people. For now, you coordinate with Lu Ying to develop a new system. He stopped the car and thought, It seems that I'm not the only one who recognizes the deep role of semiconductor chips here. Once I finish everything, I will deal with each person one by one. At Kyushu Pavilion, Lin Yi's phone notified, You have a new order. Please check and confirm the order. Lin Yi looked at his phone. The screen read, Go to Zhongshuan Road to pick up the goods. He frowned, thinking to himself, It only says to pick up goods, but doesn't specify what kind of goods. Just then, the phone rang. He answered politely, Hello, I'm the deliverer. I received your order. May I ask, what goods do you want me to pick up? The voice on the other end replied, A bookshelf. Please go get it quickly. Lin Yi scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. He replied, A bookshelf is too big. It's best for you to hire a truck for transportation. This is not something we can handle as deliverers. The other person immediately got angry. Why can't you take over 100 kilos? Hiring a transport truck would cost at least 200 yuan. If you don't accept this, I will file a complaint against you. Lin Yi was furious, raising his phone. He shouted and looked at the screen as if he had a new notification. He read, Dear valued deliverer, as of 15:09 today, your bad rating has reached 47.49%. Based on recent performance, we temporarily suspend your delivery qualification. Please come to 198th Boulevard at 9 a.m. tomorrow for training. After passing the test, your delivery qualification will be restored. Lin Yi's face turned livid, staring at the notification on his phone. He yelled, Damn it, this is happening again? Zhang Song smiled and waved, saying, You're back? Lin Yi asked, Did you meet with them today? How did the conversation go? Zhang Song replied, We discussed some shipping options. They said we could sign the contract first, but it would take some time before delivery. Lin Yi sat down in a chair, thinking. It seems that Cisco has the copyright in their hands now. Looking back, if I had announced version 1.0, then I might have faced backlash. They would claim that I stole their idea. He picked up his glass of water and continued asking, "How many orders have you signed on your side? Does the second order have a specific delivery time?" Zhang Song responded, 130 million. It's estimated that it will take 3 months before the second batch of orders can be published. Lin Yi thought, 3 months, enough time for me to develop. He asked, "Are you hungry? Let me order some food for you." Zhang Song shook his head. "Not really hungry. I wanted to ask you to borrow something." Lin Yi laughed and pointed outside. "The car keys are in that drawer. The sports car is in the garage. Feel free to take it." Zhang Song chuckled. "Bro, I'm not talking about that. I noticed you have a PS5 in your office. Can I borrow it to play a bit?" Lin Yi said, "It's up to you. Don't you want to drive out for a stroll and chat up some girls?" Zhang Song, holding a can of Coca-Cola, replied as he left, "Not really. I don't want to get cheated on again." Lin Yi laughed. "Ha ha! As long as you're happy." At Lang Yun Building, Lin Yi walked in carrying a bag of groceries. A girl with greenish hair was directing the work, saying, "Place the vase over there." She smiled and turned to Lin Yi. "Hey Lin, are you here to supervise the work? You even brought some good food." Lin Yi asked, "Where's Qi Xianzhao? We need to have a meeting for a bit." The girl pointed to a room and replied, "He's in that room. Let's go in." Upon entering the room, Qi Xianzhao looked up and greeted, "Hey Lin, is there something you need to discuss?" Lin Yi sat down and calmly said, "I need you two to pretend to be clients coming to Cisco to discuss business for me. I want to buy 1 billion chips of equipment." Yuan was surprised. "Wait a minute. I understand the business discussion part, but why do we have to pretend?" Lin Yi chuckled softly, "Because I don't really want to buy their stuff. What I want is to play a very painful trick on them." Yuan burst into laughter. "Hey Lin, has the company named Cisco offended you?" Lin Yi, with a hint of anger on his face, replied, "It's not just an offense. They are about to ride on my neck." Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Yuan slammed her hand on the table. She stood up decisively. "Then we absolutely can't let them take advantage of the situation any further." At that moment, Qi Xianzhao spoke up. "Lin, doing it this way seems risky. A large project like this will definitely lead them to evaluate our company's capability and reputation. Even if we borrow the name of some company, it will definitely be exposed." Lin Yi asked, "What about using the name of blah blah?" Qi Xianzhao replied, "With the scale of blah blah, there should be no issue, but why would they want to collaborate with us?" Lin Yi smiled, raised 2 fingers. "I hold 20% of blah blah's shares, so we'll temporarily arrange for the 2 of you to be the managing directors. There shouldn't be any problem." Both Qi Xianzhao and Yuan were taken aback, their mouths agape upon hearing Lin Yi. Yuan burst out laughing. "Oh, I really want to be supported by a boss like you." Lin Yi produced a yellow card and said, "All right, enough joking. This is a spare key to my house. You two go to the garage and get a car that looks decent. It's hard to convince people about business without putting on a bit of flair." Yuan laughed, picked up the yellow card, and jokingly asked, "Lin, where is your house located?" Lin Yi smiled and said, "Kyushu residence." Qi Xianzhao looked at Yuan, her face purple, and said, "You go ahead quickly. Let us think about our own fate." Lin Yi looked at the 2 of them and replied, "All right." At the commercial building, Lin Yi took out his phone, looked ahead, and said, "It should be around here." He looked around and saw many people, then murmured, "It seems that there are quite a few people who need retraining." The administrative assistant of the operations department, Duan Ping, spoke up. "Everyone here is for the training and evaluation course. Please come upstairs with me." Many people were sitting in the room, and 2 individuals stood on the podium. Duan Ping pointed at the operations manager, saying, "This is Manager Liu from our operations department who is responsible for your training." Liu Shuang stood right next to her, looked ahead, and noticed someone who seemed displeased. He pointed at Lin Yi and angrily asked, "You there, why aren't you wearing a uniform? Do you think this is a beauty contest?" Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and provocatively replied, "If this truly is a beauty contest, then even if I wore a uniform, you wouldn't compare to me." Duan Ping, furious, shouted, "Mind your words! This is not a market where you can say whatever you want." Liu Shuang said sternly, "I don't want to waste words today. Each person pays a deposit of 3,000 yuan, stays here to reflect for 3 hours. After that, I will unlock your accounts." Everyone heard Liu Shuang say that and began to chatter excitedly. 3,000 yuan deposit? How is that even possible? Liu Shuang shouted loudly, "Stop talking! Hurry up and pay the deposit. If you don't pay, get out of here right now. No one is keeping you here." Lin Yi slammed his hands onto the table, stood up, and angrily said, "You two are going too far." Liu Shuang frowned, angrily replied, "What did you just say? We are following the rules. If you can do better, then get out of here." Lin Yi turned around and walked outside, saying, "If I have to go, then so be it. I don't want to be in this damn place." He took his phone, chuckling, and added, "By the way, I have recorded everything the two of you said. I will go back and post a clip online for everyone to see." The two were taken aback, asking in unison, "You dare to record us?" Liu Shuang was furious, yelling, "Kiddo, hand over that recording. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving our company." Lin Yi smirked, looking at his phone, and responded, "Threatening me, huh? I recorded that too." Liu Shuang gritted her teeth and said loudly, "Don't push your luck." Then Liu Shuang turned to Duan Ping, giving an order. "Duan Ping, call security up here. Make sure he doesn't get to leave." Immediately, a few security guards rushed up. Liu Shuang, furious, pointed at Lin Yi and shouted, "That's the kiddo! Quickly grab his phone!" Lin Yi raised his fist, looking around at the bodyguards surrounding him. Suddenly, a girl stepped forward, her voice loud. "What's all this commotion? What are you all doing?" Lin Yi turned around and saw He Yuan. He thought to himself, "Why is he here?" Liu Shuang laughed and stepped forward, saying, "Miss He, it's like this. I'm conducting a retraining session for these people, but this kiddo secretly recorded the entire training session. Don't worry, we'll ask him to delete it immediately." He Yuan, impatient, said directly, "I don't want to hear your nonsense. Gather your things and get out right now." Duan Ping laughed, quickly saying, "Yes, we'll kick him out right away. A person like him isn't even worthy of being a shipper for our company." He Yuan coldly looked at him and said, "What I mean is, you two have been fired." She emphasized, "What rule states that one cannot record during training? It's clearly your actions that have seriously affected the company's image. That's why you're scared of someone recording." Then she turned to the nearby employees, ordering, "You all take these two to the HR department." Duan Ping and Liu Shuang were pulled away. Duan Ping panicked, saying, "Miss He, this has nothing to do with me. It's all Director Liu's fault." The people around raised their hands, laughing happily. Then He Yuan glanced at Lin Yi, making him surprised. She asked, "Lin, can you please make me a little less worried?" Lin Yi smiled and scratched his head. "My account has been locked. The message said I need to retrain to unlock it, so I came here." He Yuan sighed and rubbed her temples. "I haven't resigned yet. To unlock your account, it just takes one sentence. Why do you need to come here?" She looked at Lin Yi and asked further, "If I hadn't come here to handle the resignation procedures and just happened to pass by, would you have intended to fight those guys?" Lin Yi chuckled and waved his hand. "Do you think I can't take on those guards? After all, I'm the boss of a company. It would be embarrassing for my employees to come and resolve it. All right, you go back to work." In another room, Duan Ping and Liu Shuang stood with dark expressions. He Yuan walked in. Liu Shuang glared at her angrily and said, "Miss He, why do you need to go this far? You even came here to supervise our resignation." He Yuan smiled calmly. "Have you finished handling their procedures?" Another girl pointed at the two of them and replied, Everything is done. It's time to hand things over. Yuan smugly looked ahead and then said with a smile, "This is my resignation letter. I came here to resign as well." Duan Ping and Liu Shuang stared at her in surprise, with Liu Shuang's mouth agape in shock. You came to resign?" Yuan smiled and said, "That's right. Before resigning, I'll take the opportunity to kick out those two as well." The two were so angry they looked ready to burst a blood vessel. Liu Shuang cursed, "You bastard!" Yuan left, waving goodbye. "Bye-bye!" Liu Shuang's face turned purple as he mumbled, "Damn it! Who did I offend today?" Lin Yi's car arrived in front, and Yuan laughed, calling out, "Brother Lin!" Lin Yi looked out from the car and asked, "Have all the procedures been completed?" Yuan replied, "Yes." Then she added, "Brother Lin, please delete that recording. After all, he was my old boss. Also, the higher-ups have decided to make adjustments." Lin Yi laughed heartily, pulled out his phone, and said, "Actually, I didn't record anything at all. I was just intimidating those two fools." As the car drove away, Lin Yi said, "I still have to go collect some more applications. Goodbye." While the car was still rolling forward, Lan Vi appeared, wrapped her arms around Lin Yi's neck, and said with a smile, "Congratulations. The boss has improved the living conditions for the employees. A bonus has been awarded for completing job duties ahead of schedule, plus an additional 2 billion yuan. Lin Yi quickly slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a stop. He looked at the system panel, unexpectedly asking, "Oh my god, so I completed the task just like that?" The system window popped up with the message, "New career gift package, 10 million yuan and a set of alloy scalpels. Would you like to open a new career as a clinical doctor?" One side showed yes, and the other side showed no. Lin Yi smiled and said, "This new profession is absolutely amazing." He told himself, "Hold off on accepting the offer. Let's go to Uncle Kong's house for some egg-fried rice first." Lin Yi had changed into very nice and elegant clothes. Xiaojing called out, "Brother Yi!" Aunt Liu smiled and said, come on, Xiao Yi, sit down." Lin Yi smiled and replied, "Aunt Liu, please give me a portion of egg-fried rice." He laughed, patted Xiaojing's head, and asked, "Graduation exams are coming up soon. Have you thought about which university you want to apply to?" Xiaojing smiled and said, "I want to apply to Fudan." Lin Yi sat down on the chair, watching Xiaojing wipe the table, and asked, "What major do you like?" She smiled and replied, "I want to study medicine." Some guy laughed, looking at the two of them, and asked, "Little sister, looking at you, why not apply to an art school and become a star?" Just as Xiaojing was about to answer, Lin Yi quickly said, "The entertainment industry is too chaotic for you to get into." Aunt Liu brought out a plate of egg-fried rice and said with a laugh, "Really, Xiaojing only listens to you. The registration is coming up soon. Since your aunt and uncle never went to school, I'll trouble you to help the girl, okay?" Lin Yi smiled and winked, saying, "It's only right to do so. If you need any help, just call me." Xiaojing smiled and said, "Thank you, Lin Yi." With his mouth full of food, Lin Yi replied, "No need for thanks. Once you get to college, I'll gift you a mobile phone and a laptop." She reached out her hand and said, "But that's too much. A laptop and a mobile phone cost a lot of money." While Lin Yi was eating, a voice asked, "Lin Yi, why are you here?" Two girls, Liu Cixi and a girl with a short haircut, appeared. She smiled and asked, "Cixi, do you know this handsome guy?" Liu Cixi replied, "He was my ex-boyfriend. We broke up due to a misunderstanding." Then she sat down on a chair. Liu Cixi casually draped her arm around Lin Yi's shoulder, making him gawk at her in surprise. Liu Cixi asked Lin Yi with a smile, "Running into each other here today, don't you think it's fate?" Lin Yi sighed and said, "If it's considered fate, then it's also a kind of doomed fate." She casually took Lin Yi's hand. Liu Cixi's curves also brushed against Lin Yi's hand. With her eyes glistening with tears, she said, "Lin Yi, I know I was wrong. Let's start again. It's not because of your money. I really love you. Lin Yi pushed Liu Sixi's hand away, stood up, and said, It's easy to say. If I had no money, would you shamelessly stick to me? Hurry up and leave. I still need to eat. Liu Sixi said, Lin Yi, I swear to the heavens, if I crave your money, I will be struck by lightning. Lin Yi looked displeased, thinking she was even playing that card. He angrily pointed his finger forward and said, Then you go clean up the leftover food on the table and throw it away. Liu Sixi hurriedly ran up front, snatched the cloth from Aunt Liu, who was wiping the table, and said, It's not your job, let me do it. Her friend was surprised and said, Sixi, are you crazy? Liu Sixi picked up a chopstick from the table. Lin Yi said, All right, you two stay here and work hard. I'm leaving. Liu Sixi looked at Lin Yi leaving and said, Leaving? Then I'll go with you. I haven't even sat in your fancy car yet. Lin Yi glanced back and asked, Don't you want to stay here and work? Why are you following me? Do we even know each other? Liu Sixi looked at him, her face slightly angry, her eyes also moist. She angrily threw the cloth down and asked, Lin Yi, are you playing with me? A red motorcycle appeared. A man with green hair smiled and said, Mr. Lin, the bike is fixed. We've replaced some new parts. The speed can become faster and the safety factor is much higher as well. Lin Yi handed him the motorcycle key and said, Just in time, I have an appointment. You can ride my sports car back. At a certain company, Ji Kyun-nian was wearing a crop top, sporting black glasses, and stepped out. Lin Yi smiled, placed the helmet down and asked, Wow, Lady Ji, why are you dressed like this today? Ji Kyun-nian laughed and asked, Does my outfit not match the bike you're riding? Lin Yi smiled and replied, It matches perfectly. Then she got on the motorcycle. Lin Yi grinned at Ji Kyun-nian sitting behind him, saying, It suits you even more with me. After that, the two rode away. At the Yaluo Design Company, the motorcycle came to a stop. A girl said, Miss Ji, I've been waiting for a long time. She was none other than the head of the Asia-Pacific region, Chu Daoyi. Ji Kyun-nian smiled and said, It's been a while. Delphic is a world-class yacht manufacturer. It's truly an honor to meet Mr. Chu. Chu Daoyi laughed, extended his hand, and said, I didn't expect Miss Ji to be so young and beautiful. It really makes one enchanted. Ji Kyun-nian looked up. Suddenly, Chu Daoyi also glanced at her, not knowing what else to say. He angrily withdrew his hand and said, Miss Ji, not even shaking hands, isn't that a bit disrespectful? Ji Kyun-nian smiled and replied, Everyone here is in business. Talking about money is the most practical thing. Why bother about such trivial details? Chu Daoyi, infuriated, turned purple and said, Wow, just a supervisor, and you dare to act like you matter in this project? Even if Lin comes, he still has to show respect to me, Chu Daoyi. Lin Yi stepped down and said, Who do you think you are that I should respect you? Chu Daoyi, angrily looking at Lin Yi, still wearing his helmet, asked, Don't meddle, driver. Do you even know who I am? Lin Yi gradually took off his helmet and, still angry, said, I haven't made a move yet. Consider that as your respect from me. Guan Ya suddenly called out, Brother Lin! Both Chu Daoyi and Guan Ya turned in surprise toward Lin Yi. Guan Ya continued to call, Brother Lin! Chu Daoyi, now purple-faced, asked, What did you say? Guan Ya smiled and said, Yes, he is Brother Lin. Chu Daoyi forced a smile and said, Brother Lin, it was a misunderstanding. If I had known you were connected to Miss Ji, I wouldn't have dared to say those words. Lin Yi said, This place doesn't need you anymore. We will switch to another equipment company. You can leave now. Chu Daoyi was surprised, his face turning pale, his mouth agape. He quickly lowered his head and said, Brother Lin, please don't. I beg you for another chance. Our company sincerely wants to cooperate with you. Lin Yi replied coldly, Get lost! Then he glanced at him and walked away. Ji Kyun-nian unexpectedly chuckled and covered her mouth. She laughed and asked, Forget it. Don't get angry over people like that. What's the point of going to a meeting with them anyway? Lin Yi smiled and said, "You can go, I have other things to do." Guan Ya looked at Lin Yi, not knowing what to say. She smiled and said, "Miss Ji really admires you a lot. Brother Lin is a wealthy man, and yet he personally brought you here." Ji Kyun-nian laughed and replied, "The performance is negligible." Lin Yi had already gotten on his motorcycle and was on the phone. The person on the line asked, "Boss, my work on the business trip is done. Where are you?" Lin Yi smiled and said, "I'm on the road. What about you?" The person on the line replied, "I'm at Cisco Company. Come have a meal with me." Lin Yi smiled and said, "Okay, I'll come to pick you up now." Then he drove off on his motorcycle. At a place with tall buildings, Lin Yi took off his helmet and said, "It looks quite luxurious." Zhang Song stepped out with a man. The man said seriously, "Wishing us a pleasant cooperation." The marketing director of Cisco, Yan Hongyu, smiled and shook hands with Lin Yi, saying, "Don't worry, I will arrange it soon." Zhang Song approached and said, "Boss, are you switching to a motorcycle again? This one is really beautiful." Lin Yi smiled and asked, "What were you guys just talking about?" Zhang Song's face darkened. He scratched his head and sighed, then said, "Don't mention it. Cisco's side agreed last time, but now they're changing their mind. The second order will only be available 6 months later." Lin Yi asked in surprise, "No way! We finalized everything yesterday. How could they change the decision overnight?" Zhang Song stood there, continuing to scratch his head, and said, "It seems that the transportation company wants to get involved in this business. Our company is small, so there's basically no hope at all." Hearing this, Lin Yi didn't know what to say. He just thought to himself, "My brother, I'm really sorry." He threw Zhang Song a helmet and said, "Let's go." Zhang Song put on the helmet, but his face was still full of anger, saying, "I already told them that both Longxin and Cisco are pioneers. If it takes too long, we could easily lose the market." As a result, they said Longxin would eventually be strangled by them. In short, they are just pretending. Lin Yi asked again, surprised, "Strangled?" Zhang Song climbed into the car. Lin Yi said, "All right, I'm free today. How about we go for a walk by the sea?" Zhang Song asked, "Does that boat have Wi-Fi?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi could only sigh. Then Lin Yi drove and said, "You really are an otaku." A group of people walked in. One person reached out to Chi Dong. The chief Cisco Yun Jieming said, "Hello Chi Dong, this is Yun Jieming, our deputy chief, and this is Liu Chu, the principal of our Cisco Research Institute, an expert in the domestic chip field." Qi Xianzhao greeted everyone. He Yuan said, "Mr. Yun, Chi Dong, we have an overseas flight this afternoon. I'd appreciate it if you could summarize our situation. Let's get to the point." Yun Jieming said, "Principal Liu, please quickly introduce the chip patents we hold to Chi Dong." Liu Chu replied, "Okay." In a room with many people, Xianzhao said, "Mr. Yun, Principal Liu, you mentioned over 20 patented technologies, all of which are in your company's hands, right?" Yun Jieming smiled and said, "Of course, Chi Dong. Rest assured, I can bring over the patent report for you to see." Qi Xianzhao said, "That's not necessary. I just want to confirm one thing. That is whether your chip technology is top-notch in the country or not." Liu Chu replied, "Chi Dong, I can assure you, we are definitely number one in the industry. In the next 5 years, no one will be able to surpass us." Qi Xianzhao said, "If Principal Liu has said so, then let's add a clause in the contract to guarantee the advancement of the chip. Within 1 year, guarantee that no one will surpass it." Yun Jieming asked, "Chi Dong, does it have to be like this?" He Yuan said, "It has to be. We came here with sincerity. How can Mr. Yun not show a little bit of that sincerity?" Then he stood up. Qi Xianzhao said, "Principal, let's go. There's no need to say more." Yun Jieming flushed with anger, saying, "Chi Dong, please don't be upset. Your request is not too unreasonable. We can agree to it." Qi Xianzhao replied, "It's too late. Your hesitance earlier has made me suspicious. I wonder if you are hiding anything." Yun Jieming said, Qidong, we will triple it. If within 1 year we cannot guarantee the advancement of the product, we will compensate 3 times the amount stated in the contract. Qi Xianzhao asked, Triple? Do you think that with my status as Qi Xianzhao, that amount is sufficient? Yun Jiming's face turned purple as he said, Then 5 times. After that, he looked at He Yuan. The two nodded together, then Qi Xianzhao shook hands with Yun Jiming, smiling as he said, Hope for a pleasant cooperation. Please have someone prepare the contract. The contract amount is 3 billion. Yun Jiming replied, Quickly print out the contract. Let's sign it today. In a room, they sat down to sign a contract. A line was written with a fountain pen. After that, the two shook hands, smiling joyfully, as if they had completed signing the contract. Qi Xianzhao and He Yuan laughed together and left in a white car. At the Lang Yun building, Qi Xianzhao sat in a chair, and He Yuan said with a smile, Brother Lin, the mission has been excellently completed. We have signed an order for 3 billion. If the other party violates the terms, they will have to pay 5 times the compensation. Lin Yi smiled and said, Well done. Tonight for dinner, let's add an extra chicken leg for Brother Qi. All expenses will be covered by the company. He Yuan said, Brother Lin, since the contract has been signed, should we proceed to the next step? Qi Xianzhao received a phone call and said, Hello? He then looked at the phone angrily and said, Brother Lin, the Cisco company is calling. The contract has been signed and they want us to transfer the payment. 2 people, He Yuan and Lin Yi, both looked towards Qi Xianzhao. Qi Xianzhao said, Yun Jiming requires an advance payment of 500 million before he will start production. His attitude is very firm. Lin Yi thought, These people are really cautious. He Yuan said, It seems that Cisco is still hesitant about this project. Lin Yi smirked and said, All right, just transfer the money to them. He Yuan asked in surprise, Lin, do you really want to give them the money? Aren't we just playing a game? Lin Yi replied, With Cisco's current scale, an order of 3 billion is completely unmanageable. We need to make an advance payment so that they can fully trust the credibility of this project. He smiled, patting her shoulder. He Yuan nodded and said, As for the remaining 2.5 billion order, they will have to seek investment sources. She suddenly said, Right, apart from investment, they have no other options. Lin Yi chuckled, waved his hand, turned to leave, saying, You and Qi remember to pay close attention to their investment situation. Whether you two get year-end bonuses depends on this. I have a dinner appointment with someone, so I'll head out first. When the traffic light turned red, Lin Yi, riding his motorcycle, stopped to wait. Suddenly, someone rounded the corner and stood in front of him, then deliberately bumped their wheel into Lin Yi's wheel. She fell to the ground and said, Oh, you hit us. How do you drive like that? Lin Yi took off his helmet and asked, There was a green light ahead. I was driving normally. Can we talk about this reasonably? She angrily said, What do you mean driving normally? You hit us. You have to take responsibility. Hurry up and compensate me. Lin Yi's face turned purple, and he said, I was just going to ask, and yet you're already asking for money. Do you want to extort me too? A traffic policeman ran over and asked, What happened? She said, Officer, this person hit us. I need to go to the hospital for an examination right away. You need to tell him to pay for my treatment. The traffic policeman looked at Lin Yi's vehicle and began to check. Sweat started to form on his forehead. He looked at his phone and said with a smile, Don't worry, ma'am. We have surveillance cameras in this area. Let me extract the footage as evidence for you. Upon hearing this, she was startled. The traffic policeman continued, You see, before the accident happened, the motorcycle did not move at all. But you were driving against the flow, so you must bear responsibility and compensate for the damages to the vehicle owner. After that, he showed both of them the video. They were riding their bike normally, while she turned pale staring at her phone and said, That. Then she knelt down, crying out loudly, Oh my God, he hit me like this, and you say he is not responsible. Do you believe I will report you? The traffic police officer said, I think you should be more concerned about the compensation for him. That car is worth over 6 million yuan. The repair costs will be at least 30,000 yuan. You should think of a way to pay that better. She was furious, picking up her phone and asking, "Is that real or fake? Or are you all colluding to trick me? Don't think that just because I'm old you can fool me. My son is also a wealthy person. I'll call him right away." 20 minutes later, a white car stopped. A man got out asking, "Mom, what happened? Are you all right?" She replied, "Son, come here quickly and figure out how to file a complaint against them." Du Shuchong stepped out, looking surprised and drenched in sweat, asking, "Mr. Lin, is that you?" Lin Yi looked at him and asked, "Who are you?" Du Shuchong bowed his head and said, "I am Du Shuchong, an intern at the Longsin Research Institute. I am really sorry. My mother's awareness of safety is still very weak." She turned pale, asking her son, "Is this kiddo your boss?" Du Shuchong replied, "That's right. He is the director of the research institute where I work." The traffic police officer asked, "Since everyone knows each other, do you want to resolve this privately or go through legal procedures?" Lin Yi smiled and said, "We'll resolve it privately. I'm sorry for troubling you." Lin Yi continued, "Du Shuchong, I have things to do, so I won't talk to you any longer. I will have the finance department transfer 100,000 yuan to you. Please take your mother for a checkup." Du Shuchong replied, "Okay, take care, Lin." Lin Yi thought, working at a small research institute and driving a luxury car worth millions. His mother doesn't mind being hurt just to demand money. It seems that this person has recently become wealthy. At a restaurant, Lin Yi entered. Two people, Lu Ying and Sun Fuyu, smiled in unison. "Lin, you're here. Please sit down." Lin Yi sat down at the table full of food. He asked, "How is the situation with the photolithography machine? Can we still continue negotiations?" Sun Fuyu answered, "It's still possible, but their attitude is very firm. They are unwilling to cooperate." While eating crab, Lin Yi said, "If we can't go down this path, then we'll create our own photolithography machine." Both were surprised, their mouths agape in astonishment. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Just eat. Why are you staring at me?" Lu Ying asked, "Lin, are you sure you're not joking? Do you really want to make your own photolithography machine? This is a long-term project." Lin Yi picked up a glass of red wine and said, "Actually, sooner or later, I have to make the photolithography machine. Even if I get my head smashed and bleed, I will have to do it. Anyone who stands in my way, I will kill. If Buddha blocks it, I will kill Buddha." She looked at him with admiration, thinking, "So handsome." Lin Yi set his glass of wine down and said, "I put forward a direction, which is to change the medium. If we can find a different medium, the wavelength might be shorter. Therefore, I need you two to hire the world's top scientists to work on this, okay?" Sun Fuyu smiled and said, "We will definitely do our best." Lin Yi smiled, wiped his mouth, and said, "All right, I will transfer 1 billion to you guys right away. You're right. Do you two know the circumstances of Du Shuchong?" Sun Fuyu replied with a smile, "Du is a really nice person, but he has one bad habit. He likes to gamble." Lu Ying added, "Last time when you handed out the bonuses, he went straight to Macau. He must have won quite a bit. Recently, he even proactively bought me coffee a few times." Lin Yi thought, maybe I should take some time to investigate this person. Then Lin Yi stood up and said, "All right, we've talked about what we need to talk about. Let's all work hard together." The two responded in unison, "Yes, Lin." At Lang Yun Building, He Yuanyuan and Ji Qunnian were both present. Lin Yi approached and smiled, asking, "Why are you here?" Ji Qunnian cheekily asked, "Doesn't Brother Lin welcome me? Then I'll just leave." He Yuanyuan said, "The boss doesn't allow the older sister to come to the company because he's afraid she'll check the workplace, right? Luckily, I'm not wearing that short black dress today." Ji Qunnian raised her fist toward He Yuanyuan and said, "Stop messing around." Ji Qunnian continued, "Yuanyuan is planning to make a company management system. I'm here to help her." Lin Yi smiled and said, "Miss Ji, you're working hard. I'll cook for you when you go home tonight." Ji Nian felt shy upon hearing his words, raised her fist toward Lin Yi and laughed, saying, "I'll beat you to death." After that, Lin Yi sat down in a chair and asked, "How's the fund setup going?" He Yuan smiled and said, "The structure is done. We are currently recruiting staff and arranging to register the investment company." Ji Nian said, "Right. Once we get the license, we need to hide Lin Yi's basic information." He Yuan asked, "Sister, don't you want others to find out about Brother Lin's information?" Ji Nian replied, "Before we stand firm on our own feet, revealing too much is detrimental to ourselves." Lin Yi smiled and looked at Ji Nian, thinking to himself, "My appearance has undoubtedly touched on the interests of many people. Concealing myself is certainly the best choice." Soon after, Lin Yi received a phone call. He picked up the phone and heard someone on the other end ask, "Hello, may I speak to Lin Yi? I am Rui Guo. Previously, you bought a music stand for me and even played music with my son." Lin Yi replied on the phone, "I remember. What can I do for you?" The person on the phone asked, "Today we have a performance, but one of the students suddenly fell ill. So, I wanted to ask if you could help me with something. Is that all right?" At the entrance of the Hua Koi National Theater, Wang Yiquan looked worriedly at Rui Guo. "Ms. Guo Jingjing can't make it. What should we do now?" Rui Guo cheerfully looked at Wang Yiquan. "Don't worry. I found a stand-in posing as a student of the school. We won't have any problems." Wang Yiquan looked exasperatedly at Rui Guo. You're being too reckless. Even if it's just water, one shouldn't act like that." Rui Guo looked seriously at Wang Yiquan. "Just look at others. There are many capable people in this world." Wang Yiquan hurriedly turned to Rui Guo. "All right, then I'll head to the theater first to prepare. If you figured out who it is, make sure to get there quickly, okay?" Rui Guo smiled at Wang Yiquan. "Okay." Qi Xiang stepped in front of Rui Guo and said, "No wonder you had an evaluation 2 years earlier than I did. The methods are truly extraordinary. Just casually finding a shipper to impersonate is really beyond imagination." Rui Guo angrily glared at Qi Xiang and replied, "What does it have to do with you?" Qi Xiang smugly looked at Rui Guo and said, "I just happened to run into you at the school gate. My husband just bought a Land Rover. He bought it quite comfortably. Would you like a ride for a bit?" Rui Guo, fuming with anger, glared at Qi Xiang. Suddenly, both were startled when a sports car appeared in front of Qi Xiang, making her jump. Lin Yi pushed his glasses down and said to Rui Guo, "Get in the car." Rui Guo looked back at Qi Xiang smugly and said, "I don't need to sit in your husband's Land Rover. I think this car will go much faster." Qi Xiang stood there in shock, watching Rui Guo. Rui Guo walked to the car, sat down, and buckled her seatbelt, happily looking at Lin Yi. "Aren't you just a shipper? How come you can drive a supercar?" Lin Yi happily looked back at Rui Guo. "I'm not a shipper anymore. How's your child doing? Is he practicing the piano diligently?" Rui Guo smiled happily at Lin Yi and replied, "He's focused on practicing the piano and studying now. By the way, this is an exchange performance with foreign countries. Many media companies will be there to scout candidates. A lot of people are coming." Lin Yi said seriously, "Then I really have to be serious. If this doesn't go the way I want, it will bring shame to the country." After a while in the auditorium, many people were practicing on instruments. The melodious sounds of music continuously filled the air. Rui Guo stood there, looking at Lin Yi and said, "The instruments over there can test the sound first. I have something urgent to attend to, so I'll head out. Call me if anything comes up." Lin Yi, leaning on his hand, looked at Rui Guo cheerfully and replied, "No problem." Lin Yi noticed a group of people, among them Zhang Bangfei, who were looking at Wang Yiquan with concern. Lin Yi asked, "What's wrong with Wang Yiquan? Is Jingjing unable to come?" Wang Yiquan replied angrily, "Yeah, Jingjing is sick and had to be hospitalized. Ms. Guo said she knew a shipper who could impersonate." This made Zhang Bangfei look surprised at Wang Yiquan. Wang Yiquan, feeling a bit anxious, looked towards Lin Yi, who was sitting, and said, "If he can't keep up with my rhythm later, I will have to lower the tempo for him to follow. If the result affects the performance, then you all shouldn't blame me." Zhang Bangfei held his head in worry and asked, "What is the teacher doing? Doesn't Ms. Guo understand the importance of this performance? Isn't she intentionally sabotaging it? Wouldn't it be better to just let me handle it all?" Zhang Bangfei stepped in front of Lin Yi, full of anger. "Brother, the performance is about to start. I don't want to beat around the bush with you. You should leave here." Lin Yi looked up at Zhang Bangfei, annoyed, and said, "Why should I leave?" Zhang Bangfei angrily looked at Lin Yi. "Do you think you are qualified enough to participate in a concert at this level? You are not even 1/10 as good as Yi Quan. This concert is definitely going to be ruined by you." Lin Yi glanced over at Wang Yiquan. Wang Yiquan was startled when he saw Lin Yi looking. Lin Yi cheerfully looked at Wang Yiquan and said, "I don't know how high the level of that girl is, but I also don't want to be in a position where I can't keep up with her pace. You all should worry more about her." Wang Yiquan angrily looked at Lin Yi, still sitting there staring at him. "Are you looking down on me? If you're so good already, then let's have a competition." Zhang Bangfei stood there, his face serious. Lin Yi sighed a little and said, "Are you daring enough? Music is not something to show off with." Wang Yiquan, furious, stood with his hands on his hips looking at Lin Yi. "Are you scared or what?" Lin Yi stood up, his hand touching the piano, seriously looking at Wang Yiquan. "Actually, I'm afraid I will cast a shadow over your artistic path, but you guys don't appreciate that. Then let's begin." Zhang Bangfei smugly smiled at Lin Yi. "Brother, Yiquan has been playing the piano since she was 5. When you were 5, you probably didn't even know what a piano was." Wang Yiquan sat down and began to play some piano pieces. Her face was joyful and happy. She looked seriously at Lin Yi and said, "When you were 5, you probably didn't even know what a piano was." Lin Yi's hands quickly danced over the keys, and it could be seen that his music almost suppressed the sound of Wang Yiquan's playing. Zhang Bangfei and everyone in the room was startled and amazed at Lin Yi when he changed the piece to a very difficult one. Lin Yi joyfully swayed his head to the rhythm of the music, while Wang Yiquan was taken aback and tense in front of Lin Yi's music. Lin Yi's phone vibrated because someone was calling. He seriously picked up the phone, his face full of seriousness, one hand still swiftly playing the piano, calling out, "What's the matter?" Zhang Bangfei and Wang Yiquan were shocked, staring at Lin Yi. Wang Yiquan was so astonished that her mouth hung open, having to cover her mouth with her hand, thinking, "Oh my God, this piece is so difficult that even if I used both hands, it would be very hard." Lin Yi was cheerful, one hand on the phone, the other tapping on the piano. Okay, let's do it like that." He spoke in a relaxed tone. After finishing the call, Lin Yi turned seriously to Wang Yiquan. "I've finished playing." Wang Yiquan was astonished, her eyes wide as she looked at Lin Yi. You really are just a shipper?" she asked, unable to believe it. Lin Yi smiled happily, not answering but simply looking at her. Suddenly, Zhang Bangfei rushed up to Lin Yi, bowing his head, speaking earnestly. "I am truly sorry. I shouldn't have said those things. I hope you won't hold it against me." Lin Yi looked at Zhang Bangfei without saying anything. Rui Guo walked over, her expression calm. "The performance is about to start. How are the preparations? Are you worried about anything?" Lin Yi and Zhang Bangfei were startled, turning to look at her. Zhang Bangfei awkwardly replied, "Teacher Guo." Wang Yiquan glanced at Rui Guo anxiously and then spoke. "Lin is really amazing. If I were to play together with him, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to keep up with his rhythm." Rui Guo smiled lightly at Wang Yiquan. "What's wrong? Weren't you just very confident?" Wang Yiquan felt embarrassed, turning away, her voice lowering. "I just had a piano battle with Lin, and the result was that I lost. He really is impressive." Rui Guo looked at her seriously. "Now you know there's always someone better and something greater beyond, right?" Meanwhile, from a distance, Qi Xiang hid in the shadows, startled as she witnessed everything that had just happened. Qi Xiang anxiously and uneasily looked at Lin Yi and thought, that person still has some ability, then I have to think of another way. Qi Xiang stepped forward, seriously looking at the crowd. Just as Rui Guo was about to go on stage, Qi Xiang walked up to Lin Yi. "Mr. Lin," she called. Lin Yi, adjusting his shirt, was startled to see Qi Xiang. She joyfully approached him, smiling, "I am Qi Xiang, a colleague of Miss Guo in the orchestra. There is an issue with the violin player. I wonder if you could fill in for the violin position." Lin Yi looked at Qi Xiang with some concern. "If I play the violin, what about the piano?" Qi Xiang smiled brightly at Lin Yi, handing him the violin case. "Yi Quan can manage on his own, but the violin position cannot be left empty." Lin Yi looked at Qi Xiang, unsure of what to say. "Lin Yi, take the violin case." Qi Xiang turned away, smiling deviously, thinking, this person may be good at playing the piano, but it is uncertain whether he can play the violin as well. I must make sure Rui Guo embarrasses herself in front of the leaders. On the concert stage, there were many people in the audience. Wang Yiquan sat down at the piano, while Rui Guo, acting as conductor, unexpectedly stared at Lin Yi. Rui Guo was worried, and both she and Zhang Bangfei were astonished to see Lin Yi in the violin section. Rui Guo looked at Lin Yi in confusion and asked, "What's going on?" Zhang Bangfei anxiously turned to Lin Yi. "Brother Lin, why are you here playing the violin?" Lin Yi was startled and looked at Zhang Bangfei. "Oh, someone named Qi Xiang said there was an issue with the violinist, so they asked me to fill in for a bit." Zhang Bangfei was alarmed and looked at Lin Yi. "There are plenty of violinists here already. Everyone has arrived. Adding you in would actually disrupt the overall harmony." Lin Yi looked seriously at Zhang Bangfei. "There are no missing people." Lin Yi was extremely angry. "How dare that woman pull such a stunt in front of me?" Rui Guo, panicking, anxiously looked at Lin Yi, thinking, "We need to change his position quickly." Suddenly, an announcement rang out. "Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the symphony Voraktingo Inga Flash Majeri, performed by the orchestra of the National TH Drama Academy." Rui Guo was startled, filled with fear, and thought, "What do we do now?" On stage, the lights were dazzling and brilliant. Music flowed rhythmically and melodiously. Lin Yi, dressed in a sharp suit, exuded confidence as he sat playing the violin, closing his eyes and losing himself in the music. He was immersed in his own world of music, radiating a halo around him. Before the talent and beauty of Lin Yi, Zhang Bangfei could not help but express amazement mixed with joy. Zhang Bangfei's eyes sparkled like stars as he looked at Lin Yi. In coordination with the sound of Lin Yi's violin, Wang Yiquan gracefully glided her fingers across the piano keys. She smiled, immersing herself in the music. Professor Rui Guo stood on the podium skillfully conducting the orchestra. She truly was a beautiful and talented conductor. Below the stage, everyone attentively followed their performance. Rui Guo, wearing a fitted mermaid dress and black evening gloves, expertly led the performance, further highlighting her noble, elegant, and scholarly beauty. The CEO of Boyuan Media, Yang Wenyi, subtly licked her lips in a calculating manner as she watched the touching performance of the orchestra. She had developed an interest in the beauty and talent of Lin Yi. She said to Pan Wen, "That male student, it's not bad to sign a contract with him." Pan Wen smiled broadly, his tousled blonde beard seeming to curl up with his jovial expression. He replied to Yang Wenyi, "Got it, CEO Yang." The music continued to drift melodiously throughout the auditorium. Suddenly, Pan Wen seemed to recall something. He broke into a sweat, his face turning dark and furrowed, as it appeared that this matter was incredibly important and dangerous. He thought to himself about Lin Yi. Why does he look so familiar? The symphony is still lost in its performance. Professor Guo stands firmly on the high podium in her elegant high heels with a slender figure. She confidently conducts a large orchestra under the dazzling stage lights. Behind the audience, hidden behind the curtain, Qi Xiang is gritting her teeth, wearing an expression of jealousy. She clenches her fist in anger, muttering to herself in disdain about Rui Guo. Where on earth did they find this freak? In stark contrast to her sulky demeanor, when the performance concludes, the scene on stage is of Rui Guo graciously bowing to the audience. Everyone is excited, enthusiastically applauding in praise. Rui Guo leads the way towards the backstage, followed by three others, Zhang Bangfei, Wang Yiquan, and Lin Yi. While Wang Yiquan quietly walks behind, Zhang Bangfei cannot conceal his excitement, throwing his arm around Lin Yi, saying, "Lin, you were amazing. The piano was impressive, and you were equally impressive with the violin." While only Zhang Bangfei continues to be lively, the other three remain silent without uttering a word. Mr. Zhang, unable to suppress his admiration and adoration for Lin Yi, squints his eyes and smiles broadly, continuing to praise and commend. At the beginning, if you hadn't led the rhythm, there wouldn't have been such a great performance. Lin Yi smiled modestly, looking at his friend who had his arm around him, continuously chatting away. His gaze was gentle and deep in the face of their interaction, seeming a bit overly intimate. Then he called out to the woman walking in front, causing her to startle and turn around. "Professor Guo!" Lin Yi raised his hand to give a report. Professor Guo was taken aback, sweating, her eyes reflecting clear worry and shock at Lin Yi's words. He stated that the violin matter was arranged by Qi Xiang, the corner of his mouth slightly curling up as if hiding a hint. After Lin Yi's remark, Professor Guo immediately replied, "I will handle this matter seriously." The door to the lounge swung open. As soon as Lin Yi stepped inside, Yang Wenyi enthusiastically called out, "Handsome guy, I will pay you 200,000 a month. You can follow me from now on." Meanwhile, Pan Wen stood at a distance, his face darkened, unable to intervene in time. Lin Yi nonchalantly adjusted his jacket, his gaze indifferent as he looked at Yang Wenyi. "What? Do you want to support me?" Despite Lin Yi's disinterest, Yang Wenyi still smiled, seeming to believe she had the upper hand. She cleverly joked, saying, "I don't mind telling you that all the interns in our company have already been handled by me." Seeing the woman in front of him seemed oblivious to the situation, Lin Yi lost his patience. His gaze turned sharp, and he subtly adjusted the hem of his scarf at his chest, around him radiating an aura of coldness. His tone was full of warning. 200,000? That's not even enough for me to service my car. If that's all you've got, then get the hell away from me. Don't you feel embarrassed being out on the street? At this moment, Yang Wenyi became the one who lost control. She clenched her fists, raised her voice in anger, and said, "How dare you talk to me like that?" Pan Wen stood at a distance, panicked, unable to say a word. Only now did Pan Wen think of something, his tone and demeanor revealing his fear, mouth agape. Pan Wen hurriedly pushed Yang Wenyi against the wall, cautiously looking at Lin Yi and intervening. "CEO Yang, you can't mess with this man." Yang Wenyi remained stubborn, saying, "He's just a poor student. Are you saying I can't touch him?" Pan Wen quickly explained, "I'm not too clear about the background, but the last time I saw him swipe his card, the balance was 1.5 billion. Our Boyuan media company can't compete with that." Hearing Pan Wen's words, Yang Wenyi was suddenly horrified, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Lin Yi still stood in front of the two of them. Yang Wenyi stammered, flustered, "This, that!" Pan Wen stood awkwardly beside her. Yang Wenyi, embarrassed, changed her way of addressing him and hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, I truly apologize. I was a bit rude just now." She gave a coy smile. Lin Yi shoved one hand into his pants pocket and walked past Yang Wenyi. He slightly turned his head back and mocked her, still showing signs of annoyance. "If you're hungry for something, then go buy it. Don't come bothering someone just because you see they're handsome." Yang Wenyi felt ignored and was also ridiculed, unable to help but feel guilty and angry. She gritted her teeth, squeaking, "Yes, yes, yes." At this moment, in a bar within a luxurious private room, Lin Yi sat around a large round dining table with a man and a woman. The woman in a pink dress spoke up. "Lin, the Cisco company has started to call for investment. With the help of chips, their financial operations are going very smoothly. The man sitting across from Lin Yi continued. Additionally, I have noticed that Cisco is actively contacting other research institutes. It seems like they are searching for a place to replace. Lin Yi crossed his legs, casually holding his phone, his eyes gleaming with victory as he looked at the screen, smirking wickedly. They actually dared to play both sides. Then, let's play along with them. In Lin Yi's phone, there was a beautiful girl with pink hair smiling gently. It seemed like she was working, her hand still holding a pen, taking notes on paper. They were having a video chat with each other. The girl gently asked, "Why did you suddenly call me for a video chat?" That was Ji Kyun-nian. Lin Yi replied, "I have a business deal that can make a lot of money. Do you want to join?" Kyun-nian curiously asked, "What kind of deal?" Lin Yi carefully looked at Kyun-nian, still smiling slyly. "I want to ask how much working capital the Chaoyang Group has at the moment." On the other end of the line, Ji Kyun-nian replied, "The working capital should be about 50 million. Lin Yi's gaze became dangerous and calculating. He concluded, "I will contribute an additional 100 million for you. After that, invest in Cisco Company." Ji Kyun-nian was startled, covering her mouth. "Invest in Cisco Company?" In response to Ji Kyun-nian's surprise and questions, Lin Yi calmly continued talking on the phone. "Don't ask anything else. Just sit at home and count the money when the time comes." The man and woman sat together in silence, not touching a plate of food in front of them. While Lin Yi was on the video call, Ji Kyun-nian smiled with her eyes squinted and replied, "All right, I will listen to you completely." She was so beautiful in front of the screen that Lin was smiling shyly and gazing at her endlessly. Around them, there was an atmosphere filled with love. Yuan spoke up and asked the boss, "Since you wanted to set a trap for Cisco, why not just do it all at once?" Lin Yi smiled smugly with a calculated expression, interlocking his fingers in front of him. "I want to give Cisco a kind of illusion, as if other industries are also starting to pay attention to their products." Qi Xianzhao realized the issue and quickly spoke up. What Lin means is that he wants to use the investment from Chaoyang Corporation to tell Cisco that their products are also making a big impact across other industries. That's the point, right? Yuan finally understood. Lin Yi and Qi Xianzhao covered their mouths and chuckled, saying, "It's to let them fly higher so that they fall harder, isn't it? Lin, you're too cruel." Lin Yi's phone rang again. He had just picked up. "Hello?" The voice on the other end was sobbing. Hoo, Lin, can you come to the restaurant? My parents have run into trouble." The sound on the phone was so loud that Yuan could hear it too. She couldn't help but frown in shock. Lin Yi hurriedly stood up, panicked, and asked, "What happened? I'll be right there." His expression became urgent, his brows furrowed. Lin Yi's car sped down the road and then screeched to a halt, tires squealing against the pavement. The car stopped in front of Xiaojing's family restaurant. Lin Yi rushed out, desperately shouting, "Xiaojing!" The girl sitting on the chair, covering her face and sobbing, was surrounded by overturned tables and chairs in disarray. Seeing Lin Yi, Xiaojing burst into tears, unable to hold back any longer. She cried out, "Lin, hoo!" Lin Yi, standing there, was suddenly embraced by Xiaojing. He was slightly surprised but still opened his arms to comfort her. "Stop crying. What happened? Where are Aunt Liu and the others?" Xiaojing looked at Lin Yi with hurt in her eyes, wiping away her tears. She replied, "They were taken away by the ambulance. I'm here waiting for the police to come and take a statement." Hearing Xiaojing's sobs, Lin Yi felt worried. He quickly asked for details. "Is the situation that serious? What on earth happened?" Around them, the sound of chaos continued, chairs still knocked over in disarray. Xiaojing, unable to contain her fear, related the full story between her sobs. "A new bar opened across the street. They thought that our restaurant was affecting their business, so they brought a group of thugs to beat up my parents." After Xiaojing finished speaking, Lin Yi felt both distressed and angry. He furrowed his brows in annoyance, grinding his teeth in frustration. How dare they act so arrogantly in broad daylight? At that moment, a dark cloud seemed to hang over Lin Yi. On the bustling commercial street, Lin Yi and Xiao Jing stood in front of a brightly lit bar. Lin Yi glanced at the opposite store and asked Xiao Jing, "Is it this place?" She obediently replied, "Yes." The bar had a specific sign. With a fierce look in his eyes, Lin Yi stared at the sign of the bar, took out his phone, and dialed a number. As soon as the other end picked up, Lin Yi coolly said, "Brother Chin, help me investigate the Hurricane Bar a bit. Consider it as me owing you a favor." Brother Chin on the other end of the line readily agreed. "Okay, do I really need your favor? Wait for my news." Just then, 2 policemen arrived at the scene. Seeing the wreckage of the restaurant, with tables and chairs in disarray, the policemen spoke to Lin Yi and Xiao Jing. "The situation here has been logged for investigation. You two just wait for news." After the police left, Lin Yi turned to reassure Xiao Jing. "You should go to the hospital to check on Aunt Liu and the others. If you need anything, just call me. I'll go check out the place across the street." Xiao Jing, hearing this, became anxious and flustered. Just as Lin Yi was about to turn and leave, she reached out and grabbed his sleeve. Lin Yi, surprised, turned his head and saw Xiao Jing's face full of fear and worry. She advised him, "Don't go over there. The police are already handling it." Lin Yi smiled gently to reassure Xiao Jing. He looked at her with a determined and certain gaze. "The police can handle it, but they can't be here every day. Don't worry. I'm just going over to take a look." Lin Yi slowly stepped across to the other side, his long legs gracefully moving toward the brightly lit bar. Suddenly, a man approached and asked, "Is that you, Lin?" At this moment, Lin Yi heightened his vigilance, and his eyes became wary. The man patted his chest and introduced himself. "I am Liu Yinxi. Mr. Qin told me to keep an eye on things here. The owner of this bar has some complexities. He said to wait for Mr. Qin here, fearing you might be in danger." A slight smile was on Liu Yinxi's lips, merely social, devoid of emotion. Lin Yi brushed Liu Yinxi aside dismissively, resolutely interrupting, "It's fine." He then continued to confidently move inside. Liu Yinxi hurriedly chased after Lin Yi, his suit jacket flapping behind him. He called out, "Lin Yi!" Inside a room of the bar, colorful lights were flashing everywhere, and the music was loud and thumping. Beautiful young women, scantily clad and dressed provocatively, were shyly nestled in the arms of drunken men. They were laughing loudly and talking boisterously. Song Wenlong had one arm around each of the girls, his hands resting on their waists, grinning with enjoyment, speaking in filthy and lecherous terms. He commented on Xiao Jing, "That girl, the student from the diner, is really interesting." He then teased the girls in his arms, continuing to talk to the men around him. "If you see her walking alone, bring her into this bar for some fun. Understood?" One of the men, also drunk, held a bottle of liquor in his hand. He laughed and said, "No problem, boss. I'll go prepare right away." Song Wenlong arrogantly looked at his subordinate with satisfaction. Suddenly, the door to the room was kicked open and the music cut off. Lin Yi appeared at the doorway, his face cold and full of murderous intent, his eyes scanning the scene in the room. Everyone was startled. Song Wenlong angrily shouted, "Which bastard is this?" Lin Yi shoved his hands into his pockets, standing tall and warning, "If you dare bully anyone at this diner again, be prepared. Your family along with this bar will be gone." Song Wenlong exuded a fierce aura. He was so furious that he spat each word. "You're that girl's boyfriend, aren't you?" He stepped forward, getting up close to Lin Yi as he shouted, "I didn't expect that girl, so pure, to be a high-class piece. Doesn't she know her place?" Lin Yi grabbed a beer bottle nearby. Without saying a word, he smashed it straight into his opponent's head. The bottle shattered halfway, blood flowing down from Song Wenlong's head, and he lay unconscious on the floor. One of the henchmen, seeing this, pulled out a knife and yelled, "You dare lay a hand on my boss!" Liu Yinxi turned pale and intervened. "Wait, don't make a move. Lin is a friend of Qin. If you dare touch him, Qin won't let you off easily." The words fell on the henchman's ears like a joke. He sneered, Keep the nonsense to a minimum. You even know Chin. Even if the King of Heaven comes here, I will still kill this bastard as usual. He didn't put the knife away and charged forward instead. Suddenly, his weapon hand was seized. Lin Yi easily twisted his arm, causing the knife to drop to the ground amidst his pain. He kicked him in the stomach as if he were a punching bag. At that moment, several men in suits rushed over. Song Wenlong was helped up, but still refused to give in. He pointed at Lin Yi and commanded, "Don't worry about me. Quickly pin this dog down. Quickly pin this dog down." Chin Han leisurely walked in from outside, his tone sarcastic. "You sure are something, huh?" His gaze was filled with contempt as he uttered a threat. "Let me see who dares to touch my brother in front of me." Behind him was a group of men who had just been roaring with anger. Song Wenlong's mouth fell open in disbelief. Inside him, he was screaming incessantly, "It's definitely Chin Han. How did that dog get to know him?" Chin's face darkened, his voice icy as he spoke each word. "Who do you think you are? I'll give you a bit of face, but today I won't make things difficult for you. Just leave your two arms behind." His previously aggressive attitude did a complete 180, terror and tears welling in his eyes. He no longer cared about his own dignity. He directly knelt down to plead for forgiveness. "I know I was wrong. I will never dare to touch a single hair of the person in front of me again." Lin Yi bent down and looked at the underworld figure, subtly threatening him. "Remember well the words you just said." Song Wenlong was so scared that his face lost all color. He turned to Chin Han and said, "Chin Han, let them go." Chin Han seemed dissatisfied and replied, "Just let this trash go. They're getting off way too easy." Seeing Chin Han's excessively angry attitude, Lin Yi smiled warmly and gently patted his shoulder to soothe him. "All right, cool down. When we get back, I'll buy you a drink." Chin Han was no longer angry. His attitude was much more pleasant than before. "What are you being polite about? Your business is also my business." The two young men turned and walked out of the room. In front of the bar, Chin Han said his goodbye. "Well, I'll head off first." They both bid farewell and went their separate ways. Just at that moment, Lin Yi's phone rang. It was a message from Ji Kyun-nian, who was pouting. "Oh no, I'm starving and the food in the kitchen isn't tasty. Can you come by tomorrow at noon?" At that time, Yuan was also coming over to discuss investment matters. Lin Yi immediately responded, "Sure." The next day, at Ji Kyun-nian's company, her office door swung open. Kyun-nian seemed to have been waiting and joyfully exclaimed, "Mr. Lin, you arrived right on time, exactly at 12 noon, not a minute late." Lin Yi came in, pulling her into his arms with great care. "I'm afraid you'll starve in the office. I was very worried, so I came right away." Ji Kyun-nian shyly replied, "How could that scenario possibly happen to me?" She smiled brightly and immediately pushed her boyfriend into the kitchen. "Go, go, go into the kitchen!" He felt helpless before her actions. 20 minutes later, a lavish spread was laid out on the table. The beautiful girl was so delighted her eyes sparkled, unable to help but exclaim. Looking at each dish, she thought it all looked delicious, but then remembered that she'd gained 5 pounds, feeling quite guilty about it. Lin Yi removed the apron and slyly told Kyun-nian, "I have a way for you to eat as much as you want without gaining weight." Kyun-nian's eyes lit up like headlights. Curious, she asked, "What is it?" He stepped closer and trapped her in his embrace, smiling mischievously. "Just exercise a little before eating." In an instant, her cheeks flushed crimson. The intimate atmosphere enveloped them, their lips almost touching. Lin Yi gently lifted her shirt. Ji Kyun-nian let out a few shy sounds of comfort. Just when things were reaching a climax, He Yuan burst through the door, shouting, "Sister!" In the next moment, the young girl froze, her face turning red from embarrassment. She bashfully spoke, "It seems I came at the wrong time." Kyun-nian immediately sat up in embarrassment, hurriedly speaking to stop her. "Don't leave. Don't misunderstand. It's not what you think." Yuan covered her cute little mouth, her gaze carrying an understanding look as she softly said, "I'm very curious to know what it is that made you take this position." Lin Yi also stood up and quickly said, "Is there something going on?" Yuan replied, "You're all grown up, can't you see?" He immediately pointed towards the door and said, "Go outside. Come back in 2 hours." Yuan complied immediately, turning around to leave. Before that, she couldn't help but sneak a glance at the two and teased, "2 hours? The boss has quite the stamina, huh?" Kyun promptly pushed her boyfriend away. She still shyly looked towards the door, hurriedly saying, "Why are you leaving? Come back here." Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. "Isn't it better this way?" The girl made a mischievous expression as she walked back into the room, her words full of dark implications. "If sister won't let me go, then I guess I'll just stay and watch for these 2 hours." Ji Kyun quickly playfully hit the girl in front of him a few times and pouted while scolding, "Naughty! Didn't you come to discuss the investment? Let's get to the main topic." Later, Yuan began to present the plan. The procedures of the Langyun Group had been completed and could officially go into operation in the near future. "Tomorrow we will start interviewing. Boss, would you like to come and take a look?" Lin Yi crossed his arms over his chest and replied nonchalantly, "That's for you and Brother Chi to handle. Next, I will transfer 1 billion to you first to plan assistance for orphanages. After that, we will expand to the impoverished mountainous regions of the country." Ji Kyun saw this and quickly added, "I feel that Langyun Group should focus primarily on its business operations, with the fund being secondary. Let's be realistic about what we can handle." The man next to her immediately reassured, "Don't worry, I won't confuse the priorities." Seeing everyone offering their ideas, Yuan also sat to express her thoughts. "I have a suggestion. We should promote the fund under the name of Langyun Group. This will greatly benefit our corporate culture." Kyun stroked her chin thoughtfully, then agreed. "This proposal is acceptable. The Langyun Group right now is like a fledgling bird. To establish a foothold, it still lacks some heat." Hearing this, the girl Kyun fell silent for a few seconds. Then she looked up at the person who would be funding the project, Lin Yi. Yuan cheerfully asked, "Boss, do you have any opinions?" Immediately, Lin Yi quickly wrapped his arms around his girlfriend and smiled as he replied, "If your sister has spoken, how could I dare not listen?" This action shocked the beautiful woman beside him. Yuan's gaze carried a deep meaning as she exclaimed, "I didn't expect it. You are really under your wife's strict management like this." One person felt shy and wanted to find a place to hide, while the other laughed like crazy. Suddenly, Yuan recalled something else and quickly changed the subject. "Oh right, recently Cisco has been calling for investment quite successfully. If you let your senior invest 100 million into it, there shouldn't be any suspicion, right?" Lin Yi remained untroubled, calmly responding, "That's within my expectations. Is there any other news from Cisco?" Yuan immediately reported, "There's a big development. They have expanded the construction of a new factory and imported 5 new sets of equipment. The production capacity could increase by at least 30%. Our orders should be ready for shipment in about 3 to 4 months." He pondered for a long time before gently saying, "That's a long time. I can't wait. Who is specifically responsible for this?" Yuan quickly took a photo from the file. It was an image of a serious-looking man. She promptly introduced, "This is Tao Sang-yu, the son of Chairman Tao. He just flew back from England. He still has a younger sister studying over there." Hearing such complete news, Lin Yi couldn't help but praise, "It's truly unfair to her. She should really work as a detective." Yuan received the compliment, feeling very pleased but still tried to appear humble. She said, "I just want to know who I know, so that I can win every battle." After that, she immediately fell silent, shyly observing the 2 people in front of her. Yuan continued to explain, "Boss, the experts all say that Cisco's chip technology has reached the highest level in the chip field in National H." Kyun and Lin Yi were momentarily surprised by this information. Not only that, Yuan, with a worried expression, continued to inform, Therefore, the compensation terms for us may not be fulfilled. GQ Nian agreed with Yuan Yuan's words and advised Lin Yi. They are quite right. Why are you dealing with Cisco? They are engaged in scientific research, which doesn't concern you. Lin Yi smiled mysteriously. Don't rush. Everyone will know in time. Yuan Yuan immediately asked, has the Lang Yun group been established yet? Have you thought of a direction? Lin Yi laid out his strategy. At this stage, the goal is to focus on the technology industry, especially large data centers and cloud computing. Make use of all available resources as much as possible, and don't be afraid of anything. Yuan Yuan immediately accepted his suggestion. Okay, I'll prepare right now. She stood up and walked away. In the room, only Lin Yi and Qun Nian remained. She stepped closer to him, tucked her hands into her pockets, and they both watched Yuan Yuan's departing figure. Qun Nian affectionately wrapped her arm around her boyfriend's and winked playfully. I ordered a suit. Will you come get it with me? Lin Yi quickly agreed. Sure. What did you order the suit for? Is it for some event? Qun Nian replied, there's a charity ball tomorrow and the city leaders from National TH will be present. The two were close, intertwined with each other as they left the room. She continued, his fund has just been established. Why don't you go with me? The next destination was the mid-tailoring shop. Inside the shop, Qun Nian stood in front of the mirror, trying on a long, off-the-shoulder burgundy dress. The staff nearby suggested, you can try it on first. If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, we'll fix it right away. Qun Nian responded, okay. She gathered the dress in her hands and hurried into the fitting room. On her way, she glanced at Lin Yi, who was sitting on a chair reading a newspaper, and said, wait for me a moment, okay? I'll choose a suit for you later. He nodded affirmatively. Don't worry, I won't go anywhere. Qun Nian finished changing her outfit and stepped out. She looked incredibly glamorous and beautiful, not only in her long dress, but also wearing a gold necklace that enhanced her allure. She asked, what do you all think? Is it beautiful? Her elegance made everyone exclaim in admiration. The store staff raised their hands to their mouths in awe, while Lin Yi was captivated, grinning foolishly, his face flushed, his eyes glued to her. He smirked mischievously and praised, you look really beautiful. Qun Nian shyly covered her face in a graceful manner. As the two were teasing each other, a woman approached from behind, getting their attention with her voice. Hello. The woman wore an A-line suit dress, with square glasses and her hair tied in a ponytail, exuding an intellectual charm. She smiled and suggested, I think your gown is very beautiful. Can you give it to me? I can pay an additional 20% on top of the total price. Qun Nian was surprised by this proposal, looking at her with concern. Lin Yi immediately became angry, confronting her. What? Keep that little amount of money to yourself. Don't bring it out. It's embarrassing. His attitude made her pale, while Qun Nian smiled contentedly. Lin Yi turned to the store staff and said, please wrap it up for me. The woman was irritated and left in a huff. She stepped out of the store and walked towards the white car parked outside. As soon as she got inside, her face still bore a hint of annoyance from what had just happened. The woman sitting in the car glanced over and immediately guessed the discomfort. She asked, not going as you wished, is it? The girl quickly let out her frustration. Just now in the store, I saw a gown that would suit you perfectly. I planned to buy it at a high price, but the other party was just unreasonable. It drives me crazy. The woman raised her hand, admiring her nails, and calmly reassured her. Why get angry? Even without that outfit, with your aura. The woman was none other than the super celebrity Liu Fangfei, confidently smiling as she continued, just your appearance alone is enough to make billions of people infatuated. The girl sitting next to her, beautiful with her shiny black hair, clad in a summer outfit combining blue and delicate white sleeves, fell into thought but agreed with that statement. Meanwhile, in the gigantic villa sparkling brightly under the sunlight, Qun Nian was trying on her gold earrings. Her nails were painted red to match her dress. She looked at herself in the mirror and asked her boyfriend, "Do you think these earrings go well with the gown?" Lin Yi approached from behind, wrapped his arms around her waist, gently rested his cheek against her silky hair, and playfully replied, "I think only I match the person wearing this gown." Kyun-nian was so embarrassed that her face turned crimson, she turned back and asked him, "What are you talking about?" Lin Yi unexpectedly reached out to caress her body. His hand touching her startled her as she didn't expect it. He leaned down, gently kissing her slender shoulder, and spoke in a sweet voice. "I'm serious. Why would I lie to you?" Then his hand fidgeted as he pulled down the zipper of her dress. In an instant, she grabbed his collar, her hand tightly grasping his hand that was resting on her waist. The two gradually moved closer to each other. He chuckled and said, "This place is much more pleasant to look at." Lin Yi explored her body, tugging at the dress he intended to pull down, while saying, "This place is beautiful too." The dress slipped down to the floor, causing her to exclaim, "Ah!" In a trance, she turned completely to embrace Lin Yi, closing her eyes as if waiting for a kiss. He held her tenderly and said, "But this beauty is only for me to see." Then the two became entwined, not wanting to part. Hours later, at Yunlan Hotel, the sun had set. The soft golden-orange light enveloped the ancient Japanese-style building. The red carpet stretched from the entrance, and a female celebrity was striding confidently down it. She wore an elegant black dress with crossed straps, followed closely by her manager. All eyes were focused on her, and the buzz of conversation rose to a din. "That's the great star Liu Fangfei. She's even more beautiful in real life than on TV." The reporters competed with one another to take pictures, the flashes going off continuously in a rapid succession. Liu Fangfei walked confidently, accustomed to this scene, smug in her thoughts, believing, "What a bunch of naive country bumpkins who haven't experienced life." Her assistant rushed after her and announced, "Sister Fei, let's go inside first. Mr. Chin has already arrived." Fang Fei turned around in surprise and asked, "Mr. Chin arrived so early again?" She smirked cunningly, already plotting in her mind, thinking, "I must definitely get Mr. Chin in the palm of my hand, no mistakes allowed." At the same time, the car of Lin Yi and Kyun-nian also arrived. The shiny million-dollar vehicle looked as if it had been meticulously maintained. Lin Yi surveyed the scene at the party with concern, assessing, "Why is there a red carpet for a charity event? It looks like a catwalk." Kyun-nian smiled and explained, "Charity galas these days focus more on the appearance than the meaning." Then she invited him to walk inside with her. "Do you want to walk up this red carpet, An Lin?" But he politely declined. "That's not really for me. You go ahead. I'll enter from the parking lot. We'll meet again in the auditorium." Upon hearing this, she accepted his suggestion. "All right then." Afterward, she got out of the car and headed straight into the party, following the flow of the red carpet. She looked stunningly glamorous in her dress, complemented by jewelry and a matching leather purse, which further highlighted her luminous aura. The people there, who had just admired the star Fang Fei, were now exclaiming over Kyun-nian. They gasped in astonishment. "Wow! This woman is so beautiful! Could she be a newcomer to that agency?" As she glided gracefully by, reporters turned their cameras towards her. Her prominence made the two individuals nearby furious. The woman fumed. "Who is that woman? Why are all the reporters taking pictures of her?" The assistant, upon taking a closer look, also recognized Kyun-nian. She pointed towards her and whispered to Sister Fei, "The one walking on the red carpet is the girl from yesterday. The gown she is wearing is the one you noticed." Fang Fei was advised, and her expression turned dangerous. She looked at Kyun-nian with contempt and murmured, "Ah, so that's why you want to rely on the red carpet." Looking confident on the outside, Kyun-nian gradually revealed her tension and worry under the camera's gaze. Seeing her attitude, the two girls frowned. The assistant, annoyed, mocked, "Indeed, a social media hot girl is just a social media hot girl, walking so fast without a bit of charisma." This comment added fuel to the fire, worsening Fang Fei's mood. The dimming star remarked, unable to swallow her anger, "If I wore that dress, the camera would surely focus on me more." She was filled with jealous fury, growling, "Later when she walks over here, I must humiliate her in the most severe way." The other girl obediently agreed, quickly taking action. "Okay, I'll go stop her." Fang Fei followed suit. The two approached Kyun Nian, who had now come close to the entrance. The star suddenly pointed at her, shouting, "Guards, what are you doing? Are you really letting a social media hot girl walk the red carpet?" Hearing the shout, the two guards immediately ran over. One of them awkwardly explained, "Ms. Liu, this young lady has an invitation." Upon hearing this, Fang Fei became furious. This was utterly ridiculous to her. She boldly retorted, "What invitation? I don't want to be in the same frame as her. She has lowered the status of this party. If she is here, then I won't be. Do whatever you want." The two security guards exchanged glances, thought for a moment, but said nothing. After that, they both smiled politely and replied, "That's fine too, Ms. Liu. Please follow us this way." As they spoke, one of them pointed outside. Fang Fei exploded, questioning, "What do you mean?" The guard explained, "Didn't you say you didn't want to be in the same frame as this lady? Therefore, we can only invite you to leave this party." She turned pale, surprised by the attitude of the two staff, exclaimed, "Oh, what is this?" Liu Fangfei angrily yelled at the two security guards, "What do you mean? Do you know who I am? How dare you kick me out? I am the star Liu Fangfei." The guard calmly said, "Ms. Liu, this lady is the senior associate of Chaoyang Corporation, and she is also a distinguished guest today. Therefore, it is best for you to leave here." Liu Fangfei looked at Ji Qunnian in surprise and asked, What are you saying? She is the chief associate of the Chaoyang Corporation?" The assistant wearing glasses next to Liu Fangfei seemed to realize they had offended the wrong person and hurriedly spoke up, "I truly apologize. It was our mistake." Liu Fangfei remained frozen, her mouth agape, unable to believe what she had just heard. Ji Qunnian felt exasperated at that moment, unsure of what more to say. After hearing that, Liu Fangfei's expression became even more serious. She bit her lip, contemplating, "Mr. Qin is here today as well. This opportunity is too good to miss. I can't just give up so easily." Suddenly, Liu Fangfei changed her attitude and casually said, "It's just a misunderstanding. Let's let it go." Ji Qunnian and the bodyguard were both surprised to see Liu Fangfei willing to overlook the matter and not make it difficult anymore. At that moment, inside the hotel lobby, Lin Yi was dressed in an elegant suit with a solid black shirt, accompanied by a dark blue blazer adorned with sequins. He casually stepped out of the hotel lobby with his hands in his pockets. Suddenly, from a distance, Qin Han ran over to Lin Yi and put his arm around his shoulder. Qin Han grinned and said, "Lin, to be honest, this outfit really enhances your trap boy vibe." Lin Yi was startled by Qin Han's unexpected pat on the shoulder. He turned back to glare at Qin Han and said, "Trap boy? Are you talking about yourself?" Qin Han acted as if he hadn't heard anything, still grinning cheerfully, and whispered to Lin Yi, "I just met a young woman. Her looks are pretty decent overall. Can you make me an Ultra VIP Pro card so I can visit her?" Lin Yi looked at Qin Han with an exasperated expression. Then, walking away from him, he said, "I'm not interested. You can enjoy it yourself. As for the card, I'll make one for you. Consider it repayment for the favor you did earlier." Qin Han didn't reply to Lin Yi's words, but quickly turned and waved goodbye. "Bro, Mr. Chen is over there. I have to go say hi." Lin Yi was watching Qin Han when suddenly a voice called out from behind, "Lin!" Lin Yi turned back and happily called out, "Teacher Kuo." The person he called was Rui Guo. She was wearing a cheongsam, and although its color was simple, it still exuded an elegant charm. She smiled at Lin Yi. Lin Yi said, "What a coincidence! I can't believe I ran into you here." Rui Guo replied, "Besides being a professor at the School of Theater, I am also the vice president of the National Culture and Sports Association. I was invited here today. Rui Guo continued cheerfully, My husband is here today as well, so I can't chat with you for long. Having said that, Rui Guo turned and walked away. Qin Han, who appeared out of nowhere, threw his arm around Lin Yi's shoulders, looking toward where Rui Guo had just left, and said excitedly, No wonder you didn't like the woman I introduced. You're capable of charming the vice president of the Culture and Sports Association, and after all that, you still get to hear a piece of music. Lin Yi's expression darkened as he angrily replied, Get lost! Get lost! Go play by yourself somewhere else. What nonsense are you spouting? Ignoring Lin Yi's irritation, Qin Han continued to laugh heartily as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, a notification sound for a message rang out. Lin Yi opened it to find a chat window with Ji Qunnian. She had messaged, I'm chatting with a few friends on the second floor. I'll come down to meet you later. Lin Yi replied briefly, Okay. After sending the message, he looked at his phone screen and smiled happily. Lin Yi walked over to the food area, casually waiting for Ji Qunnian. He paid no attention to the people chatting behind him, just standing there alone to get some food. On the other side, Liu Fangfei was talking to Zhou Zihao, the general manager of TH Jiade. Zhou Zihao held a glass of wine, his face enamored as he looked at Liu Fangfei and praised her. Miss Liu, you truly are remarkable. In the coming years, the domestic film and television industry will belong to you. Liu Fangfei smiled and responded, Young Master Zhou is being too polite. I am just a newcomer in this field. Suddenly, the bespectacled assistant behind her exclaimed in panic, How can that driver be here? Gesturing angrily, the assistant said, He's the one who followed that G person and cursed at me when we went for fittings the other day. Liu Fangfei followed the direction the assistant pointed and saw Lin Yi standing alone. She said, I'll go over there for a moment. Liu Fangfei held a grudge about what had just happened, her expression turning sinister as she thought to herself, I can't find a way to deal with her, so I'll vent my anger on you. Nothing will happen, right? Liu Fangfei deliberately tripped and leaned over, falling towards Lin Yi, splashing the wine glass in her hand onto him. Lin Yi heard the noise behind him, immediately turned around, and saw the wine glass of Liu Fangfei about to splash onto him. He changed his expression, thinking to himself, This bastard, trying to frame me? Quickly, Lin Yi sidestepped, causing Liu Fangfei to fall short, and the wine glass fell to the ground, shattering. She fell on the floor in front of many people, while Lin Yi calmly stood there watching her lying on the ground. Zhou Zihao ran over from a distance, helping her to stand up, his voice filled with concern. Miss Liu, are you okay? Liu Fangfei looked at Lin Yi with a hateful glare. Zhou Zihao turned to Lin Yi, angrily saying, What's wrong with you? You see her falling and don't help, just standing there? Lin Yi sighed, frowned, and said, Her falling has nothing to do with me. Upon hearing this, Liu Fangfei clenched her jaw, furiously standing up, pointing at Lin Yi's face, and said, What nonsense are you talking about? Clearly, you made me fall, and you say it has nothing to do with you. Lin Yi, not one to back down, coldly replied, Speak properly. If your legs are weak, you should go find the person who slept with you yesterday. Sticking with me won't get you any benefit. Liu Fangfei, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless, only able to utter one word, You. Zhou Zihao, standing next to her, noticed she was at a disadvantage, so he stepped forward, pointing his finger at Lin Yi, and shouted, You! I suggest you apologize to Miss Liu right now. If not, you won't be able to escape me. With my father's connections in country TH, taking you out is a piece of cake. Ignoring Zhou Zihao and Liu Fangfei's furious expressions, Lin Yi maintained a cold demeanor as he looked at them. At that moment, hearing the commotion, Qin Han appeared, surprising everyone. He asked, confused, What's going on? Is everything okay? Suddenly, Liu Fangfei's expression changed, and she cheerfully greeted Qin Han, leaving both Lin Yi and Zhou Zihao astonished. She warmly said, Hello, Qin young master. Do you remember me? I'm Liu Fangfei. Seeing Qin Han approach, Zhou Zihao angrily pointed at Lin Yi to report. Qin young master, you're here. This guy deliberately caused Miss Liu to fall. You need to deal with him right away. In stark contrast to her previous hatred when speaking with Lin Yi, Liu Fangfei now donned a different expression, her voice sweet as she spoke to Qin Han. Qin young master, although he made me fall on purpose, I'm okay. Thank you for caring about me. After finishing her words, Qin Han immediately showed a contemptuous attitude and coldly replied, Why care about anything? Did she fall on purpose? Does she really think she deserves to be treated that way? Liu Fangfei, upon hearing this, was a bit confused and frightened. Drops of sweat began to bead on her face. Before she could grasp the shock, Qin Han continued to shout at her, Lin Yi is my good brother. If you dare to touch him, don't even think about making money in this nation, TCH. The faces of Zhou Zihao and Liu Fangfei turned pale, horrified and unable to believe what they just heard. Both turned around, facing Lin Yi, and hurriedly bowed their heads to apologize. Liu Fangfei, in fear, said, I'm sorry. I realize my mistake now, Mr. Lin. Zhou Zihao quickly followed up. Yes, we sincerely apologize. Having said that, both turned and ran away, not daring to say another word. Lin Yi looked at them and let out a slight sigh of relief. Qin Han walked closer, put his arm around Lin Yi, and cheerfully said, Hey Lin, let me show you upstairs. When the party starts, we can come back down. Lin Yi quickly agreed. All right, maybe it will be quieter up there. On the upper floor, the outdoor scenery was adorned with stunning flower bushes and a cozy resting area beneath the greenhouse. Ji Kyun Nian was standing and happily chatting with her friends. After taking Lin Yi upstairs, Qin Han waved goodbye, saying, Well, I'll come over to play, so if anything comes up, just call me. Lin Yi responded, All right, I won't have anything going on. Feel free to go wherever you want. Suddenly, two people hurriedly walked by. Because they were a bit loud, Lin Yi paid attention to them. He heard one of them say to their assistant, Is the gift for Ms. Ji ready? The assistant replied, It's all prepared, sir. As he spoke, the assistant extended both hands. One hand held an expensive diamond ring, while the other held a bouquet of deep red roses. The other person took the bouquet, ran a hand through their blue hair, smiled, and adjusted their outfit. That person was Zheng Yang Zhao, founder of the Hong Foundation. Lin Yi, standing behind, felt his face darken. Zheng Yang Zhao turned to the assistant and said, Go tell them to leave here, but don't be too extreme. Use money to drive them away. I also don't want Ji Kyun Nian to know I have a tendency to abuse my power. The assistant nodded and replied, Understood, Mr. Zhao. I will get to work right away. With that, the assistant went out, persuading everyone present to leave. Afterward, he politely approached Lin Yi and said, Sir, we would like to propose to a lady here in a moment. Therefore, we kindly ask you to leave this place. We will pay you for your time. Lin Yi scoffed lightly and said, Pay? How much? The assistant took a stack of 100 yuan bills and held it out in front of Lin Yi, saying, This is your payment. We hope you will accept it. Lin Yi glanced at the assistant, contemptuously smiling. Are you kidding? Does anyone who gets to this place really need 5,000 from you? The assistant did not change his expression, still cheerfully taking out another stack of money, and continued. Then how about 20,000? Could we trade that for 10 minutes of you stepping outside? Lin Yi's face darkened, but then he smiled cunningly and replied, 100,000 for 10 minutes. That's my final offer. Before the assistant could respond, Zheng Yang Zhao suddenly appeared, looked at Lin Yi and said, Sir, whatever you do, please think carefully. I hope you understand your own position. Lin Yi did not change his mind at all, and even said, 100,000 is not much. If I can't bear to spend that little money, then what right do I have to pursue a girl from a prestigious family? That remark seemed to touch Zheng Yang Zhao's pride, causing him to change his attitude. Zheng Yang Zhao pulled a check from his wallet, glanced at Lin Yi, and said provocatively, A kid like you knows how to seize the opportunity. I'll give you 100,000 to completely buy out your departure from this place." Lin Yi took the check and then turned to leave. Before he left, he smiled and said, "Boss, I wish you success in your confession." Ji Nian looked up, her face full of question marks, not understanding what he was saying. On the other side, Lin Yi's hands were already on Ji Nian's waist. Seeing him, she cheerfully asked, "Did you go up there?" Lin Yi smiled and replied, "I didn't see you come down, so I went up there to check it out." Ji Nian pointed to her close friend and explained, "The two of us haven't seen each other for a long time, so we were reminiscing about the old days for a bit too long." One of the girls next to them exclaimed, "What a surprise! So this handsome guy came looking for you? The party is about to start. You two should hurry down. Business is still more important. We can talk later." Ji Nian felt it made sense. She said goodbye to her two acquaintances. Sister Zheng, Sister Xiao will head down first. In the end, Lin Yi hugged Ji Nian to the astonishment of everyone, especially the group of Zhengyang Zhao. They were shocked, unable to believe their eyes. "What's going on here? How could that guy take Ji Nian away?" Zhengyang Zhao clenched his jaw in anger. "This is infuriating. We've been tricked by that guy." One of the subordinates nodded and, confused, asked, "Brother Zhao, are we really going to let this go so easily?" Zhengyang Zhao tightened his fists and growled, "Look at that punk's appearance and his mouth. He must be a naive character. Just wait for the opportunity. I'll make sure to deal with him." In the main banquet hall, couples stood beside each other, while the MC stood on the stage, excitedly saying, "We sincerely thank the leaders present. Our charity gala officially begins today." As the music played, the couples began to hold hands and dance together. At this moment, Lin Yi felt a bit confused. Isn't this supposed to be a charity gala? Why is there a dance performance? Ji Nian explained to him, "The gala is just a name. According to procedure, we should start with a dance, and then proceed to the auction. The money raised from the auction will be donated to the project. Hopefully, that's basically how the process goes." After saying that, she took his hand. The two of them harmonized to the music and danced, their feet moving slowly. They looked at each other passionately, as if in each other's eyes, only they existed. When the music ended, Ji Nian leaned back. Lin Yi instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, helping her complete the move. She was truly amazed, praising him. "Lin Yi, how come you dance this waltz so well?" Zhengyang Zhao watched from afar, seeing them so close, couldn't help but feel furious, silently cursing Lin Yi. "Damn little white boy, daring to tease me, just wait for me." Suddenly, Lin Yi's phone rang. He took it out and noticed someone was calling. He laughed and answered, "Lai Shengfang is inviting you to a conversation." "Kid, what a surprise you're calling me today." The man on the other end replied painfully, "I have acute appendicitis and I'm being hospitalized. Can you come to teach a class for me tomorrow, or Director Su will deduct points from my performance?" Lin Yi paused for a moment and asked, "Are you okay? I'm free tomorrow too. Just message me the time, location, and content of the lesson." The next day, at the school swimming pool, the students enthusiastically clapped and warmly welcomed Teacher Lin to our swimming lesson today. Seeing them welcome him like this made him a bit happy. "I will only teach this one lesson. Why are you all so excited? All right, let's get into the pool and start the lesson." Inside the swimming pool room, there was a group of male and female students still in their swimming suits, having fun here. A brown-skinned person walked over and asked George, "George, it's almost time for class to start. Aren't you really going?" He casually ran his hand through his hair and replied, "Not going. My goddess has a lesson here. I have to stay and swim while waiting for her." The brown-skinned person was quite surprised. "Oh my god, are you changing your 'my goddess' again?" The door of the swimming pool opened, and Lin Yi entered with a group of students. He was momentarily stunned when he saw the group of students in this room. He frowned, thinking to himself, "What are these people doing here? According to the school's regulations, aren't they supposed to all wear swimsuits?" Lin Yi and his group of students walked up to the swimming pool. Nearby, another group of students was approaching. As they got closer, Lin Yi felt puzzled. How did these people get in here? Next to him, a female student immediately explained, "Teacher Lin, they are international students, so they can come and go whenever they want." A young man with blonde hair flashed a provocative smile and waved, "Hello, teacher." He laughed loudly in a frightening way, looking at the female student, which made her scared and hide behind Lin Yi. Taking advantage of the situation, he teased, "Hello, classmate Wang. I'm George, an international student majoring in language and culture from Nation H. I'm from Nation Y. Can we be friends?" The appearance and words made the girl hiding behind Lin Yi look scared as she called out, "Teacher Lin!" Seeing the frightened look on the girl's face, Lin Yi angrily shouted, "According to the regulations of the Pedagogical University, students are not allowed to enter the swimming pool without permission. Don't you know that?" The blonde young man still seemed undeterred, responding calmly, "Teacher, are you the new instructor? I'm an international student. We definitely have to swim. A true romantic from Nation Y will die if they can't swim, you know." He was amused and continued to tease the girl. "My goddess, I know you are shy, but once you get to know me more, you will see I am incredibly charming." Whether the girl found him charming or not, her expression of fear was evident as she trembled. Before she could regain her composure, she hurriedly explained, "I do not like foreigners. Please stay away." He seemed unfazed by her response and remained confident. Nation Y is a romantic country. It is much better than many people who do not understand romance here. His explanations turned into provocations that prompted reactions from others present. Indeed, those around them looked displeased. One person stepped forward, pointing at George and shouting, "Don't be a fucking coward here." He seemed to enjoy teasing others. He laughed loudly and provocatively slapped his face, saying, "Come on, beat us. I am sure if you do that, the school will expel you right away." The young people behind him, encouraged by his provocations, chimed in even more. "You guys say that martial arts from Nation H are very powerful, right? Could it be that you are just a bunch of weaklings?" The students at that moment were also angry, but they could only clench their fists, ignoring the laughter from those people. Who can endure, but Lin Yi cannot. He seemed not to hear anything and kicked hard into the stomach of the blonde youth, causing him to spit blood. "You are so arrogant in the territory of Nation H, huh?" As Lin Yi's legs straightened out, it was also the moment that this young man fell into the pool. His powerful stance left the students there only able to cheer. "Teacher Lin is so handsome! Teacher Lin is so cool!" His companions stood by, mouths agape, somewhat frightened. After regaining his small life, the blonde young man swam back to the shore. The black guy saw this and ran over to inquire, "George, are you okay?" Ignoring the black guy's enthusiasm, George was only concerned about the kick he had just received and angrily shouted at Lin Yi, "Teacher, how dare you do that to me? Then don't think about finishing this class." The blonde youth's pants fell down around his hairy legs. He wore a wicked smile and shamelessly urinated into the pool. Lin Yi's face showed some helplessness, unsure of what to say. The female students, seeing this, shyly covered their faces and screamed, "Pervert!" His gleeful face turned back to challenge, "Ha ha! If you all don't pay attention, then just go on with the class." The young men present there, seeing their comrades so pleased, quickly took off their pants and followed suit. They had no shame, laughing and saying, "Dear friends, keep it going. Just in time, I also need to go to the bathroom, so I'll take care of it here as well." At that moment, there was nothing to cover up the scene. Streams of pure water began to flow down continuously. Everyone present at that time was furious at the sight, but it seemed no one dared to do anything. They could only silently think, "These people are outrageous." After finishing their business, they put their pants back on, confidently walked away, but not forgetting to turn their heads to look back at Lin Yi, taunting, "Classmates, let's go. Don't disturb their swimming lesson anymore." Lin Yi began to wear a somewhat ambiguous smile and replied, "It's fine to go." He turned his head back with a friendly smile and continued, "But you have to clear all this dirty water for me." The young man quickly turned around, pointing at Lin Yi and shouting, "Dream on! Moreover, if you kick me later, I will go tell the headmaster. Just wait to be fired." Lin Yi, seemingly unable to bear it anymore, quickly approached. The expression of the blonde young man changed from confidence to panic. With a face full of hatred, Lin Yi swung his fist hard at the confident young man's face. The punch seemed to have been anticipated for a long time, and as it was unleashed, it sent the young man flying far away. Lin Yi's face was quite displeased at this moment. He raised his hand, looked at the body that had just been thrown away, and said, "One kick is too little for you to sue me, so I'll give you a few more to make it enough." The brown-haired youth saw his teammate being beaten and quickly charged in with a fist aimed at Lin Yi's back, his face filled with rage. It seemed that he would take that punch head-on, but no, he was not to be outdone. He turned around, grabbed the incoming fist, spun around to trip the student, and sent him flying into the air. After that, he executed a perfect throw. The deadly move that Lin Yi just unleashed made his opponent fall hard forward in pain. Around him, the students witnessing this scene cheered and shouted, seeing Lin Yi fight. With his handsome appearance, he made many girls admire him at this moment. Teacher Lin is so amazing. Just watching this move shows how handsome he is. Not letting the cheers from outside affect him, Lin Yi used his punches to take down each person one by one. After dealing with the ones in front of him, he clapped his hands as if concluding a match. The girls following behind, seeing the situation seemed unfavorable, had somewhat frightened expressions, and the scene became chaotic. He turned his head and stared angrily. The fragile-souled girls were terrified and ran away, screaming, "Help!" Despite being beaten to a pulp, the blonde youth was scared when he saw Lin Yi approaching and raised his hand, saying, "Teacher, don't come over here. If you dare to touch me, the school will expel you right away." Ignoring his words, Lin Yi quickly grabbed the head of the blonde youth. He turned around, with a resentful expression, dragging the young man along. The youth was both fearful and crying for help. Lin Yi brought him to the side of the pool containing disgusting things that the blonde youth had just expelled, and he seemed to sense impending doom. He shouted, "What do you want to do now, teacher?" With an angry face, Lin Yi took hold of the heads of both individuals and pushed them down into the pure water that they had just polluted. Lin Yi sharply emphasized, "At this teaching university, no one has dared to touch me before." Seemingly satisfied, he smiled at the wretched faces submerged in the clear water. He purposely asked, "Are you full yet?" The blonde youth appeared unable to resist any longer, hurriedly saying, "I know I was wrong." The devil, often bearing a saintly face, turned around with a smile and said, "What about those girls? Do you want me to deal with them personally too?" Causing the young men behind to panic and fear as if they had witnessed a terrifying scene. They subconsciously buried their faces into the pure water, drinking it eagerly. The group of girls, still unwilling to accept this, sought out another teacher. When he saw the scene and stepped in, he shouted loudly, "Nonsense!" It turned out the person who arrived was Vice Principal Feng. He was furious, looking at Lin Yi and loudly saying, "What are you doing?" As if grasping a glimmer of hope, the blonde young man with a pale face raised his hand for help, accusing, "Headmaster Feng, why did you only come now? Teacher Lin is being too harsh. He even forced us to drink water from the swimming pool. We want to file a complaint against him." Hearing this, Feng Jiadong was also startled, shouting, "Teacher Lin, what do you mean by this? They are international students. Do you want to cause conflict between countries?" Lin Yi remained impassive upon hearing this. Next to him, the blonde young man was collapsing. Lin Yi calmly replied, "What if they are international students? They are so arrogant while studying in this school. Should they be given special privileges to act this way?" The vice principal's face was quite astonished upon hearing Lin Yi's words, but he quickly regained his composure and pointed at Lin Yi, shouting, "International students have always been cared for and valued. What do you mean by special privileges? I will look into this issue seriously." He continued, You wait and see how you will face the legal consequences. Having grasped the situation, he looked at Jiadong with displeasure and replied, Headmaster Feng, perhaps you still don't understand who will handle whom. No matter how calm Lin Yi was, Feng became furious in response. He shouted angrily, A substitute teacher dares to say that to me? Now let's go to the headmaster's office and see how I will deal with you. Before he could react, Lin Yi quickly walked away with a cold expression. Let's go. It's just the right time for me to talk to the headmaster. Upon arriving at the headmaster's office, Feng quickly opened his mouth to accuse first. Headmaster Zhao, Lin Yi has hit an international student at the swimming pool. This issue needs to be dealt with seriously and cannot be overlooked. Regardless of what he said, Lin Yi sat down on the nearby sofa, crossed his legs, and replied, So why don't you mention that the international student named George casually harassed a female student at the teacher training university and even shamelessly urinated in the swimming pool? Seeing himself being accused, Feng quickly looked at Lin Yi with a face filled with hatred and responded, I'm talking to the headmaster here. It's not your turn to interrupt. Watch your life. Before he could finish his sentence, upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the headmaster's face lit up with anger, and he shouted, Lin Yi is the honorary vice principal of our school. Tell me, does he have the right to intervene or not? When Feng Jiadong heard this, he was momentarily taken aback. The news struck him like a bolt of lightning, leaving his face pale and panicked. The headmaster angrily looked at Feng Jiadong and continued, Feng Jiadong believes that your behavior is seriously problematic, so I'm temporarily suspending your work. Until you recover soon, I will report the information clearly to the Department of Education. You just wait for the news. Vice Principal Feng was now just a name. He walked out the door in resignation. The conversation was over. Lin Yi had also returned to the class. A blonde female student ran over with a worried expression, carrying a first aid kit, and inquired about Lin Yi. Lin Yi immediately clarified what had happened earlier to reassure everyone. The teacher is fine. It's just that Feng Jiadong has been dismissed. The school will also impose strict penalties for the behavior of the international students today. It seemed that the blonde female student was not concerned about the story, only about the first aid kit in her hands. She shyly reached forward and said, Teacher Lin, I brought this for you. Holding the box of medicine, the girl looked at Lin Yi with concern. I saw that your hand was injured during the fight earlier. He glanced at the wound on his hand and replied, Oh, it's nothing. It's just a minor injury, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Unexpectedly, she didn't pay attention to his words, but quickly applied adhesive tape to his wound. After applying it, she shyly took his hand and thanked him. The scene had several ambiguous parts, yet he couldn't act oblivious. I don't know what you're thanking me for. Her face blushed with the handsome demeanor of Lin Yi. She showed concern. Does it still hurt? Upon hearing this, he could only burst into laughter and shake his head. She stared at Lin Yi without blinking. Suddenly, a phone call came in, breaking the atmosphere that belonged to just the two of them. He turned to say goodbye to her and walked away. He answered the phone. The person on the other end seemed a bit annoyed and said, What have you been up to lately? You don't pick up the phone. I was thinking of inviting you out for a drink. He was wearing a swim uniform and continued walking outside. A luxury car parked beside him, and he said, All right, I just finished my work here. Where are we going for a drink? The person on the other end sounded quite pleased with his response. That person excitedly replied, To the newly built urban area that everyone knows about. Call me when you arrive. Before long, he and the supercar arrived at the meeting point, a rather luxurious place. He stepped out of the car and unexpectedly noticed what was in front of him, muttering to himself, Is this the property of Chin Han? Lin Yi continued speaking. Earlier, I agreed to make a card for him. Lin Yi quickly approached the reception desk. The staff there warmly welcomed him. Sir, are you here alone? He promptly replied, Yes, I want to apply for a card. Not making Lin Yi wait long, she quickly took on her multi-level marketing role and introduced, Which card would you like? There's the 1000 card, which gives a bonus of 100, and there's... He pondered while looking at the paper in her hand and made a decision. Holding the paper in his hand, he calmly said, "I would like to get the Imperial Package card." The staff member was taken aback upon hearing this. She seemed a bit scared, incredulous at his statement, and tried to clarify. "Sir, the Imperial Package card is the highest card we offer. Its cost is 185,000. With confidence, he held the shining gold card in his hand. Now he looked like a wealthy individual, simply oozing cash. He lightly stated, "All right, I'll get 2 cards." At that moment, not just the staff member was astonished, but all the employees present stood with their mouths agape, watching him walk away. He radiated the aura of the wealthy. A line of staff watched his figure recede, silently thinking, "Is he a friend of Mr. Chin? He is both extravagant and generous." It seems that the person he was meeting had arrived, standing from a distance and waving at him. Muffled sounds emanated from behind the doors there. Suddenly, the door to room 8 swung open. Behind the door were girls dressed in sexy bunny costumes, serving Chin Han and his 2 brothers. Lin Yi quickly stepped inside. Out of nowhere, a green-haired bunny rushed over, hugged Lin Yi's arm, and said, "Brother Lin, why did you arrive so late? We have been waiting for you all this time." Chin Han and the 2 brothers excitedly came over to greet Lin Yi and said, "Brother Lin, come here. Let me introduce you to a few friends." He gestured to his right and introduced, "This is Liang Jin Ming. The Xinhua Airline Company belongs to his family." Jin Ming cheerfully waved his hand. "Hello, Lin Yi." Next was the person beside him, who continued, "Gaozong Yuan, the Long Teng Machinery Company, belongs to his family, specializing in making various types of cable cars. The cable cars on the ships are products made by his company." Zong Yuan also smiled broadly and replied, "Hello, Lin Yi." Lin Yi politely shook hands with both of them and said, "Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. We must drink to our heart's content later." After the enthusiastic greetings, everyone took their seats. Lin Yi held 2 Imperial Package cards, squinting at Chin Han as he spoke. "The Imperial Package card at Hua Qing Pond has just been made for you." Chin Han heard this and laughed loudly, draping his arm around Lin Yi and saying, "Only you could do that." Suddenly, 2 women serving drinks walked in. One of them was Zhang Dingchun, a student of Lin Yi. As soon as she entered, she picked up the tray of drinks and said, "Sir, here is your wine and fruit." However, it seemed she had spotted someone she did not want to see here. Her words began to falter, and her face looked somewhat awkward. As she stepped closer, her mouth opened in surprise, and she exclaimed loudly, "Teacher Lin, why are you here?" Chin Han heard this, crossed his legs, and pointed at Ding Chun, asking, "Brother Lin, is this your student?" Lin Yi explained, "She's a college student from the education department. I previously covered a class for her." Upon hearing this, she looked somewhat devastated. Her face began to tremble, her cheeks flushed, and she appeared embarrassed as if she had been seen through. She clutched her skirt tightly, stammering, "Teacher Lin, Lin Yi gently placed the glass of red wine down on the table and made a request. "Since we are acquaintances, why not sit down and have a drink with us?" Chin Han nudged Wang Ran and then sweetly coaxed, "Don't worry, I won't let you suffer any loss. 1 glass is 10,000, drink as much as you want, and that's the deal." Wang Ran hurriedly waved her hand to decline. "No, I don't know how to drink alcohol." Lin Yi was furious, kicking the table in front of him forcefully. His expression darkened, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent as he asked, "You can't even drink, yet you dare to work in this job? If you can't drink, then don't work here." Hearing this, Wang Ran was frightened and replied, "Teacher Lin, please don't talk about my situation outside." She bit her lip, trying to suppress the grievances in her heart, and then asked, "So it's enough if I drink just 1 glass to get 10,000, right?" To prove the credibility of his words, Chin Han placed a sum of money on the table and smiled, saying, "I have always kept my promises. How much you can drink? Count it yourself. Wang Ran reluctantly sat down on the ground, looking at the glasses of alcohol in front of her with a somewhat fearful expression, as she had never drunk alcohol before. But in order to earn that money, Wang Ran had to muster the courage to pick up a glass and drink it all. After finishing her first glass, her expression was extremely uncomfortable. She covered her mouth with her hand, trying to swallow, then forced herself to pick up the second glass and attempt to drink it all. Lin Yi's expression showed no sign of joy. He silently watched Wang Ran with a very serious attitude. Chen Han turned to look at him and smiled. After managing to drink 2 glasses of alcohol, Wang Ran could no longer bear it and clutched her stomach. She turned around and vomited all the alcohol onto the ground, to the astonished gaze of the 2 men behind her. Chen Han immediately walked over, placed some money in her hand, and said, "You drank 2 glasses, so that's 20,000. You've had enough, go home." Wang Ran pleaded, I can drink more. Please don't chase me away." Chen Han angrily replied, "If you're going to throw up like that, how are we supposed to enjoy ourselves? Hurry up and go!" At that moment, Wang Ran could no longer contain her emotions. Tears began to well up in her eyes. She silently turned to leave, and Lin Yi couldn't hide his concern for the girl in front of him. He turned to Chen Han and requested, "Chen Han, you should send someone to follow her, in case something happens." He quickly responded, "All right, let me have Yinxi go." When Yinxi heard the request, she happily agreed, "Got it, Mr. Lin." Chen Han curiously asked, "What's your connection with that girl? Why are you so angry?" The girl serving drinks next to Lin Yi replied cheerfully, "After all, she's one of your students. A bar isn't exactly a good place. I guess Mr. Lin is probably upset because of that." Chen Han picked up a glass of water, took a sip, and reminded, "She's an adult now. Let her do what she wants. Don't frown, or you'll ruin the taste of the drink." Lin Yi picked up the cup of water to drink, but he couldn't help but think. Suddenly, his phone rang with a loud ringtone. Someone was calling. Lin Yi quickly picked up the phone and answered, "Hello?" On the other end of the line, a voice said, "Qin young master, there are people causing trouble outside." He asked in a panic, "What?" Lin Yi slammed the cup of water down on the table with his hand. Seeing this, Chen Han immediately commanded his underlings, "How many people are here? Follow me outside to check." Suddenly, Lin Yi reached out to stop him and coldly said, "Don't do anything. You guys stay here and keep drinking. Let me go outside and see what's going on." As he stepped out of the bar, Lin Yi immediately saw a crowd surrounding them. Wang Ran was stumbling around, visibly intoxicated, and Yin Shi was supporting her. Suddenly, Wang Ran felt an intense headache, but due to a group of thugs blocking their way, the 2 of them couldn't leave. Lin Yi approached and asked, "What happened?" Yin Shi anxiously replied, "We just came out of the bar and ran into these people. They want to take Miss Wang away." Lin Yi shot a sharp glance at the thugs and asked, "So, are you trying to show off as thugs?" The bald-headed man in charge of the group of thugs shouted, "Are you trying to stand up to protect this girl?" Lin Yi replied, "You guys want to take her away, don't you?" The man pointed behind him, a smug smile on his face. He began to threaten, "She has a reputation in the metropolis. She needs to serve drinks in our room. Are you trying to stop me? Do you know who is in our room? It's Song Wenhai, the owner of the Hurricane Bar." In the face of his threats, Lin Yi remained remarkably calm. He lifted his hand to his chin and replied, "So that's how it is." The thug was taken aback by his lack of fear, standing still in surprise. Lin Yi, with an imposing expression, pointed at the thug and demanded, "Go call Song Wenhai here. If he doesn't agree, I'll let you take the girl away." The bald thug, rolling up his sleeves, sneered, "You think I'm going to go call him just because you said so? Hurry up and hand her over. I have to take her away." Suddenly, Yin Shi, holding a sharp knife, swiftly leapt forward. His eyes were bloodshot with anger. He swung the knife at the thug's leg, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Lin Yi put his hand on his head and unexpectedly exclaimed, "Is it that cool?" The bald thug let out a painful scream when he was cut in the leg. "Ah!" His gang could only stand there with their mouths agape. After a moment, they finally began to pick up their weapons. One thug held up a massive wooden rod and shouted, "You dare to touch a hair on the boss's head? I'll go all out with you guys." Yin Shi stood proudly in front of them, raised his knife, and replied, "Anyone who dares to step forward, I will kill that person." The bald thug, leading the gang of rascals, furiously shouted, "WTF? Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and call the boss here. Today I'll show him some manners." Song Wen-hai, upon hearing the news, hurried over like the wind. He ran while calling out, "Mr. Lin!" Standing in front of him, Song Wen-hai bowed his head in fear and said, "I'm sorry, this is my subordinate. He is blind to the situation. How do you want to handle this? I will fully comply with your arrangements." The gang members behind him were stunned by his words. Each one had their mouths wide open in disbelief. Lin Yi responded with a bloodthirsty expression, "You handle your own people. I won't touch them. But don't let me see him again." Song Wen-hai was so scared that his face lost all color, sweat streaming down, stuttering a reply, "Yes, yes." Then he gently reached out to support Wang Ran, helping her walk forward. Lin Yi also did not forget to turn around and remind, "Return and let Chin Han know I'm going back first." He, bowing his head, respectfully replied, "Yes, sir." At this moment, Wang Ran suddenly felt guilty. She weakly said, "Teacher Lin, I'm sorry." Lin Yi kindly guided her to the car. As soon as she sat down, Wang Ran carefully fastened her seatbelt. Lin Yi turned and saw her covering her mouth and curiously asked, "Why are you covering your mouth?" Wang Ran awkwardly replied, "I'm afraid I'll throw up." Hearing that, Lin Yi sighed and smiled softly. The two of them went to a very luxurious hotel. Just as they arrived at the door, Wang Ran curiously asked, "Teacher Lin, where is this place?" He replied, "Peninsula Hotel." Suddenly, Wang Ran's expression turned anxious. She wondered, "Is Teacher Lin bringing me to the hotel to do something? Is he planning to do that with me?" The two stood in the elevator. Wang Ran felt a bit restless and scared. She stood still, not daring to move. Upon arriving at the pre-booked hotel room, Lin Yi took out the room key and scanned it on the door. He quietly entered the room. Wang Ran stood outside, frightened, saying, "Teacher Lin, I want to go home." Lin Yi gently asked, "Can you go home looking like this? Your family will be even more worried when they see you like this." She hesitated to answer, and the emotions within Wang Ran burst forth. She sobbed like a child, tears rolling down her cheeks. Only now did she start to explain her grievances. "I have no one at home. My mother is in the hospital. Her heart condition needs surgery as soon as possible. My father is gone, and if I don't go to work to earn money, I fear for my mother." Hearing this, Lin Yi became unusually gentle. He took out a small handkerchief, handed it to her to wipe her tears, and softly asked, "So you came to the metropolis?" Wang Ran stopped crying and replied, "The manager of the metropolis said I looked very cute, and as long as I served drinks, I would be in no danger, so I came to work there." Lin Yi continued to ask, "How much money does your mother need for the surgery?" This question made Wang Ran cry again. She tightly clutched the handkerchief in her hand, her eyes filled with deep sorrow. She recounts, "A lot. My grandmother and I had planned to sell the house we are living in, borrow a little more. It should definitely be enough for my mother's medical treatment." Lin Yi says, "How much can you sell that house for?" She confidently replies, "Then I will go find a part-time job. I don't ask for much, as long as I can earn some money." From inside the hotel, Lin Yi's voice calls the hotel manager, "Get me 500,000 in cash, bring it to room 2618, please." The server responds, "Yes, sir." Before long, the server brought and handed him a suitcase full of money. He respectfully says, "Mr. Lin, here is the 500,000 in cash you needed." Inside the suitcase were stacks of thick cash. Lin Yi opened it in front of Wang Ran and said, "You take this money and go ahead. Right now, treating your mother's illness is the most important thing." She is touched and replies, "Teacher Lin, thank you so much." Wang Ran sobs, her face turning red. She stammers, "I don't know how to repay you. I only can. As she speaks, Wang Ran slowly pulls up her dress. Lin Yi raises his hand to his face. He closes his eyes in exhaustion and replies, "You don't need to repay me. Just take this money to treat your mother." But Wang Ran gradually moved closer to Lin Yi. She began to kneel on the chair, and then Wang Ran placed her hand on his shoulder. At that moment, she looked just like a well-behaved kitten. Wang Ran delicately said, "Teacher Lin, you hate me, don't you? I swear you are my first man." Lin Yi, with an expressionless face, replied, "I didn't mean it that way." Wang Ran pretended not to hear, leaning her mouth close to Lin Yi's ear and whispering, "This is my first time. I don't know what to do." Just as Wang Ran kissed Lin Yi's ear, he gritted his teeth in anger. Lin Yi stood up and firmly pushed Wang Ran aside. She knelt down on the ground, hugging his legs and sobbing, "Teacher Lin, please don't go." Wang Ran looked up at him with an incredibly pitiful face, her eyes brimming with tears. Lin Yi was about to leave, but he hesitated a bit, and when he saw that face, Wang Ran slowly opened Lin Yi's coat. He closed his eyes, making sounds of Suddenly, a phone rang. Lin Yi reminded, "There's a phone. Answer it." Wang Ran picked up the phone and said, "Hello?" On the other end, a voice called out, "Xiaoran, come home quickly. Your uncle and aunt have already arrived." She replied in panic, "What is it? Why are they here? Don't worry, I'll go home right away." Lin Yi adjusted his collar and curiously asked, "Is there an urgent matter at home? Let me take you there." She quickly agreed. "Sure, I'm sorry to trouble you, teacher." Before long, they arrived at the Shuguang residential area. The two of them got out of the car, and Lin Yi tried to reassure Wang Ran. "Just go in and see what's going on. You don't need to worry too much about your mother's illness. I have contacted the best hospital, and they will come to take your mother for treatment." Wang Ran smiled softly, touched, and replied, "I really thank you so much, teacher." She also didn't forget to remind him, "After I sort everything out at home, I will continue to repay you, okay?" Hearing these words made Lin Yi feel embarrassed. He raised his hand to scratch his head, his cheeks turning red. Suddenly, the door of the house opened, and Aunt Liu, with her silver hair, joyfully called out, "Xiaoran!" Upon seeing her, the elder uncle fake-heartedly asked, "Xiaoran, is that you back?" At that moment, on the bed was her poor mother, unconscious. The elder uncle glanced at Lin Yi with a crafty expression and asked, "Is this your boyfriend? Looking at his outfit, he certainly doesn't seem ordinary, does he?" Wang Ran quickly shook her head in denial. "This is my teacher. Please don't misunderstand." She also turned to introduce Lin Yi. "Teacher Lin, this is my eldest uncle and my second uncle." The eldest uncle smiled and asked, "Xiaoran, I'll be frank. The 5,000 you borrowed last time, shouldn't you pay that back now?" The second uncle chimed in, "Not only the 5,000 from me, but also the 4,000 from me too." Xiaoran raised her hand to cover her mouth, her eyes widening in surprise. She questioned, "At first, I only borrowed 3,000 for my mother to stay in the hospital. How has it become 4,000 now?" The others' eyes were red with anger as they said, "Isn't borrowing money without interest?" Wang Ran couldn't contain her frustration and shouted, "You people are being unreasonable. My father, when he was alive, gave you so much money. Now you come to bully my mother and me." Wang Ran angrily yelled, "And you, second uncle, why are you here too? Did I ever borrow money from you?" He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "True, you didn't borrow, but when your mother was in the hospital, Auntie took care of her. If we calculate the market rate, that's several hundred a day, right? Ignoring the small amounts, just give me 1,000 and we can call it even." Hearing his words, Wang Ran was utterly shocked. "What are you people doing? I will definitely pay back the money I owe you, but right now my mother is in the hospital and you come here to discuss financial matters like this. Isn't that too much?" Lin Yi frowned and told Xiaoran, "Don't talk too much anymore. Quickly take the money and pay them back." Wang Ran wiped away the tears on her face and replied, "All right." She then turned around to get the suitcase. Inside was filled with large bundles of cash. As soon as they saw the bundles of money, the eyes of her relatives lit up. One person asked, Xiaoran, how did you get so much money? Wang Ran didn't answer but angrily threw the money at them and shouted, Here is 10,000, take it and divide it among yourselves. Get out of my house immediately. Once they received the money, their faces became bright. They happily told her, Xiaoran, don't worry about this and make a scene. Uncle and aunt still don't need it back. Just keep it and use it for your mother's needs first. The door was opened and it was Wang Ran. She had opened the door in advance and invited them to leave. I no longer need your money. What I need right now is for you to get out of here. They left in silence, and before they departed, they gave her a cold glance. Looking at the pile of money overflowing in the suitcase, Wang Ran's grandmother anxiously asked, Xiaoran, how did you get such a large amount of money? Don't tell me you did something wrong. Lin Yi smiled and explained, Grandma, this money is a loan for Wang Ran. Later, when she starts working for my company, she will gradually pay me back. Hearing that, the grandmother felt relieved and smiled. So that's it. Hurry and thank your teacher Lin. The assistant shouted from below, Mr. Lin, the ambulance has arrived. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi turned to Wang Ran and said, The ambulance is here. Quickly pack your things and take your mother to the hospital. At the hospital, in the patient's room, Wang Ran gently covered her mother with a blanket. She turned and expressed her gratitude to Lin Yi. Teacher Lin, thank you for helping my mother and me so much. Suddenly, Wang Ran shyly said, How about I go back with you and try to return the favor? Lin Yi smiled. You should stay and take care of your mother first. I will help you take a leave of absence from school. I have some matters to attend to, and as for returning the favor, we can discuss that another time. Saying that, he turned and left. The next day, at a spa somewhere, Lu Ying and Sun Fuyu confidently walked out together. Seeing them looking so radiant, Lin Yi commented, You two seem to be more in sync now. Sun Fuyu shyly scratched his head and replied, Actually, the clothes we are wearing were all bought at the duty-free shop at the airport, but they are still from big brands, you know. Lin Yi added, You guys are programmers, but no matter how big the brand is, it's still just about the shirt designs, right? Sun Fuyu looked towards the spa and asked, Director Lin, is this the largest spa in this country? If you had mentioned earlier that you would be visiting places like the Baojian, I wouldn't have taken Lu Ying here. At that moment, Lin Yi realized, the Baojian refers to places that aren't quite legitimate. The staff warmly welcomed them. Mr. Lin, I knew you wouldn't like the girls at our place, so I personally brought your friend here. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying shot a glance at Lin Yi and asked, Why didn't you just say that from the start? 10 minutes later, inside the spa, Lu Ying reported, We have recruited 32 experts in the field of chips and photolithography machines. Here is their information. Lin Yi threw the stack of documents down, narrowed his eyes, and questioned, What expertise do these 5 people have if they have been in business at sea for many years? Why offer such a high starting salary? He frowned and asked further, What's really going on with these people? Lu Ying quickly explained, We want to leverage not their expertise, but their relationships and communication skills. The components for the photolithography machine require skilled individuals from various fields to collaborate together. Hearing her explanation, Lin Yi paused for a moment and then said, I understand your point. So when will the project for the photolithography machine kick off? Lu Ying continued, There is also a very important factor. Mr. Sun and I have visited many times, but they still refuse to meet us even once. Lin Yi jokingly commented, Could it be that the beauty trap plan is not working? Lu Ying looked at him with a judgmental gaze and said, Lin, that's really quite annoying. Lin Yi ate the apple slices on the plate, then seriously said, Just joking. Who is this person that is so hard to meet? Lu Ying pulled out a stack of documents and briefly summarized, The VR Vice President, a world-class computer genius, Shen Tianzhuo. Lin Yi looked at the documents and then said, We need to find a way to attract this Shen Tianzhuo. Sun Fuyu emphasized, The development process of our photolithography machine needs Shen Tianzhuo. If not, I will go with Xiaolu to Country M to seek him out again. Lin Yi continued, let's put Shen Tianzhuo aside for now. I will take the opportunity to go to Country M and see if I can pull in some of these people. Hearing this, Lu Ying and Sun Fuyu's eyes lit up. Lu Ying excitedly asked, are you really planning to convince them yourself? Suddenly, the phone rang unexpectedly. Lin Yi answered, hello. The person on the other end was panting. Tell the boss there's a situation. You need to come to the company quickly. Lin Yi's expression darkened. Got it. He sat still for a moment before telling the two, I have something urgent to attend to. Make sure to send all the information about Shen Tianzhuo to me via phone. Lu Ying smiled and replied, yes, boss. At the company, Lin Yi had arrived, and Yuan was delighted to see him. Boss Lin, you're here. Lin Yi puzzledly asked, what's the urgent matter that you called me here for? Xian Zhao approached and said, Boss Lin, please take a look at this. Lin Yi was startled to realize it was a court summons. His expression gradually changed to one of bewilderment. Who sent this summons to me? Yuan turned and asked, Boss, did you go out and get reported by some lady in Chaoyang? A few days ago, Hua Qing Pon sent me an invoice saying you spent over 370,000 to make 2 imperial package cards. Be careful, we might let that senior sister find out. Xian Zhao exclaimed in astonishment. 370,000 for the imperial package card. Truly a high roller. Yuan smirked and replied, Brother Qi, don't you understand? Lin Yi walked to his seat. All right, let's not discuss that issue any further. He sat down and began reading the documents in his hand. The Ling Yun Fund is up to some deceit. Yuan said solemnly, in general, we did not publicly announce the relief plan, violating the association's fund regulations, which is why we are being prosecuted. Xian Zhao added, the one filing the lawsuit is the Tianhong Foundation, which is quite famous in the country. Moreover, the trial will take place tomorrow, which clearly seems unreasonable. There must be something hidden in this, catching us off guard. Lin Yi felt a bit confused. Tianhong Foundation? He suddenly realized, astonished. Isn't Tianhong Foundation the organization that hosted the charity event a few days ago? Could it be that Zheng Yangzhao wants to take revenge on me because he couldn't express his feelings to Ji Qunnian? Lin Yi held the document, sitting cross-legged in his chair. The chairman instructed the two people at the table. The court time is 9 a.m. tomorrow. I will be there then. Yuan asked Lin Yi again, so what do we need to prepare? Should we hire a lawyer? Lin Yi sat with his hands clasped on the table, and as soon as he heard Yuan's question, he shot her a look that could nearly ignite flames. Prepare what? A bunch of chicks? Do we need a knife to deal with them? Lin Yi smiled, glancing at Yuan's sultry, S-shaped figure. Tomorrow, wear a super short black dress for me and go with me there. Yuan raised an eyebrow at Lin Yi. Until she figured it out, she immediately clasped her hands excitedly, her eyes brightening. Going to a formal place like the court, can I really wear a super short black dress? Lin Yi propped one leg on his knee, stroked his chin confidently, and assuredly said, You're going there to cheer. How else should you dress? Yuan winked at Lin Yi, smiling brightly as she made a gesture of agreement. No problem. I just bought a few yesterday. Lin Yi suddenly remembered something and took out his phone, looking for a picture of someone and showing it to Yuan. By the way, help me investigate this person, Shen Tianzhuo, VR Vice President. The faster, the better. Yuan leaned in close to take a look at the photo on Lin Yi's phone. Excited, she stroked her chin and said, This person is really impressive, definitely a big fish. How deep do you want to investigate? Lin Yi rested his chin on his hand and said seriously, Exactly to the point of knowing what day his wife has her period. Yuan laughed with her eyes squinted, confidently patting her chest as she accepted the mission. All right, leave it to me. A male colleague beside Yuan pointed towards the office across the glass door and jokingly asked Lin Yi, Hey Lin, would you like to go inspect? Lin Yi stood up from his chair and casually replied, "Inspect what? I'm not in such a high position." As he walked toward the door, Lin Yi waved his hand and said to the two behind him, "On the contrary, I really should go to Chaoyang Group to inspect." The Chaoyang Group building stood several dozen stories high, completely clad in glass, shining extraordinarily under the bright sunlight. At this moment, Lin Yi had entered the lobby of the Chaoyang Group building. As soon as the receptionist spotted Lin Yi, she politely said, "Mr. Lin, you're here. I'll go notify them right away." Lin Yi quickly stopped her, placing a finger over his lips to signal silence. "Let me go in by myself." The female employee, captivated by Lin Yi's handsome and approachable face, instinctively flushed. Lin Yi had just walked to the office door and was a bit surprised when he looked inside. Ji Kyun-nian was laying out a yoga mat in the office, sweat pouring down her body, and the tight sportswear accentuated her stunning curves. Her rounded rear was directly in Lin Yi's line of sight. Suddenly, while Ji Kyun-nian was kneeling on the floor doing yoga, she saw someone's legs appear right in front of her hands. Lin Yi looked at Ji Kyun-nian, who was sweating profusely yet still remarkably beautiful in front of him. Ji Kyun-nian slightly lifted her head, wide-eyed as she looked at Lin Yi, softly asking, "What are you doing here?" Ji Kyun-nian blushed, picked up a towel to cover her chest, and stood up abruptly, saying, "Oh, why did you come without saying a word?" Lin Yi looked at her drenched body and gently smiled, asking, "Is the office very hot?" While wiping away her sweat, Ji Kyun-nian turned to Lin Yi and explained, "You wouldn't understand. My cervical spine is uncomfortable, so I do some yoga." She said this and then sat down on a nearby wooden chair. Lin Yi put on a flattering expression, walked over with a smile, and began to massage Ji Kyun-nian's shoulders, saying, "I know an old doctor. How about I take you there for a massage? People who sit for long periods like you are very likely to have muscle tension in the lower back." Ji Kyun-nian was enjoying Lin Yi's care. She closed her eyes and smugly said, "It seems like you have good intentions, but I don't like strangers touching me all over." Lin Yi's hand motion of massaging her shoulders paused briefly. He immediately smiled and seized the opportunity. "Then that's not good. How about I serve you instead?" Lin Yi took Ji Kyun-nian's hand and pulled her towards the long sofa in the office, gesturing for her to lie down. "Lie on the sofa, and I'll massage you." Then, Lin Yi's hands moved with great professionalism. He searched for the suitable essential oil for the massage in a wooden box, picked up a bottle, and brought it to his nose. After taking a whiff, he recognized, "Is it lavender scent?" Ji Kyun-nian lay face down on the sofa for a long time, not yet feeling Lin Yi's action. With a flushed face, she turned to ask, "Can we start now?" Lin Yi didn't hesitate any longer. He opened the bottle and poured the essential oil on Ji Kyun-nian's waist, then skillfully began to massage her from the waist up her back. Ji Kyun-nian's face grew redder, but it was clear that she was very comfortable. She slightly parted her lips following Lin Yi's rhythm. With each step of the massage, Ji Kyun-nian felt so relaxed that she let out audible moans. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became intimate because of Ji Kyun-nian's sounds. Lin Yi's hand rose to Ji Kyun-nian's shoulder, then moved across her face. Ji Kyun-nian slightly opened her eyes, watching Lin Yi's hand change position. Suddenly, Lin Yi lifted Ji Kyun-nian's face and kissed her on the lips. Ji Kyun-nian blushed and welcomed his kiss. The two sank into a passionate, sweet kiss. After some intimate caresses, Ji Kyun-nian finally sat back against Lin Yi's lap, wrapping her arms around his waist. Her right hand gently rested on his chest. Lin Yi tenderly spoke to the girl in his arms. "Lately, I am not busy. I want to take you abroad to play. I heard there is the largest amusement park in the world there. Do you want to go?" Upon hearing about the trip, Ji Kyun-nian smiled brightly, clasping her hands together and said, "Really? I've always wanted to go, but I haven't had time." Lin Yi affectionately raised his right hand and lightly pinched Ji Kyun-nian's small nose, teasingly laughing. "In front of others, you are the overbearing president. In front of me, you are just a little girl." Ji Kyun-nian was taken aback by his sudden action. Her face flushed, and she stared at Lin Yi in surprise. Suddenly, she kissed Lin Yi on the cheek and quickly picked up her phone, smiling as she said to Lin Yi, "Then I will arrange my work first and book the flight." Lin Yi smiled warmly and agreed. "All right, you arrange it." Lin Yi also stood up from the chair, intending to deal with his work. "One of my students had an accident. I'm going to see her." Ji Kyun Nian did not stop him. She sat down on the sofa, propping her hands up and watching him leave. "Then you go ahead." Before Lin Yi left, Ji Kyun Nian shyly smiled and asked Lin Yi, "Your massage skills are really good. Next time I'm tired, can you do it for me again?" Lin Yi naturally agreed. He bent down, bringing his face close to Ji Kyun Nian's, and said in a vague tone, "If you like, next time I'll bring extra tools." At noon in the city hospital, this hospital is considered a high-end facility for the wealthy. The whole hospital building was tiled with shiny golden ceramic tiles, and the glass facade was so bright it could be used as a mirror. Lin Yi walked down the hospital corridor, leisurely glancing around. When Lin Yi arrived, there were already many people waiting in the room, surrounding the hospital bed. Wang Ran stood by the head of the bed, and as soon as she saw Lin Yi, she happily shouted, "Teacher Lin, you're here!" The woman lying on the hospital bed, unable to move, also glanced at Lin Yi and joyfully greeted, "Teacher Lin." Lin Yi handed a fruit basket to Wang Ran, then looked around at the crowd present in the hospital room. With a tone that seemed somewhat mocking, he said, "There are so many people here. If I had known, I would have arrived even later." The people in the room seemed oblivious to the sarcasm in Lin Yi's words. A smiling stranger stepped forward, leading a young, attractive girl dressed revealingly to introduce her to Lin Yi. "Teacher, this is my daughter Wang Tong. She just graduated from university, secured a civil service position, and is still single." Wang Tong looked at Lin Yi, squinting her eyes in laughter and pretending to be shy, covering her mouth with her hand as she cast a coy glance at her father, feigning annoyance. "Dad, what are you saying?" Upon seeing Wang Tong's contrived demeanor, Lin Yi felt a surge of discomfort. He frowned without holding back and bluntly stated, "Good conditions to the point of having no suitors? You should be a little more economical, raising you cost a lot over the years. If you don't make it, it'll be quite a loss." Having heard Lin Yi insult her so directly, Wang Tong immediately switched from her demure facade to a fiercely aggressive woman. She shouted, clenching her fist, "You!" But before Wang Tong could get another word out, a middle-aged woman rushed in, forcefully shouldering her aside. The middle-aged woman ran up, affectionately linking arms with Lin Yi, smiling brightly as she called her son over to introduce, "Son, go greet Teacher Lin." Lin Yi merely looked at the crowd with indifference. Seeing Sang accepting the role of the host, he said nothing. The young man with blonde hair, the son of the woman, approached. As soon as he arrived, he feigned exuberance, extending his hand and saying to Lin Yi, "Mr. Lin, in the future, if there's anything you can't resolve in Nation TH, just call me. I can help you with anything." After hearing the blonde youth's words, Lin Yi couldn't help but twitch his mouth, his expression darkening. Who would have thought that the next moment, Lin Yi suddenly charged forward, grabbing the blonde youth's outstretched hand tightly with both of his hands. Lin Yi feigned joy, praising the blonde youth to the skies. "Oh really? Boss, are you really that impressive? A few days ago, I helped Wang Ran borrow 500,000 from some loan sharks. Can you help her pay it back?" The blonde young man turned pale at the mention of borrowing money. He wanted to withdraw his hand from Lin Yi's grip and asked, "You want me to pay her back?" Lin Yi casually stuck one hand in his pocket and said nonchalantly, "Don't tell me you can't afford to pay. It's just several 100,000. It's nothing for you." The blonde young man yanked his hand away, his face filled with anger and astonishment as he looked at Lin Yi, his mouth agape. "Are you joking with me?" Lin Yi coldly gazed at the young man with blonde hair and said, "You were joking with me earlier, right?" The mother of the young man looked at Lin Yi's frosty expression and sensed that the situation was deteriorating. She hurried over, pushing her son's lip that was protruding to his chin, and said, "All right, All right, let's stop talking. Lin Yi ignored them. He turned to ask Wang Ran beside him, "How is your aunt doing? Is the money I gave you enough?" Wang Ran intertwined her fingers, slightly embarrassed as she reported the situation about her aunt. The surgery was successful, but she has to stay in the hospital for observation before going home. There is still over 200,000 left. After being discharged, I will pay this amount back to the teacher first. Hearing this, the mother of the young man became anxious, unable to wait for Lin Yi to speak before she interjected. "Oh, Xiaoran, you have no idea how high the expenses will be after discharge. You still have to go to school. How will you manage money?" Lin Yi shoved one hand into his pocket, coldly staring at the shameless woman. Wang Tong's father also chimed in, saying something even more contemptible than the woman. "Xiaoran, your cousin ranked second in the civil servant exam. She will have an interview in a few days. Can you lend me some money in case of emergencies?" Wang Ran looked at the shameless relatives on the other side, her face full of embarrassment. But before Wang Ran could speak up to refuse, those two shameless people had already jumped into an argument. "My son still owes 200,000 for renovation. I haven't said anything yet, so don't even think about it." Wang Ran watched the two of them shouting, disregarding the presence of outsiders. Angrily, she took a deep breath and finally couldn't bear it anymore, glaring at them to remind, "All right, stop arguing. This is a hospital." With an angry expression, Wang Ran declared aloud, "You people can stop dreaming about getting any money. No matter what you do, it's all pointless." Wang Ran's uncle didn't pay any attention to her words, opening his mouth to plead, "Teacher Lin, you're already so rich, it surely wouldn't be a problem for you, right?" Lin Yi gave a thumbs up, gesturing behind him, confidently responding, "It's just a small amount of money. Let's not make a scene here. Let's go talk outside." Soon after, they all moved outside. As soon as they were out, Lin Yi said, "That 200,000 isn't an issue for me at all, but that amount of money can only go to one of you. Who it will belong to is a matter of luck. There, you all figure it out." Several people were taken aback after hearing that. After saying this, Lin Yi walked away, leaving those people to argue among themselves. Wang Ran's two uncles glared at each other, their eyes filled with hostility. No one was willing to back down. The woman in the pink shirt pointed directly at the man in the blue shirt and scolded, "Don't even think about getting that money." Her son was no pushover either. He raised his hand and slapped Wang Tong across the face while scolding, "You better not compete with my brother. Get out of the way." Wang Tong immediately rubbed her sore cheek after the slap. The man in the blue shirt, feeling protective of his daughter, was about to charge in to retaliate, saying, "Oh my, you dare hit my daughter!" At that moment, in the hospital room, Wang Ran was feeding her mother porridge. However, hearing the commotion outside, she had to pause. The two of them exchanged concerned glances, looking worriedly toward the door. Contrary to their chaotic feelings, Lin Yi cheerfully walked into the hospital room. Noticing this, Wang Ran immediately stood up and said, "Teacher Lin, aren't they fighting outside?" Lin Yi calmly walked in, picked up an orange from the table. In Wang Ran's confusion, he replied, "So what? Do you want to go out and stop them?" A moment later, the door to the hospital room slowly opened once again. The two family members of the woman in the pink coat walked in, smiling at Lin Yi. Everyone's faces bore bruises. The woman started, "Teacher Lin, Xiaoran's uncle has left. It's not the 200,000 that belonged to—" At that moment, Lin Yi was sitting on the sofa, eating segments of tangerine. He requested, "Do you have any paper? Please write a loan agreement." The two family members were startled to hear this, but soon the woman's son whispered maliciously to his mother, "Just write it for formality. The person we owe money to is that big shot. When the time comes, we can just say we don't have it and see what he can do to us." The woman heard this suggestion and thought it was very good, so she smiled, her eyes filled with agreement. Then the pink-coated woman of Wang Ran took out some paper to write the loan agreement. After finishing, she happily handed it to Lin Yi. He took the loan paper in hand and winked at them, saying, "You two go prepare the house sale documents. Use them as collateral. When the time comes, the money will be transferred to you. I won't charge you a high interest rate, just calculate it based on the bank's interest for you." The greedy mother and son were struck dumb by this news, their mouths agape in astonishment. The woman in the pink coat asked, "What did the teacher say? Why would we mortgage the house?" Her son couldn't hold back his anger, tightly clenching his fist, and said, "That Lin guy, don't go overboard." Lin Yi solemnly raised the debt note and said, "Don't be angry, your debt note is still in my hands." This made the two of them panic even more. They were terrified and hurriedly turned around to leave. The blonde-haired guy, the son of the pink-clad woman, turned around to warn, "Just wait for me." He smiled with delight. Wang Ran sighed in relief, thinking, "Finally, those people have decided to leave." Lin Yi then stood up and said, "The teacher has helped chase them away. Now the teacher should be sent back as well." This statement made her gasp in surprise. Wang Ran looked at Lin Yi with eyes full of gratitude, emotionally saying, "Thank you so much, Teacher Lin. Without you, I wouldn't know how to deal with those people." Lin Yi walked to the door, waving his hand and saying, "You just take good care of your family. Everything else is not important." She looked at him with sparkling eyes, full of appreciation, silently thinking, "It's really good to have the teacher here." The scene shifted to the next morning. The sky was clear. At a large corporation, a luxurious dark blue car pulled up. Lin Yi, exuding the aura of a CEO, stepped down from the car. As soon as the employees saw Lin Yi, they hurriedly exclaimed, "Boss, today's battle was quite spectacular. Nothing like we imagined." Not too far away, there was a group of people huddled together, saying, "He has arrived." Soon after, a crowd rushed in to surround Lin Yi. Some held microphones, while others had cameras. They were probably reporters. In response to Lin Yi's bewildered expression, a voice rang out, "Mr. Lin, could you share your thoughts on yesterday's trial?" The male reporter with light brown hair asked, "Mr. Lin, do you admit to the accusations made by Tian Hong Fund?" At that moment, Lin Yi was able to respond cheerfully, "Of course I do not deny it." No sooner had he answered this question than a female reporter beside him continued to ask, "Mr. Lin, is the sports car you mentioned also purchased with that donation money?" Lin Yi, with a radiant expression, replied, "Absolutely. Otherwise, how could I possibly have that much money?" All the reporters present stood in stunned silence, their faces expressing complete bewilderment as they looked at each other, wondering if they had misheard. Watching Lin Yi happily answer the interview questions from a distance made his staff stand there, dazed and confused. Qi Xianzhao became panicked, looking worried. How can the boss say such things? Are we really supposed to accept bankruptcy and die like this? Contrary to his anxiety, He Yuanyuan beside him maintained an optimistic smile. How can that be? We must trust the boss. A short distance away, there was also a person silently watching Lin Yi being surrounded by reporters. At this moment, in a waiting room, 4 people were seated on chairs. A standing man, Zheng Yangzhao, confidently said, "Ladies and gentlemen, don't worry. Just follow the instructions we provided earlier." Opposite him were Guo Yuntao, the Hope Orphanage Director of the nation, and Li Sulan, the Director of the Yang Cheng Saffron Orphanage, both wearing worried expressions. Guo Yuntao anxiously said, "Mr. Zhao, I don't think that's going to work."